Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings as always, mystery lover. Time for another Let George Do It adventure. Our little tale of suspense, which by the way is called It's a Mystery to Me, has to do with a disgruntled bartender, a mystery story writer, and an elusive gal named Cynthia, just to name a few. And since it's rather a long story, I think I'd better get off so they can get on.
Why don't you want a drink? Oh, never mind. Use up the stools. Keeps the leather in condition.
Dear Mr. Valentine, to me, life is hopelessly complex, but with your help, it can be beautiful, terrific, magnificent. To me, life isn't worth living
To
without...
me, it's raining. Here, eat up the pretzels. They're for nothing. Stale, too.
Look, we're just sitting here, friend. You don't really mind, do you?
Well, I was just going to lock up when you walked in. Library's closed, I guess. Got to read your mail someplace, only...
Look, we're waiting for somebody. We'll buy something pretty soon. Chin up.
Why? In Joe's Oasis, it rains inside. Have some flat champagne.
Oh, business can't be so bad if you sell champagne.
A couple was in here just before you. Happy, rich, showing off. You know, it's that kind of a neighborhood. Everybody wants something big and gets it and goes someplace else.
To you, life is pretty complex, too, isn't it?
Look around you, lady. It's the only business I had tonight.
Well, don't shoot yourself, friend. We'll take some coffee.
Big sale. I'm out of the red. To me, lady, it's as complex as a 6-foot piece of mahogany with silver on the trimmings.
No.
And the clearest glass in it you ever saw.
Oh, don't be gruesome.
To me, life could be beautiful if... Huh? What do you think I'm talking about? Well, nobody ever gets what they want. To me, it's the 6-foot Super View console. What this bar needs is a television set. Only I haven't got the money.
Never mind, Joe. I'll get it.
Reading room, telephone exchange. I tell you, lady, it's the most beautiful thing you ever saw.
Hello, Joe's Oasis.
I want to speak to Mr. Marlon King.
King? Brooksy, give me that letter.
Oh, here, George.
Hurry, please.
Is that, M.J. King?
I called his club. Yes, of course, Marlon. I called his club. They said he was there at the Oasis.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's not. I'm here to meet him myself.
You what?
Yeah, that's right. My name's George Valentine. Look, can I take a message? Or do you want him to call you?
Oh. No. No, tell him I'll write him. Tell him not to get in touch with me. I'll write him. I'm leaving. I can't wait for him
Hey, slow down, will you? Who are you?
Just tell him. He won't understand, but tell him. Something's happened and I have to leave. Cynthia. My name's Cynthia.
Well, where can he reach you, Cynthia?
I'll write him, I said. I don't care if you understand. I won't see him again. I can't see him. Not ever.
Look, Cynthia...
Oh, never mind.
Well, she won't ever see him again, huh? And Marlon King in his letter says, to me, life isn't worth living without a girl I've just met by the name of Cynthia.
Well, that was a short romance.
Nobody ever gets what they want.
Said he'd meet us here at 10 o'clock. Almost 11, isn't it?
So look, both of you, will you please let me lock this place up? It's raining outside.
To me, it rains a little sometimes, too. All right, friend. All right.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, here you are. I thought I might find you here in your office. My name's King, Marlon.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, we chased all over looking for you, friend.
Never mind. Listen, it's this girl of mine, see? There's something terrible going on, and I need your help.
You talking about Cynthia? She says it's all off.
Huh?
Yeah, grit your teeth, Mr. King. I got a message for you. Cynthia says she won't see you again. Ever.
Oh, no. No, she didn't mean it. She loves me. I know she does. She's young and sweet.
Well, I think we'd better go talk to her, don't you?
No, we can't. I mean, it only makes it worse. She's not that kind. I've asked her what's wrong, what it is, what's happening. She's so sensitive and she's scared about something. She won't tell us. Only Mabel might. That's why I need you. I can't talk to girls like Mabel. I can't.
Hey, one girl at a time.
Oh, I know. It's complicated and mixed up and hard
just take it easy. Make it simple. Sit down.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm so confused.
To me, life is complex. What sort of a person are you, anyway, that everything should be so...
I'm a mystery writer.
Oh.
Wouldn't you know?
Sure, so that's where I've seen your name. Yeah, scientific crime detection by...
Mabel is Cynthia's roommate. Mabel works at a cheap nightclub, a cigarette girl. You see what I mean? Mabel and Cynthia, different as day and night. Mabel's hard as nails, but she came from the same small town years before, and she offered her a room. And then there's this skinny little dark guy named Tony who watches Cynthia.
Say, look, tell me something concrete, will you?
A locket. I bought Cynthia a locket. It's a beautiful little thing. She wanted it to carry my picture in. You know, around her neck. She wanted me to get a cheaper one. That's the way she is. You can see how close we are to being...
Yeah, you bought her a locket.
For $200. And she wore it, and she loved it. But I saw how envious Mabel was. She's that kind. And then one day Cynthia said she lost it. And when I asked her, she was scared. She was lying, and she cried. 2 days later, Mr. Valentine, I saw Mabel showing that locket off to the housemaid. Mabel was wearing it.
Well, didn't you ask Cynthia?
She won't tell me anything. Just says she lost it. Wishes we could get married and go away someplace.
Uh-huh. And tonight she says she'll never see you again. Maybe this is more than a Dorothy Dix case.
Mr. Valentine, I know I tell it backwards. I've got a good, clear brain, only now when I love her so much, it's hard to... Here, help me with my coat, will you?
Huh?
This is why I kept you waiting. Oh, I had to have it bandaged.
Well,
somebody just stepped up on the street.
Your shirt's all torn, your shoulders...
Yes, my eye will be black in a few minutes, too. Just a big guy in an overcoat. Said I was interfering. I should stay away.
Say, somebody really worked you over, friend.
He said I should stick to writing mysteries, not trying to solve them. He said unless I stayed away from Cynthia, to me, life would be a marble slab.
Mabel's not here, mister.
But she's supposed to be working.
And I'm supposed to be at the wrestling matches. Does that signify? Mabel's not here, I told you.
Oh, it gets worse and worse. Now Mabel's disappeared.
Take it easy, Marla, take it easy. Where's she gone?
How should I know?
Dummy!
Hey,
Matter, don't
there.
you believe you
Huh?
said Mabel's not...
The other guy, the big one. Listen.
What's in there?
The boss's office, and you
It's the
can't...
guy who hit me, the guy who beat me up.
Come on, sister, come on. Who's the big guy?
Our bouncer, but you can't...
Oh, yes, I can.
So you act like Beaver Eagle,
No, stop it.
So you act just
sorry.
like... Wait a minute.
There, you see what I mean?
Their bouncer, Valentine. I know it's him. I'm going in there.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to hold hands.
What?
With her, yeah.
Hey, let go of me. Come on.
But boss...
Yes, of course, Michael. Get back to your work.
Sure, boss.
And what can I do
Hey,
for
wait a
you?
minute. It's your strong boy there I want to talk to.
He is quite busy. Excuse me, I do the talking to customers. I am Tony.
Oh, Tony, huh? Small world. Skinny little dark guy named Tony.
What do you mean?
So everybody works for you, huh? A big guy who beats up people and a missing Snoopy girl named Mabel?
I gave her the night off. Who do you work for?
Marlon King.
The innocent.
The what?
Please, I'm in quite a hurry. You have a subpoena.
A subpoena? What do you
But of course, no, not at this time of night. My lawyers will call you in the morning. Yes, the strong man works for me. It's quite regrettable. Such muscles in the head. Say to Mr. King, please, how I am sorry. My lawyers will make sense.
Hey, not so fast, Buster. Why did you sick the
I am
muscle on?
quite busy. Good night.
Suppose I ask you about a locket.
Lock it?
Oh, what's so funny?
Alas, the poor innocent. Now go on, get out.
Look, Buster, I'm staying here until you explain what you know about a girl named Cynthia. What are you and your hired hands trying to do?
You see, gun permits me to have this gun.
Never mind, I'll take your word.
It permits me to ask you to leave. Mr. King, I'm quite sorry. For you, I don't want to be.
Yeah, I can see you're crying. Just don't wait.
To me, why should life be so full of stupids? Get out, get out!
Oh, is it ever going to stop raining?
George, here I am.
Oh, hello, Brooksy. Did you get hold of that housemaid that Marlon here told you about?
Yes, she's here. But, George, first I
Miss
have to
Brooks, I'm getting scared for Cynthia.
These the men I should talk to, dearie.
Yeah, but wait a second.
Look,
George.
we didn't learn anything, Angel.
That locket. Boy, a beauty it was, too, if you like them old-fashioned kind
She knows all about the locket, George. But that Mabel didn't steal it or make Cynthia give it to her.
No, it's because my brother's in the buy and sell. You know, a pawn shop with trades, that's all.
What are you talking about?
And Mabel, she give it to me, see? You know why? Because Cynthia wanted to trade it for a real gold set of earrings she's seen in his window once. Only she didn't want the sucker who gave her the locket to know about it.
What?
That's Cynthia. She's something, all right.
George, please.
Well, there's your mystery, friend. The innocent. She's so young and sweet and sensitive, so different from a girl like Mabel.
George.
No, I don't believe it. To me, she's always...
Do you be quiet, Mr. King. George, the important thing is, didn't you see Lieutenant Riley's car?
But listen, she's in trouble. She's in danger.
Wait. What did you say, Brooksy?
The mystery isn't Cynthia, George. It's Mabel. Mabel's dead.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine. To me, life is hopelessly complex, the man wrote. And for Marlon King, it apparently is, at least when it comes to love. Because his wonderful Cynthia, you have found, is not quite the type girl that she made the innocent believe. And as for her avaricious, snoopy roommate Mabel, well, even if your name is George Valentine, you will never know now, because, as Lieutenant Riley so gently points out, Mabel has been murdered.
Do I have to draw you a diagram? Look at the place. Just look at it. Torn up like Coney Island on Monday.
All right. So she put up quite a fight, Riley. But you haven't told me.
Here. That's the weapon. Don't touch it.
The skillet. Heavy iron skillet.
Yeah. Grabbed off the stove, I guess. A single blow on the back of the head. The body was here in the kitchen hall. The porter found it when he came up to deliver something.
Mm-hmm. Single blow. But all the earmarks of a big fight. The stuff spilled in the kitchen, the telephone knocked crooked.
Maybe she tried to grab for it.
Be careful. That needs to be dusted, too.
Fingerprints? Sure, in a crime like this.
As a matter of fact, she did try to grab the phone for help. Or somebody did. The switchboard girl says the light went on for a second, but then off again, so she didn't plug in.
When was that?
Oh, about 2 hours ago. Doesn't remember exactly.
Didn't anyone hear anything?
The neighbors were all asleep. There's back stairs to the alley off the rear porches. That's how the killer left.
Kitchen door, huh? How do you know?
We found the weapon tossed in a trash can up the alley.
Crime of passion. Well, you'll have plenty of clues right here.
Yeah, the technical boys are on their way now.
But you've already formed another idea.
Haven't you?
Hey, Marlon, Mr. King.
Here, Mr. Valentine.
I guess the lieutenant wants to see you now. I'll be with you in a minute, Riley.
So this is the expert, huh? Knows all about crime, scientific detection, the habits of criminals. But when it comes to the habits of women...
Oh, Lieutenant, don't. He's all mixed up.
Yeah.
He thinks he's in love with Cynthia, and you're not.
I know. I've got it coming. But at least I was right about Mabel. I'm sorry she's dead, but, well, you know what she was like.
Oh, yes, my friend, yes. Little Mabel here was the kind of a girl who was always in trouble. It's not surprising she got what she did.
I thought Cynthia was different. I mean, she
Yes, you're so innocent. I know. You got taken in. But the hired help will tell you the same thing you found out through that business of the locket she got out of you. Just for laughs and a set of gold earrings. To them, Cynthia's even tougher than Mabel, my friend.
I know now.
Mr. King, the doctor tells me Mabel died approximately 2 hours ago. Well, now, come on, think back. That's about the time Valentine here was in Joe's bar, isn't it?
Oh.
And remember what we told you Cynthia said? She was in such a hurry. She apparently called from home. She had to leave. Something had happened.
But I don't know where she could
If life weren't so complex to you, you might see some of the simple things. What she was really like, and that she was up to something, and Mabel did snoop on her, and what Lieutenant Riley means.
Oh, I know where he's staring. To me, Cynthia was always... Well, Mabel worked for that guy Tony who had me slugged. Why didn't you...
Oh, we'll round up him and his strong arm, all right. To me, sucker, life is simple. To me, that Cynthia of yours is an obvious grade A suspect for murder.
Riley, to me, Cynthia's a girl who carried gray gloves.
Huh?
Yeah, and a black purse with a big gaudy thing on it.
What she had one like
A
that.
couple of suitcases because she was going to run away someplace.
Oh, what
to
are
me,
you...
Riley, Cynthia's a girl whose body's been jammed into a closet out there on the back porch.
Strangled.
Yeah. Well, there's your original crime of passion, Riley.
Dead, both of them. And unless I'm wrong, she's been dead just as long as Mabel, maybe longer.
It's not simple anymore, is it?
No. I found the gloves over here. In his purse. Suitcases were thrown behind the broom closet.
All packed and ready for a trip, wasn't she? Nicely dressed.
No ornaments, though. Wristwatch. Oh, yeah, or earrings, too, from the innocent.
Don't touch any of that.
Don't worry, Riley. I know what you're thinking. But I'll give you something else to think about. Wearing a raincoat, rain hat.
And the suitcases.
That's right, Angel. Packed and ready to go. There's a back stairway. And down at the end of the alley, a neon sign says garage entrance. Here, let me see your purse.
I'll open it.
Yeah, there we are. Keys. Car keys. Apparently had her own car.
So she might have been killed just as she came out the back door to run down the stairs.
Uh-huh. And the kitchen door was open. So maybe all that struggle out here and through the hall was put up by Cynthia instead of Mabel.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg? So what?
George, look. Rejoice and be happy at Joe's Oasis.
What?
Matches in her purse. This is 14th Street, isn't it? Must be right around the corner. And here, a cork from a champagne bottle. Remember flat champagne?
Hey, come on, let's go.
Hey, Lieutenant, we got him.
What in the name of heaven's going
We got him. That Tony at the airport. He was just about...
Well, look who's here. Trying to run away someplace too, Tony?
What? Look, what is this? I thought you were trouble when you came crashing into
You
my...
gave me double talk tonight, Buster. I'll give it back to you. The champagne cork, Joe's Oasis. Mean anything?
Well, of course. We were there, Cynthia and me,
George,
but...
they were the couple who were there just before us.
Their law against it? You have a law?
Some more double talk. This is for you, Riley. His face isn't scratched, but he's got on a tweed coat. And if she'd scratched his
Get
coat...
your hands off me.
What are you driving at?
Life is complex, but murder is simple. When a person is strangled...
I'm one jump ahead of you, pal. They scratch, they fight, they claw out to protect themselves, particularly if it's a woman. So under the fingernails, you always...
Wait. You said...
Cut out the innocent act. You hired a thug. The girl named Mabel worked for you, keeping tab on Cynthia.
Yes, Mabel, she introduced me, helped give me a pitch with Cynthia. The strong man, he was to keep Mr. King away. Competition, that's all.
Competition?
I was to the airport to meet Cynthia. I was to the bar for celebration because she accepted. What does that do? Where is she? Where's Cynthia?
Take it easy, Tony. Look behind you.
She was my type. A girl with realism. She, tonight, accepted my big campaign to marry me.
Now, look, Joe, the man said he was in here, in the Oasis, with this girl.
Of course they were here. It's that kind of neighborhood. Happy, rich, showing off. Celebrating, they said.
He said they talked about getting married.
He asked her right here over a bottle of champagne. I should hear love stories yet. Decided to up and do it tonight. He'd take her home, and then they'd meet out at the airport. You know what I think? Only customer gives me a buck tip in 5 weeks, and she's got to go get strangled. Raining, see what I mean?
I was talking to the switchboard girl, Mr. Valentine. I didn't pay no attention. I came walking down the street, this Tony. He kisses her. She goes upstairs. He hops in a cab. Hey, what do you want my fingerprints for? I'm just a maid.
Keep talking, never mind.
I ain't got no scratches on me. You don't think I'm big enough to choke a wildcat like that? All right. No, Mabel come in later. I don't know what time. That's all I seen.
You can't lock me up like... Hey, you! Flatfoot! Sergeant! Come back here and let me out.
Take it easy, Michael. Take it easy. You're in for assault and battery.
Now, look. The boss said he'd make it up. He's loaded with dough. You never saw such a spender. So I hit the guy. So I get conscientious trying to make an impression. Is it my fault somebody murders the boss's girl? I just keep his competition away.
Yeah.
Now, listen. I said, hey, you. Come back here. Hey.
A crime of passion and not one single solitary clue. Not one single solitary fingerprint. Holy mackerel.
Take it easy, Riley. Take it easy. It's almost over.
Huh?
Yeah, we've got our evidence. The murderer won't make a mistake, Riley. He'll slip. He'll catch himself. To me, life is hopelessly complex. That's what you wrote, Marlon.
This is where I came in. Hey, you buying anything?
We're waiting
or...
for somebody, Joe. We explained to you when we...
Like chewing gum on a phonograph record. Round and round.
I just write about crime and things, Mr. Valentine. I mean, well, I'm always getting mixed up with some girl.
Well, don't tell Lieutenant Riley that.
But why should he keep looking at me like...
Listen to this, Marlon. A crime is like a story plot. It's only as mixed up as you make it. Sometimes it's simple.
Sure, but...
Now, one person killed both Cynthia and Mabel. Somebody waited for Cynthia when she stepped out on the back porch with her bags. She fought. She tried to get back to the phone. Then Mabel came home and stumbled into it. So our man's desperate. He has to grab the handiest weapon and swing on her, too.
But why? I mean, Mabel was all mixed up with...
Keep it simple, I said. One thing at a time. Cynthia's gloves.
Huh?
Yeah, those gloves were loose on the porch, weren't they?
Well, she naturally would have dropped them.
Well, is it likely that a woman all dressed up in a raincoat and carrying 2 suitcases and a purse would be carrying her gloves loose? More likely have them on, wouldn't she?
What? Well, now, look, I understand the murderer went through all kinds of complicated cover-up.
The murderer was frantic, Marlon. That's why both gloves were off. But they were on at the time of the struggle. So Cynthia left no fingerprints.
But how do you know the gloves were the...
It's true that a person being strangled always tries to scratch or claw. But Cynthia's fingernails were perfectly clean. At the time she was killed, her gloves were on. Now, you see what I mean? Don't get complicated.
So the murderer wasn't an expert. Someone who would think to... Well, anyway, it was a crime of passion.
Oh, if you could call it a passion.
Hey, Mark, this the Oasis?
It's a lecture hall where you get free lessons.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. Hold it. What do you want?
I got a delivery outside. Make up your mind.
Okay. Don't let the rain in.
You see, Marlon, the important evidence we got was from Joe here and the housemaid. Besides Tony, probably nobody saw Cynthia up close from the time she left here until she went up to her apartment. And what had happened here in the Oasis?
Tony had asked her to marry him. But, George, I don't...
She had
see
accepted. Little engagement party. Tony's big campaign, and they sat at the bar and showed off. Only, showed off what? A mercenary number like Cynthia certainly wouldn't have accepted a well-heeled shrimp like Tony without some valuable token.
Lesson 5, lesson 6, yakada.
Yeah, Joe?
Step on it. Where do I put this thing?
A box. A crate. What in the name of...
Superview console, 6-foot model.
Television set.
Sure, so what?
Wait a minute. I didn't order no...
Oh, wait till you see the aerial. Receipt to sign, too.
Brooksy, a while ago you noticed Cynthia wasn't wearing any ornaments besides a wristwatch and earrings. Is that right?
Listen to me, will you? That television.
George,
I
it
didn't
explains why the murderer ripped her gloves off. What he was looking for. Why he did it.
That's it, Brooksy.
I didn't, I tell you.
What?
The television, I mean. Listen to me. I didn't order...
Everybody wants something different out of life, Joe.
Engagement ring. Why didn't you mention it, Joe? From a person like Tony, it must have been a really terrific stone.
What? No, listen. That's set there.
Cynthia showed you the engagement ring, didn't she, Joe? You were trying to close up so you could go after her. She was in here regularly, so you know where to find her later after she phoned and we left.
No.
If you didn't order that television set, why does it bother you so much? Maybe your wife or somebody has already paid for that Superview.
Well, I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell anybody.
What did you say?
Grab him, George.
back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
For the last time, Angel, I'll get this straight. I'll explain it to you. I was the one who ordered that television set. I wanted to break Joe. I told you before I was waiting for somebody.
Mm-hmm. That was it. And it was a simple crime.
Well, it was simple, all right, but I didn't expect to find the ring right in his pocket.
Just did it for money.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't even intend to kill her. But he ended up by having killed both of them. Yeah, but, George, I thought that Marlon King...
No, Angel, not Marlon. You see, Marlon and that thug, that Michael, they gave each other an alibi. Didn't you catch that?
Yeah, but Tony, he didn't have an alibi.
Angel, let me explain something. A man who's going to marry a girl doesn't kill her, does he?
Well...
No, he kills himself.
George.
You have just heard It's a Mystery to Me, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Just in case that voice you just heard didn't mean anything to you, that was George Valentine, with his usual commercial for Let George Do It. Now, before you listen to any more, you better make sure you have your winter woolies handy, because this is indeed a chilling tale. It's called The Marauder, and it's all about a guy who wants to bump off a cat. No, I don't mean his wife. I said cat, as in lion, tiger, panther, puma, or alley. Now, this may sound pretty silly, but just hold base a while. Then make up your mind.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Rafe Saxon. I'm a writer, a very foolish writer, because like all of my breed, I've had a lifelong desire to spend a winter in the woods, to get away from the tensions and fears and neuroses of the city, to live simply with simple, normal people. Well, here I am, a tiny deserted resort in the Lobo Range, and of course, it's all an illusion. I'm surrounded by more tension and fear than I ever knew before. And a friend of mine, the owner of the place, Hans Bjorkman, has become neurotic to the point of insanity, to the point where I can't control him, to the point where all he thinks of is the marauder, the invader, the pirate and cutthroat of the animal kingdom. Mr. Valentine, this man is obsessed by the idea of murdering a mountain lion.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It.
we can only get out of this wind.
Yeah, I got a big fire in the fireplace, lady. Where'd you leave your car?
About 5 miles back, that hill beyond the aspen grove.
Yeah, the road was like glass. It was frozen practically solid.
Couldn't climb it, I know. Up one step and down two. It's a funny winter this year. Hardly any snow, just ice cubes and hailstones. And here we go. Doors around the porch there.
Oh, thank heaven.
I don't think your friend Saxon's back yet. Been out communicating with nature. He's crazy like an Eskimo. Guess he's going to write a book about the South Pole.
Hey, is your name Hans Bjorkman?
Me? Oh, heck no. He's crazy, too. Everybody is except me. I'm just peculiar. Here, better wipe your feet.
Listen.
Hey?
George, it's a woman. Something's the matter with her.
What's it sound like to you, city boy?
Well, it doesn't sound like a baby crying. What was it? Cat?
Cat?
Yep, that's it. Cat, puma, cougar, panther, nuisance, take your pick.
Mountain lion.
That's a bad winter for everybody, I guess. Hey, sounds hungry, don't he? Yeah. Well, so am I. Come on, let's get inside. Only shut that door quick so Bjorkman don't hear it.
You mean hear that wail? Why not?
Well, I don't know, mister. Something's going on I don't get the hang of. But when old Hans hears that longtail out there, he just sort of slides back in his rocker. Yeah, well, search me. I just poke cows for a living.
Does Hans own some cattle?
No. A few head and some chickens, that's all. Pairs of them, all in pairs like Noah sitting up in his ark. But I don't work here, if that's what you mean. I'm waiting for a job for the summer, that's all. Bears hibernate, why shouldn't we? My name's Pinochle.
Pinochle?
Sure. I'm an indoor-style cowboy. I worked 2 months, make enough playing bunkhouse pinochle to loaf the other 10. Yeah, why not? I like to mosey around, keep people happy, make them laugh. And old Hans, he's been good to me a couple of times, so...
So, here you are, huh?
Yeah. I wish I knew why. Wish I was smart enough to know how to help the old billy goat. He's old country, and always hard to get close to, sort of proud. He built this place here with his own hands. And give you the shirt off his back, but...
Pinochle, is that them?
What?
Did Mr. Valentine...
Oh, yeah, they're here. Come on down, Fatty.
I'm so sorry. I've been getting your rooms ready, Miss Brooks. There's some hot chocolate for you on the stove.
What? Oh, thanks.
Who's that?
Tell Hans I'll be right there.
Oh, we're fine, thanks.
That his wife?
Yeah. Good kid if you don't go for too much brain. You see, Hans just disappeared a couple of years ago and brought her back, and here she is. Yeah, she works her head off, too, when she's not worrying about him.
Everybody seems to worry about Hans.
Yeah, it's over her head, too, I guess. I tried to kid her out of it. She don't know what upsets him. Well, nobody knows, except the cat.
Oh, here I am. Oh, I'm so sorry I wasn't downstairs when you came in. Hello, I'm Olga.
Hello.
How do you do?
Well, what's the matter? Isn't my hair straight?
You see what I mean? Everybody's crazy. She says a thing like that and don't even look in the mirror to find out.
Oh, be quiet.
Your hair's beautiful.
I'm afraid Pinochle gave us the wrong impression, that's all. He called you Fatty.
Oh, him.
Well, she is. Well, come on, let's get that chocolate.
I guess we didn't expect you to be so young, that's all.
What? Oh, gosh, I'm 26 already. Now, I never have time to fix myself up or... Oh, Pinochle, stop.
Yeah, sure. Just an ugly old Frau. Stop what?
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. He's the most awful... Hans.
Well, come in. Well, I'm only kissing your wife, that's all. You don't have to point a gun at me.
Huh? Oh, excuse me.
Oh, there's nothing to listen to out there except the wind, darling.
Of course. Hello, my dear. Well, these are Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine, the friends of Mr. Saxon. How do you do? It's such a pleasure.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Bjorkman.
And I am the host, and I am late, and I let in the cold. There is no excuse. Have you poured me brandy, my dear? How are you, Mr. Valentine? My little place is so hard to get to, I'm afraid.
Oh, fine, thanks. Well, that's quite a gun you've got there.
Yeah, he uses it to put holes in the broadside of his barn, don't you, Hans?
You are interested in guns? Good. Pinochle and Saxon, they are boys. They don't understand. My rifle from the mail order house. Here, I show you. When a man has a house and his land, he has a gun.
Yeah, well, just don't wave it around.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
There wasn't anything, dear.
Well, If you're listening for that lion...
I didn't hear anything, Valentine.
No, Hans. Oh, for heaven's
Be quiet!
sake.
Pinochle, all I was going to say was that I did hear it. Sounded like it came from about the same place as the last time.
Mr. Valentine...
Be quiet, I said! Excuse me, please. I will see you later. Yeah, he is out there. We could hear Mr. Valentine and I. Excuse me.
Well, hello, everybody.
Mr. Saxon.
Are you Valentine?
Yeah, hello.
How do you like my nervous host here? Put it down, Hans, put it down. No hunting today. There's nothing out there.
You have been outside, Rafe. You must have heard it.
No. Just a little wind in the trees.
Hans!
Look out, you crazy!
Give me that gun.
I saw him, I tell you, I saw him.
Give me that.
He left the barn.
You couldn't hit anything at that range.
Let go of me, I tell you, let go! Yeah, it is my house. It is my gun. It is up to me to kill a marauder. So, stay here, all of you. This time I will get him.
Oh, brother. He shot past you in the doorway, Mr. Saxon. Maybe it scared you a little, but that's nothing to think...
You've seen how he acts. Every day and night for the past week, he's been out trying to find that brute. He doesn't even take time to eat.
Well, what's wrong with that? This is his place. He's got a few head of stock to worry about. A hungry lion is dangerous. Why shouldn't he try to kill it? Why should you all pretend you don't even hear it?
No, listen to me. It's a long story. It isn't what he does, it's how he does it. It's not normal, it's not...
Yeah, it's too long a story for me to listen to.
What? Mr. Valentine?
I'd rather see what happens myself, thanks. Me? I'm going to go out and help Hans run down his marauder. Oh, look, Hans, it's been an hour since we started.
Another circle we go in here.
Haven't even seen a track yet, have you?
Ground is so hard. Look at the sky. It will snow maybe later on.
Sure, and by then my feet will be frozen. Hey, Hans, how many chickens or whatever you got is this thing actually...
I have good, strong buildings. Nothing has been touched so far. But he is hungry. You can tell.
Can you? You're not much of a hunter.
I have worked all my life to build what I have. There's been no time for hunting, but I will find him. I will kill him.
Ever think of traps or setting out poison?
I will kill him myself. I will kill him and see him die.
Well, how about calling in one of the state hunters to get him?
I will kill him myself and see him die.
You will, huh?
He has no place in the world. He is a thief. This place is mine. All my life I've worked to own it. But at night, he comes with his flat yellow eyes. Oh, yeah, I have seen him several times besides this afternoon, snarling, hungry, long as a man, crouching in the frozen grass. A thief, I tell you, with no business to come stealing. A thief!
All right, calm down.
Why should I laugh and stand by when everything I own is threatened?
Man, stop it, will you? Man's castle is never secure, is it?
That? Look out. The kitchen door is open. We will not find him tonight.
I mean, you can work all your life for certain things and never be sure of hanging on to them. Like her.
What did you say?
Yeah, standing there in the doorway. Worried about you, I guess. Your young wife.
Oh, all right, Olga, we are coming.
Uh-huh. She's very beautiful, isn't she, Hans?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure, that's a compliment to you. Hans, did you ever hear of a man getting unreasonably mad at something when that something isn't the real cause of his anger?
I am tired. Please, you make so many...
Taking it out on something, I mean, like the wrong marauder?
What?
Taking it out in hatred of a mountain lion.
I don't understand.
Now, come on, Hans, tell me. Whether you admit it to yourself or not, which one of those guys in there are you worried about?
Buddy?
With Olga. You know which one it is you'd like to call a thief, a marauder? A sneak who comes into a man's home to steal his money?
No, stop it!
Now take it easy.
You can't say things like that! Oh, forgive me. Olga is my wife. You do not understand. She is mine. Forgive me.
Oh. Yeah, sure, Buster. I'll forgive you. Only which man is it? Which one do you really want to murder?
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. The Marauder, a hungry, dangerous mountain lion. Or is it a man? If your name is George Valentine, you're ready to agree with Rafe Saxon, the man who sent for you, when he said this place, this deserted resort in the frozen Lobo Range, is filled with tension and fear. And you'll also agree that the owner, Hans Bjorkman, is obsessed with the idea of murder. Only murder of what? Or of whom? No, this isn't the kind of place where one sleeps well at night. Even Claire Brooks. Particularly when...
What? George. George.
Yeah, sure, I'm awake. Come on in.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, shh.
It was a rifle shot. Way off.
Uh-huh. And the wind's died down. Could have been several miles. Not in that direction, I think.
Well, it's so dark. There's no moon. Mr. Valentine?
Well, hello, Mrs. Bjorkman. Wake you up, too?
I heard a shot. Where's your husband? Where do you think? The shot woke me up and he was gone from bed. But here, his gun was gone too, but I found this on the pillow.
I know, huh?
Oh, here, let me see. Olga, my dear, don't worry. I will be back soon. This time I know where to go. This time I will kill him and watch him die. Signed, Hans. George.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. How could he know? What could he know now that... Oh, well, I don't understand what... Listen.
Yeah, he could know what he wouldn't tell me. He could know which one it is that he wants...
The lion. Same direction.
You got a flashlight, Olga?
What?
George, wait. I'm going with you.
There's a lantern. Wait for me, too.
Hey, come on. Step on it. Call Pinochle and Saxon, too. Listen.
George, it was a door slammed. The other side of the house.
Mr. Saxon isn't in his room either.
One of them just took off the front way. Come on, they're both gone. We'll catch up with
George, how can you tell what direction
they... Oh, well, they'd go to find him, too. It has to be Hans. He has the only gun for miles and miles, and... Well, if he has found the lion at last...
I got a pretty good bearing, I think. Besides, it's snowing a little. Come on, move fast. We got to beat an awful lot of brush in an awful hurry.
Where are you going with that lantern?
George, wait.
Saxon, huh?
Have you seen Hans?
I know. I heard it. I'm looking, too. I saw your lantern half an hour ago moving through the trees. And then I lost it. I think you're headed in the wrong...
No, not, friend. You are.
What? Well, I don't know. I was working late in my writing, and in the room, the crazy hoot owl, I thought he was in bed. I came tearing out...
Sure. Just give me your flashlight. Follow us with the lantern.
All right, Mr. Valentine.
He must have really gone off his head this time. Hans! Hans, can you hear me?
Oh, save your breath, Saxon. It's still across the field and down toward the little lake, I think. You can see way back on a line with the lights from the house.
Snow in the face. Miserable, insane thing to be doing. Olga's a wonderful woman.
I didn't say
wrong.
anything about Olga.
Well, she loves Hans. I know he's older than she is, but she does. Works her head off to make him happy.
I told you I didn't say anything about her. But she's beautiful, all right. But then nature's rough. It's always paired off. But you can't protect a home forever when the ages are that far apart.
You know the stuff Hans talks about. What should be done to marauders who try to break up the pairs. To the strays, the lone ones who try to break up... Hey, Pinochle, that's you? Where are you?
By the shore of the lake. Chased out of the house before you did, I guess. But the lights burned out. Here, get over here quick. Here, give me that flashlight.
What is it?
George, what's happened?
I stumbled. I dropped my light, and look at my hand.
Blood.
Yeah, I stumbled on something, don't you get it? Hans got him, don't you get it? The marauder. Look!
Holy smoke. Look at the size of that mountain lion.
So there really was one.
Right through the eyes. Hey, look here, he drilled him right through the...
Sure, close range, no wonder.
Yeah.
But look at the paw, the leg practically blown off. Hans must have had the muzzle practically next to...
You want this, George?
Yeah, give me that lantern. I can see something over here.
Hans! Yeah, he's dead, Mr. Valentine. Look, only a few feet away, too. Now, the cat must have jumped him. They will sometimes, you know, hungry, skinny ones like that.
That's why he fired so close, George. But not in time.
Not in time to keep himself from bleeding to death, you mean? Look at those claw marks. All right, I got eyes.
Now, take it easy, city boy. But we better get him back to the house anyway, don't you think? Snow's getting worse.
Sure, it's a bad winter for everybody. Lion and all.
Yeah.
Here, take this handkerchief. Get some water on it, will you?
Oh, sure.
There's nothing we could have done, Valentine. It's like Pinochle says. Hans just slid back too far on his rocker. Nature caught up with him. Oh, shut up.
George.
I'm all right. Just give me his gun there, will you, Saxon?
Oh, here. He's still hanging on to it.
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, here, Valentine, you said you wanted this handkerchief wet. But there's almost enough snow on the ground.
To cover things up, I know.
Huh?
Marauder. Poor old crazy Hans.
Valentine, what in the name
I don't know, Buster, I don't know. But stand very still, both of you. Only 3 shells have been fired, but it's hard to keep you both covered in a place like this.
Mr. Valentine.
Olga, stay where you are. Your husband was murdered.
What? George, what are you talking about?
Pinochle, where'd you find the water?
Huh?
Valentine, if you don't know claw marks when you see them...
Be quiet, will you? Pinochle, the water, answer me, where?
What, why in the lake, naturally.
Why isn't it frozen like everything else in this godforsaken country?
Well, the branches freeze and fall, that's all. They break the ice.
I'm not that much of a city boy.
Well, how should I know?
Olga, come here. Hold this gun on him.
Whatever you say.
Yeah. Hang on to my hand, Brooksy.
Yeah, be careful,
Hey,
George.
look out. That lake's over your head there.
Oh, you know about that, huh? Sure. Here's where the ice is broken.
Well, that's just what I got.
Now listen, Pinochle. 3 shells missing. And that's right. We heard a total of 3 shots, remember, Brooksy? Over an hour ago, back at the house.
That's right, George, but
and
I
the
don't...
lion screamed after the 3rd shot. You heard it. That's how it happened.
Yes, I
Keep
remember.
that gun straight. It's hard enough to even see people in this crazy place.
But wait a minute. Hans killed the lion with a clean shot through the eyes. Close range, right through his brain. How could he have screamed after?
He couldn't. So it doesn't make sense that Hans and the lion killed each other now, does it? Hey, wait a minute. Look here. Marks around the tree.
What? Let me see.
A chain or something. Sure. That's it. Here, get a loose branch there. Hang on again, Brooksy.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Another real close shot smashed the lion's leg, didn't it? Or was it already smashed, and the shot was just to cover up the marks there might be? I don't know yet. I'm just guessing. But I know one of you guys had nearly an hour alone out here after the shots to set the scene any way you wanted. Yeah, there is something here.
What is it, George?
Something that might have been anchored to the tree originally. Something Hans wouldn't ever use. But if somebody else did, then it would prove Hans wasn't jumped by that lion. He was...
Oh, listen to him. Riddles. He doesn't make...
A chain.
And a trap, Angel. A steel trap on the end of it. The trap the lion was in ever since yesterday. Since he'd been screaming from the same place. Yeah, look, even bits of fur still on it.
So it was murder. Why would anyone throw a trap in the lake?
I'll take it from here, Saxon. Just help me out.
Are you crazy? It wasn't murder. It couldn't have been.
There's a gun on you, friend. And I guess you're it, aren't you?
Saxon wouldn't have got me here in the first place if he was going to pull one like this.
Get away from me, Olga!
Look out, George!
Hey, you get away. He's running.
Give me that gun.
Stop it, Olga. It doesn't do any good for you to kill him.
He's gone. He's gone, Valentine. The marauder's gone.
He beat us here to the house, all right. He can cut the telephone wires.
Yeah. Be daylight in a few minutes. Well, I'll start out.
But where? He could be hiding almost anywhere outside.
Oh, they'll get him. Don't worry, Saxon. Hasn't even got a gun. And if you ask me, he's running. Marauder. Strike and run.
I guess he did want to break up the family, didn't he? Kill Hans and then try to get Olga. Pinochle must have had that trap out before you even came here yesterday, Valentine.
Yeah, that's right. And then he had to go through with it.
But, George, how could you have guessed what not even Hans guessed, that Pinochle was really getting ready to murder him?
Wording of that note to Olga, remember? Hans went out after the lion. Said he knew just where to go, just where to get him. Well, how could he have been so sure? Unless somebody had come to him in the night and told him where it was.
Pinochle. And he led him out there until they came to where the lion was, screaming in the trap.
Yeah.
And then Pinochle had all the time in the world
Sure, kill them both. The rest was easy. And it would have worked. Nobody would have investigated. The snow would have covered everything. And the human thief, the worst marauder, might have eventually persuaded Olga to...
What's the matter, George?
Holy
George.
smoke. I just figured out why Pinochle stopped by here at the house, that's all.
Why?
He's running, all right. The keys to my car are gone.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
Chin up, Angel. We parked around this bend, remember?
Look, the snow didn't cover all his tracks. You can see where he came. He was running. George, I'm still trying to figure that business of the shot in the screen.
Yeah?
No matter how you add it.
Doesn't make sense, I know, Brooksy. Pinochle laughed. City boy, he said. Well, that was what started me going, because I thought it was impossible. But I've just realized even when we knew about the murder, it was still impossible.
Look, the car, it's still down there. He didn't take it.
Oh, Lord, no, those tracks.
Well, it's nothing to... Where are you going?
The marauder, Angel. Well, look at those tracks. Look why Pinochle was running. Something else I should have caught. Lion was in the trap all day yesterday, but Hans saw a lion and fired at it down by the barn around dusk. We just thought he was seeing things. But it was another lion screaming.
Pinochle! There he is! There he is!
Dead.
He couldn't even make it to the car.
Oh, no, easy. Don't look at him, Brooksy.
Oh, George.
It's all right, Angel. It's all right. Dangerous thing to be a marauder, isn't it? To murder a husband or a wife. Nature's the same all over, I guess. Everything in pairs. Pinochle was killed by the lion's mate.
You have just heard The Marauder, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
If you remember your history of early America, the name Ponce de Leon should strike an old chord. He was the rascal who went looking for the Fountain of Youth somewhere in Florida. But all he could find was orange juice, which may have helped, but not enough. All of which adds up to really nothing, except that the heavy in our Let George Do It adventure is a character named Ponce the Lion. And from my vantage point, he seems to be quite a character. But suppose I let Buster here tell you all about old Ponce.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I believe that Honolulu has been called the melting pot of the Pacific. Well, our little town of Baja Junction could very likely be the boiling pot. But the weather can't prevent our maintaining a pleasant, peaceful, forward-looking town. That is, for the past 2 years. Tomorrow it will all change. Tomorrow our town will boil in quite a different way, unless someone like yourself can stop it. I was given your name by Phale Minahan, who lives here. But please report direct to me just as soon as you can. You see, Baja Junction is about to receive back its most disturbing citizen, a man named Ponce the Lion. Sincerely, J.H. Frankel, Director of the Baja Junction Trade Relations Club.
From jail?
Jail. Exactly, Miss Brooks, jail. You know, that's where criminals are occasionally sent.
Do you mind if we sit down, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, excuse me, of course. You've had a tiring trip.
Oh, it wasn't too bad, but the heat was pretty...
Yes. Well, I'm just on my way out. You see, I've asked Lawrence Pinckney to step in.
Pinckney?
A secretary of our organization, been with us for years. He's more familiar with the facts than I am.
What facts?
Oh, facts about Ponce the Lion, of course.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, yes, Lawrence. Come in. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, Mr. Pinckney.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr.
Pleasure,
Pinckney.
indeed, pleasure.
I've explained things. Now you'll take over.
Of course.
Oh,
yes.
wait a minute. So far you've explained nothing.
Maybe we can have dinner together. Goodbye, Miss Brooks. If you need me, you know where to find me, Lawrence.
I don't know how he does it.
Does what?
All that energy, drive, always organizing. Listen. That's more the style of the town, I'm afraid. Street singer. That's why most people live here.
Sounds nice and sleepy. Like I am in this heat.
But we must earn a living, mustn't we? The Trade Relations Club is giving a great boost to the business of
All right,
the town.
Mr. Pinckney, let's get back to my business.
Yes, of course. Please understand about Mr. Frankel's running off. He didn't think it would look well if he seemed too active in this, his position and all. This business of Ponce, I mean.
Ponce the Lion, somebody just out of jail, right?
Yes, Ponce is a strange fellow. Big, stupid, mean, conniving. Never did a lick of honest work in his life.
Okay, he's unpopular. Where'd he get the fancy name?
Ponce? It's his given name. Oh, you mean the Lion. He was a bouncer for years at Choli's dance hall. Been raised in the Oriental section, I guess. But he tacked that on when he tried to turn professional boxer. Town might have got rid of him then. We all hoped we did.
What happened?
Well, it was too much. He quit. Couldn't stand getting knocked out every night.
All right, he's big and he falls down, but I don't see
Mr. Valentine, I realize all this may seem unimportant to an outsider, but Ponce has been in jail for manslaughter. And now, from all we hear, his sole interest is in committing murder.
This Ponce is just full of the old Ned, isn't he? We'll see if he carried out his threat. But first, let's take a minute off for this. Now let's get back and see if Buster can throw any more light on Ponce.
Well, there isn't much more you need to...
Oh, who, what, when, where? Why? Come on.
Well, his manslaughter sentence was based on a knifing. 3 years ago. Now, it seems that Ponce has decided he should murder everyone who testified against him, who helped to put him in jail.
You mean witnesses? How many were there?
Well, now, see here. Mr. Frankel isn't crazy. Why don't you ask me the important thing? How could we possibly know that big ape's intentions? Know what Ponce is going to do?
I didn't ask that because I assume they're just guesses and rumors, easy gossip. Tough guy wants revenge. Ponce the Lion. Even the name is hardly credible.
Oh, many things are hardly credible here in Baja Junction, Mr. Valentine. Yeah. But you're quite right. Guesses and rumor. That's why you're here.
You mean to tag Ponce around and find out what he's up to?
To go at this thing sensibly. What Mr. Frankel suggested was that before you get all wound up in details of who might need protection, you should find out the truth.
Ah.
This Ponce is a menace, I suppose. So an ounce of prevention. That seems to be a good idea. That's all your job is. It's hot, isn't it? Would you like a glass of lemonade?
Oh, I don't blame you for looking me up, my lad. There's no better man on any park bench than Phil Minahan, to tell you this.
I looked you up, Mr. Minahan, because I'm curious. You recommended me for this job. Why? You don't know me from Adam.
And vice versa, you're thinking. Of course, lad, of course. Well, my qualifications are a copious curiosity, a world full of people to waste it on.
And a lot of words.
Yeah. I was going to say, and a life full of time. All wasted. And this is the best place in the world for wasting. And once upon a time, I saw your ad in the newspaper.
Okay. Is this the street that Choli's dance hall is on?
Avoid the chickens and follow your nose. It's around the next corner, and I wouldn't walk this far for everyone.
I'm flattered.
Mr. Valentine, when they say that Ponce is no good, it's true. He's not.
You're sure?
I watch people I know. And you do well to watch them too, all of them.
Oh, like the guys who hired me, that trade relations outfit?
Now you're warming up. They'll trade anybody's relations, I'm thinking. Oh, it's business, mind your business. But why in a town like this? Why should a lot of happy, ignorant shopkeepers of every nationality let themselves be all organized and progressive when they ought to spend their time on the beach like I do? They ought to be fanning themselves.
Hold it.
In the hand. Here he is, my lad. This is the horror.
Always kidding, ain't you, Minahan? Well, say something. Ain't you glad to see me back?
You're Ponce, aren't you?
Be the tourist, be the...
Oh, sure. Anything you say. I understand you're real tough.
What's he doing? Kidding? You're a joker, too. I might have known. Any friend of Minahan?
We're not friends. You're the guy I want to see.
Now, look, I'm busy.
Understand you just got out of jail, Ponce. Understand you got some kind of a big plan.
Everybody talks about Ponce, don't they? I don't know what this town must have been like when I wasn't around. Well, I've changed. I'm different. Get out of the way.
Look out, George.
Never mind shoving, Buster. I'm going to stay here until you tell me.
I made a discovery, see?
Yeah, what?
Me. Big dummy. Yeah, me. Right here in the same part of town I was raised in. Can you imagine? It's not till I cool off in jail that I wake up and get it.
All right, I'll bite. Get what? You discovered the Pacific Ocean or something?
Ponce de Leon found the Fountain of Youth, George.
Huh? You're a kidder too, ain't you, baby?
Ponce, there's men in this town afraid of you. Huh? And there's gossip that's been saying that you threatened to...
Oh, no, don't try to mix me up.
What?
Yeah. Sure, I'll tell anybody. Why not? I told everybody in town. The guys who put me in jail, I hate them, see? I like to kill them. But now I'm different. So, what's all the sweat about?
Okay, what's the big discovery? Why are you different?
I can tell you, my lad. You're on your way across the street, I suppose, Ponce.
Sure, yeah. What of it? What? I go there every day, don't I?
What's across the street?
Joss house.
Huh?
I was raised with the Orientals, tourists. Now leave me alone, huh?
The Joss house?
Well, it's a place of worship to the ancient gods.
So I got used to being alone and thinking in prison. Is it criminal to do it now?
You think?
Pray, Toast. Pray. To the old-fashioned heathens that know 10 times as much as us. Yeah, sure. That's the discovery of old Ponce. Hey, big dumb Ponce, smarter than all of you.
Oh, brother, what kind of a thing?
Get out of my way.
George!
And stay.
He's certainly hard to find.
At his house, they didn't know he decided to go swimming for the afternoon.
This must be the cabana over here.
Yeah, Mr. Frankel. Around this side, I guess. Wonder why he didn't tell us in his letter, Angel, that he was a witness to that manslaughter of Ponce's.
I don't know. Taxi driver who brought him here knew it. I suppose everyone knows.
Frankel. Frankel.
George, he's been stabbed. Just as Ponce threatened.
Just a moment, please. Please, no, come in, please.
I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm looking for Ponce.
Yes, every day Ponce comes to the Joss house, but it is not the custom to disturb
I'm
anyone.
sorry, friend. Something's happened. He's the first man I got to see about it before the rest of the town comes here.
Valentine!
Mr. Minahan!
I was on my way to look for him, my lad. Did you find Frankel? Did you see him?
Yeah. We found Frankel, all right.
Well, thank heaven for that. You see, I've caught on to what that big crazy Ponce is up to. Here, this man is the Bonds. He can explain.
The what?
The Bonds, lady.
He's the high mogul keeper of the place. He tends to the idols in there and the shadows. He maintains the incense, joss sticks, or whatever it's called.
I would be only too glad to explain.
And there's an idol that Ponce prays to. This man here told me so. It's Yo-Fei, the Lord of Sudden Death.
What? Oh, look, Minahan, I got work to do, and I want to find out
what... And every day Ponce comes here to pray to Yo-Fei, to the bringer of death. Don't you understand me, lad? Ponce has been here all the time, right here, praying Mr. Frankel to death.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Now, back to George Valentine. Baja Junction, the boiling pot of the Pacific, as Mr. Frankel called it. A place where almost anything can happen, as Mr. Frankel himself found out. Because now he's been murdered. But the murderer used a knife, and the man who hated Mr. Frankel, a man named Ponce, has only been praying for his death in a joss house. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you barely know what a joss house is.
This Tao the Just. Over there in the shadow, Liu Hai, money god. Many joss sticks are burned to Liu Hai.
That's more for the likes of us, Valentine?
Hold on, Mr. Minahan. This Yo-Fei you mentioned.
It can be seen from here. There. The end of that room.
Oh, it's a big thing, isn't it?
Life-size, as it should be, as the bringer of death.
Now, isn't that a ghastly idea, black face? Look at that, would you? And a clenched black fist stretched out before him, the Lord of Sudden Death.
Please, not talk loud. Please, there are people in here.
Is that him over there in front of the idol? There on the floor? That Ponce?
It is forbidden to intrude when a man is alone with his own thoughts and prayers.
I said, is that him under the fancy silk robe lying on that prayer mat?
Sure, it's him. I've seen him carrying that robe around. Born and raised in the Oriental section, I told you he was.
He's moving, George.
I'm afraid we have disturbed him.
He saw us. Here he comes.
It wasn't the Bonds who told me he was here. It was a woman.
I told you to leave me alone.
Like you left Frankel alone?
Frankel?
Yeah, let's get out of here, Ponce. I want to talk to you.
I will not. You interrupt me, see?
Oh, sure. Praying people to death.
He's told that to several people.
So you wouldn't know whether Frankel's dead yet or not, huh?
It works. Pretty neat, ain't it?
You mean you've been working hard to set up an alibi?
What's that crap?
Oh, I saw you come in here a couple of hours ago. Minahan came here just a few minutes before I did just now and says you've been here all the time. Still, I don't believe it.
Move away, will you, Mac? I'm busy.
And you no more believe all this idle stuff than I do. Big discovery of Ponce. How to set up an alibi, that's all. Praying a man to dead, old brother. That takes the cake.
But there's others that saw him, Valentine. They all say the same thing.
You're so smart. Sure, you're so smart. Get out of here. Leave me alone. I've got work to do.
Okay, Buster, you win. But you better hang on to that alibi when the town starts pointing its finger.
Wait a minute, George. Ponce, what work? What do you still have to do here?
Pray 'em dead. Pray every one of 'em dead. You don't believe it, huh? Your face shows me how. He's a great old piece of iron. Pray him dead.
Yes, I'm trying to hurry. It was Mr. Frankel who prepared the note, you realize.
But them, Ponce said, them. And Mr. Pinckney, you mentioned before there was more than one witness to that knifing that Ponce did 2 years ago.
Well, there was Mr. Blake. He's with our organization here.
Who?
Blake testified. He helped put Ponce in jail. But if Ponce has an alibi, then I don't...
The police are working on the murder. Miss Brooks is reporting to them now, but I keep worrying about my own job here.
Well, here's the list. Frankel and Blake, they were the main ones, but there's a couple of others. It's a newspaper clipping. Yes, there were several other witnesses.
Uh-huh. Where does Mr. Blake live?
Frankel had only told you all of this. My car's right outside. I'll show you. Only, let's see. Blake told me he was going somewhere. Oh, yes, his club, that's it. He's a member of a club here.
Maybe if we round up all these guys, then we get to work on the murder. Until now, I've been wasting my time. The one guy in this town who couldn't have murdered Frankel is Ponce the Lion.
Blake!
Now you're wasting your time, Pinckney. Mr. Blake's dead, too.
But he's been stabbed. That's what you said happened to Mr. Frankel.
Stop chattering, will you? This just happened a few minutes ago.
What?
Alone here in his room, reading. But he was facing the door, wasn't he? He's a big guy, pretty husky.
Well, there's only one entrance to the room.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Come on.
What?
See, the door has a latch. So whoever it was had to knock.
I don't understand. I'm going to call the police.
Be quiet, will you? Wait a minute. Listen. Hey, what's down this hall?
Well, the halls all lead to the back court.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Steps. There's a man out there.
The other side of the wall. We'd never catch up.
Well, that's not the way to the gate.
Wait a minute. Here's a trash can. That thing we heard first sounded metallic. Look.
What?
Sure, we were in Blake's room just a second after the murderer was. Saw us coming and ran. Here, look.
A knife.
Uh-huh. No, don't touch it. The knife that was used both times, I'd guess.
Let's get on to the police station as fast as we can.
You mean let's telephone the police? Give them those other names fast if they haven't got them already? But you and I, friend, are going to start correcting our mistakes, and I'll do the driving.
I've never been in a joss house. I've heard about this one.
Yeah. A little more deserted than it was. Old boy with the beard's out for supper, I guess.
It's so dark. With no lights, I can't...
Hey, Valentine.
Yeah. Minahan?
Right here. I've been sitting right here by the entrance. Just exactly the way you told me.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Phil.
Well?
And I tell you, my lad, everybody else seems to have left. But not him.
He's still in there, Ponce? It's too dark to see from...
Come on.
I'm telling you, my lad, that he hasn't even said...
Yes. Well, why do you bother him? He couldn't have done this one either.
This one?
A man named Blake was murdered.
What?
He was big and pretty husky.
And to have been stabbed the way he was, whoever did it must have been a lot bigger.
Of course, like Ponce. But if he was
We're
down
correcting
here...
mistakes. Like we're not worrying about how you shouldn't disturb a man worshipping an idol.
Well, be very careful, Lee. Here, follow me. Straight through here. Oh, these big blasted tin guns. Don't you dare run into them.
Okay, this is it. Yo Fei. I can see that outstretched fist.
I've got a match.
Yeah. You can see Ponce, too, all right. There he is, under his robe. Stretched out just like a silly frog.
Yeah. He won't be for long.
Careful, Mr. Valentine. Ponce is very rough when
I know. He took a poke at me. So let's kick that fancy silk robe of his.
Well, he knows.
He's not there.
No, just a robe. And a bunch of rags rolled up underneath.
Phil, I thought you said you were watching...
And we drove here fast, so fast he couldn't have made it, could he? Yeah, we beat him back.
But Phil was...
Will you? Our Irish friend here sat by the door, not by the open window.
What?
Here, look, the other side of the idol. The place he spread himself out was right next to that, at the end of the room. Sure. Don't even have to stretch to get out of here, do you?
But people saw him in here.
In a place where it's forbidden to disturb anybody in meditation. In a place where a man might lie flat on his robe and stay that way for hours. Perfect alibi. A place where nobody'd notice when you slip a few rags under your robe on the floor and then you slide out the window. And getting back in would be just as easy.
I think I just heard something.
Huh. Somebody's coming. I'm going to get out of here.
Hey, come on, quick, away from the window. Come on, back out by the entrance. Hurry.
Valentine. Look back. Look. See the shadow in the window there?
Yeah. Get through the curtains. Here, quick. This is where you were. Let's wait here until...
Minahan. Hey, you still out there watchdogging? I've seen you all along from where I've been meditating.
Pretty feeble fraud, isn't it? Back into the robe to finish his act.
Sure, I seen you, Minahan.
Yeah, me. Hello.
Oh. It's a party.
Yeah, sure. To get your fingerprints to match against those on a knife. To haul you in for 2 murders.
Not tonight.
Look out, Valentine!
Get out of my way, will you? He's running away.
Mr. Valentine?
No, I'm all right. I just hate to have it happen twice, that's all, if you hadn't gotten away.
Well, I couldn't help it. I'm not used
skip it, will you? Did he get away?
He ran back through the Joss house. There's a million entrances to that alley through the window.
Yeah, and Minahan?
He went after him.
Oh, that'll do a lot of good. Funny you're knowing about the alley and this place, but you said you'd never been here before.
What?
Nothing. Nothing, I say, will do any good unless we get that big ape who committed the murders.
Well, of course. Ponce was the one
Now,
who...
listen, Buster. I know he did the dirty work. He always wanted to. But he's not bright enough to plan it. Not bright enough to take over an explanation for Mr. Frankel and mix it up to me.
What?
Oh, yeah, sure. I've been kicking myself because Frankel wrote me and then was killed. Only it was his own fault for handing the job of explaining things over to you. And you told me only what I needed to know for your time schedule.
What time schedule?
The one you cooked up for Ponce. I don't know what your angle is, but both Frankel and Blake were big shots in that same big money promotion outfit you're secretary of. So I guess there is something to gain. And after all, you only had to encourage and help Ponce a little to get him dead.
No,
Now, don't argue with me, Buster, because each time Ponce went right out from here and killed his man and came straight back. Well, how did he know where to find him?
Now, see
Unless
here.
somebody told him. Like you said Blake told you he was going to be at his club. Sure. You're the only one who knew where both men were. Because I still remember the last thing I heard Frankel say. It was, you know where to find me, Lawrence.
That doesn't mean anything.
You know something? You're right. It doesn't mean a blame thing unless the police can beat the truth out of Ponce.
And you'll never find him. He'll get away.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Hey, where's Minahan? Hey, Minahan! Now get back inside the Joss house, Pinckney. I got about 1 second to keep this whole case from falling apart.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Minahan! Phil!
Hey, Minahan.
Yes, my lad. I'm in here looking the place over. Here I am, and you know something, I'm all right.
Oh, well, don't scare me like that. Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, it was only having a little bit of a word with Teo the Just that I was.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Valentine, you know, it's a strange and funny thing about people. Now, for instance, you take Ponce. He thought that thing with the black fist, Yo Fei, was something. And, well, maybe he had something.
Minahan, what's happened to you? What kind of a conversation?
Yes, let's get out of here, out of the dark.
Look out. No, look out for your step now.
Ah, what do you mean?
Incidentally, you better get hold of Mr. Pinky's arm while I explain this to you. The arm of Yo Fei is much longer. Look up there. Do you see it up there? With its clenched fist?
Huh? Hey, for gosh... Oh, no, you don't, Pinckney.
Aye, Mr. Pinckney. Your poor dumb Ponce is still with us to talk.
Yeah, how about that? He never got out. Lying there out colder than a mackerel. He ran right into his own idol. Right into the iron fist of Yo Fei.
You have just heard the discovery of Ponce the Lion, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, I wonder if you like Runyon-esque characters like I do. You know, fellas like Harry the Horse, Nicely Johnson, and all the rest. But don't get me wrong. This is not a Runyon story, but a Let George Do It adventure. However, there is a character called Lou Mendel in this little tale that must have associated with the boys, because you will see that plenty of Broadway has rubbed off on Lou. On top of that, the boy has got trouble. So much so that even his trouble has trouble, which is bad. So what is to do? Get in touch with George Valentine, which he does.
My dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Lou Mendel. I own a nightclub, the Club Top Hat, which I'm sure if you've ever been there, you'll admit is a very high-class place. It's not the type place where we have any trouble, and everything is strictly above the board, which is where you fit into the picture puzzle, Mr. Valentine. There is this girl whose name is Dove. She's a new dancer on account of she can't dance, but I like to be big-hearted. But as of to date, my big heart has got me nothing but a blow on the head. This is the essence of the puzzle. Who hit me? Even more important is, what about Dove? She is somehow in the middle of the trouble. And for such a nice girl, I don't like it. Oh, yes. This is a lot more than just what you may be thinking. Because poor little Dove, you understand, looks upon me as her big brother.
And how do you look upon her, Mr. Mendel?
What's the matter with me? You think I'm inhuman?
Well, if she was the third girl from the left, I'd say...
Never mind. You'd say the wrong things anyway. To me, she's nothing except I think I should help.
You think she's in trouble?
I do not think very much, but there are some things I know. Here. Dressing rooms are down this way. We'll wait.
Suppose you start at the beginning and we'll... Huh?
Hello.
Oh, good evening, sir. I think perhaps you're in the wrong place. If you were looking for the check room
No,
or the...
he's not, Mr. Mendel. See? Oh, what beautiful flowers.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm sorry I was in your way. Just waiting, that's all. Well...
Not at all. Haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, no, sir. No, I'm quite certain. No, sir.
Stage door, Johnny.
Oh, no, sir. I just... well, good evening.
Come on, Mendel. That dance number will be over soon. I want to hear your story before...
No, wait a minute. Hey, which girl are you here to see?
Me? Oh, well, I don't think that's any of
What
your
difference
affairs.
does it make? Come on.
Let go of me, Valentine. Which girl?
Now, see here.
That dumbbell, Dove. What do you think?
What?
You keep out of this. It's none of your affair.
So who else should rate my tax here on his dump, huh? In advance yet, with my meter running.
I told you to wait outside, driver.
There's got to be a light to read heavy stuff like a funny magazine, ain't there? Now shut up, Paulie.
Good idea, Buster. Come on, Mendel. For the last time, would you please...
Dove, that man's going out with Dove.
Now. There's nothing to get excited about. I should have explained. I'm just a friend. My name is Andrews. Oh, good heavens. Nothing to be jealous about.
Me? Jealous?
Dry up, all of you.
Well, I mean, well, look at me. My heavens, I'm old enough to be... well, to be her big brother.
You know, this Dove gal must be a real doll. Mendel says she has no talent when it comes to hoofing, so I wonder what the gal has got. Maybe it's those black net stockings. Or maybe she was smart and listened to this. Now let's get back and see how George Valentine is doing as to finding out who gave Lou Mendel a hit in the head.
Mr. Mendel, please.
Look at this.
What happened?
Look at this. See? See here? Just where my hair is thinning?
Oh.
Yeah, you got hit all right. Must have felt nice, but when and where?
Last night, here, by the door to a dressing room.
There wasn't a convention here then, huh?
Well, after closing, I noticed a light. I'd heard a door shut, and I came to see what it was. It was a door to the street. Only then all the lights went out. I was hit.
Uh-huh. Well, go on. Where does she fit in?
Well, I'd stooped to look at an envelope lying under the door. In it was a $1,000 bill.
Wow.
Yeah, note, too. I was reading the note.
Do you remember what it said?
Yeah, it said, the picture was not even worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in.
Oh, brother, this is where I came in.
Yeah, but it happened. So it don't make sense. So what? Is that any reason why you should turn up your nose like this?
Oh, I don't doubt your word about what happened. It's just a little too simple.
But it happened. The picture wasn't worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in. No signature. I don't know who wrote it, but I got knocked on the head, didn't I?
And when you came to, the $1,000 was gone, I suppose.
Money, note, the works. Of course. Well, don't you believe that?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm disgusted because the note is so simple, and the money, too, that I wonder why you need my help. Hey, what's this really about, Mendel? What kind of a dumb act are you trying to play?
Oh, no, please. Just because a man has a nightclub, does that make he's got to be suspectable? Can a man in a tuxedo be just people like anybody else? This thing I don't understand, this bump on my head,
Yes,
this what's...
George, yes. Can a man who's obviously in love be blind when it
Wait a minute,
comes to...
there she is. The dance number's over. Now, Valentine, quick, what did you mean by what you...
Miss Dove, I brought you some flowers, and I have a taxi waiting.
What?
And
I'll change in a minute. Well, hello, everybody.
Dove, my dear, I want you to
Goodbye,
meet...
Mr. Mendel.
Now, wait a minute, I want to hear what you...
See you again sometime.
Just a minute,
That's it. Go join the boys in the back room, huh? Goodbye.
Oh, gee, you shouldn't have done that. He's the boss.
Oh, he'll get over it. So you're, Dove, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's a family name.
Oh. And this is the face that launched 1,000 ships. Well, I think I get it now, George.
What'd I do? You mean we had lunch together or something? And I don't know any sailors.
Yeah. My name's Valentine.
Well, I'm very pleased to know you.
No, you're not. I want to know about the $1,000 you charged somebody for a picture.
What? Picture of what?
Oh, now, don't be so innocent. That's your line, isn't it? Shakedown?
Oh, well, I'm pretty new to dancing. I guess I never heard of that routine.
You never
Let me, George. Darling, we're talking about blackmail. You don't mind, do you?
No, not at all. What is it?
Oh, now look, sister.
Oh, I mean, that thing they always do on the radio. Sure, on mystery shows. Only, gee, you're not one of those private eyes, are you? Well, sit down, won't you? I mean, I'd sure like to hear about your work and everything.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Now, what did I do wrong? I didn't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. You know, I'm always saying things
Well, it
that...
isn't what you say, dear. It's what you do.
But I don't have anything to do with blackmail. I don't even know
Dove, I don't believe you.
Lay off, will you? Pick on somebody your own size.
Ah, what?
Oh, Max, it's all right. They just don't understand.
What's your big idea anyway? You work for that jerk boss of hers?
Now, just take it easy, Buster.
Nobody's gonna push Dove around
I thought the other guy had a date with her, not you. You're just a taxi jockey.
I got just as much right to interfere as you got. Ain't that so, Dove? She looks on me like a big brother, see?
Oh, no, not you two.
Oh, yes. Max here's been very kind to me.
Whatever it is, she got nothing to do with it, see? That's all I'm telling you. This baby is nice, but she's just plain dumb, do you get me?
Buster, nobody could be as dumb as she's been pretending to be.
Yes, that's true, I'm afraid. I mean, I could. I can't help it. It's just the way I was born, I guess. But at school, they always told me never mind. It didn't make any difference. I had other attractions. I mean, that's what I mean.
There. You need further proof? Or do I have to knock your block off?
Hey, Buster, you want to take a trip out to the alley?
George.
What?
Oh, no.
Come on, you asked for it.
Now, look, mister, I got a wife and 3 kids.
Okay,
see?
this looks like a good place.
Now, look, it's only I can't stand people should think things about dumbness, that's all. Gets me sore. Dove is like my Myrtle. She wouldn't even know how to blackmail a butcher.
Hey, want a cigarette?
What?
Relax, would you? All I want's a little private information.
Oh. Well, now, look, don't think I was afraid of you.
Oh, no.
It's only since I get married that I figure fighting is stupid when you don't have to. I mean, on the outside.
Yeah, sure. Say, how many big brothers does Dove have?
Oh, I don't know. Every guy that meets her, I guess. Sort of brings out the protective instinct, that type, don't you think?
What about that guy with the flowers, that guy Andrews?
Well, all I know is she went out with him the other night. Because I rode him out to a supper place. Only don't get me wrong. Dove strictly wouldn't even hold hands with a guy like that. He's about as harmless.
What about her boss, Mendel?
Search me. I'm no detective. Well, I guess you could find out about him easy enough.
Yeah, that's just what I'm going to do.
Right, if you want, I can check with Dove's landlord. I've seen him one night. Looks like kind of a nice guy, but she says he's an awful snoop.
Uh-huh. Well, now you get the idea. Who are her friends? Who does she go out with? You're a driver. It ought to be easy. Let me know, will you?
Sure. Just so long as you don't think she's mixed up in anything.
Buster, so far there's only one person mixed up. George Valentine.
Yes? Oh, yes, he came back here to the office.
Here, let me have it, Angel. Hello?
That's me, Mr. Valentine. I thought you'd be with that Mendel.
Oh, Max. No, I left him an hour ago. He's even harder to dig information out of than you are.
But did you get anything on him? I mean, did you check his record?
Hey, hold on a minute. Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm at Dove's apartment, see? Only she's not here. And you remember that snoopy landlord I told you about?
Yeah, sure. Only look, Max, I doubt if this case is worth all the
Well, he's here. The landlord, I mean.
What?
I guess he could give you information, all right, only he's dead. Hey, you hear me? Dead, I said, from bullets. I mean, it's a case, all right. Get here fast, will you? I got a wife and 3 kids. I'm bowing out. From now on, what Dove needs is a big brother like you.
Well, there's one thing I know for sure. This Dove gal is certainly no dove of peace. Of course, I can't feel too sorry for that landlord since I never got to meet him. But I will feel real sorry if you don't lend an attentive ear to this.
Now, back to George Valentine.
Big brother.
That's all that a girl named Dove wants any man to be, but somehow every man seems to want the role. And you're not surprised. Dove is something, all right. But what? Well, if your name is George Valentine, you think it's about time to find out when one of the big brothers, her landlord that you haven't even met, turns out to be dead. Murdered in Dove's apartment.
Yeah, it was a gun, all right. 4 bullets. One would have done the trick.
His pockets are practically empty, huh, Lieutenant?
Sure. What do you expect? Free cigars?
Okay. Somebody after something he had, huh?
Only what was the landlord doing in Dove's apartment?
That's what I want to know.
Max out there said he didn't touch him. He was lying in front of the desk here.
Yes, and one of the drawers has been opened.
Sure. The paper's all messed up.
Aren't there any fingerprints?
Fingerprints? My friend, there's not a single one in this entire apartment anywhere.
Oh. So whoever did it spent his time cleaning up, huh?
After rifling the desk.
No, I don't think so.
What?
Oh, you don't? Mice did it.
The landlord did it.
Yeah. Huh?
Well, look around. Isn't that what happened? The landlord was rifling the desk here when somebody came in and killed him. Looks like he even put up a little fight first. But since his pockets are empty, whatever the killer wanted was on the landlord, not in any desk.
Big deduction. Solves everything.
The picture wasn't worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in.
What'd you say?
Double feature, Johnson. Uh-huh. Sure, I guess I was right. Look here, hole in his pocket. Yeah, it was down on the lining.
What picture?
Don't look so blank, Lieutenant. Remember that note I told you about with the alleged $1,000?
It's a picture of Dove, George.
Let me see.
It's not very clear. It's taken so close up.
Enlargement of part of a picture, that's all. Only look at that. Some guy's got his arms around her. Evening clothes. Which one is it? Which guy?
It's a new one. Search me. I never saw him before.
He looks awfully respectable. There's nothing really wrong, but a picture like that would be worth something. Dove's so attractive that if any...
As a married man, I can tell you that a picture of any man within 500 miles of that babe would be worth something. Oh, but she's so innocent, so dumb.
Take it easy, Johnson. The background's blurred. The color values in the picture are all haywire.
So what? Sergeant, send that babe in here.
Yes, sir. Only she's kind of upset.
Not half as much as she's going to be when I get through with her.
Listen, Johnson, let me do it my way, will you?
I think you ought to go kind of easy with her, sir. You know, she's pretty young.
Oh, you suckers, all of you. Dove, get in here.
Yes, sir. I don't want to be any trouble. Just whatever you say.
Now listen, sister. A man was shot while rifling your apartment. Who's the most likely person to object to a trespasser? You. So you better start.
Yeah. Here, Dove, look at this. Who is it?
What?
Guy in the picture. What's his name?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Never mind the surprise act.
Stopes. J.J. Stopes. I always called him Mister. But can you imagine us putting his arm around me like that when I never even let him hold hands? You see, I always looked upon him as sort of a big... Well, as if he was my big... What's the matter?
Say, brother, I dare you. Just say it once.
Oh, Lieutenant, you're angry about something. I don't understand any of this. Honest, I don't. You can't...
Stop acting dumb.
J.J. Stopes. Okay, Lieutenant, why don't you find him? Come on, Dove.
Oh, yes.
Valentine.
Hey, Max, where are you? Where's your taxi? Dove and I are going for a ride.
Valentine.
Let your sergeant follow me, Lieutenant, but you find Stopes.
Did you try looking in a book, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, there were 17 Andrews. As you said, you took him home the other night.
It's around here someplace. Don't worry, I'll find it.
But I didn't go out with Mr. Andrews tonight. I changed my mind. I mean, Mr. Mendel got all upset, and that made me upset. So I went to a late movie. I mean, after you left.
Look, would you not talk except when I ask you to? I get mixed up every time I look at you.
It's very sweet of you to say so.
Yeah, well, that wasn't exactly... Hey, take it easy, Max.
Just remember, that's all Andrew's place. I'm on the wrong street.
So am I.
What?
Hey, Dove, tell me about that landlord. He was a snoop, is that right? Curious about you, watching to see who you went out with and so on, is that right?
Shall I answer you?
Oh, now look, Dove.
Well, I mean, you mixed me up too, you know. Well, I mean, yes, sure he was. That's all I know about him. I mean, I don't go out with so many fellas, only there's no reason I shouldn't, is there, if they're nice and they ask me? And they usually do, you know. Max up there, he says I'm one of the forces of nature. Of course he exaggerates. Only I can't help it, can I?
Well, here we are, Chief. Well, what are you waiting for?
Turn her over to the sergeant back there, will you, Max?
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
So long, baby. I got another date for tonight.
No, I do not know anything about $1,000.
Well, from the look of your house here, you can afford to, Mr. Andrews.
Please, don't talk so loudly. You'll wake up Mother.
Huh?
Well, this is Mother's house. In fact, it's her money, too.
Oh, yeah. I thought before that I'd seen you someplace. Society stuff, huh?
Now, Mr. Valentine, please, would you get out of here? I don't know anything that would help you.
Where did you meet Dove?
Well, I saw her and wanted to meet her. Who wouldn't?
A blind man. But don't you get it? It costs money for a guy like you to be seen with her.
Oh, no.
Like maybe $1,000. And you write a big joke note to go with it, and you deliver both last night to a dressing room, but you see Mendel nosing around, so you have to tap him over the head.
No. I've never paid anyone $1,000. And besides, the murder wouldn't make sense that I would do it.
Anything could make sense, Buster, where that dame is concerned. Now, look, the landlord was nosing around. He got his hands on some of the pictures. You could have killed him.
I was here at home, and you can ask Mother.
Okay, I will ask her.
Oh, no, stop, wait.
Well...
No. I didn't pay $1,000 because I paid $2,000.
Wow. Now, I thought you'd have some answers. What for? A picture?
Yes. Oh, but it was a fraud, I assure you.
Arms around her?
Yes, but I've never even thought of Dove that way. She's just so beautiful, and she needs protection. It was some sort of process shot.
Yeah, I already thought of that, sure. 2 pictures put together, maybe. Only why so tender about a blackmailer?
Oh, no, I can't believe it. That's why I was at the club tonight. I wanted to ask her about it.
Why didn't you ask when you gave her the dough?
Well, I sent it to the post office.
You did what?
Well, there's a box number. It wasn't to her. You see, I received the instructions by telephone, and it definitely was a man who called.
Man, huh? By telephone? Where's your phone?
Oh, there, but it's an extension, and my mother might...
Be quiet, will you? You'll wake her up. Hello, give me Lieutenant Johnson. This is George Valentine. Mr. Andrews, I think you just waked me up. This is a very simple crime. The clue has been lying right in front of me all...
Valentine, where you been?
Your sergeant told you where I'd be. Now listen, Johnson.
I will not. You listen to me. I'm just on my way out. Traffic called in. That taxi driver, Max, had a wreck.
What?
That's right. All over a retaining wall at the bottom of Commercial Street Hill. You want to know who caused it? The guy who hired you, Lou Mendel.
I let go of me. I didn't do nothing, see?
Motorcycle cop picked you up in your car, didn't he?
Yeah, well, sure, but
Johnson, Max says that Mendel here's sideswiped.
Well, he's not saying much of anything the way he's banged up over there. But yeah, Mendel followed him, then passed him on the right, so he'd have to swing out into a truck.
Well, Mendel?
No, I
Max
didn't.
gunned the cab instead and couldn't make the turn at the bottom of the hill, that's all.
It's not true. Not a word of it. And there's no way you can prove that I was even on this street.
Okay, I won't bother. I'll let Max do it.
What? Now, listen, wait a minute. I'm hiring you because a girl's in trouble, see? Now you got me in it. Now you say she's a blackmailer. Now you say...
Hey, Johnson, did you find the guy in the picture, Stopes?
Yeah. He was the one who wrote the note and sent the $1,000, all right. But he hasn't got anything to do with the murder.
Neither has Andrews. Suckers who've already paid up don't kill people. Only who asked Stopes to pay?
Well, that's a haywire part. Stopes sent the money to Dove because he just assumed she was the one behind it. A man's voice on the phone said send it to a post office box.
What is all this?
Hey, see, Mendel? We're getting the girl out of trouble, all right?
Yes, but
He's smart. Most people you get out of trouble, the fewer there are to be in it. It's who's behind the girl.
Wait a minute. Hello, Max. How do you feel?
Oh, lousy.
No bones broken, but we'll take him down to the hospital as soon as you get
A little
through.
messed up, though, huh?
Yeah.
And, Mendel here did it?
I don't know. Looked like his car, but I don't know how I could prove it.
Yeah, I understand. Messed up your cab pretty bad, too, didn't it?
Yeah, burned. I just got out in time.
Uh-huh. This time of night, nobody around to help you. Or see, either.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, will you listen to me? I tell you I'm driving my car.
Stop shaking, Mendel. Look at Max here. He scratched himself all up and wrecked his cab, too, and he's not nervous. Just scared to death, that's all.
What? Valentine, what are you talking about?
Johnson, you know a man's pretty desperate when he's committed murder. What did you do with the meter in your taxi, Max?
Me? What in the name?
That's why you wrecked the cab, isn't it? Because you knew I'd catch on in about 1 minute flat. Got rid of the meter and then wrecked the cab and burned it fast before I could tear it apart.
You're crazy. It's not enough dough in 5 weeks in that
There's
meter.
a camera in it, though, isn't there?
Camera? Hey, Valentine.
Yeah, that's right. Come to the party. Pictures were fuzzy, taken too close, color values haywire, infrared, I suppose.
You can't prove nothing about nothing. I'm hurt, see? I'm going to the hospital.
Oh, I can prove everything. For instance, trying to point a desperate finger at Mendel here. What did you do? Wait till you spotted him driving home, or was that just luck?
That's a detective for you. His best friend he'd frame in or something. His own grandmother, probably. Valentine, with my own bare hands, I ought to throttle you.
Oh, Buster, you just said it yourself. With your own bare hands.
What?
Yeah, that's how you trapped yourself. You know what I'm talking about. No fingerprints. Not a single fingerprint in that entire apartment where the landlord was killed. Not anywhere.
So it's my fault, I suppose.
You were too careful, Max. Because you reported the crime to me from that same apartment. Well, Buster, why didn't they find your fingerprints on that telephone?
I got him. Get your hand Valentine, wait.
Let go.
Hold him, Sergeant, hold him. Where you going? It's all over.
Oh, no, it's not, Johnson. You're going to look for that taxi meter, aren't you?
Why, sure.
Okay, then. Before you find it, I got about 2 seconds to find Brooksy. My explanation hasn't even started yet.
I wonder what George has up his sleeve. Seems to me this case is open and shut. But I guess we'll just have to be patient for a minute, which won't be hard because of this.
George, I understand all that. And I can read his confession in the morning.
Well, I just wanted you to get it from me first. Hey, driver, get off the main street, will you, and go a little faster?
Sure. No place faster. That makes sense. I should argue.
George, the thing I'm interested in is Dove.
Well, me too.
What man wouldn't be? But she was responsible for all this. Max couldn't have done it without her cooperation, so...
No, Angel. I think she told the truth. I think she's just dumb.
You too, huh? Not that she isn't dumb, but...
See, I wanted to demonstrate something to you. That's why we're in this cab. You see, I was in Max's cab with Dove earlier, like the other guys had been. And I saw how it could have worked.
How what could have worked?
Well, if they ever develop pictures from that meter, one of them will be me, with my arms around her.
George!
So that's why I think she's so innocent. And she couldn't understand the pictures herself, so therefore...
You mean she's a menace to...
Hey, driver, take that corner a little faster, huh?
George, what on earth are you...
See what I mean? Just accidental, that's all. The arms, that is.
Well, that's your story.
Yeah. Take another corner, will you, friend?
Sure, let's get dizzy. Hang on. Hey, you two. I ain't going around no corners no more. Oh, well. Maybe he's a brother or something.
You have just heard Big Brother, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. The story was by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, you all set for another visit with Valentine? I hope so. Because, as always, we have what I think is a real peachy little bit of mayhem in store for you. It's a little thing called sucker stunt, which will give you a rough idea as what is about to take place. In case you want the gaps filled in, why don't you forget about me and watch how George handles the situation on Let George Do It.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'll be back around 10:30, and then we'll get the guy.
What? Go on.
Well, that's all it says, George. Just a note shoved under the door. I found it when I opened up. Dear Mr. Valentine, I'll be back around 10:30, and then we'll get the guy. There's no time or signature.
Hello. What's the matter? Hey, you waited for me, didn't you? Oh, I'm Tim McGee.
Is that supposed to mean something?
Well, sure, I'm the guy who...
Yeah, I know. You wrote this note.
But you didn't sign it.
I what? Why do you like that? I'm so wound up, I don't know what I'm doing. Sure, Tim McGee, that's my name.
Sit down. You look worn out. Been up all night?
Working. Here, let me unload. I'm a photographer, see?
Yeah, so I noticed.
Work up the north side of town. You know, weekly newspaper, that kind of stuff. I'm doing all right, see? I could support her myself. That's what gets me. That's what I don't understand.
Her? I thought it was a guy you were out to get.
Oh, well, sure. His name is Florio.
I think you'd better start at the beginning.
What happened? Did somebody steal your girl?
Huh? Oh, no. It's my kid sister, see? She's only 18, lives with an aunt, but I feel sort of responsible. But you know how girls that age are. She won't listen to anything.
She mixed up with this guy?
I'm afraid she'll marry him. This address is down
What's
here.
What's wrong with him? Why do you need me?
Look, Mr. Valentine, I'm just an ordinary dull jerk. My sister won't listen to me. But I want you to see this guy. All this romantic European stuff, there's something fishy with it.
Look, I still don't get it. What's fishy about it?
Look, he's never told her what his business is. And he won't tell her. He's a good 20 years older than her. I phoned him once, trying to meet him, have a beer or something. But you know what he said? It was none of my business. I had to stay away from him or I'd get a nosebleed.
Nice guy. Okay, Tim, you got his address. Let's go take a look at Florio's nose. Just for size.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a minute. Now back to George Valentine and Let George Do It.
Are you married?
I used to be, but she wasn't much. It was no good. We're sort of separated. Maybe that's it. I've been a sucker myself.
You said 412, didn't you?
Florio's. We buy and sell. Looks more like a bookie joint. Jewelry, leather goods, exchange, musical instruments.
That must be him right there in the window, that dark boy with the light teeth. Busy as a beaver. Okay, I'll go inside and take a look.
Yeah, but what are you going to say? You'll spoil everything if you're telling me.
Don't worry. I'll think of something.
Look, if you can strike up a conversation, make him spend a little time, maybe you could... Wait a minute, here. Here, take this.
Huh?
Sell it to him.
Your camera?
Yeah, sure. It's got a couple scratches. Anyway, I got another. I get him wholesale.
Well, from the looks of the place, you'll probably get clipped.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It'd be worth the price to even have that much on him. Here, ask for $175. That's what it was, wholesale. Go ahead.
Well, it's another sucker stunt, but okay.
I'll wait for you.
Good morning.
Hello. You, Florio? You the boss?
Also the cook and bottle washer, yeah. You have business?
Yeah.
Of course, Mr. Valentine. It's a pleasure.
Oh, you know me?
Oh, yes. I have been in this neighborhood 15 years. What is it, the camera?
Yeah.
Sell or loan?
Well, see what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think I've ever stopped in your shop here before. Pretty good business?
Pretty good taxes. How is your business, Mr. Valentine? You must get a great many strange cases.
Oh, I do.
Well, a Jefferson Mini, eh? 2.9 lens.
Yeah, good condition. Practically new.
Oh, it seems a shame to sell. Do you have a little time?
Why?
Oh, not about the camera. I just thought you might have lunch. You see, if you wouldn't mind, my wife is a great admirer of yours.
Your, wife, Florio?
My boss. My better 3/4. Not beautiful, but then so am I. And such a wonderful
Florio,
cook,
let me see that camera a second, will you?
Oh, the scratches. I didn't even notice.
No, neither did I. Nice compact camera, though. Fits in my pocket without its even being noticed.
Yes, why sell it? But if you wish, I give you a loan. But this is not important. It is lunch with me and my wife and children.
I'd love to, Florio, but some other time, okay?
Uh-huh.
Right now, I got to straighten out a sucker.
Hey, but what did he say? What did he
Here's the money. $25.
25?
What's the matter? Not enough?
Oh, sure, but...
All right, come on back to the office. I want you to sign a receipt.
But, Mr. Valentine, I got work to do
Look,
today.
if a guy's crooked, you want him nailed legally. Well, come on, let's get going.
Mr. Valentine, what is this? You've been driving almost 3 hours now.
Mr. Valentine doesn't like to talk while he drives.
But even when you went back up to the office, you didn't explain.
I had some phone calls to make, that's all.
I think he telephoned your sister, Tim.
Oh, is that nice, Angel? He knows he hasn't got a sister.
Now, look.
Just like he knows that the first time he saw Florio was probably when he walked by the shop this morning. Took a look at Florio so he could describe him to me.
Look, I don't understand you at all. I don't know.
Okay.
If I'd known that you weren't going to believe anything I said, I'd have gone someplace else. Holy smoke, look at the time. I got work to do. What do you think you're taking me anyway? My wife will be worried if I don't phone her.
Oh, I thought you said you were separated from your wife, that she was no good.
Well,
How
yeah.
could you phone her if she doesn't have a number?
What?
I checked that. While George was talking to the police.
Well, sure. I really got a wife, but she don't live in the city. We don't even speak. What is this, Apple Junction?
Don't you know?
No. Never been out this way before.
Oh. May I read him the early morning newspaper, George? It's just a little item, not very important. Mr. Ben Roberts, a salesman for the Fruit Growers Equipment Company, said that he picked up the hitchhiker about 100 miles north of Apple Junction shortly after midnight, and that the man held him up and left him after traveling south only a few miles. The man was described as ordinary in appearance, about 35 years old, about 5 feet 9 inches in height, wearing overcoat and hat.
Well, I guess that could be almost anybody, couldn't it?
Taken from Mr. Roberts was $112 in cash, including a $50 bill, a good luck Canadian dollar, and a brand new camera, Jefferson miniature with an f2.9 lens.
Hey, that's a coincidence.
Yeah, isn't it? Doesn't say anything about scratches, does it, Angel? Where the camera serial number should have been?
No, George.
Now listen, both of you.
Oh, Tim, it's as old as the hills, that gag. You want to fence a stolen item, but you see a newspaper story about it, so you want to be careful. You get somebody like me who's known in the neighborhood to make the sale for you. After I'd handed you the money, you'd have made up another bright story and disappeared.
That's not true.
I didn't say it was. I haven't accused you of anything. But, brother, you used the word sucker a little too loosely. Oh, I know I stick my neck out putting an ad like mine in the paper. And all too often, bright boys like you try to take advantage of it.
George, turn right. There's the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
No, let me out. Please, let me out. I'll explain everything.
For once, Buster, I'm going to make a sucker out of the guy who tried to make me a sucker.
No, please keep going. I didn't do it. I never even been in this town before, honest.
Well, look who's here. If it ain't Tim again. Been away?
Oh, no.
Okay, sucker. Now I start enjoying myself.
Well, Tim here's never really been in any trouble before, Mr. Valentine, but he sure fits the description.
Yeah, I'll say he does.
Oh, be quiet, will you? What are you doing here anyway, Ames? He's the hired hand out of my wife's place, Mr. Valentine. Nobody believes him.
I sent for him just a few minutes ago.
Well, day off. I guess I can do anything I want, can't I?
Ben. Oh, Ben.
Right here, Sheriff. Just admiring the calendars in your office. Better than the ones in the barber shop. Oh, excuse me, lady.
Ben Roberts, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Roberts, the one who was robbed at midnight last night?
First time in 17 years on this road. Let me tell you, Mac, I've picked up hitchhikers all my life, and not a single one of them has ever held me up.
Skip it. Is this the guy, Ben?
Of course not. Of course I'm not.
Is he?
Well, it was night. I don't want to just come right
Here's
out.
the camera. He scratched off the serial number. He hasn't been searched yet for the money, but...
I'll do it right now.
Let go. Let me
Here.
get your hands off.
Here's his wallet. It's your pen, ain't it, Ben?
Me?
Sure, with the trick flashlight. You showed it to me once, remember?
Yeah.
Look, I found it, I tell you. I found it someplace yesterday. I
oh,
don't
stop
know.
trying so hard, Tim. Here's a $50 bill in the wallet. You don't see them very often.
George, look, a Canadian dollar.
Oh, cut it out. I don't have to see all that stuff.
You don't have to be a nice guy, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah. Who's kidding who? I recognize him. Sorry, sucker.
Okay, Sheriff, that's it. So long, Tim.
I'll get even with you, Valentine.
Hold on a minute, Valentine. You're not leaving. While you were out driving with this bird, I got another case.
What do you mean?
Well, apparently sometime around midnight last night, about 50 miles south of here, that's where Tim McGeehan's wife lived. Well, that's when the doctor says she was murdered.
What's that? What'd you say? My wife? Oh, no, she can't be.
And at the same time, Tim was committing a robbery 100 miles north of town.
That's what I mean, Valentine. I really need your help. Tim's the only good suspect. But since you proved he couldn't do it, well, now you've given him a perfect alibi.
Okay, Sheriff, don't rub it in. And all I wanted was to keep from being played for a sucker. Oh, brother.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a minute.
And now back to George Valentine. If your name is George Valentine, you don't enjoy being played for a sucker. And so when Tim McGeehan comes into your office with a weak-kneed story, you waste no time in turning the tables on him. You take him out to Apple Junction, where you prove that he committed the hitchhike robbery of a salesman north of town. Oh, no, you're no sucker. Not much. Because now you find that at exactly the same time, Tim's wife was being murdered south of town.
Ben, you could have made a mistake, couldn't you?
Well, I might have, George. That's your name, isn't it, George? We had a sales manager once whose name
Yeah,
was...
well, I mean, when you identified that guy, he's strictly a medium-sized, medium-everything character.
You can say that again.
Well, you hesitated. Yeah, I remember you hesitated.
That's right, George. So I did. The man hates that point a finger at another man and say, put him in jail.
Yeah, I know how you feel. But, maybe you were wrong.
Well, now, a man's a fool if he don't say he's wrong once in a while. At least that's what the milkman said to the prize-fighter's wife.
Yeah, Well, it was late at night. Maybe you were out with some of the boys earlier. Don't remember too well.
Tell you a funny thing about me, George. I like a good time as well as the next fella, but not when I'm working. See that? You don't get solid gold watches in my outfit for just flirting with waitresses. No, sir. Last night I might have been tired, but I was wide awake and alert. Anyway, how do you explain all that stuff of mine? He had it, didn't he?
Okay, Ben. Okay, Skipper. His wife was quite a dish, I understand.
Search me. But she owned an orchard, the sheriff says.
Yeah, that's what bothers me most. Tim McGeehan's the only one to benefit from her death. And he's got a perfect alibi.
Don't take it so hard, Valentine. We haven't even got a fingerprint crew from the city out there yet.
Apparently it wasn't just a cold-blooded murder.
No. She was strangled and slugged over the head. Crime of passion. It's all it could be where a woman like Doris McGeehan was concerned.
So if it wasn't done for a money motive, then I don't see why you think it had to be Tim McGeehan.
Angel, I'm going to throw a curve back at that guy if it's the last thing I do. Come on, let's go see where it happened.
Okay. Hey, you, Ames.
Yeah?
Come on with us.
Ames?
Yeah, McGeehan's hired hand. He can show us around.
Nice orchard. Not a bad-looking little place.
Yeah, careful of the loose board there.
Hey, get off the porch. Who is it?
Hello, Joe. My deputy. Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Oh, come in, folks.
You weren't here yesterday, Mr. Ames?
Oh, no, ma'am, not me. Day off. I always go fishing on my day off. Spend the night in the hills.
Here, Mr. Valentine. Here's where the body was.
Who found it?
Joe here. Come out to ask a couple questions about Tim after you phoned saying you had him.
Wow. It certainly was a fight here, wasn't there?
You'll see. Table knocked over, rug kicked up.
Yeah, and the front door was open, just the way it is now.
George, where are you going?
Back door. Through here, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Locked.
Hey, what are you doing?
I want to shut the front door, that's all. Latch was on this one, too, wasn't it?
What are you driving at?
Oh, simple type crime, Sheriff. Ames, where did you say you were last night?
Well, up in the hills, I told you.
Sure, I know, but where are the fish you caught?
Well, I only got one. I ate it. Now, looky here.
You notice the two glasses there on the table, Sheriff?
Yeah?
You say Mrs. McGeehan had no particular friends
Well,
or
there's
anybody?
a couple of fellas, but it only took about 2 seconds to cross them off fast. One was up in San Francisco, the other was a party.
Never mind. I think I know how to wrap this crime up for you fast. And I'll enjoy doing it, too.
George, what are you talking about?
We're not far from the highway, Valentine. Almost any transient or bum could have wandered over
All right,
here.
look at the evidence, Sheriff. Mrs. McGeehan was alone, right?
Yeah.
Then someone came, a man, but he couldn't have just broken in because both doors were locked.
Well, that's true, but
if he'd been a stranger, there's a telephone. She could have called for help. Besides, whoever it was, she gave him a drink.
Well, you got to break Tim McGeehan's alibi. He hated her, I tell you. They fought lots of times. I seen him.
Ames, I know it'd be nice if we could hang it onto him, but we can't. So who's left but you?
Well, now, wait a minute, Sheriff.
He paid no attention to her, only worked for
I
her.
told you it was a simple crime. Just because you know him, stop shutting your eyes to the obvious.
Well, let go of me. I didn't do it.
Ames, come back.
I didn't. I'm not going to get railroaded.
Look out, George!
Oh, no, you don't. Buster!
Holy smokes. He's such a nice guy.
All right, you got your murderer, Sheriff. Lock him up.
Valentine, I know you're sore at me.
All right, if I use your one chair, Tim?
Oh, sure. Not a very fancy cell, I'm afraid.
Tim, now listen to me. I was sore at you, sure. That camera deal, you played me for a sucker.
Well, I never pulled a robbery before.
For a while, I thought maybe you'd suckered me into helping you with a gratuitous alibi.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, forget it. Relax, will you? Sheriff will be here in a minute. He's got Ames, all right.
What?
Yeah. So I thought I'd better be a nice guy and warn you what the penalty is for armed holdup. Robbing a man of several $100 worth of stuff.
But what did you say about Ames?
You'd better worry about yourself for a change, Tim.
What?
Of course, first offense could be heavy. You might be out in a couple of years, but...
Look, what are you driving at? I know what a dumb thing I did.
Oh, no. Maybe it was smart. This man, Ben Roberts, got held up last night up north and reported it as soon as he got into town. The early morning papers printed the story. Well, that was quite a break. Good piece of luck.
Piece of what? Look, you're getting me all mixed up.
You didn't come to see me until after the banks had opened, 10:30, remember? So you'd have had a chance to go get some money, pick up a Canadian dollar and a new camera. After all, the newspaper told you what kind to buy.
No, that's not true. I don't know what you're talking about. Then what's that you said about Ames being...
Let go of me, will you? Let go of me.
Cut it out, Ames. Get in there. Go
Sheriff, listen, get me a lawyer.
Lawyer's not going to do you any good.
Get me a lawyer.
Well, I'll be... So that's it. He did it. Ames did it. He killed Doris.
Now you see what I mean about thinking of yourself?
The penalty for robbery, Tim, could easily be 5 years.
You sent for me, George?
Oh, yeah, Ben. Stick around. You too, Sheriff.
I can't get over it. Ames. He never even noticed Doris, just a hired hand. I ran. I didn't even think of looking for him.
What did you say?
I mean...
5 years, Tim. So how about it? I understand what kind of a spot you were in. The only big suspect for her death. She played around and you hated her, even if you didn't live there anymore.
Mr. Valentine, I don't know what...
I gave you a start a minute ago, huh? You read about Ben's robbery in the newspaper. You knew nobody'd ever believe you unless you had a foolproof alibi. You figured it was better to take a lesser rap in order to make sure of dodging the gas chamber.
Hey, what's all this, George?
Oh, well, you gave me the idea, Ben. You wouldn't have described the hitchhiker in such general terms unless you really hadn't got too good a look at him.
But he had my camera.
Well, he was running. He was in the city. He saw a list of what was stolen in the newspaper. He realized he'd fit the vague description. So, he He went around and bought the stuff, filed the serial number off the camera so you couldn't check it, and also so I'd be sure to see through his story and nail him. In fact, he hired me to nail him.
Holy smoke.
Oh, Sheriff, ask the other guy to step in here, will you please?
Sure. You, come in here. That's all right. Just stand there in the door.
Uh-huh. Medium-sized, about 35. Wearing hat and overcoat. What about it, Ben?
Well, you mean, could that guy be the one who held me up? Oh, gosh, I don't know. Who is he?
Cop, I dressed up. Okay, thanks, Joe.
Don't that beat all? You know, I'll grant you it is pretty hard to identify a man.
Never mind. I'll tell the truth.
Well, now you're getting smart, Tim. Only what happened that made you so sure you had to pull all this?
Yes, what did you mean a second ago when you said you ran? You didn't even think of looking for Ames.
Well, I was there after it happened at Doris'.
All right, go on. They'll need your testimony.
Well, I went down to see Doris last night. I was good and sore. She'd been playing around with guys on the QT. Even if we are separated, it doesn't mean that you can... Well, anyway, my fingerprints are probably all over the house. When I got there, the door was open. She was lying there dead. I ran, hopped a truck to the city, but I had to make up something, didn't I?
And a robbery north of town was the golden opportunity, sure. Brooksy, you get all that down?
I've got it all, George.
What?
Sheriff, that does it. You can turn Ames loose now. I've broken the sucker's alibi.
Why, you dirty...
Look
out,
George!
him!
Cut it out. All right, now take it easy. I didn't say you killed your wife, did I? Well, what's the matter? There's a fair chance he didn't. He just took advantage of a lucky break, that's all, the holdup.
What are you driving at, Valentine?
Hasn't it occurred to any of you that the holdup itself might be phony?
What's all this?
Yeah, that Ben here is just about the type guy who might have been mixed up with Doris McGean on the QT, the big traveling salesman.
Oh, George, you're crazy.
That last night he could have come into town from the south instead of the north after throwing away his camera and money and a Canadian dollar. Oh, Buster, it sure must have scared you today when the robber showed up. And of all people, her husband.
You're going to let him talk like that, Sheriff? I never even met this Doris.
When we searched you today, Tim, you had Ben's fountain pen, the one with the trick flashlight, remember?
What, if he took it off me last night when he held me up?
Careful, Ben, careful. Don't get tangled up now. If anybody had stolen it from you, they'd have taken it out of your pocket, right? And if so, why didn't they take that solid gold watch you're so proud of?
George, that's right.
Hey.
Of course, Tim claimed he'd found the pen someplace.
Sure, that's
so
the point.
It couldn't have been stolen anyway, huh?
Wait a minute. Let me think. Never occurred to me.
Found it yesterday, you said, Tim. Come on, now. I remember. Sometime yesterday, or last night.
Don't listen to him. How would he know where
I'm trying to remember. Shut up.
Where'd you find it? Where, Tim? Someplace around your wife's farm, maybe. Last night, maybe.
Wait, I got it. Yeah, sure, the pen. I picked it up. Sure. I know where. Sure. Mr. Roberts.
No. Look out. Get out of my way. I'll kill you too.
Grab him, Sheriff.
That doesn't...
George, I know Ben Roberts is the murderer, but the only trouble is, look at Tim McGean's face. Like the cat that ate the mouse. Of course, he did make a sucker out of you, but...
Brooksy, stick around. In about 2 seconds, I'll settle once and for all who's the sucker in this case.
You are listening to Let George Do It. You will hear the conclusion of our adventure in just a minute.
Mr. Valentine, he confessed, so what's the difference?
Tell me now. Where did you find his pen, Tim?
Well, you don't need it as evidence. I'll remember eventually, but last night I was so scared and upset.
That you don't remember at all.
Well, it must have been around a farm someplace.
Uh-huh. You just pretended you knew so that he'd...
Well, it did the trick. Boy, that guy's a real sucker.
You're pretty good at taking people in, too.
Well...
But it's so stupid. If you'd come to George in the first place and told him the truth instead of going out to buy that camera and pretending...
Robert's phony hold-up story might never have been broken.
He's right, Angel. The way it worked out.
So, now I'm all clear. If pick up my $50 bill and camera from the sheriff and walk out. I gambled my whole savings and maybe 5 years in prison, and now I'm free and it don't even cost me a cent.
Whole savings account, huh? Well, here, look at this. Camera's worth over 200 retail, isn't it?
Well, sure, I can get at least... Hey, wait a minute. No, give me that.
Oh, no. Here's the receipt you signed. I bought that camera for $25. Get the picture? So long, sucker.
You have just heard Sucker Stunt, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey is starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Well, it's time to batten down the hatches again, 'cause here comes George Valentine. You must know George by now. He's the fellow who makes trouble to keep you out of it. Now, perhaps that doesn't make too much sense, but after all, what does in this day and time? So I just want you to be content with the fact that this is Let George Do It, and let the chips fall where they may.
Dear Mr. Valentine, it's one thing to be the keeper of your brother. It's quite another to be the keeper of your brother-in-law. Particularly one that you haven't met, that you don't want to meet, that you wish would stay in South America where he belongs, and that shouldn't have married your sister in the first place. When my sister wrote that she was meeting her husband's ship here in town, naturally, I insisted that they be my guests. But, Mr. Valentine, the price of hospitality seems to run high. No sooner had I put the welcome mat out than the word must have got round. The X must be on my doorstep, because now my house is being watched. I am being watched. Well, Mr. Valentine, I am not an excavation, and I have no intention of letting brotherly love dig me into any sort of premature grave. Sincerely, Franklin J. Scott. Sit down, sit down.
This is a lovely place, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. It's been in the Scott family for years.
Yes, I've heard of your family.
Certainly not on the financial page. But you know, that was the difficulty when my sister married Sid Forrest. The social thing, I mean. Now, please understand, I'm not a snob, but she certainly made a peculiar choice. You see, she was back east at the time.
Yes, I think you mentioned that. Look, I'd really rather hear about your house being watched.
No, wait. This comes first. Sid Forrest. Marion met him in Saratoga, I think. He'd won a racehorse in a poker game, and they spent their honeymoon watching it lose from then on. That will give you the general idea about him.
It will?
Oh, I've done my best to be sympathetic. Sent Marion money every once in a while. I stood up against some of the other members of the family for them, and I really had hopes of being justified when Sid went to Guiana, French Guiana, a little town called Jean Cache it was.
When was this? You mean he left your sister?
No such luck. He left a couple of years ago to make something of himself in mining. Well, I don't think he did so well on money, but at least it's a try, and Marion assures me he's coming back quite a different man.
Mm-hmm. But you're not so sure that he's as reformed as she claims. This house-watching before he gets here.
Exactly. Marion herself is arriving later on tonight.
And you called me instead of the police because if your brother-in-law is mixed up in something irregular again, you don't want publicity of the law around, huh?
Now I know I hired the right man.
Well, don't be too sure yet. You still haven't said a word about who's watching you, why you're so afraid.
Oh, here. That part's the easiest.
Huh?
What?
The man who watches. He's out there every night. At least the past 3 nights. Quiet now. I'll turn out the lights.
Oh, I'll get them.
Thank you. Who he is, that's your job. I tried to speak to him once, but he just walked past me.
Oh, what's this? Side porch, patio?
Shh. Out this way. No, wait. There.
Where?
Under the street light.
Oh, yeah. There is a man there, all right.
Well, he's not doing anything.
Oh, no, he never does. The first night, I'd gone out for a moment and left the house open. When I came back, I saw him running away from the porch, but not a thing had been touched.
He's moving around in front. Come on.
Mr. Scott, how do you know there's any connection between that man and your brother-in-law?
Well, I know it seems far-fetched, but people in this climate don't usually wear white linen suits like that, do they? But down in French Guiana...
There, wait a minute. Coming down the walk now.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Valentine, what do you think?
I don't think anything. I'm stupid. I'm just a guy who likes to ask questions.
George, be careful.
Excuse me, friend. You got a light?
What?
Light. Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, no. No, thank you.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Slow down, Buster.
Get away from me.
Not tonight. There. That's better.
I didn't do anything.
Did you get him? Now, hang on to him.
Take it easy now. He's not going anyplace.
Who are you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, like that, huh?
Please, let me go.
The lady asked you a question.
I'm sorry, I said.
Why? You said yourself you didn't do anything.
No, let me go.
What are you doing here, watching this house?
I don't know. I haven't been.
Oh, Buster, you're wasting our time.
No, get away from me. Oh, please don't.
Come on. Empty the pockets. Here, Scott, grab that.
I've got it.
There's nothing in his coat. Just a scrap of paper.
Uh-huh. And a calling card. An old beat-up calling card.
Yeah, the paper has your address printed on it, Mr. Scott.
Huh? Let me see.
Address, and that's all.
Oh, you're hurting my arm. I won't try to get away.
Okay, now you're getting smart. What's on the calling card, Mr. Scott?
Mr. Jack McDonald, Rue d'Alvasso, Jean Cache, French Guiana.
All right, is that you, Jack McDonald?
No, please, I don't know.
Buster, you said that once too many times.
George, wait. Look at him. He looks sick.
Okay, now for the last time, who are you?
I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Now, I wonder what's the matter with Junior. Is he scared of George, or did he take stupid pills for lunch? Well, whatever's the cause, we'll find out in just a moment. Now, let's get back to George Valentine and the boy who lost his memory.
Loss of memory? I don't believe it.
Take it easy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, any luck with the cablegram, Brooksy?
No, not yet, but a man at Western Union looked up the address for me. He says something called McDonald Brothers Limited practically owns the town of Jean Cache, so we'll get the answer all right.
Jean Cache in French Guiana. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I don't think so.
Just what do you remember, friend?
That address in my pocket, it seemed to mean something.
Where did you get it?
I remember walking up here from the waterfront.
Waterfront?
I mean, 3 days ago. I remember the past 3 days, all right. There was something about a fight, I think. But I don't know.
All right, relax. We're just trying to help you. So maybe you got in a fight and got knocked on the head, huh?
Maybe, yes.
For instance, you've got a suit on, but just a T-shirt underneath.
What do you mean, Valentine?
Greasy hands, George.
Yeah, all cracked and bruised.
I'm sorry.
So maybe you work around the waterfront. Does that check?
Well, sure. Only this kind of suit.
Jean Cache down in Guiana. The waterfront is Jean Cache. Or he works aboard a ship with a...
Yeah, hold it.
I'll get it, George. Hello?
I'm causing a lot of trouble.
Oh, yes.
Stay here, will you? Western Union, Angel? Any luck?
Huh? Wait a minute, George. All right. Thanks very much. Well, that's one lead gone down the drain.
What do you mean?
He's not the man whose card he had. The big shot down in Guiana. Jack McDonald.
Why not?
Mr. McDonald committed suicide over 6 weeks ago. George, anything new?
Oh, I'm doing about as well as you did, Angel.
What's that?
friend of mine on a newspaper is checking ship arrivals. Our mental lapse here says he never heard of your brother-in-law, Sid Forrest.
Well, I don't know that I haven't.
But maybe Sid'll remember him, Check.
Oh, you mean just keep this man until Sid gets here and... But wait, Valentine, I don't even know the name of Sid's ship.
I know. I just asked your sister.
Huh? Yes, Marion should be calling from the airport, but... What'd you say?
She's out in the hall right now. That's what I came to tell you. Brooksy, stay here with Mr. Rex, will you?
Sure, George.
Marion, here? For heaven's sakes, why didn't you call? What in the name of him...
Franklin, darling.
Hello, Marion. You distinctly wrote that I should pick you up at the airport when you got in.
Don't be so stuffy. Wait till I slide out from under this hat. There. Mr. Ambler met me and dropped me off here. Did I upset all your darling little plans?
Now, stop it. Ambler? Who's Ambler?
Friend of mine. He's handled some of my business things. Can't your little sister have a few friends if she... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. You've got somebody waiting on the phone, haven't you?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh, my purse. I wrote that name down somewhere. I sent Sidney your address by radio, Franklin, just a few days ago. Golden something, I know. A
Hello,
freighter.
Phil, still there? Well, try the list of freighters. Golden something or other.
I thought I had it, but Franklin, what's going on? Who's Mr. Valentine?
No. Nothing to worry about. Just checking when Sidney will be in, that's all.
Oh, they never seem to know, I guess. He warned me about freighter schedules.
Golden Drake, is that the one?
Yes, that's right, Golden Drake.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Joe.
Why, what's the matter?
When did you hear from your husband, Mrs. Forrest?
Well, he sent me an airmail a couple of weeks ago.
What are you driving at, Valentine?
Well, that's the right ship, all right. Only one to touch a Jean Cash the past month. Only the Golden Drake is already in. It docked here 3 days ago.
What? I don't understand. Sidney wrote... Well, where is he? Franklin, hasn't Sidney gotten in touch with you?
Just a minute, please. Mr. Scott, you told me you'd never met your brother-in-law, right?
Well, yes.
Or seen him, or seen his picture?
Please, both of you.
No, I haven't. Just a moment, Marion.
What's happened?
A man in a linen suit who's been a Jean Cash, who acts as though he really does have amnesia, who's written down your address and seems to feel he should be here at this house.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, of course. It's obvious.
For the last time, what are you talking about?
Come on, Mrs. Forrest.
Isn't that ridiculous? It never even occurred to me. Sidney, of course. Right in here, Marion. Sidney's already here. He's...
Where?
Hello, ma'am.
Isn't that man...
Him? Don't be silly. I've never seen him before in my life. Mr. Valentine, where is Sidney? Will you please tell me what's happened to him?
I don't know, Mrs. Forrest. I wish I did. Your husband seems to have disappeared.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a minute.
Now, back to George Valentine. You're hired because Mr. Scott is worried about a man watching his house, a man who doesn't know who he is or why he is there. He's carrying the card of Jack McDonald. But Mr. McDonald committed suicide in South America nearly 2 months ago. Is he Mr. Scott's brother-in-law, Sidney Forrest? Well, now Mrs. Forrest is here, and she should know, and she says he isn't. So if your name is George Valentine, you decide the only way to solve this problem is to find Sid Forrest. And so you first try the ship that supposedly brought him in 3 days ago.
Golden Drake. It's not much, is it?
Looks more like a tin duck.
Is this where we're
come on, let's go aboard.
What kind of a flag is that?
Come on, hurry up, Brooksy, before they swing that boom again.
Oh.
Flag? I don't know. Panama, I think. Something like that.
Valentine.
Lieutenant Johnson.
What are you doing here?
All right. One at a time.
My friends, you stand aboard a pirate ship.
What did you say?
An illegal, irregular, should have been sunk scow.
No, is that nice, Lieutenant?
You shut up.
Come on, Johnson. What's it all about?
My friends meet Bluebeard himself.
Captain Task, folks. Lieutenant here's a little sore, that's all. It'll wear off.
Wear off? Oh, no, it won't. Your ship's been in port 3 days, and he waits until half an hour ago to report a man overboard.
I told you I had a cargo to worry about. I've been tied up by you birds before, and when you got perishables aboard, you can't sit around waiting for red.
Please. What man overboard?
Oh, passenger, that's all. Had a passenger this trip.
Man named Sidney Forrest.
Sid Forrest?
There's nothing to raise a blow about. Committed suicide, that's all. Overboard suicide. You see, this is my own ship. I get my cargo ashore fast enough, maybe I can barely pay off the bank. The guy's already dead. You can't help nothing by speeding up matters.
Who says you're qualified to decide his death was a suicide?
Oh, it was suicide, all right. Only now, with this stuff you tell me about an amnesia case...
Okay, then let's start from the beginning. What happened?
Task barely saw Forrest, apparently. He stayed in his cabin all the time, right?
Yeah, just about. All the way from Jean Cache. That's where he came aboard.
Yes, we know.
Well, Forrest and the ocean didn't get along too well, so he locked himself in. But he was a sick-looking guy to start out with. I wasn't really too surprised when I saw the note.
Note? What note?
Wait a minute. Don't get ahead of yourself. There was a storm a couple of nights before they hit port.
Yeah, that's right. I was on the bridge. Deck watch gave a yell, said he saw a splash. I could see a man in the water. Got the ship turned, got out the lights, but we couldn't find him again. Too rough to drop a boat, so that was it.
All right, go on.
Jose, the steward, he'd seen this thing, too. He was slipping a radiogram under Mr. Forrest's door a little later. I was down checking the crew to see who was missing. Anyway, Jose couldn't get an answer to a knock, so I broke in Forrest's cabin and found out he was missing.
Come on in here, I'll show you.
Is this his cabin?
Yeah.
I didn't touch anything. As soon as I got in port, I locked her up tight in a drum.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is the radiogram. His wife mentioned it, remember, Brooksy?
Yes. The one giving her brother's address, Mr. Scott's.
Here. This is a note you want to see.
To whom it may concern, huh?
Sitting just like that on the desk it was. Same place. I knew better than to even open that before I got into port and had witnesses.
Oh, you're the soul of cooperation, all right.
Yeah. Typical suicide note, all right.
His health, he said. Like I told you, the guy was...
Sure. Nothing wrong with the note.
Only it's 2 suicides in only a couple of months.
Yeah.
And who says Sidney Forrest wrote that note?
And, Captain, I want to know how many members of your crew are ashore and what they look like.
Huh? Well, none of them yet. Deckhands, at least.
From the engine room?
Oh, sure. Engine crew's been ashore 3 days now. Why?
Engine crew. Remember his hands, George?
Yeah, that's right. Captain, you're going with Miss Brooks to try and identify him.
Hey, wait a minute, Valentine. Where are you going?
Ambler. I think that was his name. A financial friend of Forrest's wife. Yeah, Johnson, I think it's about time we started checking everybody's story.
Well, yes, I met her at the plane. Oh, good heavens, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Okay, Mr. Ambler.
I have known Mrs. Forrest for some time, helped with her investments. In fact, that's what I'm doing now. She asked me to. I have to run down to that boat.
Uh-huh. Well, I checked with the government authorities. Forrest sent quite a bunch of stuff up here by registered mail.
Mm-hmm, that's right. Mailed things on ahead. But there are papers with his personal baggage to be gone over.
On the ship, yeah.
Yes. Well, shall we be going then? You know, I'm supposed to be in Seattle. I know this is very upsetting for Mrs. Forrest, but I can't let my own business slide.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Ambler. These securities, bonds, property deeds. Did you know Mr. Forrest was supposed to be a failure?
Who told you that?
His brother-in-law, Mr. Scott. But Sid Forrest really did all right for himself down in Jean Cache, didn't he?
Well, I don't really know the amount. It'll take me several months to dispose of everything for his wife, but, well, yes. He apparently struck it pretty rich.
Uh-huh. Say, look, you run onto the ship by yourself, huh? I've got something else to do.
John Doe. Is that any kind of a name?
There's no law against it. I don't know. I'm sorry.
But you worked on the ship under that name.
The captain definitely identified him, George. He signed on as an oiler at the last minute at Jean Cache.
The chief engineer gave me that name. It happens all the time. Well, what's the matter with that?
Where's your amnesia, friend?
Well, I meant...
Oh, skip it. I guess we fed you that idea when all you were trying to do was clam up.
I don't know.
You don't know. First, you prowl around watching a man's house. That's trespass, vagrancy, and a few other things. Then you sucker people into thinking that
Take it easy, Johnson. Take it easy. You cabled a full description and query to Jean Cash, didn't you?
What?
So we wait for an answer, that's all. Only in the meantime, let's see. Sid Forrest locked himself in his cabin. Now, why lock?
I don't know what you're talking about.
To avoid somebody who was on the same ship? That'd be one obvious answer.
Of course, George.
Only maybe he didn't avoid him, huh? But the suicide note's genuine. It checks with Forrest's letters and things.
You know, I'm interested in Sid Forrest's money. Forrest wasn't a very nice guy. And as I remember it, the town of Jean Cash was supposed to be owned by the McDonald outfit.
What are you driving at, George?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. The cable will tell us. You remember about Jack McDonald, though, Johnson? Guy who committed suicide down there?
Yeah, that's right.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Jack McDonald, who had all the money in Jean Cash. McDonald Brothers Limited. That was the name of the company, wasn't it?
I haven't done anything.
Okay, never mind. There's the answer right now.
Yeah, hello? Right, Sergeant, let's have it. Yeah.
All right. My name is McDonald, but what of it? He was my brother, Jack McDonald. Sid Forrest swindled him out of the company.
Was that why your brother committed suicide?
Because of Forrest? Of course. Why else do you think a man...
So you came after Forrest to kill him, didn't you?
Oh, how do you expect me to answer a thing like...
Okay, Sergeant, thanks.
All right, McDonald. Johnson will have the answer.
Johnson will what? That wasn't any cable. It was a sergeant down on the ship. He found $1,000.
$1,000?
What?
Underneath the rug in the captain's cabin. And incidentally, Jose, the steward, remembers not only seeing the limp form of a man hit the water, but also admits it was somebody else standing at the rail who ducked out of sight. Just in case you're interested.
So Forrest was murdered. This thing is a vicious circle.
And now, what was our friend here saying about following Forrest for the purpose of avenging his brother?
Now, wait a minute, Johnson. McDonald here was still looking for Forrest after he was dead. He couldn't have been the one. Motive or no motive. Okay, back to the ship we go.
This case is upside down, I tell you. The further we get, the more complicated it is.
I told Valentine Sid Forrest wasn't any good, Lieutenant. Doesn't surprise me that a man would be after him for the sake of revenge.
Never mind, Mr. Scott, please. Say, they got that steward in here, Johnson?
He's down below. The sergeant didn't want the captain to murder him for shooting his mouth off.
I just wondered if this cabin was empty, that's all.
Sure. Why?
Well, let's put McDonald in here.
Well, I'll do whatever you want, but...
Good idea. Go on, get in there.
All right.
Okay, now, Johnson, before you go off half-cocked on this case, let's try to add it up, huh?
I didn't bring my slide rule.
Well, it's always simpler to bet on a hunch than to get wound up figuring systems, isn't it?
Only you don't win so often.
You do if you got a few clues in your pocket.
George, whoever murdered Forrest had to be someone on this ship, right? Is that what you mean by adding it up?
Of course, that's obvious. It certainly couldn't have been anybody ashore, could it?
It could have been paid for by somebody ashore.
What?
This Captain Task will do anything for money. And somebody's been paying him at least $1,000 worth.
Well, you don't even know that this steward's testimony is true.
Hold on a second, will you?
Well, hello there, Valentine.
Say, your name's Ambler, isn't it?
That's right.
I got a few questions about money I'd like to ask you.
Oh, wait, please,
Well,
Johnson.
wait, what's the matter? Something new?
Mr. Ambler, would you wait inside a minute in this cabin?
Well, yes, of course. But don't make it too long.
Well, Valentine?
I was going to say that Mr. Forrest's money gives a motive to his wife.
Now, see here.
Or to her brother, like you, Mr. Scott.
Cut it out, will you, all of you? Keep your eye on the clues, Johnson, and you don't have to get complicated at all.
What?
Yeah, listen. Don't you understand? It's all over.
Now,
And
look.
who even says there's been a murder?
George!
Look out there. Put that down.
Unless you don't get out of the way fast enough. McDonald!
Hey, what's going on in here? Put that down.
What in the name of crazy?
Stop it. Leave me alone.
Cut it out, McDonald. All right, you asked for it.
What in the name of heaven is going...
That man's insane. He grabbed me and
Mr. Scott, I told you it was all over tonight. Meet Mr. Ambler. Sure, your brother-in-law. Only I guess his real name's Sidney Forrest. And he's still very much alive.
But, George, how can he be Mr. Forrest?
McDonald confirms it, doesn't he, Angel? So will Mrs. Forrest when we pin her down.
But there was a murder or a suicide or...
Well, there were witnesses.
Not if everybody's alive and accounted for. Don't you get it, Angel? The captain was paid to help stage a man overboard disappearance, right? Sure, somebody saw something. Probably a bundle of clothes hitting the water, that's all. And who threw them? Probably Forrest himself.
Oh.
Then the captain hid him out in a different cabin and later on smuggled him ashore. All those other shenanigans have just been one frantic man's attempt to escape from another.
And complications don't worry you because you've got a crystal ball.
Oh, I told you, I've got a clue. Stick around a minute, Angel. It's simple.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a minute.
I guess MacDonald is over it now, Mr. Scott. But he probably would have killed your brother-in-law if you hadn't called George and interfered.
Wouldn't have been much loss.
Well, I guess Forrest thought he had MacDonald off his trail when he staged his own disappearance from the ship. Then somehow he found out about MacDonald watching your house, waiting for him.
So Forrest thought if he confirmed it as a suicide, then MacDonald would believe he was dead and go back to South America.
That's the idea. And that was the clue. The suicide note was in his own handwriting, but it was written after his supposed death.
How do you know that?
Well, a radiogram from your sister was delivered to Forrest's cabin afterwards, remember? It told him the address of your house. How do you think MacDonald learned about you or that address unless he broke into that cabin sometime later and saw that radiogram?
Well, yes, that makes sense.
And yet the suicide note was supposedly found sitting in plain sight and left there until today sealed. Well, if MacDonald pried into the radiogram, why didn't he open the suicide note too? See what I mean? Therefore, the note wasn't there or probably even written until later.
But, Valentine, at least you'll admit it was luck that Forrest turned out so conveniently to be posing as Mr. Ambler.
Sure, I'll grant you. But if I were going to take on another identity in order to escape someone, I think I'd pose as somebody who could legitimately handle my own money, don't you?
With your money, it wouldn't be a job worth having.
Uh-huh. All right, then, Angel, come on. You buy dinner for the three of us.
Wait a minute. About my sister.
Well, what about her? She wasn't really in on it. Her husband gave her a phony story. Oh, after he met her at the airport, she went along with calling him Mr. Ambler once, but don't worry. When she finds out everything he did, but she'll be through with him, and this time for good.
Sure. I'll give you another reason. From now on, Sid Forrest is going to be so busy digging himself out of trouble with Johnson and the government of French Guiana and MacDonald and his lawyers and all the other things.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Come on, I guess I'll buy the dinner.
You have just heard The Man from French Guiana, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey is starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The house that Jack built, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Lacey Jack. Yeah, Jack is the surname. I always have to explain that. As a boy, I never appreciated that handle Lacey in the front, but I got over it. We change, don't we, as time goes by? Do a lot of things different. Mr. Valentine, for the first time in my life, I'm going to be really different and ask for help. I need you tonight. If you'll meet me at the club casino at 11 o'clock, you and Miss Brooks, I'll explain to you why.
A man likes to just sit and look, Brooksy. What's the matter? Take you half an hour to size people up?
No.
We don't even really know who you are.
No, I know you don't. Mother died when I was 7 or 8. She was a mess, but can you imagine anybody, even on 5 cents a bucket beer, hanging a name like Lacey on a book?
Friend, it's a nice nightclub, but let's get
Hold
down.
it, will you? Excuse me, this is it here.
What?
The girl, the singer.
What about her, Mr. Jack?
What do you think?
I was alone. Nice looking. You don't mind a few extra circles under the eyes.
It's fattening up is all.
Oh, brother, I give up. Come on, Brooksy, let's drink the champagne.
What do you think about the way she sings?
You want my opinion?
You've been around a lot. She's a little inexperienced, I guess.
Oh, brother, that does it. Did you get us all the way here just to get an opinion on some little blonde you've got your eye on?
I want to know, Mr. Valentine. I must know.
All right, so I'll tell you. In a word, she'd be a great dressmaker's dummy. Fall for her, I don't care. Only when it comes to her singing, excuse me, but I'm afraid I don't get it. In fact, why a fancy place like this would even hire somebody who can't...
George, she's not as bad as that.
Just asking. I can't carry a tune in a bucket myself. I guess you're right. That's not the important part. Her name is Lila. She's my sister.
So Daddy has friends. Imagine Daddy with friends. Has he drunk his champagne like a real nice friend, Miss Brooks?
Lila always kids a lot. You mustn't mind her.
Oh, shut up. How'd you like my applause? All people with one arm. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Lila, how's it, baby? It was great, kid. You got a great talent. You got a...
Hello, Joe.
Oh, Lacey. I see you. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Daddy's got friends, all right. Isn't my brother the most impressive, important man
Take it easy,
you
Lila. Mr. Valentine.
that you ever met for the first time in your life?
Hey, where have I seen that guy Joe before?
That's not important.
Oh, not like Daddy. So drink your champagne, stranger, and do not
Waiter,
ask
bring me
any...
the bill, William.
Mr. Jack, I said,
You
where
don't
have
have
I...
to be a friend, Valentine. You've got a job tonight. I'm hiring you. Now we start, and that's good enough.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here. Take it out of this.
Oh, no, Mr. Jack. Compliments to the house. I'm sure the owner wouldn't want me to give you a bill.
Go on. I don't want anything free. Now take it.
Oh, no, indeed. No, sir. Really. Compliments to the house.
George, no wonder I keep my job.
Well, you coming, Valentine, Miss Brooks?
Yes, we're coming. Don't wave that money at me yet. But at least you've hired my curiosity.
We're all going home to our place. Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks are going to stay with you tonight, Lila, so come on.
What? Why? What are you going to do?
Now, please, Lila, do what I say. Just tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm coming. Whatever you say, Lacey. And this is the house that Jack built.
Nice-looking apartment.
Hiya, Lacey.
Hello, kid. You see a good movie? There's the rest of the family, the brother. Miss Brooks and this Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Hiya.
His name is Mickey, and he's the best halfback in town.
Ha ha.
Second string, he means. Gosh, he's the one who could have played ball. Huh? He's twice as fast as I am at everything, and he's still in better condition than most of them.
I got him fooled, you see. Come on, Valentine, in here.
And there's no fool like an old...
Oh, shut up. What's your trouble tonight?
Just keep them apart, Miss Brooks. They're all right. Just kids is all in here.
So, you're the daddy around here, huh? The house that Jack built.
Skip it. I'm sorry I've stalled so long. I just wanted you to meet them. I'm going out now. I'll be back in an hour.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. My job isn't babysitting.
There's a gun in the desk drawer if you need it.
What?
The job really starts when I get back. Lila is worried about me, that's all. I'm running cross town to see a man in a boarding house on Commercial Street.
Hey, wait a minute, Buster. I said I don't...
Credentials. There they are. I'm a writer, Mr. Valentine. I write about crime.
Oh?
I'm ready to blow the lid off this town.
Oh, wow. Special Deputy, DA's office.
Mm-hmm. There's a big shot or two the police can't get because they don't have facts. The man I'm going to see has them. We'll go over that when I come back.
That man in the nightclub, the one named Joe who knew you, works for one of those big shots. Yeah, that's where I've seen him before, in police lineups. He works for Duke Avison, right?
Well, he's not the one I'm seeing. Joe, I mean. There's nothing on Avison, is there? Maybe we'll get something. Who knows? Only now I've got to get my car out of the garage before the night man leaves.
Mr. Jack, I'm not going to...
It's a dangerous game I play, Mr. Valentine. I told you I need your help. There's too many wrong people loose. Sure, I know people. And they know me. So I don't want anything to happen to the kids in there. Do you?
No.
No, that's the idea. Now you can get the gun out of the desk later on, I guess. And you don't have to worry about me any because I carry another one myself. Right here, you see?
Yeah, I noticed.
You play it straight, and I will. Always have all my life. Be back in an hour.
What a pile of stuff that was. Lila, where's your telephone?
Oh, it's there on the coffee table. Has a long cord.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Won't I do instead?
Oh, you do fine. Keep it up. I like it.
Oh, I got a great talent, sure.
George, what's the matter?
Everything. Now, Brooksy, get over there and talk to the boy. Keep him busy.
Who are you going to call?
Lieutenant Riley, go on.
Sure, George.
Well, you played that pretty well, Lila. Better than you sing.
Well, I like you, too.
Friendly, that's me. Say, why do they keep you at that club? What's it got to do with your brother Lacey?
He got me started. I earn $200 a week. Should I complain?
That's not what I meant. Who is your brother that they're so anxious to please? Won't even take his money, but won't talk to either. Makes them all look nervous.
You've never heard of him, Mr. Valentine. Nobody has. He's nobody. Hey, listen to this.
Has he ever done any writing in his life?
What?
Ever worked at the DA's office, special deputy?
Oh, you jerk.
No, not a sucker either.
I'm sorry. What are you doing?
Who is your brother, really, Lila? Why don't you like him? Why are other people afraid of him? Oh, hello. This is George Valentine. Give me Lieutenant Riley. Yeah, sure, I'll wait.
Well, it won't do you any good, Mr. Valentine. They don't know anything. Nobody does. And nobody ever tells anybody...
I'll get it, sis. Hey, Uncle Mark.
Hello there, Halfback. Your sister home and Lacey? Thought you might like to come upstairs, join a little party.
Lieutenant Riley speaking. Yeah, Valentine.
We'll keep you in training on ginger
George, why
ale.
did you hang up on Lieutenant Riley?
What about it, Lila? Thought you might like to have a little fun today. Wow. Hello.
Hello. Come in.
Your face is familiar, young man.
So is yours.
I don't recall the name. I only stopped by to ask the three Jacks upstairs for a
Well, I
little
recall
party.
yours. So, you live in the same building, Uncle Mark.
Well, not really his uncle. Short for Marmaduke. Hideous, isn't it? Old friend, that's all.
Short for Duke. Duke Avison. Well, I'm really impressed, Mr. Avison. This is the real big time. And I guess you're the biggest crooked wheel of them all, aren't you? Still rolling, at least.
Don't be rude, young man.
Well, Lacey isn't here. He went out a second ago to see a man in a rooming house.
Oh, is that so? I didn't know.
I'll bet you did know. You're not surprised.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. I'm giving a party, young man. That's all I care about. And Lila, my dear, whenever you send these people home, come on up. Join us. Or bring them along. I don't care.
George, what on earth is going
Haven't
on?
you figured it, Angel? We're on top of a powder keg.
And there is the dog that chases the cat, that worries the rat, that lives in the house.
Lila, does your brother work for Avison? Who's the rat in that poem, Lacey? Does he really want to Duke Stugs?
Mister, my brother's all right. He's straight.
Take it easy, Vicky.
And so is Duke. You just don't know him. He's a nice guy.
Oh, sure. So nice that people who cross him end up dead. Only the police can never prove it. You move in a great circle.
Lacey's no rat. He's straight. You can't say that about
Uncle Mar of all of them.
Leave him alone. He doesn't know anything.
Do you?
Why did Lacey get you in the first place?
We're going to find that out when Riley gets here.
What? Hey, let go.
And don't argue. He wants the two of you protected. Maybe he was telling that much of the truth. Here, Brooksy, the gun's for you. Now, Riley's probably in a lather because I hung up on him. So get him back. Get him over here. You won't have any more trouble.
Well, George, where are you going?
To blow the lid off this town. The house that Jack built, it's made out of straw. It's falling down. I don't know why. But I will if I can get down to Commercial Street in time to stop a murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When your car acts as if it had taken a sleeping pill instead of giving all the pep and power it was designed to give, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline. That's because most raw gasolines contain impurities that form power-robbing gum. And the only way those impurities can be got rid of is by refining. That's where Chevron Supreme gasoline comes to the rescue. It's super refined to prevent engine-sticking gum. Remember that next time you buy gasoline. It is carefully balanced to give your car superior performance under every driving condition and wherever you motor in the West. Properly balanced Chevron Supreme gives you plus mileage, too. Why not try it tomorrow? Ask for it where you can depend on careful battery inspection. That's at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The house that Jack built. Lacey Jack, a strange man that you've never heard of before, but that other people seem to be afraid of. A man who apparently works for Duke Averson, whom the police have been trying to get for years. But why would such a man hire you? If your name is George Valentine, you know this is one case where you'll probably never have all the answers. But you also know that tonight there is a chance to blow the lid off this town, as Lacey himself put it a few minutes ago before he left. And as you hurry downstairs to your own car, you know that if 2 and 2 make 4, your first job is to stop a murder.
Hey, you! Hey!
Took my fender there.
Lacey, I thought you'd be halfway across town by now.
Night man was off duty. I had to find my car in the garage myself. I thought I told you to stay with the kid.
Take it easy, take it easy. A police lieutenant I know will be there any second. Nothing's going to happen to him.
Policeman?
Oh, I know. He won't find out any more than I have. Hey, you got your family well trained. When I talk about you, they keep their mouths shut.
There's nothing on anybody, Valentine.
Oh, sure, I know. Particularly on you. You're the member of Averson's gang nobody's ever heard about. You're not popular like the others.
All right.
But a few people who know seem to want to do you favors. You smile, and even a thug like Joe gets nervous. You say you got to work tonight, and your sister gets nervous.
All right. So I hired you under false pretenses.
Sure, and you're late for an appointment, aren't you? A little guy in a rooming house on Commercial Street.
Mr. Valentine,
who knows something about the big shots, about Averson, maybe.
You could never even have...
For several years, the enemies of Duke Averson, the guys who know things, who might be squealers, have had a habit of dying. Only nobody ever gets caught. There's never any evidence.
Now, don't try to
I'm
tell
just
me.
saying I figured you out, Lacey. No wonder you don't have any friends. It's high-priced, specialized work, isn't it? But it must be lonesome work, too. Like being a hangman. Only all out by yourself, way on the other side of the black fence, like being a private executioner.
Now, you think I'm a killer, is that it, Mr. Valentine? Oh, you should learn to move faster. How do you think I stayed alive in the business so long?
Where is this? Hey, it's Commercial Street over there.
Hang your head down between your legs a minute. You'll feel better.
Oh, brother. You know all the tricks, don't you? Lightning Lacey, Billy the Kid. Fast on the draw, fast on the rabbit punch.
Advice, that's all.
How many men have you killed, Lacey, huh? Must be quite a life. St. Peter will say to you, what did you do, my friend? And then you'll say...
Never mind. Just keep your hand off that car door.
Oh, I know. You're the expert, all right. Lila is a mess on account of what you are. But Mickey, just because you're not the usual type rat, says you're straight, thinks you're a big hero.
Oh.
Well, lost your temper, huh? That's a big weakness in a guy like you.
I'm not mad. You just talk too much.
3157 Commercial Street, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. It'll be easier if you come with me. And don't get any ideas. It's well prepared. 3 other boarders. They all work night shift. Landlady's gone.
Great. What's this guy's name?
I don't know. Whitey something. Comes from Detroit.
You don't even know his name.
He's been pointed out. The young kid down on his luck.
Just a kid. Only Avison says get him and you go to work while the rest of the boys have a party for an alibi. What's this Whitey got on the big boy, anyway?
You waste your time asking me things. I'm here.
Oh, sure, I know. You don't squeal. You're straight. Nice, honest, loyal guy. Well, how do you know for sure this Whitey's a squealer? Just a new kid from Detroit. He knows something or saw something. Well, how does that prove that he's the guy?
Yeah, who is it? Who is it? All right, I'm coming.
Get back in there, Whitey.
It's all right, both of you. Nobody's hurt.
Faster every time, aren't you?
What is this? I saw the two of you coming up outside. What's going on?
I'm from Avison. Here, take this.
Huh? What do you mean?
It's $1,000, and I'm a sucker. There's a plane leaves for Canada, 4 a.m., direct connection. Be on it.
Wait a minute. I don't want to go to Canada. I'm not...
Be on it, I said. And when you get there, whatever it is you know, forget it. You understand me? Just shut up and disappear.
Yeah. All right. Whatever you say. I'll go.
Well, Valentine, you see how wrong you can be?
All right, so you didn't. So you are playing a dangerous game tonight, so you're going soft.
To the apartment house.
Soft in the head. Sure, the house that Jack built. You get orders to kill, and you don't. That makes a big, noble guy out of you.
Lights are on in the apartment, so the kids are all right. We'll take the back elevator.
Oh, yeah, sure. The Penthouse Express, where the big guy lives and gives parties.
I've always played it that way. Duke and I were kids together.
Oh, you were kids together, huh? Oh, I wouldn't expect you to do any squealing. That's the code, isn't it? For a loyal man whose only vice is he kills people, who even his own friends are afraid of like a rattlesnake.
Lay off, will you?
What happened?
Saw it yourself, Duke. This guy's been on my tail all evening.
Yes, at Valentine. How on earth
He picked me up in the nightclub. He's been glued tight ever since.
But what did you do
Well, I
about...
couldn't rub off that Whitey kid from Detroit for you, could I? With him hanging around, you saw that yourself.
But Lacey, look here, that Whitey...
I gave Whitey $1,000 and a ticket for Canada.
You what?
Valentine didn't even tumble. He stayed in the car. So now I can shake him. I bought myself a ticket to the same plane.
Oh, it's pretty good. So it happens in Canada instead of Commercial Street. Yes. Good work, Lacey. Whitey's a squealer. We can't afford to let him live.
I guess I'll be going then.
No, you've got time. Stick around. It's a good party. Old time's sake. Girls, bring my pal Lacey a drink.
What are you doing with that phone?
I just want Lieutenant Riley up here.
Can't even come in without a warrant. There's nothing to search for or find either. This is the big time, Detective.
Now, look, Lacey, I've stuck around because you're going to give Avison to Riley on a silver platter.
What?
You're going to squeal. Come on, hurry it up, operator.
I am what, you dumb stupid?
Easy now. Maybe that's how you can make some of it up. You and your code. You owe it to me, if nothing else, because I saved your life.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's right. You think you hired me so you'd have an excuse for not killing Whitey, an excuse to run away. Well, if I hadn't been with you tonight, it's you who'd be dead by now.
Oh, you're crazy. Now cut it out.
We'll get the truth out of Whitey. And I don't mean he's a squealer either.
Oh, Valentine.
Oh, that's right. Get mad now. Show me the muscles in your head. You know what I'm saying is true. There wasn't a soul in that rooming house. It was a perfect setup both ways. And did you see how surprised the Duke looked when you walked in? Yeah, he expected Whitey, not you.
I don't believe it. That's not true.
I died for Whitey to knock him down. I bumped his chest. He was packing a gun.
You think I've gone soft? Afraid to kill, huh? Well, I'll
Why
show
don't
you.
you face it, Lacey? Who's more dangerous to Duke Avison than a guy who's gone soft like you have? Oh, no. No, you're not going to pull that trigger. You know it's true yourself. You're a has-been now, and anybody around you could see it. That Whitey you were supposed to kill, he's Avison's new executioner. Tonight, if I hadn't been there, you'd have walked straight into it.
I'll go on. I know what side of the fence I'm on. For me, it's simple now. I just had... The elevator.
Yeah, that's right. My friend Riley, maybe. The telephone's still off the hook, see?
You jerk. Whitey.
So long, Lacey. Have a nice sleep.
You were right, Valentine. So Whitey came up to report to get me, but he couldn't have done it in the first place. Not fast enough, did you see?
Don't brag yet, Lacey. You're half as dead as he is.
Duke and me, kids together. Why did he hire that guy?
Why did you kill people?
My brother Mickey thinks I'm straight. He doesn't know much, but he'd never get over it if he thought I was a squealer.
You mean you'd lose your last friend?
Yeah.
I saw what Lila thinks of you. You'd be all alone then, wouldn't you? You're scared.
I'll talk. I'm a squealer. I want Mickey to know that, Valentine. I'll tell you about Avison. We'll blow the lid off this town. Believe me, he's it.
All right, put your hands up. That's it. Valentine, you stand over there.
And you drop that gun, Mr. Avison.
Well, of course. Hello, Lieutenant. I just heard the shooting. I came out here to find out what...
I know. I heard it from the front elevator.
Welcome to the party, Riley. But get secretary quick. It's not going to last long. Hey, come on, Lacey. Come on. Wake up. Snap out of it.
He's dying. Can't you see it? What can he say? Lacey and I are old friends, that's all. Huh. And if you try to go to court...
Oh, shut up, Avison.
Right. Nothing I can say now do any good against him. There's never any proof. Oh, Valentine, besides, I'm straight, see. You can't get him. I'm too washed up, even to squeal. Only.
Keep away from that gun.
Get out of the way, you suckers.
Look out, stop him. Lacey, don't do it.
All right, killer. You got him all right. You blew the lid off the town, all right. You killed the Duke. Only now drop that... Uh-oh.
Yeah, Riley, you're wasting your breath, all right. The killer's always too fast for us. He's dead.
He was a heel, wasn't he?
That's right, Mickey.
He was a rat like all the rest of them. In a pinch, he'd turn on anybody. He was no more straight than a...
Oh, stop that blubbering. You always knew what he was like. Why don't you admit it? You hated him yourself. You just don't know it yet. Well, grow up like I have. Talking football. Gee, ain't he fast? My wonderful brother I'm so loyal to. Sure. That's the trick, Sid. This is the dog that chased the cat, that worried the rat, that... Come on, Mickey. We gotta buy some flowers for the funeral.
Yellow.
Oh, George, they're so lost.
I know, Pussy. So is Lacey. But maybe they won't be now.
But Lacey wasn't really a squealer.
Should I tell Mickey that? When Lacey himself practically told me how he wanted it?
Said he'd lose his last friend in Mickey if the kid thought he went against the code, against loyalty. Well, the kid'll be all right now.
Lacey really wanted to disillusion Mickey. Well, he couldn't have been such a bad person. Certainly the way he died.
Brooksy, he was a heel. He lived that way, he died that way. Let's just say he could see better than anybody else what a mess of a place it really was. How it had to be torn down. That house that Jack built.
Did you know that today's automobiles need 40% more battery power than the cars of 10 years ago? That's because of the added electrical equipment. On most cars a decade ago, the battery took care of the starter and the lights, and that was all. Now the battery has to furnish power for the radio, heater, and other accessories, as well as for the starter and all the extra lights. To avoid trouble, have your car's battery checked regularly at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Here they do a speedy job right at the pump block. Make sure that battery water is at the proper level, the terminal clamps are clean and tight, and that your battery has a high enough charge. And don't forget, frosty weather will be here all too soon. That's another good reason for having your battery inspected tomorrow. While you're there, get a tank full of Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's super refined to give your car smoother and more powerful performance than ever before. Make it a date tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley. Larry Dobkin was heard as Jack, Vivi Janis as Leela, Eddie Firestone as Mickey, Ken Christie as Duke, Dan O'Hurley as Whitey, and Dick Ryan as the captain. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Spider and the Fly, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I don't believe in intruding on anyone. I believe that few as they are, the scattered residents of Oakview County are among the nicest people in the world, particularly to me, a newcomer in the past fortnight, a woman alone. But, oh, Mr. Valentine, I also believe that never in my life have I been so frightened and upset as I have by my very next-door neighbors. The strange people who hide behind the walls of the Barker estate. Now, please understand me. I can smile when people refuse to speak, when they put up bars and signs and sick their dogs on me. But when they nearly cause my death because they've torn up my whole road for the sake of secrecy, believe you me, the little worm turns. I'm so mad I could slit a throat from ear to ear. And you're the one who's going to help me to do it.
But Mrs. Ponsonby...
You'll see. I'll wait in the car. Go on.
Look, we barely got here, and your letter didn't explain
As
what
for directions, that's good enough. Say anything. You'll find out as much as I have. I never actually see them. Come on.
But what's the point of
Why
talking...
should I tell you things when I can show you in 1 minute? Ring the bell. You'll see what kind of a place it is.
Oh, for the love of... All right, Mrs. Ponsonby. Come on, Brooksy.
Sure, George.
You see, yes, you will.
Oh, I wonder if she ever stops talking.
Ponsonby? Wonder what she wants us to see. There's quite a wall around the place, huh? The Barker estate.
Funny. Not in the country like this.
What do you want?
Oh, just some directions.
There are signs out on the road, aren't there? I'm busy.
We understand there's a little town by the name of Oakview.
Your signs, I said. Excuse me. 6.5 miles, next turn to the right. Only don't go bothering people.
Oh, Brooksy, isn't that a beautiful place in there? Yeah, and look at the roses that are...
Just a cottage, that's all.
Well, that's what I mean. It's not nearly as gloomy or big as you might expect from the fence and the property.
Town of Oakview is 6.5 miles, next turn to the right. It's a honeymoon cottage. Can I shut the gate now?
Honeymoon? So that's it. Lady, we should be excused.
Honeymooners, of course. No wonder they want privacy.
People want to be left alone. That's all. Now go on, both of you. Get out of here.
All right. Don't wave your soup spoon. And you can tell the bashful bride and groom to give you a gold star. You make a real effective guardian of the gate. Peace and goodwill. Goodbye, lady.
Thank you, and goodbye to you. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone anything. I'm not hired help.
What?
Huh?
I said thank you. I am the bride.
Spider, that's what they always called her, and she looks like one, too. That hatchet face, those gawky arms and legs. Name's Emmy.
Just a minute, Mary. You see, Mary's lived around here for years, Mr. Valentine. She's my cook.
Spider, yes, indeed, the Spider. I remember...
Just a minute, please, both of you. Now, look, I deal in facts, Mrs. Ponsonby, not gossip. Now, you forced me into offending this Emmy, so...
Well, don't you think she's offended me? Didn't she you? Emmy Gunwaller, that's her name. Though heaven only knows what it is now, calling herself a bride.
Oh, I've seen what he looks like, Mary. He's a short, fat man, about as sour-looking as she is. Groom, can you imagine? I saw him from the road driving back by the pasture and...
For the last time, Mrs. Ponsonby, stop it, please. Now, listen. You're mad at your neighbors because they did something to a road, nearly caused your death, you said.
Well, my car did skid where they'd torn it up.
Only if it's the road I saw coming back from there, I'd say you don't have any kick coming. It's on their property.
Go on, Mary. Tell him about Emmy. Speak your piece. Go on.
Well, that Emmy Gunwaller, that Spider, she owns that Barker estate now. And 10 years ago, young man, she came here absolutely penniless.
All right, so what? Is it any of our business or she...
Absolutely penniless. And from the poor branch of the Barker family. She was taken in by Francis Barker. And the Spider was her bosom friend. Yes, she took a Spider to her bosom. And I remember...
Slow down, will you?
I remember once hearing that Emmy come right out and say she'd get that house, yes, and the Barker money. And then people wouldn't poke fun at her anymore, being an old maid so ugly. Well, we all thought the laugh would be on Emmy. And she'd finally be thrown out. She should have been. Because poor little Francis, they said, was going to find herself a husband.
Just a minute,
A
please.
lovely, tall man from England named Frederick. And the Spider was soft on him, too, only it was Francis, of course, who went out. But then what nobody knows.
All I know is...
What became of Francis and her husband? 10 years later, here's the Spider saying she owns the place.
Do you understand? What became of the real owners of that place? What is the secret the ones there now are so careful about? What did the Spider Emmy do to that girl who took her in 10 years ago? Well, Mr. Valentine, don't you think somebody should find out?
All right, I'll go calling again, Mrs. Ponsonby. And this time I'll stay long enough to clean up this curiosity.
George, for heaven's sake, here we are, but what can you say? We've got no business intruding on these...
Look, I am here to tell this Emmy woman she'd better look out for her neighbors. Ponsonby and her old cook and probably every other gossip. They're the ones to look out for. Yeah, I'm here to warn this poor thing and then go on home.
Try to tell them we don't want any callers, Emmy.
Please, we were very rude before. We only came to apologize. I'm Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Valentine. Your husband here didn't understand. We only wanted...
What? Did you hear what? The husband?
This is Jeffrey Barker. Jeffrey is my cousin.
Oh, I see. Well, some of your neighbors had assumed...
I can imagine. A woman my age and the way I look.
Yeah, and the way I look, I suppose, eh? The short, fat groom. cousin. I'm her gardener, that's all, Mr. Valentine. Her gardener. The poor branch of the family. Oh, how do you do?
Mr. Barker.
Yeah, Barker, huh? The same name as the people who used to own this place, isn't it? Wasn't there a Miss Frances Barker who...
Mr. Valentine, I think you should meet my husband.
Oh, well, really, it isn't necessary.
He hasn't been feeling very well. Oh, yes, it's important you should meet him. I can imagine what's being said. Frederick? Frederick, where are you?
Frederick?
Yes, dear. Yes, Emmy. Right here. What is it? I was just smoking in the dark.
Some people, dear. Miss Brooks. Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes, pleasure, I'm sure. I haven't had a chance to get out much. Such a sinus. Neighbors, are you? Sit down.
I wanted to show you off, darling. The man that I'm hiding. The fly. The fly that I caught. Yes, here we are, the spider and the fly.
Emmy, dear, for heaven's sake.
My husband's name is Frederick Lunsford, from England originally, more than 10 years ago.
Emmy, really, my dear, a total stranger.
Never mind, Mr. Lunsford, I understand. You want us to notice his name. He's the same man who married Frances Barker 10 years ago.
I want you to notice everything. You're here now, the first people. You're inside, and I want you to be satisfied.
Mrs. Lunsford, what do you... Oh.
Yeah. Requiescat in Pace. 1909, 1941.
Frances Barker Lunsford. Tombstone.
Well, a memorial, yes, my first wife.
It's Frances. She's been dead for more than 9 years.
Uh-huh. Well, you know why I'm here, don't you? I came to tell you that your neighbors had hired me to find out your secrets. But you know that already.
I came back and I married my dearest friend's husband. I used to live here and people didn't like me. I used to say horrible things because I didn't like them either. It's 1950, not 40. I used to say I wanted this house. I used to say I wanted Frederick. And now I've got them both because Frances is dead.
Well, look, Mrs. Lunsford, I don't want to know all of your
There's
life.
There's been no one here in the years between because Frances died just after they were married and Frederick went away. But we met again, he and I, just this spring. Oh, yes, all my secrets, Mr. Valentine, for you to tell that sentimental, gushy snoop who was with you in the car this afternoon. The juicy gossip, all of it, once and for all, because we want to be left alone forever. Forever.
Emmy, you're embarrassing these people. It's absurd. No one need know anything.
Mrs. Lunsford, we certainly won't.
I'm sorry, Freddie.
It's been difficult for Emmy. Frances was her best friend. I never realized, but Emmy even carried a torch for me. Stupid thing, but it's all 10 years ago. We are quite different people. Quite happy, and for heaven's sake, wouldn't somebody like a drink?
You see what a nice fly I caught. Yes, darling, I'm too serious. They'll have a drink with us, and then we'll never be bothered again. We've told all our secrets, haven't we? We can close the gates now.
I say, whatever in
Come
the
on.
name of...
George, it's Mrs. Ponsonby over here.
Yeah, here we are. What happened?
I didn't even know where I was. I
George, help her up. She must have fallen.
Well, what did you do? Follow us over here to snoop some more?
No.
Blood. Look at her cheek.
No, I came to, I tell you. I was lying here.
You what?
I came here to wait for you, but something happened. Something struck me. I opened my eyes, and I was lying there in the road, and I screamed.
Hey, the side of your cheek, your jaw.
A car. You must have been hit by a car.
No, it was so dark. I heard a step. I remember that. And then I turned, and I was hit. And that's all I know. I told you things happen here. I told you there's something wrong around this place. It isn't just gossip. Why, where is everyone else? Somebody must have wanted to kill me, Mr. Valentine.
Come on, Mrs. Ponsonby. You might be right. Only that jaw. Let's take you back inside and have it.
George.
Yeah.
They closed the gates right in our face.
We'll never know the secret now, will we? Somebody tried to kill me, but the spider and the fly closed the gate. The spider and the fly.
return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You may have been driving a car for years without ever hearing of the SAE. Those letters stand for the Society of Automotive Engineers, men who establish rigid standards for many parts of your car. Take the battery, for example. The Engineering Society requires that all new batteries come up to its standard for a life test, for ampere-hour capacity, and for zero starting ability. Now, if you want a battery that's built for long, powerful service, get an Atlas battery. It surpasses all those requirements set up by the Society of Automotive Engineers. An Atlas heavy-duty battery gives you 31% more starting punch in zero weather, 12% greater capacity to keep your car's electrical equipment working, and it has 89% more life cycles. Why not ask about a new Atlas battery tomorrow? Ask for it where you can get super refined, properly balanced Chevron Supreme gasoline. That's at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The Spider and the Fly. Two newlyweds, two honeymooners, two middle-aged people, Emmy and Frederick. And the whole country neighborhood of Oakview is curious. Why are these people so unwilling to allow anyone behind the high fence that surrounds their estate? So unwilling right now to assist you when you found Mrs. Ponsonby struck down near the road by the gate. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't think much of your gossipy, curious client. But you know it's time you found your own explanation, so you consult the local banker.
They're a strange couple, Mr. Rames.
Yeah, she's a bitter, nasty woman at times, that Emmy. Or used to be. But Spider, it was just a joke.
Well, apparently Emmy's been very badly hurt by the townspeople.
Well, I don't laugh at her. Haven't seen her for years. She's just sort of, left-footed. But a financial fool, I can tell you that much. Doesn't bank here anymore.
Financial fool. She managed to get control of that estate, didn't she?
Yeah. You've been listening to that cousin, Jeffrey Barker. Yeah, he thinks he should have gotten it. Distant relative.
I was thinking about Lunsford. He was Francis' husband. Why didn't he get the estate?
You dig deep just to find out why a woman got hit in the road. Well, you won't find out much. There's nothing wrong at that cottage. The place belonged to Francis Barker. Lunsford inherited the bulk of the estate, but not that house. Now, that went back to the family. Went through several relatives. Finally, this spring, Emmy got it. Now, there was no conniving, just a roundabout family inheritance. Funny part of it is, in the meantime, Lunsford lost most of his money from Francis.
How'd you know that?
Newspapers. He'd been married in between times, you know. Some Spanish girl back east. Had to pay alimony, that's all.
No, I didn't know.
No, it's not important. Except to show you it's Emmy who's the rich one now, and quite legitimate.
Uh-huh. By the way, how did Francis Barker die back in 1941?
Search me. County clerk says there's no record.
But there's a tombstone out there.
A memorial, that's all. I've seen it. Emmy put that up. Her dearest friend, you know. But Francis died someplace else, I guess. I don't know.
Now, look, Mr. Valentine, I have no reason to investigate.
Sheriff, Mrs. Ponsonby was slugged by somebody out there.
Well, Emmy, husband, Gardner, none of them know anything. And the most likely thing is it was just some prowler.
Sheriff, do you know how Francis Barker died?
What, that? Way back at... Oh, no, search me.
Did you know Emmy herself in those days?
Ugly, ineffectual, pathetic little woman. All bark, my friend, really no bite.
Have you ever met Lunsford?
Oh, yes, she's down at the river early one morning. Was in swimming. She's lucky to get him. Seems like a nice fella. My wife says Emmy's plenty lucky. A tall, good-looking Britisher and all. Well, any more deep, dark questions?
Yeah. If you hadn't been feeling well, if your sinuses had been bothering you, would you sneak out for an early morning swim in a damp, cold river?
Would I? For the love of Pete Valentine.
Skip it, Sheriff. I'll run down the rest of this case by myself. Now I know how to do it. Gate's open, so let's walk right in.
Last night I saw a car drive out. Miss Brooks was reading, and I noticed through the window across the field.
You know, you notice everything, don't you, Mrs. Ponce?
I don't know what you mean. I certainly don't know why you dragged me back over here where that spider...
I think you do, Mrs. Ponsonby.
What?
Yeah, that spider stuff you throw around isn't very nice. In my opinion, ugly Emmy is a very tragic person.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And you, on the other hand, have been a phony from the word go.
What?
Yeah, that's right. I'm on her side now.
A phony? But I was struck by somebody. You don't think...
Nobody could hit you in the face like that without you seeing who it was. I never believed that story of yours in the first place.
Why, Mr. Valentine...
Yes, you could have had a fight with someone out here while we were inside waiting to see Emmy.
Sure. And remember something else, Angel. Bright Eyes here moved to this area only a couple of weeks ago, after the honeymooners had come. Suppose she followed somebody.
Stop it. Wait. You're not giving me a chance.
Mrs. Ponsonby, you're not very bright. You were crazy enough to believe some gossip and think we might nail something on Emmy for you. You're not unattractive. Sentimental, a little desperate, past 40.
35.
And he's worth trying to get, isn't he? George, of course it's Frederick Lunsford who...
Hey. The door's open.
I told you I saw a car leaving last night.
Oh. Well, there's smoke coming out of the chimney.
There's somebody here, all right. Mr. Lunsford. Hello there.
What did you tell us, Mrs. Ponsonby? Is it all as simple as you trying to get a man away from a woman, only he wanted to keep out of sight from you?
Hey, hold it, Brooksy. No, it's simple, all right, but not...
Look here.
Huh? What is it?
It's a note.
Yeah. It says, Jeffrey, in case we're not here when you get back, don't worry. Frederick says we may have to go away for a few days on business. Something has come up, or may come up, I don't quite understand, but don't worry. Signed, Emmy.
They're gone, both of them.
The spider and the fly. Don't you get the setup yet, Angel? Yeah, the big handsome guy and the little ugly woman. But she's lonesome and rich. And his first wife was rich when he married her. And in between, there was a Spanish girl, another wife. Sure, he's the one who's the spider. Emmy.
I don't know what he is. I don't care. They've gone now, and that's all there is to it. Even if I've been foolish, it doesn't... What's the matter?
I'm just thinking about something.
Mr. Valentine.
It's warm outside this morning, isn't it? Only in here, it's even warmer. And if they've gone, then wouldn't... And it's smoke. Yeah, come on. It's from the furnace.
Oh, no. Oh, George.
The fire's down, but it's been going all night. And look, there's a buckle, part steel. Even it's bent down from all the... And look, this silver filigree, it's a brooch.
No.
Emmy's brooch. Yeah. And here's her wedding ring. All right, Mrs. Ponsonby. Come on. Snap out of it. This is no time to faint, sister. Come on. Oh, look, take care of her, Brooksy. I want to get the sheriff on the phone as fast as I can.
A door slammed. Outside door, back. George, hurry.
What is this? There's nobody... Oh, there he is. Hey, what is this, the study? All right, Buster. Mr. Barker.
Get your hands off me. Tarnation.
What are you doing here and going through that...
Going through an empty wall safe. I saw Emmy's note in the front hall. The doors were open. I thought I'd better check.
Check on what?
Well, Emmy and Fred, they've got a lot of negotiable stuff they kept in here. Rearranging finances or something. They're too deep for me. Seemed kind of crazy, her having so much cash around.
Oh, no. Every trick of the trade staring us right in the face.
Huh?
Sure. Of course it's all gone. Probably miles by this time. Only where have you been, Buster?
Oh, the city. Stayed all night. Always do for shopping once a week. But, hey, why is the furnace on at a time like this? Emmy.
Come here.
No, I can see, Mr. Valentine. There's a gas blower in that furnace, too, you know. He never told me he'd had it put in.
All the tricks. Sure, this was planned a long time ago, friend.
10 years ago.
What?
Well, I mean, when Francis died, he must have...
Yeah, go on.
Well,
Him and Francis, who went to South America on their honeymoon. There was something funny about it. She took sick and died of cholera, he said. Nobody could argue. He sent back her ashes.
Well, from here on, it's a manhunt, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, so, Brooksy. You all right now, Mrs. Ponsonby? Now that it's too late, are you going to tell us what you know about Bluebeard?
Yes, I'm all right. Perfectly all right.
George, wait a minute. That door we heard slam.
Oh, sure, Angel. That was just...
But it was an outside door, and Mr. Barker said he'd come in the front way. Didn't he, through an open door?
Hey.
So it was somebody else. Lunsford can't be far away yet, George.
Doesn't have a car. Barker was using it.
I thought it was funny he didn't wait for the fire to die down.
My car's outside. There's open fields. He'd have
Hey,
to...
quick, give me those keys.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Running across...
I saw him. Hang on.
Through the fence. He's getting to that underbrush. We won't be able to...
The river's on the other side of it, isn't it? Oh, he wants to swim. All right. Sit still, sister. I'll get him.
Sit still yourself.
Huh?
He's in that brush there someplace.
Hey, wait a minute, lady. Where did you get that gun? What in the name of heaven are
I'm
you...
all the things you said I am. A fool. A stupid woman who chased after a man. Who tried to make you find something bad about the other woman who had him. I love Frederick. I couldn't help it. Nobody can help it. Every woman he
Look,
meets...
sister, this is no time for all
I
this...
told him that on the road last night, and he hit me. No, don't move. I'm another one of his wives, Mr. Valentine. Oh, separated, yes. Divorced, I don't know. Even know. None of his women even know. They all trust him like that poor, stupid Emmy. None of his wives. I don't know how many they are. Maybe the police do. The ones that are alive.
Mrs. Ponsonby, get hold of yourself, will you? That guy's in there.
I never believed he'd actually hurt anyone. He took my money, yes, but I didn't care about that. And I tried not to wonder about a Spanish girl who died on her honeymoon.
What?
Yes, and then when you finally found out what had happened to Francis... It's my fault, don't you understand? Emmy's my fault. I could have stopped it. The same thing over and over, but poor, stupid Emmy I could have saved. Don't you see? It's my fault. And I called her a spider.
Mrs. Ponsonby. Mrs. Ponsonby.
Don't touch me. Look out. Valentine, I'm going to get him out of there. Nobody else is going to touch him until he's dead.
All right, you've got the gun. Maybe you could have prevented a tragedy, so... Only before you get hurt yourself, you'd better pull the safety off of it. That's all right. Nobody's hurt. Stay there.
Let me. He'll run.
No, he won't.
He's right there in the brush. He'll kill you. Be careful.
Don't worry.
Be careful.
Now, don't worry. I'm all right. In here someplace. I'll take care of it. Nobody will be hurt. This tragedy's already prevented. Yeah, I can see you in there all right. Come on now. Come on, stand up. Never mind pulling the hat down. I can see you now. Frederick's clothes don't fit you too well. So come on out, Emmy.
He's dead. I killed him. I waited all these years, and I killed him.
George, that poor thing. All those years.
Yeah. Well, I suppose she loved him too, Brooksy. But she figured out what had really happened to Francis, I guess. Yeah, pretty bitter revenge, wasn't it? Ashes for ashes.
To wait until she could get money, until she could get him. Could make him believe that she was just another soft-hearted sucker.
Yeah, well, she laid it on a little thick, all that wanting to be alone and old Frederick Dear stuff she told us, remember?
But how did you know he was the one who'd been murdered, George?
Well, an old maid should have wanted to show off a husband.
Yes, but
that and high school chemistry. Buckle was steel in it, in the furnace, remember? Been in that heat so long it actually changed shape. Mm-hmm. But a light gold ring and a silver filigree brooch at last should have almost melted.
So they were thrown in later, after the body.
That's it, an afterthought. Probably just before we came into the house. Besides, he wouldn't throw those things in there at all. If he was killing her, he wouldn't want to leave anything that would point to what happened.
But she wanted them found, of course, like the note to explain her own absence that sounded as though Frederick were up to something. Like converting her money to negotiable things and taking
That's right. She might have gotten away with it if we hadn't got mixed up in it. Police would have been searching for him forever.
Oh, neat little web she spun, wasn't it?
No. He was the spider.
I don't know, George. Which is which?
You mean Bluebeard?
Mm-hmm. Or the Black Widow.
Maybe you've had the experience of buying a new car and then after a few months being pretty disappointed with the way it performs. It just doesn't have enough pep. It acts logy in stoplight traffic, and some of the steep hills are almost too much for it. Well, that can happen to any car on the road if it's using gummy gasoline. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form power-robbing gum. Careful refining is the only way to get rid of those impurities. And that's why Chevron Supreme gasoline is super refined to prevent engine-sticking gum. Just try this super refined gasoline. And remember that Chevron Supreme has every quality your car demands for superior performance. It is perfectly balanced to meet every driving condition. Perfectly balanced to give you better going wherever you motor in the West, and to give you plus mileage, too. Ask for Chevron Supreme where you can get competent battery inspection. That's at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Noreen Gamil was heard as Emmy, Lee Patrick as Mrs. Ponsonby, Eric Snowden as Frederick, Margaret Brayton as Mary, Larry Dobkin as Jeffrey, and Bill Boucher as Ames. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
You know something? I'd love to be a detective. You meet so many interesting monsters. Take the fellow who's about to get in touch with George Valentine. He's a big game hunter with a cargo of hungry wildcats, boa constrictors, and other charming playmates. Now, what this old codger wants with our George, I don't know. But I do know this. Our Let George Do It adventure is called The Hand and the Coconut. And just in case you don't care for jungle stories, you should pay attention anyway, because you'll learn a dandy new way to keep Junior's mitt out of the cookie jar.
My dear Mr. Valentine, this is a letter about monkeys. My name is Derek Stang, the same Derek Stang whose exploits in the jungle you no doubt read as a boy. Yes, I'm still as alive as an old battleground of scars and fevers can be alive. And today I'm writing my letter on the deck of a sweltering ship, a South African freighter tied up at the port in your town. There's a little capuchin monkey trying to untie my shoelaces at the present moment. Monkeys are strange animals. They're greedy like human beings. I've trapped them many times by the simple expedient of placing a shiny, desirable object inside a hollowed-out coconut to which there is only a single small opening. An opening just big enough for a monkey's hand. Of course, the monkey reaches in to grasp the object. Inside the coconut, he grasps it, his hand makes a fist. But then, Mr. Valentine, he can't pull his hand out. The fist is too big. His greed is greater than his fear of the approaching hunter. Mr. Valentine, will you please come to visit me this evening? I need your help to complete the capture of a monkey. A monkey whose hand is already trapped. A monkey by the name of Lars Mikkelsen.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
You didn't think I could stay away, did you, Mr. Stang?
Here we are, through here. I'm supposed to be in bed, you know. But I was afraid you couldn't find your way from the pier. And so few people pay any attention to an old man.
I've heard of you too, Mr. Stang, only somehow I always imagined you as...
Taller, yes. More hair in my beard. Perched astride an elephant, perhaps. Isn't it wonderful? The romance there is in those old National Geographic pictures.
Yeah, the greatest hunter in the world. Why, I remember when you...
Oh, but I still am. Yes. Indeed, there's no one who can approach me. My exploits will never be...
Wait a minute. That red sign back there, what did it mean?
Quarantine, Miss Brooks.
Animal
quarantine. 10 days I've been stewing here because of some ridiculous, nonsensical... careful there.
Oh, yes.
Gangplank runs straight into the ship, into the hold.
I'm all right. But quarantine for what?
It's a plot against me, that's what it is. No lights on, the captain disappears. Oh, yes, he's ashore. He's having fun. I have matches. Here, the ladder to the...
Oh!
What in the...
Steady, it's all right. It's a panther. Very rare specimen. Tore a couple of native boys to shreds when he got him. But he's in a cage now, aren't you, old boy? Yes, they're all in cages.
Animals. A ship full of wild animals.
Look here, see? It's a constrictor. 33 feet. Takes quite a crate to pack them in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You see, through the little bars. And over here, the poison...
Oh, thanks. I'm not much interested in snakes.
No, of course not. Too easy, much too easy. All of them are, you know. 60 years old I am. Living from pill to pill, fever to fever.
Well, I guess you're still the greatest
red
animal...
tape to be finally caught myself in red tape.
Oh, you mean this quarantine?
Yes, not one of my animals is sick, mind you, not one. Zoos all over the country waiting for delivery. But the day we dock, what happens? An officious young veterinary aboard for the usual government inspection, and he and the captain get together.
Well, look, Mr. Stang, this veterinary or the captain, is one of their names Lars Mikkelsen? Is that what you meant when you wrote
No. Mr. Bowling, that's the vet, Mr. Bowling. The captain's name is Teague. You've had trouble with him before. Lars Mikkelsen is... Now, Baba, how many times have I told...
Asleep, stupid like men, big booming feet on the floor. You come booming like elephants.
All right. My wife, Mr. Valentine.
Men.
This is...
Oh, no. My wife is asleep. She means in there. Baba, these are friends of mine. We're just going to my stateroom.
Well, go. Do not just talk about it. She's asleep. Be quiet.
Of course. All right.
Men. Elephants in the mood.
Here we are.
What in heaven's name was that old thing in earrings?
Baba. Old-fashioned notion of my wife's the personal servant, the devoted slave. I found her in Cairo 25 years ago. Claimed she could talk to animals. She looked just the same then, but she gets more and more obnoxious every year.
Did your wife make this last trip with you, Mr. Stang?
Oh, yes. Has to be somebody to tie my muffler, spoon out my medicine, yammer at the old man.
Mr. Stang, wait a minute, look. What do you want me for?
To be a witness. The hand in the coconut, Lars Mikkelsen.
But who is
The captain left the ship in charge of this man, an ugly, conniving rogue, the second mate, Lars Mikkelsen.
But what did he do? What do you want me to be a witness to?
Mr. Valentine, he stole my field glasses.
What?
Specially made ones they were, too. Finest ice lenses. There were several things stolen during the voyage, but I was sick. I didn't notice. First a hunting knife, then other little things. Now you're to see that he has them, that's all. I'll testify to their loss. I'm seeing my lawyer in the morning.
What makes you think Mikkelsen took these?
The hand in the coconut, I told you. The field glasses I placed where he could take them. He won't let go. No one else could have taken them. He's up in his cabin now. Oh. You think this is trivial. I'm being vindictive. But, Mr. Valentine, people can't get away with things with me. I won't let them. Now, you'll find out for me, won't you? You'll come back first thing in the morning. This quarantine, my fevers, those nagging women, you understand, don't you? It's the last straw when somebody thinks I'm so ineffectual I can be stolen from without...
All right, Mr. Stang, all right. Yeah, sure. See you in the morning.
The boyhood hero.
How the mighty have fallen.
Oh, George, I feel sorry
Sure.
for him. What are you going to do? He's going to see his lawyer in the morning and prefer charges
What can
against...
we do, Angel? I don't like a thief either. A hand in the coconut. Poor, worn-out, suspicious old guy. Well, least we can do is find out if he's right.
Sure, those are good field glasses. What of it?
Well, we were on the ship here, Mr. Mickelson. I just wondered what the skyline of the city would look like from... Well, I saw you with them around your neck, and...
The name is Lars, sister. Second mates don't rate that mist of stuff on a tub like this. I just been cleaning them in my cabin there. You want to go out on deck?
Oh, wait a second. Zeiss lenses, huh?
Nothing but the best. Who are you? What are you doing aboard?
Oh, we're just visiting Mr. Stang.
Oh, nasty old coot, isn't he? What's the matter, buddy?
Whose glasses are these?
Mine, of course. What are you talking about? They're a gift, that's all. Look, what in the name of...
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Mickelson, have you seen my... Well, how handy. Those are what I came for.
These?
Yes, of course, my glasses. I wanted to take a look at
What? Wait a minute, Lorna, baby. You said you...
Beg your pardon? I don't know who you are, but if this fresh sailor's a friend of yours...
Baby, I don't...
Mr. Mickelson, I want these field glasses. I loaned them to you, remember? Are you so stupid
Here you are, lady. Here you are.
Thank you. You're not stupid at all. But then, maybe you're not a sailor. Bye-bye.
Well, here's one for you, Angel. Tempest in a teapot. So much fuss over a pair of field glasses. Here's.
They're on this ship, tourist. Now get off, both
What are
of
you so mad about?
Who is she, friend?
Passenger. Lorna Stang. Mrs. Stang.
Mrs. Stang, but she was supposed to be asleep.
Look, both of you, there's a gangway off the forward deck through here. Now, come on, be good, will you? I'm busy trying to get ready so we can unload when this crazy quarantine...
Wait a minute. Why can't we go through here?
No, you can't get
the way
off
she came. Here, this is the door she came out of, isn't it? The same one you came from when we came in here?
No, get away from there.
Says you, handsome.
I don't know why you should be so upset, Mr. Mickelson. There's nothing through that door except apparently your stateroom.
I don't know what goes on that ship, Mr. Valentine. I'm just a veterinarian. Strange bunch of people being cooped up together for a long time.
Mr. Bowling, I tried to get hold of the captain.
The captain went ashore the day they landed. Known him for years. Nice guy. Besides, that second mate, Mickelson, offered to stay aboard and keep an eye on things.
That's not surprising.
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, I know what you mean. They're about the same age, I guess. I mean, Mrs. Stang.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
I'd like to help the old guy, too. He's one of my heroes. I guess if his wife is giving things away to her sailor friend, your evidence might at least help him get a divorce from her. She's no good, I can tell you that.
Stang says there's something funny about the quarantine.
There is. When the ship docked, we got an anonymous note from one of the crew. Said a couple of the animals had been suspiciously sick during the voyage. Going to take the quarantine off tomorrow. Let them all in. False alarm.
Anonymous letter from one of the crew.
Made sense at the time. Doesn't now.
Would you clear that up?
Well, George, after all, if Mrs. Stang is the kind of woman who'd pull the wool over her husband's eyes in one way...
Not exactly what I meant either, Miss Brooks. Oh, yeah, she might have written the note.
To finagle a couple of more weeks with a sailor? That's not likely.
It's Derek Stang who's sick, Mr. Valentine.
We know that.
He keeps alive from medicine to medicine. Old fevers, something tropical.
Medicine in blue wrappers?
Huh? Yes, as a matter of fact. Tablets of some kind. Something pretty strong, I should imagine.
But his wife...
His wife is also his nurse, Miss Brooks. He depends on her. Aside from his money, she's all he's got. Only, Mr. Valentine, why did you say blue?
Because I noticed a stack of blue papers in Lars Mickelson's cabin.
George.
The greatest hunter in the world. Suppose he's the one walking into a trap.
Yeah. Suppose it's his hand in the coconut.
You're listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. The hand in the coconut. You meet one of your childhood heroes, the greatest hunter in the world, Derek Stang. You find that he is still the greatest hunter when it comes to animals, but his observation of human beings is a little less acute. He thought you would trap Lars Mikkelsen for stealing a pair of field glasses. Instead, you have trapped him for stealing Mr. Stang's wife. Or is it the other way around? If your name is George Valentine, you have begun to suspect that the person who is really in danger of being trapped is the hunter himself.
I don't know what I can do in this situation, Mr. Valentine, dragging me down to the waterfront.
I know, Doctor, I know. I'm sorry we had to get you out of bed.
Oh, look at that fog. Stang must have his own physician, you know. I can't interfere.
Mr. Stang's stateroom is right here.
Don't see his wife's watchdog around any place, do you, Angel? Come on, let's slip into his cabin. We'll wake him up.
Georgie's not here. He's gone.
Well, you dragged me out to look at a man you think might be sick or... Yeah, you see? He's so sick he's out walking around deck someplace at 6 a.m. or going someplace else. Well, I'm a doctor, Mr. Valentine. Do you expect me to take seriously the idea that...
Here, look at these.
Yeah. Blue papers.
In the wastebasket. George, the same as those powders, those tablets were...
Yeah, only look how many of them.
Yes, the accumulation of days, judging from the other trash. Strong. Well, I grant you the old man is taking strong medicine, but men who are poisoned generally die in bed.
Uh-huh.
And if a man had been living on this stuff, he could build up quite a resistance. In fact, Mr. Valentine, while it might hurt you or me, he couldn't be poisoned with it.
There's a Stang.
George, here she is.
Hey, what's the matter? What happened? Hey, lady, snap out of it. Snap out of it.
I'm all right.
Lorna, what is it? What are you doing to her? What's the big idea?
Oh, take it easy, Buster. Take it easy.
It wasn't me. She's just staring at something down there in the fog.
Baba, she screamed. I heard her, but I can't see.
Stang, where are you? Mr. Stang, look out! Look out! In the water. He fell in the water.
George, I can't see him. There's his cane, but it's so far from the wharf.
Not there. He's not here. He's gone down. I could see him go down. The current's so fast I can't do anything.
Hey, there's the police over there. Get a boat for him, Mickelson. Step on it.
The current's so fast.
All right. Do what you can.
He just fall. I could see him fall.
Now listen, old lady, will you
there
tell
was
us...
something the matter with him. He walked like the blind. I call out, I shout. I tried to grab him in time, but he falls.
Policeman over there on the deck saw the splash too, Valentine. Looks like Stang's been swept out.
All right. Only Mrs. Stang.
Leave me alone.
My baby, I could not grab in time.
Don't touch me, Baba.
Oh, my baby.
Baba, come here, will you? Now, look, he fell here, huh? Over this rail?
Yes, I think. It was in the fog. I
Okay,
couldn't...
now listen, I don't believe you. And I don't mean just the rail. I mean the scuppers, wide and deep, see? If a man fell, he'd only land against the rail.
Men. He fall, I say. I saw him fall.
They're not doing much good, Valentine.
Mickelson.
The police couldn't get out in time, neither could I. He didn't come up. He's gone. He's gone, you understand me?
Yeah, I understand. It's as phony as a lead nickel.
They're lying. Of course they're lying.
But there's nobody aboard the ship except the three of them, was there?
Riley, suppose that old harridan gave the poor guy a shove.
Of course she did. What else? You already saw how Baba was covering for Mrs. Stang, didn't you? The good, faithful old duenna helping out in all kinds of cute ways.
No real witnesses. You'll never get a conviction.
I'll get a confession, my friend. You were with the other two, so they couldn't have shoved him. All right, Mrs. Stang, let's go inside and... Mrs. Stang.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Leave her alone.
Still staring at nothing, huh? But you ought to stop shaking, Mrs. Stang.
I'm all right.
Oh, sure. You're fine. Just a little upset because you're going to get all of Stang's money at the expense of your stooge, poor faithful old Baba, who'll be locked up for murder.
She told you he fell. She told you, didn't she? She told you.
Well, go on. Oh, Doctor, what's the matter?
Medical convention, Lieutenant. That other man over there with the bag, colleague of mine, Dr. Morrison, just got here. Says a woman called him from the ship almost an hour ago. Before we came aboard, Valentine.
No.
Had to hurry all the way across town. Woman identified herself as Lorna Stang.
No.
Said she'd just gone into her husband's stateroom to give him his regular medicine, only he wouldn't wake up for it. She was afraid he was dead.
Oh.
So it was just his body that went overboard, don't you understand, Riley?
We'll get a confession. The three of them are in it.
Hey, wait a minute, hold it. Doctor, what else in that wastebasket?
Same wrappers, same medicine.
So they poisoned him. What difference does it make?
Will you ever prove it?
I don't have to.
No. Even if you had his body, you wouldn't either. Tablets are gone from the mate's cabin where I saw him, aren't they?
Huh? What's that got
Hey,
to do
Doctor,
with it?
tell me. Derek Stang lived on this stuff. What would happen if it were taken away?
It's hard to tell. Die sooner or later, probably.
Uh-huh. Well, suppose Lorna Stang had left those tablets with the mate. Suppose they were substituting something harmless for the strong stuff in the blue papers. Suppose that was the idea. Even an autopsy couldn't prove that absence of medicine had killed a man.
Hey, where you going?
Where do you think, Riley? To catch a monkey. Mr. Stang told me you talk to animals. Is that right, Papa?
Why not? They can say more than men.
I already told you we know the whole story, didn't I? That your beloved mistress confessed, the whole thing, all of it?
And so?
And so now tell me he fell overboard.
I threw him overboard. He was dead. I see him dead in the stateroom.
Oh, great. Helpful Nellie, huh? No wonder Mrs. Stang wouldn't let you touch her. No wonder it was she who screamed when she saw you out there on deck. You kind of interfered with their little plan, didn't you?
I know nothing of plans.
You knew enough that when you saw the body, you figured it was murder and thought you'd better be helpful and get rid of the evidence.
She is my mistress. For her, I would do anything. But you say she confessed.
I lied.
You shuckle.
Take it easy, lady. Look out now, look out. Yeah, be careful. Don't get your friends excited. Besides, you're not really mad. You told it too easy, so don't pretend.
There should be cages.
Oh, I'm not afraid of these things. All behind bars, aren't they? All trapped. The monkeys, panther. Yeah, even the snakes. I talk to animals too, you know, Baba.
Ah, you fool.
No, I'm not. You are. The good and faithful servant who spoiled Lorna Stang's plan for a perfect murder. So perfect, so neat, it must have been put right in front of her. Like bait in front of an animal, like a shiny object in a coconut to trap the greedy
Look
monkeys.
out. They move the cages. Sometimes there are accidents.
Cut it out, old woman. I'm not afraid. But everybody else seems to be. Stevedores, policemen. They don't come any closer than they have to, do they? You're only too glad to get rid of this slice of the jungle. Now, let's see. All consigned for shipment to Derek Stang's animal farm.
You talk like the wind. Ah, men.
Old woman, so faithful to Lorna Stang. I guess she believed it. You put up a pretty good act. But then she's young. You can't have been with her very long. And the great hunter told me he found you at Cairo 25 years ago. Faithful to whom, Baba? Now, let's see. Who's everybody most afraid of? Snakes, I guess. Boa
Look out! Don't touch the cage!
The great hunter. Greatest in the world. Hello, Mr. Stang.
Stand very still, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Now I get it. The snake was the dead man, thrown overboard. Yeah. Even when I was a kid, I knew how good you were. Don't know why I thought you were slipping.
There is a snake in the next cage under my hand, a live one, poisonous. You will stand here quietly until I am loaded off the ship with my animals.
No, you're not a hero anymore. Just a guy who baits coconuts. Waits until the monkeys bite. Think they've killed you, and then mess things up by having Baba throw something overboard with a splash. Then she reluctantly admits it. It was you.
You would have made a good pupil, Mr. Valentine.
I doubt it. You picked me for a sucker, didn't you? Because you arranged this phony quarantine that kept the monkeys aboard, where you'd all be cooped up together, where you could push Lorna and Lars into what they did. Sure, you arranged it all.
It won't do you any good to move, Mr. Valentine. I lift this catch and the snake is released. He's faster
I was
than you.
hired as a witness, wasn't I?
Yes, a witness, Mr. Valentine, to a murder without a body.
Oh, yeah, that's better, isn't it? It'd be second degree. They'd be put in prison, locked up, put in cages.
Yes. I never kill animals, you know.
So you baited the trap.
In cages, Mr. Valentine, they'll still be here. Perhaps you, too, the biggest game in the world, men. And I am the only hunter in the world who ever
Hold
tried...
it, Stang, hold it. Now you listen to me. I'm just an amateur, see?
Mr. Valentine, there's no more time. It's up to the
When
snake.
I go hunting, now you listen to me. I'm stupid when I go hunting. Because I carry a gun. Hey, you see? Now your snake's dead. So you stand still, Buster. I could probably get a game permit for you.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
But Stang didn't do anything. That's the awful part. He made the other people do things that were wrong, so there's nothing the police can hold him for.
Angel, Derek Stang was really successful. You know that, don't you? Yeah, he kept trying to get bigger and bigger game all his life. And then he tried to trap human beings into a spot where they'd be caged.
Yes,
Until
but
he finally trapped himself, don't you understand? Now, one look at that guy, and what do you think any court would decide? Well, don't worry. He'll be in a cage, all right, a padded one.
Oh, George. Let's forget this nightmare. Take me someplace for a nice, cozy supper.
Okay, the Tropic Inn.
Is it nice?
Oh, yeah, Angel. They serve a delicious kind of drink there. In a coconut shell.
Oh, George.
You have just heard The Hand in the Coconut, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, mystery lover. Welcome to another George Valentine adventure, better known as Let George Do It. I think we have a real George story for you, even though the title may do nothing for your goosebumps. It's called the sedan from the city, which I must admit is kind of mild. However, it all takes place on Halloween, which is something at least. And even though it might not be Halloween where you are, I think this story with its goblins and its witches and stuff should kind of scare 'em your harem.
You want some gas, mister? Better drive closer to the...
Take a joint, Broomville.
What? Yeah, this Broomville. The way you're headed, though, is Timber Corner. But... Hey, look out! Holy smoke, mister, where do you think you're going? Just 'cause you drive a fancy sedan from the city.
Yeah, I know. I heard your car. Heard it drive up. I'm coming. Oh, shoes now. Where to put those? All right. Just a minute. Wonder who it could be. Yeah, I bet I'm going to be surprised. Now, wait a minute. I got a little surprise for you, too. Don't go away. Just take a minute. Yeah, big sedan. Whose car is that, for gosh sake? Mervyn Brewster, huh? B-R-E-W-S.
But why? Everyone loved my husband. They did.
From the city it was,
There was
Lieutenant Riley. Big black sedan. Didn't catch the license,
Oh,
but it
did.
was the same car they saw drive away from the house here.
Didn't they, Fred? They loved Mervyn. Everyone did.
Now, Dora, wait a second till I tell him.
Take hold of yourself, Dora. The lieutenant has
But,
to.
Mac, I just came home, and there he was, lying there dead by the door. I'd been out visiting. I wanted him to go with me. It's such a beautiful night. But when I
Mrs.
came
Brewster,
home...
please, we've got to work fast. Several people spotted the strange car, and Fred, in the service station, couldn't you see what the man looked like?
Well, a dark hat, Lieutenant. An overcoat pulled up, he's sort of a fish-colored face. I remember that. Little skinny shrimp, I'd guess, and he had a funny eye, sort of pushed out of place. Scarred, I guess.
What? Merv didn't know anyone
Well,
like
we'll
that.
radio the highway patrol. They're setting up roadblocks.
There's never been anyone like that in Broomville.
That's right, Lieutenant.
People love Merv. He was the nicest man in the world.
Yes.
Why would anyone like that from the city just come out and shoot
Now,
him?
Mrs. Brewster,
Here, Lieutenant,
please.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, thanks, sister. Huh? Miss Brooks, what in the name of
Hello.
heaven are you...
Come on, Mrs. Brewster, we'll go.
Wait a minute, what are you doing here?
Well, I came with George, naturally.
But what? Who sent for him? Come on, what's going on here tonight? Who sent for Valentine?
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Everybody loved him, Mr. Valentine. That's why I called you so quick. I didn't know the city police would be called in, too.
Okay, Fred, so you phoned me.
Well, you see, Dora come home and found Merv. Went to the nearest neighbor, first place down the other road from Timber Corner. Only that's old Fonville. He wouldn't help his dying mother. So she called Mackenzie.
Wait a minute. Let me get these people straight.
Mackenzie, he's in there in the other room. You saw him. Merv Brewster's assistant down at the factory. Whisk Broom, Merv called him. Gosh, Merv always had a funny word.
What's this factory you're talking about?
Brewster's Brooms. Haven't you heard of them? Sweep the skies, sweep the world. Yeah, that's Merv. Well, it's his factory, and this is his town. Gosh, he built the whole
You mean
thing.
the chubby man in the suspenders in there who's dead, Merv Brewster? You mean he owned a factory?
Well, sort of one. But it don't make him no rich man. He never cared about profit, just for the good of the town. See, practically everyone here works in the...
Okay, I understand. Brewster's Brooms. But you didn't work for him. You own a service station, so where do you fit in?
Well, but Merv's my cousin, don't you understand? Gosh, I'm the only relative he had. Always a joke for everybody. And you should have seen how the kids loved him. And then an hour ago comes a big sedan from the city, and this stranger...
He didn't know anyone in the city, Fred.
Huh?
This is Mackenzie. You saw him.
Hello, Mr. Valentine. I suppose it's confusing when you...
Yeah, sure, of course it is. Every murder is.
Until it's solved. Merv was a genius in his own way, you know. He drew his own labels. Witch riding on a broom is the trademark. Made up his own slogans. Rebuilt a barn for a factory all by himself. Sort of a rustic one-man band.
Okay, I get the idea. But that's the real mystery, isn't it? The town Santa Claus gets murdered. A man you say everybody loved.
Do you blame us for being surprised? Being shocked? Yelling for help? There's no one in Broomville with a fish-colored face and a bad eye who drives a big black sedan.
It looked like one of them armor-proof jobs you see in the movies.
Mr. Mackenzie, your boss or your partner, whatever it was, he must have done business in the city. Maybe he had enemies there.
No, he didn't.
Merv was born in Broomville, Mr. Valentine. Born and raised. Married 27 years. Didn't know children himself, but 20 times a godfather.
Now, look, somewhere there's got to be somebody who didn't like this guy.
No, I tell you there isn't. That's why you're here. To solve a riddle that's impossible.
Uh-huh. Impossible. But it happened.
Valentine, forget the sedan. Just think about Brewster. He sat here. Room was dark. Doorbell must have rung. Walked to the door.
Well, of course, Lieutenant.
Just a minute, I said. Little alcove by the door, see? Did Brewster go straight to the door? Did he flip on the porch lights like a friendly guy in a small town would do?
He was shot from the porch through the alcove window, that I know.
He was peering out to see who was ringing the bell. Now tell me Merv Brewster wasn't afraid. Now tell me he didn't expect a strange caller in a big sedan.
And the person saw him through the glass and shot him.
Shell casings, 2 of them, and they checked with the slugs. Found them right on the grass, right next to the window box here.
What kind of a gun?
A Luger, my friend, a special type with a special shell. A very popular gun in the city, in the dirtier parts of the city.
And gang killing.
Exactly.
But we already know it has all the earmarks of
a rubout, Miss Brooks. Yeah, a killer and a rubout.
Ronnie, if the killer stood here on the wet grass by the door, there's bound to be...
Now you're getting it. Now you see him. Oh, we'll chase the sedan from the city, sure. But right here in Broomville, we've got something. No? Because where the killer stood, there are no tracks.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh,
there
yeah?
were.
Yeah, sure. But some of these local lovable people have very carefully trampled all over them with a pair of rubber boots. You see, somebody's been killed that everybody likes. Then we find that he really sneaked to the door like a rat in a trap to peer out. Look, we don't know what kind of motives people really have underneath all that.
Okay, Riley, go ahead. Make like a detective.
Huh?
Me, I'm going to follow the footprints. The footprints of the rubber boots that spoiled the killer's tracks.
Here, George. They turn in here.
Yeah, across the road. Broomville, so innocent, so shocked. A sedan from the city, and to them it's like a man from Mars. You can't kid me what's going on right here.
Okay, here we are. White House. Tracks turn up the drive. You see it?
Yeah, come on.
Hey, wait a second.
Huh?
Yeah, number 3, Cedar Road.
Mailbox says...
Everett W. Fonville. Wow. Fonville, huh? First place down the other road from Timber Corner.
What's the matter with...
Oh, well, somebody said that, that's all.
The house is dark.
Yeah. The neighbor, Mrs. Brewster, came to for help, only he wouldn't help his dying mother.
What in the devil was...
It's a bell. Like a homemade burglar alarm.
Yeah, it's a tripwire. Here it is.
Well, that does it. Oh, these rubes. They don't expect trouble. Oh, no. Imagine running a tripwire across your lawn.
Riley.
Huh?
Straight up the driveway. See it?
George, in the shadow by the garage, something moved.
Yeah, well, here's where we get our answer to what's going on in this nice...
There we are!
Hey.
There's a barrel full of birdshot for the first one of you that moves.
That's not from the garage.
Someplace overhead, George, back there.
I saw you. Oh, yes, I saw you. And grown up, every one of you. Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Hey, now look, friend, what do you mean?
No light. You think I'm asleep. Well, I've seen every one of your little games around here tonight. You'll get old fondle, you say. Kind of forget a man might keep a watch out of his attic window. Well, it's private property you're tramping on. Trespass, malicious...
Hey, slow down, Buster.
If this were any place but Boomville, I'd have every one of you arrested.
You'd what? Climb down from that attic. And get down here fast, my friend, because you're under arrest.
So Mervyn Brewster was murdered. Huh. That's too bad. But I don't know anything about it.
Is that so, Mr. Fonville?
I've hardly met the man.
You what? But everybody in town...
I'm not from this town, lady, though sometimes I wish I were. Far from it. Brewster's brooms. Huh. That's all you hear. What a funny thing Mr. Brewster said. Well, I've had enough of it. I retired here for my health and let...
For your health? And a lawyer, too, huh? From the city, no doubt. And your doctor says, surround your house with burglar alarms and sit up nights with a shotgun across...
Hold it, Riley. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Huh?
He didn't trample around in rubber boots.
George, can you still...
Yeah, still by the garage, Angel. There's somebody else here, all right, Riley.
What?
No, wait a minute. I'll do this. I don't want you embarrassing yourself anymore, barking at all the wrong things at the wrong time. Saying the small town must be up to something mysterious tonight. Broomville, where the trademark is a witch on a broomstick.
George, right there.
Know who it is, Riley? Wearing great big boots and sneaking around? Oh, I know. We've still got a crime to solve. Only tonight it's going to be a lot tougher than you ever figured.
Well, who is it? Who is it?
Take it easy now. It's only a little short guy carrying his head under his arm.
Huh?
But the head is a pumpkin. And the rubber boots are his father's.
What?
It's all right, Sonny. Come on out. The man here comes from the big city. He just forgot the date, that's all.
Trick or treat, sir.
Yeah, Riley. It's Halloween.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. A sedan from the city. Before the car disappeared into the dark again, its driver had murdered Broomville's leading citizen, Marvin Brewster, the man that everybody loves. Well, naturally, the highway patrol is out frantically searching for the big black sedan. But if your name is George Valentine, your problem is right here. Your problem is why. Why would anyone even think of killing a jovial man like Brewster? And needless to say, Lieutenant Riley is not so jovial when he is reminded that tonight, whatever clues there are, may only be the work of goblins or witches. That tonight is Halloween.
All right, Mrs. Brewster, so none of it makes sense.
Well, this part does, Riley. Donuts.
What?
Oh, yes, those. I fried them myself just this afternoon.
Donuts. Now, look.
There was cider, too, on the little table, see? Poor Mervyn always liked to have something ready for the kids. It was sort of his day, you know, Halloween. We built this factory out of a witch's broom. He was so full of fun himself, you know. He wouldn't let anyone interfere, the police or anyone on Halloween.
No, sure, big joker. Only Valentine...
Look, the donuts mean this, Riley. He wasn't sneaking to the door when he was shot into the alcove to peer out. He was just reaching for some donuts to give to the kids. That's what he must have thought the doorbell was, a trick or treat.
So he wasn't scared. He didn't expect a stranger from the city tonight. Oh, brother, the man that nobody hated. So maybe it's true that...
What? No, everybody loved him. That's what I told you. Until I heard about the telegram, I still don't believe...
What's this
What telegram?
Well, didn't Mr. Mackenzie tell you? He's the one who took the message from Priscilla. Maybe he told the local police.
Priscilla, what are you talking about, Mrs. Brewster?
Well, she's down at the telegraph office. It's really a part of the post office, and that's part of the general store. Priscilla's a lovely person.
What telegram?
A carbon or something that came through. The telegram somebody in Broomville sent today to somebody in the city. Somebody who came out here in a sedan.
Who sent this? In a little place like this, you must
but
have a
they
record.
just write them out and leave the money. I'm so busy at the other window, you
Hey, Riley,
see.
listen. It says, you don't something. Anyway, don't get paid until he's gone.
Paid until he's gone. Dead. There. There, you see what I mean? The guy in the sedan was a killer from the city. And somebody right here in Broomville hired him.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's not the way I figure it, Riley. Come on, I'll show you. Okay, here we are, Timber Corner. Now, give me your flashlight.
What in the world?
Riley, what's the Brewster's address?
Huh? Well, the house on Cedar Lane beyond the corner. That's what I phoned my crew and wrote in the report.
Sure, but you've never been here before. You came out with a native cop. He wouldn't notice.
But look at the street sign, you idiot. Take a look at that.
Wait a minute. Get out of the way.
Huh? Right here, Miss Brooks, cutting out paper dolls.
You check at the newspapers, Brooksy?
You asked me to look up Mr. Farnville, George. It's true he's a lawyer from the city, sort of a big-time ambulance chief.
Uh-huh. Now, Riley, I said there was another way. Even the telegram could work. It didn't have to be sent by somebody from town, did it?
Huh?
Gangland stuff. Somebody might have spotted the victim and wired the killer how to find him.
Hey, I'm beginning to get you.
Yeah. And this street sign is loose, all right. Don't you remember Farnville's mailbox? It said Cedar Lane.
George, the street sign...
Sure. It turns. Now, which street is which? First house beyond the corner.
The oldest Halloween trick in the book. Changing street signs.
So maybe Merv Brewster didn't have any enemies. Just a big, loud, lovable guy who was so crazy about Halloween that by some kid's prank he died for it.
Farnville. He was the one they meant to kill. Come on!
Well, we're too late. He's dead.
That was the same gun. Same empty shells.
It all must have been the same. Came to answer the door and...
Yeah, that's right. 2 shots.
George, he was the kind of a man some gang might want to get. Retired criminal lawyer who didn't pick his clients too well.
Yeah, that's it, all right. The killer's set out to get Farnville, only tangles up with a Halloween prank and picks the wrong house. Kills the wrong man. Then finds his mistake and comes back.
Riley, this couldn't have happened very long ago.
No, I know. So, let's go. We'll,
Oh, hello.
It's Fred, the guy who got me into this.
Yeah, the guy who found the car. The sedan.
You what?
Yeah. Killer ditched it down the woods. Engine's still warm. Come on. It's all over but the shouting. We found it.
Not surprising you ditched it, sir. We got 100 patrol cars out on the highways, roadblocks set up at every crossing.
It's the same sedan. I'm sure of that. I'm positive.
Not going to be easy to trace, neither. No registration.
The driver will be easy to find. Little fish-faced guy with his eye all scarred up. How many men have you got, officer?
Oh, plenty, and everybody in Broomville will be only too glad to help
Wait
us.
a minute, don't touch that.
What?
There won't be any fingerprints, Valentine. We know he was wearing a hat, an overcoat, and probably gloves.
Yeah. Well, I was looking for something else, but I can't find it.
Oh, now, don't you start playing detective. We'll get him. This is Broomville. And we're going to sweep the woods for a killer.
All right. But remember, it's still Halloween.
Men, fan out there more. Move slower. Keep your flashlights on the ground.
I hope they find him.
Yeah. Mind if I take a look at something inside your house, Mrs. Brewster?
Oh, no. Miss Brooks is already in here someplace, I think.
Hello. Remember me?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Mackenzie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were out on the manhunt.
I thought Dora might need me. They're coming closer, you know.
Yeah, looks like he's hiding right around Timber Corner here someplace.
Right close. And the closer they get, the more wrong I am.
Wrong? What do you mean?
Oh, something Lieutenant Riley said earlier. And he was right. When you investigate a case this fast, you don't know what kind of motives people really have underneath.
Motives? Everyone around here knows that old Farmville was mixed up in all sorts of things. Back in the city, that is.
Halloween. Gosh, if Merv hadn't always been so considerate, telling the cops to lay off and everything, then the kids never would have even thought of twisting that road sign.
George, what's happening? What? Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Angel. What'd you find?
Well, I looked for it. I've been upstairs.
She's what?
It's all right.
But I didn't find it. And it wasn't around the car anyplace.
Someplace in between, I guess, huh?
Hey, how you doing out there? Hey, Lieutenant, you catch him yet?
George, he's leaving.
No, Brooks, it's all right. Fred's a tall guy. Let him go. It's a false alarm anyway. They haven't found the killer yet. They won't.
Mr. Valentine, will you please tell me what in the name of blue blazes...
Yes, I'll tell you, Mr. McKenzie. Now, suppose somebody wanted to kill Mervyn Brewster. Oh, I don't know why yet.
But everybody loved my
George,
husband.
Upstairs.
Suppose that person set up the phony telegram. Suppose that person dug up a big sedan from the city. That part'd be easy. And most important, suppose that person took advantage of Halloween by twisting the road sign. On purpose.
George.
Sure, Brooksy. What would everybody say? Kids. An unfortunate accident corroborated by the Halloween road sign and the telegram. Oh, yeah, sure. Everybody knows Farmville has enemies. And forever after, the police would be combing the city for some mythical gangster killer.
Mythical? Well, people saw him. Fred saw him. Of all
Mr.
the
McKenzie, what do you think I was looking for at the deserted car? Miss Brooks looking for here?
I haven't the slightest idea.
It's Halloween, Buster, remember? Well, what's been the greatest boost to Halloween since the Headless Horseman? The rubber mask. The skin mask. The rubber horror mask. You've seen him. And think back, Mackenzie. Fish-colored face, a funny eye, sort of pushed out of place, all scarred.
Oh, no, it couldn't possibly have been anyone.
Those guys outside are getting closer and closer, lady. And I'm getting more and more sure all the time. It was somebody from Broomville, changing his voice and wearing a mask and an overcoat. It was somebody in this room.
Mr. Valentine, I think you're forgetting Farmville. He was murdered, too, you know. The killer made a mistake and then killed Farmville.
Yes, but Mr. Farmville told us he'd been watching from his attic. He'd seen every one of the little games around here tonight and the pranks.
Exactly, Angel. And he could have, from that attic, very easily seen who changed that road sign.
Mr. Farmville?
As I remember, there's only one person who's been over to talk to Farmville since Brewster's death. Who might have guessed and been told that the old coot had been watching from his attic, who would have known that he had to be killed, too.
I'm afraid
You, Mrs. Brewster, when you went for help.
No, what are you trying
It was dark. If a stranger from the city came out and did get mixed up by road signs, how would he know it was your husband or even a man behind that darkened glass in the alcove? How would a stranger standing at the door think to look in that window and see him?
Stop it.
But if you heard
Stop
him
it.
trapping around, you'd know what he was doing, you and nobody else. If he stepped aside to get a surprise for the kids, some donuts maybe, you'd know where to look for him, wait for his shadow to fire at. Because you were the one who put him in the alcove with the cider.
Put your hands up, all of you. Oh. Yeah, sure. He loved Halloween. The Brewster broom, it's built around Halloween. You know, even the trademark. Oh, he was such a funny man, my husband. Everybody loved him.
Except you, huh, lady? All right, now, come on. Give me that gun. Give me the Luger. There's a lot of policemen getting closer all the time, and you can't get away with it.
Stay where you are. I'm going. I can go past those policemen. They know me. I'm just a meek little housewife.
There's Fred coming on the lawn.
There's a side porch to this house. I can see you from there. I have my own car. If you move, I'll kill
Dora,
you.
please.
No. Don't move. Let her go.
But it's Halloween. The police won't pay any attention to it.
George, what happened?
Some kids piled trash cans on the porch. Brooksy, it's Halloween.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
So I was right. You see, Valentine, we don't know how people really feel underneath. There she is, married for 27 years to a perfectly nice guy.
Oh, just a minute, Lieutenant. It must have worked both ways.
Huh?
Well, when I was upstairs, George, I started to tell you. In Mervyn Brewster's study, he drew his own labels, remember? The witch riding on the broom.
Yeah, that's right. It's on every broom.
It was a big sketch. The original, I guess, in the drawer. Oh, he must have been a lovely man to live with.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't see it on the little ones. But guess whose face he drew on that witch? And then probably laughed about it, thought it was funny.
Hey, yeah, that's right. Dora did look a little like a witch.
Santa Claus to everybody but her. Kind to everybody but her. Well, it worked both ways, all right. She's hated him for...
Halloween. She used it to kill him. It trapped her. Well, Brooksy, somewhere the witches and goblins are laughing real loud. They had a big night.
You have just heard The Sedan from the City, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly, inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. And Hope to Die, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, there are certain people in the world who aren't like other people. They live in a place built of quicksilver, and we don't always understand the secrets of their hearts and minds. They're in a world of their own, but our world benefits because they are there. That's the kind of a person I work for. I've been her secretary for the past 6 years. She can't even remember my last name. She's a combination of church music and just plain cat. Mr. Valentine, I'm writing because she needs your help. She's being threatened or blackmailed or something, though I'm sure she could be murdered before she'd bother to write a letter herself. She's not well, she works too hard, and if she slaps your face, don't quit, don't slap back. Because underneath, she's nothing but a very small child. And for some reason, very, very frightened. Also, as I'm sure you'll agree, Miss Flora Stewart is the greatest actress in the world.
Valentine, I never heard of you. What have you done lately?
Miss Stewart's secretary said we should come here to her
Never
home.
Never mind. Here, Sonny, grab that light plug.
Light plug?
He'll be downstairs in a minute, Osborne.
Don't you know what a light plug is? Oh, here, I'll do it. Ask the doc there for a pill. It'll brighten you up.
Real sharp dialogue. Why didn't you say plug in the phonograph?
Wouldn't you like a chair, young lady?
Shut up, shut up. Listen.
It droppeth as the gentle
You
rain
wanted to hear
from
it, Doc.
heaven upon the place.
All right, listen.
It is twice blessed.
Phonograph?
It blesseth him that gives, and
Is that
him
her,
that
George?
takes.
I guess so.
'Tis mightiest in the mightiest.
Portia's speech.
It becomes the throned monarch better than his
Sorry,
crown.
Matt, 10 years ago.
I said shut up. This makes me cry. You understand? Yeah, so what do? I'm crying, so yatta-ta, yatta-ta, yatta-ta. If you got no appreciation, shut up.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. Blessed him that gives.
Excuse me, but the text...
Tis mightiest in the mightiest.
Well, somebody's got to answer that thing.
Better than his crown.
Hello?
Maybe a call from my office.
For the
love
of
horses, will you all please
From Miss Stewart from New York. Long distance.
She don't know anybody in New York. Hang up. They got no appreciation anyway.
Wait a minute. How dare you?
Flora, baby.
Jake, you shut up! Give me that telephone.
Yeah, here you are, Miss Stewart.
Yes. Hello. Operator, I'm so sorry. Will you please tell your party in New York that Miss Flora Stewart caught cold in a Turkish bath? There's a dear girl. Just say that she's thrown in the towel until Christmas. Well, this looks like the birth of a nation.
Miss Stewart, my name is...
Never mind. Doctor, what are you doing here? Get out.
Well, now, Flora, for heaven's sake, we haven't seen each other since your big tour.
And absence makes you so much fonder. Now go quack at somebody else. I'm busy.
But you're not well either, I noticed last night when we met on the street. I'm sorry, my dear, but you're way past a checkup. Now, don't push me.
I'm fine. I'm perfect. There's nothing wrong at all with me.
You're worried, upset. You look awful. Excuse
Maybe
me, but...
you can talk to your wife like that, but not to me. Go on, darling. Go on. You know that mortician's understudy has the nerve to think I should give up the stage. Me. It's like asking Grant to give up his tomb. Jake? Where is he? Where'd he go?
If you mean that guy who cries and whose face you slapped, I don't think he liked it.
He walked into the other room. What is it, a bar?
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from my hand.
He probably could use a drink. Who is Jake, your husband?
My husband's name is Kenneth. Jake is my agent for 25 years. But don't look that up. He's in love with me. He's a fool. So is my husband. But I mean in love with me, not a fool. And I love him, my husband. And they all worry about me, but he doesn't mind if I slap his face. Jake doesn't. He just likes my phonograph records.
Well, look, Miss Stewart.
I know. You're George Valentine, and I'm all upset, and you're here to straighten everything out, all this confusion, and... You, dear.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm Claire Brooks. Mr. Valentine and I work together.
Oh. Well, what are you looking so serious for? Eat, drink, and be merry. I thought I might go to work on him myself, that's all. Darling, don't worry.
Now, slow down, will you? I'm trying to get it straight. You've been threatened, blackmailed, your secretary said.
Yes, a very husky voice, quite a cloak and dagger. He's phoned every night for 3 nights running. You'll see for yourself maybe later on.
Any connection between those calls and the one you just had from New York? The one you wouldn't answer?
What? Oh, no. No, that's different. I started my tour 6 months ago in New York. That was just somebody I met there. This other voice is from town, I'm sure, and only a man could open the window like that, don't you think?
Do what?
Well, to break the records.
Records? Please, Miss Stewart, start at the beginning.
Well, some of the records I've made of my performances on stage are master records. They're not commercial, just originals, the only ones. And 3 nights ago, someone broke in the window to my study, ransacked things, and took one out and broke it all over the rug.
Go on.
Well, Blue Swan was the first one. That's a play 5 years ago. It only lasted a couple of weeks. Then it was Alice Adams. I just tried that for the first time on tour. And then last night it was my recording.
Wait a minute. You mean every night a different record is broken and nothing else is touched?
No. And then I get a phone call and the voice says, unless you leave $10,000 tonight in the study, I'll break every record you have. And I'll tell everybody what I know about...
Well, tell what he knows about what?
Well, you don't think I'm going to tell you. Really, darling, I don't know you that well yet.
Oh, for the love of... Lady, can't you stop acting for once?
But you're here to catch him. You're not here to write my biography.
Well, do so for my money. You can either tell
Stop
or...
it! Don't yell at me. You're here now. You'll help. I'm not the detective. I'm just so frightened I can't think straight. You can look around. You'll find some clues.
Lady, you're going to stick around and give them to me.
Oh, I've got such a headache. I can't even see you. It's my house. I'll do what I like. I want to lie down and forget you, all of it. Leave me alone!
When is a case not a case? When you don't know what it is.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the study where those records are kept.
Did you ever see so many crazy people?
Well, maybe that's how we clear the air, Brooksy. Be a little crazy ourselves. Door's locked.
Locked?
Well, listen.
Well, there must be another door around through the sunroom. Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. I didn't realize I left the catch on.
Are you the secretary who wrote us, Betty Robinson?
Yes, that's me. I'm just doing some work in here. Do you, smoke cigars while you work? What? Oh. I guess Miss Stewart wanted you to see the records that were broken.
Yeah, sure. Stuff this prowler breaks up.
She saved all the pieces, put them in an envelope. I thought you might fingerprints or something. I doubt it. Those records look more pulverized than stepped on. This the cabinet they were taken out of? Oh, yes, right there.
Mm-hmm. Say, how often do you water those zinnias out there?
What? Oh, out the window. There's a gardener every day. The beds are pretty.
Yeah, wet right now, all right. Only no marks on the rug.
I don't understand.
Well, this is a window, isn't it? Mysterious man who comes in from the outside. Easy enough to force, all right?
Yes, it's been found open, or it was this morning.
Only he makes no tracks on the rug. And out there, he'd have to stand in the wet flower bed.
And the window could be left open from the inside so that it would only look like... Oh, no. If you think there's anyone inside this house...
I don't think anything yet, Miss Robinson, except that maybe you could use some Kleenex.
What? Here, honey, not your lipstick, your mascara. You've been crying, haven't you? No. You're here just to do something for Miss Stewart.
Okay. And you're here to say nothing.
I've been her secretary for 6 years. She's the most wonderful person in the world.
Why drag that in? Because you've been packing a suitcase?
Yes. Yes, I'm leaving for a little vacation. It has absolutely nothing to do with why you're here. You can take care of her now.
I have a headache. I told you I want to be left alone. Miss Brooks,
I have a
him.
job, so I'm doing it, Miss Stewart. I'm asking who smokes cigars.
What?
Nice, fancy cigars from the smell of them.
It's Jake, isn't it, that agent of yours?
Oh, it's my husband. Jake's never smoked in his life.
Oh, your husband, huh? I'd like to meet him.
Oh, he's around someplace. A big, shaggy poodle who adores me.
Uh-huh. How does he get along with your secretary?
Her? Darling, have you seen her? Nothing but a little fox terrier trails me around with such a worshipping look. Why? I'm so tired I don't think very straight.
I'm not going to bother you with why anything, Miss Stewart.
Oh, but I'm scared. Someone's threatened me. I hired you to come...
We're only trying to understand your household.
This is so simple. It's blackmail.
Sure. Somebody from the outside.
The people in this house have nothing to do with anything. They love me.
But it must be a little hard living with a person who's been as famous as you have. Already a legend. Being married to you, working for you.
Already a legend. Of course, I'm peculiar. I'm selfish. There's nothing in the world as important as my work. And I've been working so hard. I've done nothing but work every minute for the last 6 months. It was my own tour. I even organized and backed it myself. What's the matter?
That stuff in your lap. What were you doing when we came in?
Cleaning a gun. Here, you see.
What in the name of... Sister, give me that thing before...
Oh, no, you don't, darling. Maybe it's got a bullet in it. How do you know?
Now, look, lady.
Mr. Valentine, I'm frightened. I want to have a gun.
Not the way you handle it, sister. Now, come on.
Also, I'm too much for you, am I? My blackmailer's too much for you, so you're afraid of my case. Well, baby, you can just...
I said, give me that gun. Now. Okay, lady, okay. Now, nobody's hurt. And you still have your little toy.
Of course I have, darling. I still have everything. Call me a legend, will you? Baby, you better be careful. The next time this little toy will speak. spit right in your eye.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now the much faster wear rate of conventional oil. Now new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine, the greatest actress in the world, Flora Stewart. But she's scared to death of a mysterious stranger, a blackmailer, who has been breaking the master records of her famous performances and threatens to continue until she pays him $10,000. But if your name is George Valentine, you're convinced that there's a lot going on in Miss Stewart's strange household besides just blackmail, particularly when she pulls a gun on you.
Look at the great detective.
Okay, lady. So you win round one.
Round one, throw in the ammonia, folks. Oh, go on, get out of here. You're not big enough to help me. All you can do is try to pad your part with guesses about things that don't matter. Well, darling, ta-ta.
I'll turn it off, Deucer. Maybe I don't slap back, but I got bad news for you. I'm staying.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. And it's not true what you think. People do love me. Like I've loved them.
Oh, sure, lady. I love you, too. Don't you listen to the critics. I think you're still the greatest actress in the world. You act all the time.
Yes, full of cobwebs, isn't it? Whole house full of cobwebs.
Look, Mr. Stewart, I wanted to meet you because...
Mr. Stewart? Oh, listen to me, laughing as though it were a joke by this time. I'm Kenneth, yes, but Kenneth McLaughlin. Here, have a drink.
No, thanks.
Did you expect her to take my name?
Well...
Ever hear of Aphrodite's husband? Sarah Bernhardt's? Go on, drink this stuff. It's important.
How much of it do you drink every day?
Enough to remember the name McLaughlin. Don't think anything of that. Been married 18 years, and I adore her. Everybody does. Can't help themselves.
Sure. Keep telling it to yourself.
What do I say now? I beg your pardon?
No, you tell me what you do for a living.
Oh, foolish boy.
Okay, so she's the moneymaker. She give you an allowance?
No, I can't be insulted.
Oh, stop smiling. I'll be goaded into saying anything.
You ask about my wife, Mr. Valentine. What's there to say? She's been on tour for 6 months. Some crazy idea of doing every part she's ever done, and for good measure, the one she's left out. A galloping ingenue. I've barely seen her. Why are you here today? I don't know that. Why won't she see me today? Why anything? Who cares? Have a drink. Of course she's insufferable, selfish, but so what? Have a drink.
That's right, Buster. Tell me how it is to be tied to the great lady. How she never thinks of you the way Betty does.
What?
You know Betty, nice little secretary who says she loves the great actress, too, only she's leaving.
Excuse me, Mr.
Don't tell me you didn't know she was going. Not after that little scene you must have had in the study when you ducked out just before we came in.
Oh, get out of my way.
She's gone, I tell you. You hate your wife, don't you?
Shut up, you fool.
She lives for herself and her career and nobody else. And all the time, right under her nose, you and her secretary have...
Valentine, I'm warning you that...
Mr. Valentine, come here.
Oh, now what? All right, what is it, Betty?
Another phonograph record.
Huh?
I was just on my way out. I was walking through here.
Yeah, well, you're not leaving now. Here, let me see.
It was all in pieces, on the rug, the same place as the others. That person's been here again.
And the window drape shoved aside again. Only this time the window's closed.
What?
Yeah, you heard me, so you're not leaving. Nobody's leaving.
Mr. Valentine...
I shoved matches in the frame the last time I was in here. The window can't be opened. But somebody tried awful hard. Here, you see? Handprints all over the top of the glass.
Inside?
Yeah, sure, of course. I thought so before. Now I know it. So we're going to find out whose prints those are. Which one of the people inside this house has been trying to frighten Flora Stewart out of $10,000.
You ever swindle blood out of a turnip, Valentine? I'm business manager to a bunch of back taxes, that's all. And that Betty, if she had half a brain, would have quit long ago. She hasn't been paid in 4 months.
Clear it up, will you, Jake?
Okay, I'll clear it up. This star client of mine is flat broke.
Flora Stewart? Oh, now, wait a minute. She used to make a fortune. And that tour she...
Financing herself in all the parts she wanted to do. Playing the city she thought liked her, whether the houses were good or not. Promoting herself with producers. I tell you, friend, it's cleaned out everything she had left.
A great business manager you must be.
What's Montague? It is not hand,
So you
nor
still
foot,
don't understand anything.
nor arm, nor face, nor any
I'm
other
a sucker.
part belonging
Yeah.
to a man.
Yeah, soft-hearted
be
Jake.
some other name.
But it's there.
What
Can't you hear it?
name?
In that old record?
That which we call a rose. By any other name would smell as
She makes
sweet.
me cry.
So Romeo
Sure, I love her. She tears people apart. She's off in that world of her own. She can't help it. You think she gives two pins for what happens to her? But am I supposed to be a watchdog forever? I can't order her around. Nobody can. Nobody ever could. Oh, why don't you get smart and go home?
Brooksy, I'm just beginning to realize what this is all about.
George, that was a shot. Oh, George, no. It's Flora.
Yeah. Dead, Brooksy. She's dead. Oh, brother, see it all backwards until it's too late. Get a client you can't understand and then let her be killed.
It must have been her own gun that was used. It's gone.
She was scared to death. She really was frightened, Brooksy. Sick and upset.
Oh, George, stop it. If she'd wanted protection, she would have
Hey,
said
wait a minute, hold
so.
it.
Hey, what happened? You hear that?
Yeah, I hear it, Jake. Car starting. A car starting. Get out of the way. Well, thanks. You didn't run over me. All right, Betty, get out.
Stay where you are.
Come on.
Stand still, I said. I've got a gun.
I know you have. Miss Stewart's.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I killed her.
Betty.
Yes, I killed her.
So now what are you going to do, Betty?
Suppose you just take it
She
easy.
wouldn't let him go, and I killed her. He loved her and hated her for 18 years, and I killed her. I loved her, too.
You know, I'm getting a little sick of all the emotions being spilled in this house. Just because you lived with an actress doesn't mean you have to
I
imitate
killed her, don't you understand? If you come one step closer, I'll kill myself.
Yeah, look who's coming, Betty. The boyfriend himself.
It's all the excitement. I was sound asleep.
Betty says she killed your wife.
What? Flora?
Yeah, that's right. Little Betty here managed to wrestle her gun away. Can you imagine? And then with one shot, she... All right, sister, give me that gun. That's better. Yeah, you don't have to pretend. You don't have to cover for him.
Betty, what in heaven's
Hold it, friend,
name?
hold it. All right, now, Jake, tell me something. Did Flora carry life insurance?
Huh? Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, quite a bit. Took it out just recently. It was the only way I could get it to save. Why?
Because after we heard the shot, Betty, it took us a little time to find out where it came from. But you were upstairs already. What did you do? Run in there, see the body, see a gun, and think Kenneth had actually killed her?
Yes.
With me in the house and Jake? Didn't you notice the cotton wadding, the cleaning fluid, the gun oil?
That's right, George.
Yeah. If I found a setup like that, I'd be more inclined to think her death was an accident. All right, now come on inside. We're going to phone back to New York. Okay, thanks, operator. Keep on trying to locate that party in New York, will you? All right, I know it's awful sudden. I know you all loved her a lot, no matter how you talk. She really tore people apart, didn't she?
But an accident right in the middle of all that blackmail business. Oh, George, no, it's too convenient.
Yes, Valentine, if you don't explain...
I'm just guessing, Jake, adding 2 and 2. In the first place, that blackmail thing. She put that up herself. She must have. Look at the records that were so carefully broken. Alice Adams, the part of an adolescent girl, just recorded this year on tour. She might have been able to play that part well 30 years ago. And then Blue Swan, a flop that lasted 2 weeks. And then this last one, a turkey, you said, don't you see? All her recent performances, all her bad performances. She broke the records herself to get rid of them.
But why would she call you?
Well, she wanted me here because it was all phony. It was all an act. And she made a big point of having me see her cleaning a gun, handling it clumsily.
She wanted us for witnesses. Wanted us to testify she died accidentally.
That's right, Brooksy. And I don't think I need to kick myself. She would have done it anyway. Yeah, the big, selfish actress, so self-centered. But she knew she wrecked lives. And the rest of it wasn't an act. She was frightened, all right. But she had to keep on being a star.
She was sick. The doctor said she'd have to give up the stage. It was her whole life. She had to keep working.
Feeble, flat gesture, wasn't it? But maybe she figured it was the least she could do for all of you. Yeah, that's right. Make her death look like it was an accident. So the insurance companies wouldn't refuse to pay off on suicide.
Oh, no.
She went on tour to play all the parts she used to like, burning the candle at both ends for the last big try, financing herself, the great actress. But I noticed her biggest successes were in the past.
She still was great, Sonny.
You sure about that? Come on. There's my call. Hello?
Hello, Miss Stewart.
Who is this, please? I know all about Miss Stewart. At least I think I do.
Well, tell her it's James Sharon.
James Sharon?
The producer? Give me that phone.
Hold it, Jake, hold it.
Wait a minute. How about you taking a message? Maybe it'll be easier that way.
Well, nothing is easy, friend, but go ahead.
Well, look, tell her I love her. I love her, and I'm a heel. She's been haunting me for years to put her in something big, but I can't anymore. I wrote her I could get her a small part and would phone her for an answer. For a slap in the face. She knows the truth as well as I do. What does she want to make me suffer for? I love her.
Why don't you say it straight, Mr. Sharon?
Candles all burned out, my friend. The ingenue's finished. She's through.
She had to quit the stage. Maybe she could have even done that. The stage had already quit her. She didn't have any life outside the theater.
That's right, Brooks. You've been slipping for years, and she must have known it, too. That last disastrous tour was the payoff.
Yeah, they all knew it. We could never admit it to anyone.
Yeah, particularly Jake in there. Wagon hitched to a burnt-out star.
Yeah, Flora wasn't all selfish, George. Trying to pull a third-act curtain like that. If it hadn't been for Betty interfering...
The accidental death stunt might have gone through. That insurance idea to help the people she'd hurt, clumsy as it was, might have worked.
George, it doesn't make any difference. They don't care about the money. Don't blame yourself for having to expose them.
Yeah, I know. Jake's still in there beating himself. She really had these people tied up in knots, didn't she?
Helen's cheek was not her heart. Cleopatra's majesty, Atlanta's better part, sad Lucretia's modesty. Thus,
how do you explain a woman like her, George?
I don't know, see. Maybe you don't.
To have the touch of dearest
Listen.
pride. Heavenward, that she these gifts should have, and I to live and die her slave.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You'll hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Jeanette Nolan was heard as Flora, Charlotte Lawrence as Betty, Sidney Miller as Jake, Larry Dobkin as Kenneth, and Stanley Farrar as Sheriff. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The Bookworm Turns, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I am the owner of a small bookshop. If you are familiar at all with rare editions, I am sure you will recognize my name, Paul Jacobs Humber. Well, I need your advice. You've heard of bookworms, haven't you? Of Abraham Lincoln's study by candlelight, of students rioting to keep libraries open so that men may learn. Well, for the past 2 nights, my shop has been broken into. But I simply can't bring myself to call the police because nothing is stolen. Not a book, not a penny from the cash register. So you must be with me tonight by 10 o'clock. Because, Mr. Valentine, I believe I am being visited by the most ardent bookworm of them all. A man who jimmies a window merely for the purpose of reading my books. Yes, reading. But reading what? And why?
Well, you certainly have enough books, Mr. Homer. Don't you ever sell any?
These racks go out in front when the shop is open, Miss Brooks. Careful.
$6 for $1, huh?
Look, if we're trying to surprise anyone, it seems to me...
Oh, no, he's never broken in this early. I've often stayed here myself till 10 or 11, Mr. Valentine.
You never seen the guy yourself, huh? Only why do I say Guy? Why do you say he?
Here, there's an aisle through here. Just follow me. I don't want to turn the lights on.
Mr. Humber, why do you...
I heard you, yes. I am just guessing, that's all.
Uh-huh. Is that the window over there?
No. The window on the other side of the stockroom.
Alley entrance, huh?
Yes. Here, my office is in here. We can wait a while.
You mean curl up with a book and wait all night?
Oh, he'll be here.
What in the... Sounds more like a music store.
Well, come on.
Hello, Hall. I've been waiting for... Oh.
Rosa.
I was just listening to some phonograph.
This is Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, Mrs. Coolidge, wife of my assistant Otto here in the shop. She does some of my bookkeeping, too.
Oh, how do you do? Hello. Hall, Otto had to go uptown to see somebody. We live right next door, the little apartment.
Mrs. Coolidge doesn't have a phonograph in her apartment. We have records here, too, a few of them.
I understand. Well, she can join the party and help us.
Mrs. Coolidge isn't the bookworm type, is she?
What?
Huh? Oh, no. She wouldn't be the one. I mean, she has her own keys.
What is all this? Oh, I'm in the way, aren't I, Mr. Humber?
Well, it's something I didn't mention, that's all, Rosa.
Are you married, Mr. Humber?
I beg your pardon? Oh, no, I'm not, but...
Shh.
Well, excuse me now. I'll be leaving if you...
Be quiet.
Well, won't someone tell me what on earth...
Stop it. You hear that, Valentine?
Yeah.
Wasn't a car in the alley. I'm sure of that. No, it's from back someplace. Stockroom.
What are you listening for? Will you please?
Come on, through here.
Yeah. A little early, though, isn't it? For your bookworm to arrive.
There, you see it? A light?
Yeah, flashlight. Get out of the way.
Get him!
Get home, Mr. Humber.
Well, I thought you saw...
I saw the shade on the door glass blowing, that's all. But the door's been forced, all right. Still open.
He's already gone. He must have heard us.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks that way.
He ran out and down the alley. You see, it is true, Mr. Valentine, every night.
Get the light switch.
Oh, yes. But look around. Nothing is touched again. Nothing's ever touched. Here, you see? A new set of first editions just in from Boston, and not even disturbed. Mr. Valentine?
Right here, Mr. Humber. That's where I saw the flashlight.
What?
Your visitor seems to be interested in old books, not new ones. Believe it or not, you're right. He apparently was reading. This book is still open.
Well, let me see. What is it?
Oh, what some power the gifty gives to see ourselves as others see us.
Robert Burns? Burns? Why should I know why anybody should like Robert Burns? My background is a printer, Mr. Valentine, not the Oxford Book of English Words.
Okay, Otto. I waited to see you because I thought you might have noticed something unusual.
I am handyman, shelf duster, and salesman in the shop. Should I have time to notice anything?
For 3 nights running, somebody's been breaking in here.
To read books. What is wrong with that? What would you like? People should only watch television?
Oh, now look, friend.
I know I don't help you. My wife don't help you. It is late. I'm tired. But this Humber, my boss, don't you understand? He is what you call persecution with complexes.
A what?
Always and everything he sees a mystery. So somebody should break in to read. He should make something of this. Always make something of everything. Why should he worry? There is no damage, is there? No damage
All right,
to his...
skip it, Otto, skip it. You say nobody's up to anything, huh? No damage to Mr. Humber? Why worry?
What do you
but
mean?
Burns is the word, all right.
Burns?
Can't you tell a fire engine when you hear one? Now, what do you think that smoke's coming from? Come on, let's get out of here.
Only nothing's been damaged, George. Somebody broke into Humber's store during the night and didn't steal anything, and now there's a fire, but nothing is damaged.
Credit luck and the fire department for that, Angel.
Oh, water. Just look at the water.
What's the matter, Humber? Run a few bindings?
Oh, no. It isn't important. Only the $6 for $1 ones. But, Mr. Valentine, what is it? What's going on? Who is trying to do what to me? The bookworm who reads Burns certainly didn't start the fire, or it would have burned up my entire stock.
No, George, the fire didn't actually start here.
But it was aimed here. If the engines hadn't been so quick...
The place next door almost burned to the ground. That was the reason for the fire here.
An old apartment, yes, where Rosa and Otto live, but they don't own anything. There was no loss to anybody. Oh, no. It was here, all right, at me that the fire was aimed. Only why?
Mr. Humber, suppose you give me a chance to find out. Hey, Brooksy, there was a fire investigator here a minute ago. Let's find him.
There he is, over there, George.
But, Mr. Valentine...
I said I'll do it my own way, thanks. Hey, you, Mac. Hey, I want to talk... Oh.
Are you addressing me, young man?
I thought you were somebody else.
Maharaja of Ranapur, perhaps? J.P. Morgan's ghost? Any law against my being me?
Sorry.
And what are you staring at, mademoiselle? Didn't you ever see a shirt with no collar before? It's to display the hair on my chest, naturally. Gray, quite unusual, don't you think?
Okay, friend, skip it.
No, George.
You'll find the children's books on the next counter.
What's that one you're looking at? What are you doing here?
Georgie, Porgy, pudding and pie. What's it look like I'm doing? Taking a bath, naturally. Kiss the girls and say goodbye.
Yeah, let me see that.
Get your hands off me. It's a bookstore, isn't it? It's open for business?
I'll say it is. It's wide open now. So the book you're interested in is Certain Poems by Robert Burns.
Yes, a book of Burns poems. I just picked it up. I suppose you're from the T.S. Eliot Protective League?
What is all this? What is going on?
George, it's the same book.
I came here to buy this book. Any objections?
No, friend. Just questions. Like, why?
People. Look here, Edinburgh edition, the 4 Dials Press, 1793.
Yeah, it's an old edition, all right.
A very authentic edition, a very rare one.
Oh, so I see. Priced at $750. I didn't notice that before.
Oh, it is quite valuable, Mr. Valentine. It turned up in a bunch of second-hand things Otto picked up at auction. That's what is so peculiar. Why the bookworm didn't steal it.
Wait a minute. I think it's even more peculiar how this man happened to know it was here.
Yeah. How about that, friend?
My name is Jess. Henry Jess. Not friend. Not even to my enemies.
Jess, the critic?
Well, I salute you, Mr. Humber. Fame, isn't it wonderful? Yes. Henry Jess, the man who sells his brain for a few dollars a month to silly book magazines.
Hey, get back on the rails, will you? I ask you a simple question.
How I knew that book was here? A man told me. Not a bird, a man.
What man?
Here.
An envelope.
No, not for you. For you, Mr. Humber.
Oh.
A man in my impecunious state will do anything for a commission. Even talk to the likes of you. I do buy once in a while for collectors so they can pretend that they know how to pick out the authentic items themselves.
Yeah, but this guy's name, the man interested in this particular book.
Why should I bother with his name? I don't know. Just a fat man, that's all. Don't ask me how he knew I'd find the edition here. I don't know that either.
Emery Witzel.
What?
His name, just a note. Authorization saying he'd be willing to pay up
Give me that.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Jess? What's the matter with the name Emery Witzel? Your client, isn't he?
Nothing. I didn't realize that was his name, that's all. Just a man who phoned and asked me to make the purchase for him.
Look, I'm getting sick and tired of all this speaking.
It is a perfectly legal authorization, Mr. Valentine.
And you too, Mr. Humber. You give me a case that's like a jellyfish. You can't grab onto it.
The case of a bookworm, Mr. Valentine.
Never mind. You're a little slippery yourself.
Yes, but I've never heard of Emery Witzel.
Be quiet, will you? It's this guy I'm talking to who'll see...
What? Otto.
Hey, Otto, what's the matter? What happened?
George, there's blood on it. Look, he's been shot.
No, let go. Witzel.
What?
Bookworm. Henry Witzel.
I take it all back, Mr. Humber. It's a case now, all right. Otto's dead.
return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Oh, had some power the gift to gie us to see ourselves as others see us. Yes, if your name is George Valentine, that's how your case started. Just a book of poems by Robert Burns. A valuable early edition from the Four Dials Press in Edinburgh. A book that someone broke into Mr. Humber's shop just to read. A book that an agent wanted to buy for a collector named Emery Whitzel. And who is Emery Whitzel? Well, Lieutenant Johnson of Homicide has an opinion on that, because now it seems the little book may have been the cause of murder.
And those were his dying words, weren't they? Whitzel. Emery Whitzel, he tried to tell you.
That's right, Johnson. Otto had apparently been shot just a couple of minutes before out in the street.
And then came staggering in for help or to tell us.
To tell you who did it, that Whitzel did it. Isn't that the usual interpretation?
Yeah. Only who is Whitzel?
Well, now you're asking something else. Well, we'll find him, don't worry.
Oh, don't be too sure. It's like finding the bookworm who disappeared the minute we got close.
You ask me, this guy Humber knows a lot more than
He's the one hired me. It's as much Greek to him as it is to us. Hey, Johnson, check up on that fire, will you, how it started?
What? How can you connect the...
I don't know. Just do it, will you? We've only scratched the surface of this thing so far. But we'll never get deeper unless we retrace what we already got. Like what you said, Brooksy, that the bookworm disappeared.
No, he was in the shop last night, but he got away.
Correction, Angel. He was scared away before we ever got a chance to see him. Isn't that what really happened?
You mean all that phonograph noise and Rosa?
Uh-huh. Yeah. I wonder how she's feeling now that she's a widow.
No, please leave me alone. I don't know anything.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Coolidge, but you have to help us.
Well, I'm confused. Why were you in Mr. Humber's office last night in the first place? It wasn't just to listen to records, was it? Oh, I know what you're thinking, but it's not true. Yes, I like Mr. Humber. In some ways, he's been closer than Otto ever was. But you can't make anything out of it. Otto was my husband.
But he's dead now. It's all over. So what's everybody hiding?
Nothing. Just give me time. Let me think a little while.
I'll give you 2 seconds to tell us who was in the stockroom last night.
What? When we heard him, you talked loud. On purpose. You gave him a warning, a chance to get away. No, I didn't.
Who was it, your husband?
No.
Is that what you're so upset about? Wondering whether or not you should be loyal to a dead husband?
No, it wasn't Otto. I don't know who it was breaking into the store, going through the old editions. Well, you claimed your husband was uptown at the time, I remember. Well, it's true, he was.
I don't believe
it.
He
was. I'm not lying. He was at the Bedford Hotel, room 217.
Wow. Well, now we're getting someplace. The Bedford Hotel, huh? Seeing whom? A man named Whitzel, maybe?
No. I don't know any more than that. I don't.
Okay, lady. Maybe for now that's enough. It's It's the middle of the afternoon, friend. Come on, open the door.
You got the wrong room.
217 Bedford Hotel. Come on, open up.
So you can read. I'm impressed.
Yes, and in about 1 minute, I'll spell out the letters on a badge for you. Come on, come on.
Dick Tracy badge?
Oh, get back in there.
All right. No need to show off your vitamins.
Looks like we hit pay dirt fast, eh, Valentine?
Yeah, I see what you mean, Johnson. Big fat guy. Answers that book agent's description, all right.
Hey, what is this? What's this all about?
You tell us, Mr. Witzel.
Wrong number.
Now, look, wise guy, we're trying to find
Name
out.
is McGurk. Horace McGurk.
And don't try to...
Novelties is my line. A surprise for every party. Little Egypt. Watch your shimmy and shake. Exploding cigars. And if you want to shake hands instead... What? Smell of carnation on my coat. Only look out for it.
Cut it out. Salesman, huh?
Sure. Identification. Here, see?
Huh?
Go on, I won't bite you.
Horace J. McGurk, eh? Signed Novelties, New York, New York.
So admit your mistake, boy. That's probably Mabel. I'll ask if she's got a couple of dumb friends for you. Hey, get away from that.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is me. Go ahead.
You know,
let's hear it.
A coincidence.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. My friend, Mabel's his sergeant. I told him to phone here.
Sergeant? I guess I wouldn't have enjoyed the day.
If he got anything. And he did.
Well, let's have it, Johnson.
Record on Emery Witzel. Oh, sure. There's a record. There's such a guy, all right, or there was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
In the phony book business. In New York.
Small world. That's my town.
What else, Johnson? What do you mean, phony book business?
I mean like in forgeries, fakes for genuine.
Like maybe that book back there in the shop, the Robert Burns?
Who knows? But now, as for you, my friend...
New York is such an intimate place.
Just sit yourself down and relax, because 10 years ago, you would have been about the right age to...
Hold it, Johnson. To start fires, maybe.
Huh?
Yeah. You were in the lighter fluid business, too, McGurk, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cans.
It's perfume. It's a gag, you dopes. And Novelties. I showed you my identification. What's
perfume? Let me see what it smells
Get away from that coat, McGurk.
Hey, Johnson, duck. Hot foot to your friend. So long.
Holy smoke. Those shots came through the transom. Come on.
Somebody been in the next room all the time.
Officer, can you hear me? Got away down the hall. Fire escape door's open.
McGurk's dead, all right. Or Witzel, whoever he is.
Yes, I'll cover the other end. Just get that street closed off fast. No, how should I know who it was? Come on, Valentine.
Why? To be 5 blocks behind, skip it. Besides, maybe the answer's right here.
Huh?
This gun of McGurk's, he fired twice, but there's another shell missing. That could be the one that killed Otto. Looks like about the same caliber.
What in the...
Never mind. Just grab it for a lab check. Because there was lighter fluid in these cans, Johnson. Smell them. And an empty whiskey bottle on him. Sure, that's what he carried it in. It's empty, too.
Okay, so your hunch was right. This guy started the fire, but it doesn't...
Let's get back to the place where the fire was. I got an idea. Well, this is what's left of their apartment, Otto and Rose's. The fire really wrecked it, didn't it?
Yeah, so far the only thing to explain anything is a copy of Robert Burns. 2 murders for $750.
One at a time, Johnson. McGurk did the first one, right?
Sure. It looks like the bullet will check all right.
So somebody else did the second one.
Brilliant. McGurk, Witzel, or whoever it was didn't kill himself, so it's $375 for each murderer.
Yeah, wait a minute. What's this?
I don't know. Piece of an old lathe, maybe.
Hey, Brooksy.
Here I am, George.
Any luck with Mrs. Coolidge yet?
Oh, she won't say anything until she's talked with Mr. Humber.
Uh-huh. Never mind. You ever see a steel arm like this on a lathe?
George, what on earth is
Or
that?
here, heavy wooden screw, or what's left of it.
Hey, printing press.
Now you're getting it. Old-fashioned small printing press. And Otto was a printer, wasn't he?
Well, he had been in the past, I remember.
Johnson, suppose Mrs. Coolidge knew her husband was up to something that she didn't like.
But the phony book business. And that means Humber and that other guy, Jess, are tied right up with it.
Take it easy. There was a bookworm, wasn't there? That person wouldn't have been tied up with Otto. Otherwise, why prowl around?
George, you mean Otto was printing books?
Oh, not many. It takes a long time. But sure, remember? Humber even told us Otto himself had picked up the copy of Burns at auction.
Book smokes, a lousy $700
Wait a
worth
minute. Listen, be quiet, will you?
Huh?
Just a car, wasn't it, in the
Yeah.
alley?
Hey. Somebody got out and went in the shop there. Come on.
So the bookworm is a sucker, huh? Coming back for the book. Up in McGurk's room, I said the book was still in the shop. Well, that person in the next room, the one who killed him, also could have heard us. Check?
Yeah, but coming back to the place...
Wait a minute, hold it. Wait a minute, I want to check that truck. Let's see the registration card. Well, it's McGurk's car.
George, look, in the back.
Oh, no. Not another body. Box 7 or 8 foot long, just about the right size for a body.
Haven't you figured yet what might be really valuable in this deal worth committing murder for?
George, what are you talking about?
Worth trying to get away from Otto and then having to kill him? Worth burning the apartment so people wouldn't know about the press? Here, give me a hand. Let's see what's inside this box.
Type.
Yeah.
Loose type.
That's right, old style print. Here, look at the funny capital, see? Sure, Johnson, it's type. Maybe one book is only worth $7.50. But think what a few hundred supposedly authentic books scattered in markets all over the world would be worth.
Holy mackerel.
Big enough for you now, isn't it?
George.
Huh? Oh, here, quick, this way. Coming back again, out of the store.
Hold it. Must be able to see us in there.
You got company, friend.
Be careful, that gun.
Stay here. Kind of a dumb stunt, wasn't it? Coming back to get that one book so there'd be no record of what Otto's type looked like? How were you so far in over your head anyway that...
That's so.
Oh, gonna talk, huh? It's all right. I don't know who you are for sure.
Now go on.
Otto tried to gasp out the name Emery Witzel, but that didn't do us much good. Whoever it is uses a different name now. But then I thought of a poem which says, to see ourselves as others see us.
Move back, I said. How's the car?
It suddenly occurred to me Otto wasn't trying to say who his killer was. He was just trying to talk to one of the two people there with me. I'm moving now. Just take it easy.
Back from the car.
You mean under the car, because there's a cop to the right of you, Mr. Jess, who's about 1 second... Oh, excuse me. I guess it was to the left. Yeah, Angel, it was a big-time operation, all right, with a double cross for good measure. You see, Jess and McGurk had found out about that antique type that Otto made as a hobby, maybe. I don't know whether Otto intended to use it crookedly or not. Perhaps he slipped in the copy of the Robert Burns to see how successful he was.
Yeah, but George, which one was the bookworm?
Jess, of course. You don't think a guy like McGurk could have told a book from a racetrack sheet, do you?
Well, no, but why did Jess want to buy the book then?
Because he was the brain, Angel. The other guy was the arm. The arm double-crossed him. You see, Jess thought he was going to run it real clever. But McGurk found he couldn't buy off Otto, so he shot him and stole the type and set fire to the place.
And Jess didn't even know about all that until he opened that letter right in front of him.
Mm-hmm. To find that his partner had signed the name Witzel to it. He did it so Jess, who was really Witzel, would have to go into hiding again, while McGurk walked off with the loot.
Oh, nice people. So Jess turned into an arm himself and killed McGurk. You know, I thought it was Mr. Humber and Mrs. Coolidge.
To see ourselves as others see it. It would from many a blunder free us. And foolish notion. Foolish notion to keep one's eyes on the emotions instead of the facts.
Sometimes you can be the most egotistical.
Rosa Coolidge loves that guy Humber, but she was loyal to her husband.
Insufferable.
Of course, he doesn't make sense, but...
Arrogant.
But
conceited.
Women in love seldom do.
Why, you...
Don't kill me, Angel. You wanted it explained, didn't you?
But I know a clue you don't. The name of that poem of Robert Burns you're so glib about.
What's that?
It's called To a Louse. Good night, George.
Listen Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Bob Griffin as Humber, Bill Conrad as Jess, Jack Crucian as McGurk, and Lillian Bayef as Rosa. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Opportunity knocks twice. Another adventure of George Valentine.
I told you this is Claire Brooks, his assistant.
It's terribly important. I don't know what to do. If I could
what's going on, Angel?
Take the other phone,
assistant?
George.
What do you mean, his assistant? What kind of a man is Mr. Valentine? I only got his name.
Hello?
Oh, thank heaven. There you are.
Yeah, this is Valentine, but...
I got your name from his pocket, you see. It was a note. I'm sure he intended to call you. He doesn't have any other friends in town, so I didn't know who to turn to.
Who are you talking about, and who is this?
Miss Greta Jenkins, George. She's the housekeeper at the Abel Merton house.
Oh, okay, Miss Jenkins. And You're talking about Mr. Abel Merton?
No, you don't understand. It's his nephew, young Larry.
Oh, what's wrong with this Larry? What happened to him?
I can't do anything with him. He's sick. He went out and he drank, and he always used to drink and run about, you know. His uncle could never stop him.
He's sick. Well, look, lady, have you called a doctor?
No, he won't let me.
Well, do it anyway. This isn't Alcoholics Anonymous. Just because he had my name in his pocket.
Mr. Valentine, if I leave him alone for 1 minute, I'm afraid he'll kill himself.
What?
That's the trouble. I think that's what he tried to do tonight. Take his own life. So please.
Tried to... Well, sure, Miss Jenkins. We'll be right out.
I've got the address, George.
Only, where's this uncle, Abel Merton? You'd better...
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. I'm all alone. Mr. Merton's gone.
Gone?
He killed himself yesterday.
I'm all right. Leave me alone, will you?
Here's another cup of coffee, George.
Oh, cut it out. You want to keep me awake for 3 years?
It's better than putting yourself to sleep, Larry.
I didn't try to do that. She's crazy.
I am not. You kept saying you didn't care whether you lived or not. You kept saying...
Turn it off, will you?
Mr. Valentine, he would have killed himself just like his uncle did. And when I found your name, I thought you knowing him and all...
Miss Jenkins, get it straight, will you? We've never met in our lives.
What?
That's right, Worry Ward. Valentine's a detective.
Detective?
Sure, you don't think I ever set out to make friends with one, do you? Bad Penny, that's me, Valentine.
Well, why did you want him then? What was his name doing in
Miss
your...
Jenkins, would you leave us alone with him for a few minutes?
No, I won't. He's my responsibility now with his uncle gone.
I'm sorry, lady. Whether you like detectives or not, you asked for it. You've got one now, so thanks.
She worries all the time. I used to live here, you know, until 5 or 6 years ago. Did I give her a bad time?
Uh-huh. Just what was my name doing in your pocket, kid?
Thought of hiring you this afternoon, that's all.
Oh?
You see, my uncle and me, we're each other's only relative. He's a widower, no kids. Practically raised me. We were... malarkey.
Now, go on, Larry. That's your Uncle Abel Merton, and he committed suicide yesterday. Is that right?
He was murdered.
That's so? Who murdered him?
Well, I did, naturally. I'm no good, you know. He booted me out of his house 5 years ago, and I've always wanted to get my hands on his money. The Merton Styles Company's a pretty rich outfit, you know. Sure, me.
Okay, you're under arrest. Happy?
Mr. Valentine, I'm all mixed up, sure. I just got back to town a few days ago. I've changed a little in those 5 years I've been away. I used to make him so unhappy, but now it was going to be different. He was such a wonderful guy.
Larry, did you act the way you did tonight because you couldn't face the idea that you're his only family and you made him unhappy and you might have been the cause?
No, things were different, I told you. We were going to get along swell. But, why would he kill himself right then? I can't believe he did.
Okay, I understand.
Maybe I just wanted to wake people up. I tell you, some people in the world are so stupid.
What people? And who says Merton's death was a suicide instead of murder? What happened?
Mr. Valentine, I've never been so frustrated and mad in my life. You want to know what made me go out and drink again, call you, blow my top, and cry in my beer? Well, I'll tell you, in 2 stupid words. Have you ever met a cop by the name of Lieutenant Johnson?
All right, sure, me, dumb old cop me. Well, listen to me, will you? There hasn't even been a coroner's inquest yet.
But then, Lieutenant Johnson, what makes the boy think
Somebody talked who shouldn't have, I don't know. That Larry found out what the police recommendation is going to be. That's all. He blew his top.
But the police believe suicide. You'll admit that? So don't beat around the bush, Johnson. You told the
Look, Greatheart, I feel sorry for him, too. But don't bark at me like I didn't know what I was doing.
Lieutenant.
Because I don't. Said it before you could. You want to hear the facts, or don't you?
I was only going to say that from what we could find out about Abel Merton, well, he was such a straight-laced and stern sort of man, he He just doesn't seem like the kind who would have killed himself.
Pillar of morality, I know. I suppose that's the way the boys saw him because he was so different himself. They had a reunion, so Larry thinks that was the most important thing to the old man. But maybe that's why Merton did it.
Oh, clear it up, will you? Let's have those facts.
Abel Merton always yelled at the kid to straighten himself out, and he finally did. What I meant just now was, well, maybe seeing the boy different made Merton look at himself a little closer.
To see what?
Merton was alone in the house night before last. Nephew and housekeeper both out. She testifies he'd been worried, upset for several weeks. Then, that night, he said he had a headache, wanted to be alone, practically snapped her head off. Brooding, unhappy, sick-looking.
No. We didn't talk to her much.
Of course you didn't. Facts. Death about 10 o'clock in his own study with his own gun.
Merton had
Yes, the revolver he took from his own desk. Fingerprints, powder burns, the works, all checked.
Uh-huh. Well, a typical suicide so far, but...
As he put it, you can only mess up your life so much. In the note he left. Think we go off half-cocked like you do? Here. His farewell to Larry, look.
Let's see. When a man messes up his life, there comes a point when it is impossible to salvage it. I know you'll understand what I mean, Larry. I'm doing what I have to do. This must be the end. Goodbye and good luck, Abel Merton.
Mm-hmm. The signature looks a little...
No, that's the way he always signed it. Want to say he didn't really write the suicide note himself? Well, don't embarrass yourself. For once, the experts all agree.
But mess up his life? How could a man like that...
Oh, and don't argue until you've heard all the facts. Come on. I got a man still working over in his office.
His office?
Not the type to kill himself. I'll show you how wrong you can be.
How do you do, Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Stiles.
Stiles, huh? You're the other half of this company.
Yes. Abel ran it, though. Sharpest investment man in the business.
Through here, Valentine. Morton kept his own private office. I mean, completely private. The sanctum sanctorum. Wouldn't even give dictation in here.
I told you before, Lieutenant. Abel couldn't think clearly unless he could get away someplace, lock himself up. That doesn't mean that all his life he kept secrets.
Says you, says he. Didn't even let you in, did he?
All right. You're getting your facts. What more do you want? I thought you were all through messing.
Oh, now, take it easy, friend. Just want to check my man here.
I'm sorry. No sleep. We've been up all night.
How's it coming, Joe?
Hello, Lieutenant. 63,175 so
far. So far. There's nothing beyond the past month. I'm sure of it. I've checked myself.
You want to bet it goes back for years?
It does not. We've had certified audits. What are you trying to do, wreck the name of the company completely? We've got stockholders, you know. This isn't just
I think he's right, Lieutenant. There isn't anything earlier or it has shown up on the books outside. But in Merton's private books...
Hold it, all of you. What is...
Sure, Joe. We've got to explain all this to Mr. Valentine or he'll be very unhappy.
Oh, well, you see, there's $63,000.
Sure, embezzlement. Tell everybody.
Merton had no reason to kill himself, eh, Valentine? This morning, this is the first thing we looked into. How would you go about salvaging your life if you'd embezzled $63,000?
Hold it, will you? I got Larry Merton on the phone. All right, Larry. Well, take it easy, will you? So maybe it doesn't make sense. I'm just telling you the facts. Yeah, maybe he wasn't that kind of a guy, but...
Wait a minute.
Hold it, Larry.
Match cover.
Huh?
Here, look. It was under the edge of the rug.
Let's see.
Well, it was behind his desk. It must be Mr. Merton's. You said nobody else ever came in here.
Yes, that's right.
What's that stuff written on it?
That's what I mean, scribbled in paper.
It doesn't look like his handwriting, though. Lieutenant, I thought you went over this place inch by inch.
Listen, flycatcher, M.E.J., witch's dream,
What? Sounds like pig Latin. Oh, for the love of Mike, Lieutenant, I'm worn out. Can't we just...
If a man embezzles, he has to have a reason for it, doesn't he? Will you be quiet a second, all of you? Hello, Larry. Listen, did your uncle ever bet on the horses?
That's what they are, of course, Flycatcher. M and J.
All right.
What's the matter with him?
He says no. What did you think? He also says if I can't prove it was murder, he'll hire somebody who can. A real upset boy, that he... Mr. Stiles.
Grab him.
He's all right. Just fainted, that's all.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium-type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Opportunity knocks twice. But so far, if your name is George Valentine, you've seen very little of opportunity. Abel Merton committed suicide, that's what the police said, but his nephew refuses to believe it. Still thinks it must have been murder. The only trouble is, how are you going to explain all the evidence? Suicide note, technical testimony, motive, everything. Well, perhaps you realize that you're not going to explain. And so instead you question why Merton's partner, Mr. Stiles, should happen to faint.
Because I'm worn out, that's why. Up all night trying to figure those books out for the police
Did
here.
Merton always keep a private set of books?
Of course he did. Yes.
We've been through all that, Valentine.
Look, Johnson, I just want to understand this case.
I fainted, yes. Surprised I didn't do it sooner. You know what it's like to be waked up at midnight to be told your partner killed himself? To get rousted down here the next morning with a police accountant to pry into something you know is silly until you find it's not? I find your partner of 20 years has suddenly switched in the last month into a man who dipped into $63,000.
Okay, Mr. Stiles, okay. Never mind, thank you. Come on, Brooks.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
The Sportsman's Cafe. Distinguished cuisine.
What?
No television to mar your conviviality. Drinks cheap, booze for ladies.
George...
The match cover, Angel. One with the names of ponies scribbled on it.
Abel didn't bet on horses. At least I don't think he did. I don't know anything anymore.
Somebody at this place he seemed to visit might know.
Not Merton's handwriting, not Stiles' handwriting, not Larry's. So somebody else must have dropped it while in to see Merton here, that's all.
Come here, Johnson.
Huh?
Look, you really want me to quit?
Valentine, just do me one favor, will you?
Sure.
Just don't find anything more to make me right about the things I know are wrong.
Huh?
You think I believe in this case?
Okay, friend. It's a long shot, but maybe this time I'll prove it's murder.
Help you? How can I help you, Mr. Valentine?
By being honest, Miss Jenkins. No matter whose reputation you'd like to protect.
Mr. Merton was no embezzler. I don't care what anybody says or what evidence they dig up.
All right, Miss Jenkins. Just take it easy.
Was Mr. Merton in the habit of visiting cocktail bars?
No, indeed. He left that to his nephew.
Uh-huh. Well, tell me, did Mr. Merton bet on horses?
Young man, I'm not going to listen to any more libel of one of the finest men I've known. If you'll begin to talk some sense, I'll be more than willing to cooperate. If not, where are you going, Mr. Valentine?
No. This is going to be my little secret. Come on, Brooksy.
Oh, believe me, I wish I could be of more assistance, Mr. Valentine. You're the type I'd like to help.
I can imagine.
And I can imagine you imagining, dearie. But I ain't got that class of mind. Well, heaven, that is.
Okay, lady, but the manager says you were around here 5 nights ago.
The name is Lucy. It's always been my understanding the word lady is reserved for the ones that aren't, if you follow me.
Hey, would you get that chip off your shoulder? We only want to...
Besides, how'd you know this gentleman was here 5 nights ago?
Because I just checked the newspaper to find out when certain horses were running. Seems it was 4 days ago, so I assume the guy who was thinking of betting on him was in here the night before.
And I'm the kind of girl who'd know every man who comes in the place. Huh?
Well, yes. Go on, hit me.
What are you asking all these questions for?
Oh, now, look, Lucy,
Let me see that thing, will you? Come on.
The match cover?
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, yeah, I see.
You know, people should use lighters. Look, mister, the boss is waving at me. Couldn't you come back
The
some
names of the horses are written in brown pencil.
And you made the clever observation nobody uses brown pencil.
Your boss made it for us.
Oh. Well, not one of them horses won. Did you know that?
No.
Eyebrow pencil.
Oh, why do you beat around the bush with me? Of course I wrote it. Sure, a blonde with an eyebrow pencil. So the boss told you already. So you're real deductive.
Uh-huh. You wrote this yourself. So now will you sit down and have a drink with us?
Oh, look, Mr. Valentine, once in a blue lifetime, maybe every 3 or 4 days, an opportunity knocks. A guy comes in, wants to be cordial. So I express my interest in horses. So I write down some choices, see? And if he's real nice, he puts up the bets for me. $5 on the nose, maybe, or... Well, what's the matter? So I don't remember who it was.
Oh, yes, you do, sister. Come on, cut the stalling.
Let go of me. I don't. Somebody who maybe later went to visit a stuffed shirt named Merton, as you
George,
say.
your boss is coming.
Why should I remember? Why should I get mixed up in all...
Hey there.
You stay out of it, friend.
Give him a piece of your mind. This guy's
Relax,
crazy.
will you? I've been waving at you. You blind or something, Lucy? You left your coat across the room.
Coat? This coat?
Sure, just brought it over so it wouldn't be stolen, that's all.
Coat?
I told you all I know, and I'm getting
Oh, no,
out of
you
here.
don't. And this is the last time I'm going to... Hey, easy.
Lucy, look. All we want to know is that...
I don't want to get mixed up in things.
A mink coat. And you didn't want us to see it. Why?
Yes. He gave it to me just the other day, but I didn't know where he got the money. Honest, I didn't.
Oh, who are you talking about? Who got what money?
Oh, you. Well, who do you think? How was I to know he was going to kill himself?
You mean Mr...
Yeah, Abel Merton. Well, what's the matter with you? Don't you believe he was the kind of a man who would have a girlfriend like me?
Look, Johnson, look.
So you try to prove a man didn't have the reason for suicide, and what do you get? More and more evidence. He embezzled. He played the horses. Now he had a date. And probably taken him for everything he had. I tell you, all you do is get him deeper and deeper.
And I'll still make it murder. Now, for the last time, just do what I tell you.
George, the parking man brought our car around front. If you and Lucy... Lucy? Where is she, George? George!
I'm all right, Brooksy, all right.
Oh, sure, your head is still on your shoulders.
But how do you know she was the one hit you, Mr.
I
Valentine?
told you her boss practically saw it. Here we are. That's the place, Larry.
Yeah, it drives around the other side. Pretty lush apartment, huh?
I started talking murder to Johnson. I guess that's what did it. She took a swing with a shoe and
He's
ran.
got a general alarm out, he said. I mean, Lieutenant Johnson. He thinks...
Sure, Angel. I used to think, too. Say, look, run in and ask at the desk, will you?
All right, George. Just see if Mr. Stiles left any message. Check.
Right.
He's not at the office. He didn't answer his phone here. He must...
Step on it, will you?
I don't understand why that girl, Lucy, would have told you that story of hers. I mean, almost willingly, and then suddenly she takes a shoe
Look, kid, look. A lot of things didn't make sense. Neither did you at first. I didn't believe you.
What?
Well, I mean, I didn't believe my uncle was a pillar of morality, you know.
Too much evidence the other way?
But I believe everything now. Yeah, sometimes I wise up and start believing the obvious. And then I realize how simple a crime can be.
Outside, just a minute.
Hey, that's his car right there.
Stiles. Hey, Stiles, wait.
Look out, Valentine.
Crazy. Hey, slide over, kid.
What about Miss Brooks? She's back there.
Just hang on to your hat. You see anybody with him? See the girl?
I don't know. He went by so fast, I thought he was going to hit you.
Meeting her someplace, maybe. Ditching her someplace, maybe. Let her run for herself. Who knows?
He's heading up the back street. You can turn here.
I know a better way. Cut him off. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's the only guy who could have done the embezzling, isn't he? Get at those books to fix him up? I mean, besides your uncle.
I guess so, but I don't understand about the girl.
Abel Merton was a nice guy. You told me so. He wouldn't get mixed up with a little opportunist like that. But she knew my name. Now how? Unless somebody'd given her a fast call. And who knew I was heading in her direction except Stiles?
I mean, she's really his...
Sure. Stiles paid for the mink. That's why he took that money, I suppose. She was just putting on an act for me. What he told her to say. And it might have stuck if they hadn't got cold feet. But now, running away is a pretty good confession of murder.
Yeah, sure is. I told you that a long time ago, too. Hey, what?
Take it easy. Just take it easy. We'll wait for him here. If they cut back to the highway. Only, I wonder what made them run.
Huh?
Well, suppose Stiles is an opportunist, too. Suppose he saw the perfect chance to steal some money and get away with it. All he had to do was fix a few books in a hurry, tell his grasping girlfriend to play along with a gag about being a friend of Merton's. But then tonight, everything backfired.
I'm sorry, I don't get you.
Don't you? I repeat. What made them run?
What?
The word murder, wasn't it? A word they never expected to hear. That scared the daylights out of both of them.
Yeah. You know, they ought to be coming along any second.
Oh, yeah, sure. Unless they're on the road to Mexico by now, but who cares? Because you're the biggest fool of all. You tried to make opportunity knock twice.
Knock twice?
Well, bad penny, that's what you said you were. But it takes a lead slug to press your luck as much as you have.
You're crazy. That guy in that car, he ran.
Sure he did. He stole the money. Perfect opportunity when he was phoned up at midnight and told his partner committed suicide, wasn't it? That's what the girl thought, too. Everybody thought so.
Except me.
And me. For a while, that suicide note bothered me. I didn't see how anybody could have framed that. Until I realized that nobody could have. Except you.
Very smart. I hired the right man, didn't I?
You want to hear the rest of my report? Suppose the sour apple nephew, that's you, came back to his uncle after 5 years. Only instead of open arms, he got the boot he deserved. From an uncle who was all upset over having to tell him to get out. So your uncle wrote you. When a man messes up his life, there comes a point when it's impossible to salvage it. I know you understand what I mean, Larry. I'm doing what I have to do. This must be the end. Goodbye. Signed, Abel Merton. Sure, very funny, isn't it? Made a perfect suicide note. So you killed him and framed the rest of his death and used the note for just that. But I guess you knew it wouldn't stick, not forever. So when Sucker Stiles capitalized on the death, you started pointing and yelling.
It would have stuck if you'd believed it. They're running, they might get away. Don't you understand yet? You were a test case.
Sure, the police think Stiles and Lucy did it now.
I wanted a detective near me to know what was going on.
So all that's left now is to kill me. Get rid of the one guy who figured it.
Yeah.
Okay, do it.
I will. Start the motor again.
I can't. The key's bent.
Give me that.
Take it easy with that gun now. You can probably straighten the key in 10 or 15
Shut
minutes.
up. But I'm going to kill you anyway.
Okay. Only before you pull that trigger, think of the noise and look where you are.
Huh?
Yeah. Precinct 37, I think it says. Maybe it's 39, I'm not sure. You might ask the cop on the curb.
Police station?
Sure. You want to go inside? There's a lot of opportunity there for a young man.
He was crazy. Why?
You just said it. He was a little crazy.
But if he'd left well enough alone after Lieutenant Johnson said it was suicide...
Well, he couldn't resist a second opportunity, that's all. He told us he wanted to get his hands in the whole Merton Stiles company. With Stiles on the run, he would have moved right in.
Oh, but George...
I know. Crazy. That's what murder always is. He gambled on double or nothing. They always gamble, even though there's no chance of winning.
Far cry from you, isn't it? I was just thinking. You could never be a murderer then, I guess.
Thanks for the compliment.
That's all right. What I meant was... Well, knowing you, darling... I guess there's no opportunity that you couldn't resist.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. Francis X. Bushman was heard as Stiles. Harry Bartell as Larry. Noreen DeMille as Greta. And Gigi Pearson as Lucy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It.
Soon on a Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, that ad of yours gets me. No job too tough for you to handle. Well, I don't believe it. I got a tiger I'll bet you can't handle. Yeah, you read it right, a tiger. So unless you're just whistling in the wind, stick around your office tonight. Meet me around 7:30. I got a wife and kids to worry about, so don't fail me. Signed, Jerry Briskin.
Signed, Jerry Briskin.
7:30.
No, around 7:30.
Uh-huh. How many stripes on a tiger?
40, George. He's only 40 minutes late. That's not so bad.
Probably hired Frank Buck instead. Yeah, we make a lot of sense, too, don't we?
Huh? Want to play gin rummy?
Oh, why is it, Brooksy, we never get letters to tell anything? He's got a case. Why doesn't he say so? Change his mind, maybe. Who knows? Jerry Briskin. Want to bet he never even shows up tonight?
$5. I'll bet $5.
Give me that phone. Hello?
Valentine, it's Briskin.
You're late.
I just want to make sure you're still in the office. I got held up. Couldn't get into your building because of the crowds.
Slow down, will you? What crowds?
Look, just sit tight, will you? I'll be right there. Honest, I will.
Sure. Bring your tiger, too. But what's this
Oh,
about?
just a crowd. I don't know. Something going on. Police and everything. But I'll come around the back way.
Hey, look, Briskin, you...
Well, you owe me $5, don't you?
Not yet, I don't.
What are you going to do? Jump out the window to avoid paying me? Oh, George, what's going on?
I don't know. The street seems to be roped off down there.
There are no fire engines.
Yes, there is. One small one. See it?
Yeah.
And they got a searchlight pointed at
What in the name of...
Brooksy, look. Around there to the right.
It's a woman on the ledge. She's the one who screamed, George.
That's not all she's doing. Hey, look at the way she wobbles.
They've got her in the searchlight. She's gonna...
Here, maybe she can hear us from here. Hey, lady.
Still 10 or 15 feet away.
Lady, can you hear me? I'm over here. Hey, look this way, will you?
Oh, George, she sees you. She stopped moving.
Yeah, hello there. Now, look, keep your eyes on me, lady. Don't mind all that noise down there. Now, keep your eyes on me and just keep moving toward me. It's all right. The ledge is wide enough for you to get here.
George, she wants to jump. She wants to kill herself.
Look, lady. Nothing can be as bad as this cold wind up here. Now, come on. Easy does it.
Don't come near me.
Oh, George, what can we do?
I'm all right. I'm fine. We're not scared.
Oh, Brother Looney is a coot.
Oh, listen, people are coming out in the hall.
Yeah, and it's liable to scare her, too.
What are you talking about? I've walked all the way around the building. Do you know that? I bet you would be afraid to do that, wouldn't you?
No, I don't think so.
George, what are you doing? Get back in here.
I don't get dizzy very easy. But I'm probably not as clever as you are.
Oh, George, please. Are you coming to walk with me?
Yeah, sure, that's it. Little stroll in the park.
I've never been dizzy. There's nothing to this, see?
Look out, lady.
Don't you have to hold me? My, you're good looking, too, aren't you? Only...
Oh, it's all right, lady. Those are just firemen to the rescue in my office, that's all. Come on now. Easy does it.
Yes. Just another step. Only I feel so...
Hey, look. I got you. Oh, lady, what a time to faint.
Hurry up, George. Here, I can help you.
I got her all right.
That's it, boys. Get it. Get that picture.
Photographers. Hey, clear out of here, you guys. This is no time to...
a little higher, will you? That's it.
Where have I heard your voice before? Come on, Buster, give me a hand.
My name is Briskin here. Now remember, boys, when you write captions, call her the Tigers of the Trapeze, world's greatest aerialist.
Hey, what in the name of heaven?
I told her I wasn't scared. Were you, darling?
Huh?
No, don't drop me. Hold me tighter. That's it. The lady fainted.
Publicity. So that's it. Why, you dirty...
That's it. Get it, boys. Get him, too. Get the expression on his face. Huh? Wonderful. And thank you, Fearless Fosdick. Oh, now let me go, Valentine. Let go, I said. She got plenty of money. 100 ain't enough for you? Okay, we'll make it 2. It's worth it.
Press agent, 5 $10,000 couldn't stop me
Look,
from
stop it, I said. I got a wife and kids.
Oh, you shut up.
It's a job, that's all.
I got rid of them all, George. She went down to buy all the photographers a drink.
Oh, she did. Bully for her.
Now, look, Valentine, you can't sue her. You just get laughed at.
Buster for 2 cents.
Okay, so you look a little silly in a few front pages. It's publicity, ain't it? And for you, too. She's pulled that stunt in every city she's played.
You mean you pick a sucker in every town?
No. They'll walk around the building, that's all. You were something extra. Oh, come on. How could I resist that silly ad of yours? Hey, how about the feint she pulled, huh? Oh, I tell you, she's a great little artist.
Briskin, that silly face of yours.
All right. Pay you $250. Will you cut it out?
Huh? Wow. Brooksy, I thought you said you got rid of everybody.
I am here, yeah. But I wait.
Well, let me go.
Go on, friend. Beat it.
I wait to see you. You hold her.
Huh?
I follow. I am here. I see everything. Who are you?
A man going crazy. Beat it, you big moose. The party's over. Go on, get out of here. Get lost.
Hold it. Hello. Your name's Fedor, isn't it?
Yeah. Leave us alone. I see how this man hold her.
What in the name of heaven?
Wait a minute. Fedor's her husband, I think. Third or fourth, and slipping fast.
Well, husband. Another tiger, I suppose. Well, look, Fedor, just shut the door quietly, and don't get your tail pinched as you leave.
George!
Oh, upset about something, aren't you, Fedor?
I traveled 200 miles to get here. Who are you?
You said that before. Never mind what. Ah, jealous. Is that it? Didn't like the way I held it.
I can see. I have heard the talk. Who are you?
It was his idea, you know. Yeah, that's right. This guy, this Jerry Briskin. He and your wife are just like that.
Who?
Probably her lover, for all I know. So long, everybody.
No, wait. Fedor, I'm very pleased to meet you. I mean, well, I got a wife and kids, you understand? I'm your wife's new press agent, that's all.
Keep talking, sucker.
I do not understand.
Neither do I, big man, but then I only met your wife tonight when he brought her here. So, you know how these things are. Talk it over with him.
Him? Blitz?
Valentine, this guy had an accident once. Fedor, my name is Briskin. Our new press agent, that's all. Look out!
George!
Hey, cut it out. Wait a minute. Cut it out, you guys. You crazy big fat bone. What's the idea?
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Leave you alone? What about me?
He's the one. You said he is the one. He and my wife.
Oh, well, it wasn't true.
He just made it up.
I don't know anything about your wife or about this guy who deserved to get kicked around a little, so who cares? Or for that matter, about any of this cockeyed business.
I am sorry, I said. I am so tired. I travel all day. I make fool of myself, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. So, good night.
Valentine Fedor's her husband, Estella's husband. That's her name, Estella. Oh, he had an accident a couple of months ago. Just as I understand.
Yeah. I am strongest man in circus.
Only you got dropped on the head.
Oh, be careful, George.
Look, he's been in a hospital, hasn't been with the circus.
Look. I don't care who's been where. Now get out, both of you.
Please, I love her. She's my wife.
All right, sure, that's great, that's fine. Every man to his own mistake.
On the telephone, she says she's too busy to see me. She's my wife.
Well, take it up with Dorothy Dix.
And now you say that
Fedor, we've been through that. He told you it wasn't true. It's not me. I'm a press agent, not her partner.
Her partner? So?
Oh, now, look, both of you.
Be
will you
quiet.
please?
She work with partner now. Is that true? There is partner?
Look, will you just leave me out of it, Fedor? I work for a living.
No, tell me.
Get your hands off him. What do I have to do? Point a gun at you two to get you out of here?
Okay, Valentine, we'll leave. I'll go first.
No, not yet.
Okay, if you guys think I'm kidding.
No, please. You don't have to threaten. I'm sorry. It is lonely in hospital. I'm all confused. I need Help.
The man's bored with your story, Fader. So long, Valentine. I'll send you a check in the morning.
Wait, I say. Mr. Valentine, you don't have to get behind your desk like that.
I don't, huh?
I don't know what to do, but it would be easier with gun.
Oh, watch him! Hey, get away. Right off, cut it out, you.
Yeah. Easier with gun. Yeah. Thank you. Goodbye.
Put that gun back here before I...
Holy smoke. There is a lover, you know, and Fader's got your gun. Now look what you started.
Look what I started. What did you say?
Well, somebody's liable to get murdered.
Well, brother, I should have finished this part of it earlier, shouldn't I? All right, Brooksy, don't look at me like that. First a sucker, then a sourpuss. I know. I just don't like being thrown into the middle of a three-ring circus, that's all. Not with all the animals running loose.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Ever stop to think about where your motoring safety begins? It begins with the condition of your tires. One of the best ways to assure your highway safety is to have your tires properly inflated and inspected once a week at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. Here the car savers watch carefully for nails, glass, and other blowout makers, and they find these blowout makers embedded in tires of 2 out of every 3 cars. Another reason is that a tire 1/3 underinflated will wear out twice as fast as it should. So, to add thousands of miles to your tires and for your safety and peace of mind on the highway, use this free car saver service once a week. If your tires haven't been inspected recently, drive in tomorrow at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A press agent named Jerry Briskin gets you mixed up with a woman named Estella, Tigress of the Trapeze, world's greatest aerialist. Yes, if you happen to be George Valentine, and sometimes you wish you weren't, you're picked for a sucker in a publicity stunt. The only trouble is you can't get out of it because the Tigress has a mate, and he has your gun. Well, it isn't the price of a gun that bothers you. It's the thought that you may never get it back because sooner or later it may be tied up as Exhibit A in a murder case. And so you decide you better find out about the corpse elect. Who it might be, for instance.
Partner Mac, I can tell you that. It ain't no secret. All right, this way, ladies and gents. See the girly show.
A partner, huh?
Ask Estella herself. She'll tell you who her boyfriend is. Today's boyfriend. Quite a man-eating tiger, that girl.
She's doing her act over in the main tent, huh?
Yeah, great performer, lady. Great.
What's the name of this partner?
Estella, she's got nerves like iron. A picture of her walking around the outside of a building in the newspaper. You seen her? What's the matter, Mark? You got nausea or something?
It makes him dizzy just to think about it. Just tell us where we can find this partner of hers.
Well, he's busy catching her naturally. That's the act. That's always been her act. 3 flips and she lands in his arms. A lucky stiff king for a day. Hey, right this way, gents. See him shimmy and shake. His name's Pirelli. Flying Pirelli.
Flying Pirelli? Bah, couldn't fly a kite. $60 a week bum, but big and good looking. All her assistants have been bums. She's the act, top number in the business. But I could tell you a lot better if I could look in your tea leaves.
Oh, you're doing fine, thanks. Circus must be a small world.
There's something in store for you, dearie. What could it be? Just give me a chance to read your... Well, ain't that pretty?
Yeah, lettuce leaf. Nice and green.
And so easy to read, too. Mister, Fedor, he was one of her assistants once. Big, stupid thing. Always jealous like that. But a bark don't mean a bite.
Her husbands don't last long, huh?
Well, nothing happens to him, if that's what you mean. Fedor's the only one got dropped on his head.
Yeah, and about that time, she was getting sick of him, I bet.
George, what are you driving at?
Oh, it was an accident to Fedor, all right. You don't catch me gossiping about my dearest friends.
No, I'm sure.
You, worried about something happening? Why don't you wait outside the big tent for Stella herself? Or go over there in that palace she calls a dressing trailer. I can tell from the music she'll be on in a minute.
I'm not that worried, thanks.
Oh, don't want to get mixed up herself, huh? Well, she won't even see Fedor now. All through with him. So he won't come out here hanging around too close.
I know he won't. Okay, thanks, lady. You fill me in.
How do you know it? What's to stop him? Who reads the tea leaves? You or me?
Neither one of us. The cops I already sent for.
Scrappy. That's quite an act she's got.
Yeah. Even wears a tiger skin.
Yeah, not much of it. George, what did you mean back there asking people about Fedor as though you thought his accident...
Nothing, Angel. I won't question his accident. And I think he's ugly, too. But when you throw away all the trimmings, this is nothing but a love triangle. Check?
Well, nobody will thank us for interfering.
Yeah, not even Briskin. He's on the outside. But you know, sometimes in a triangle, Brooksy, the guy who looks like a villain is really the one who's liable to come out on the short end. Oh, here we are. Come on.
Well, she's not even through taking bows yet. Look at her. Blowing kisses
Never mind. We'll do without. Uh-oh. Here he comes.
Oh, the other part of the triangle.
Yeah.
He doesn't stay for the applause, I guess.
Uh-huh. Kind of in a hurry, too. Excuse me, Mr. Forelli.
Sorry, no time now.
Hey, wait a minute. But I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry.
What on earth? Now he's running, George.
Got out fast, didn't he? Looked like he'd seen a ghost. Say, maybe there is something brewing out here.
George, Ranger, look out!
Oh, no. Ooh. So I get the gun back after all. Over the head.
It was Fedor, George.
Oh.
You were in the way and
I heard you. I'm so happy you can hear. You can join the party.
Who let you in, Lieutenant Johnson?
I let myself in.
George, Fedor didn't drop the gun. He just hit you and kept on running. He was chasing Forelli.
You send for cops to find a big homicidal nut and running around loose. So who has to do the work? Me, naturally.
Hey, one at a time, will you? What do you mean? You got him?
Yeah. Just this second. One of the boys reported.
What happened?
George, what happened was murder.
Murder?
Well, I had to take care of you first, naturally, and so I stayed with you. And you were here in the infirmary when I saw Lieutenant Johnson, maybe half hour later.
Sure, but... Oh, he caught him, huh? Simple as that. Fedor shoved me out of the way and went after Forelli and got him. And now you've caught Fedor.
George, it's not that simple. I mean... It's Estella who's been murdered.
Right here, sir. Through the gate.
What's over there?
Elephant, sir.
Oh.
Where's Estella's body? It's not out here in the dark.
Back in the trailer, George, her dressing room.
Hold it. I'll tell you later.
Well, look who's here. The moose.
Fedor's not saying much, sir. He can't. Neither one of them can.
Neither one of them?
Sure, Forelli, too. Apparently he came scanning over the wall in the dark and Fedor after him. All right, come on. Come on. Get on your feet.
Yeah, give me your flashlight.
This is very interesting, Valentine. Estella was struck over the head with a blunt instrument 5 minutes after you were. Boy always brings her coffee right after her act, and there she was.
Wait a minute. Look at these two guys. Ooh, pretty bloody.
That's how we found them. Guard heard the shot.
Grazed Fedor's leg. They were fighting over the gun.
They were fighting, period.
Husband and lover. Sure, fighting. Still at it a few minutes ago. Well, what's the matter, Valentine? Don't you get it?
Yeah, I get it all right, Johnson. And it isn't simple at all. Fedor was chasing Forelli 5 minutes before Estella died. Now, later on, we find they've practically been killing each other. So how could either one of them have killed Estella?
Oh, please, boys. No pictures, I said. No pictures. It isn't good for the circus.
What's the matter, Briskin? For once you don't want publicity for the tiger?
Look, stop it, will you? I got a wife and kids.
Get your pictures later, boys. Let's get in here.
Okay. Sure. Quite a night, huh, Valentine?
You should know. You started it. This where she was found, Johnson?
Yeah. Okay, Sergeant, you can let those punching bags sit down.
Wait a minute, somebody. I'd like to say something.
Well, it speaks. Make it snappy, Forelli.
He wasn't with me all the time.
Huh?
What's that?
No, you see, I spotted him in the big tent at the end of the show. You see, one of the clowns, he told me that Fedor just found out about who I was and everything. Anyway, I see him come after me. I know what kind of a guy he was from Estella, but he don't catch me. I mean, well, I run, but it was not until 10 or 15 minutes later that he caught up with me.
So you weren't together when she was killed. Now we're getting someplace.
You're a real nice guy, aren't you, Forelli?
Huh?
Now, you listen to me. You ran, and then you skinned over a high fence to hide in that elephant enclosure. In the dark. And in the dark, he wasn't following you. But somehow, later on, he just managed to find you anyway. Lucky, maybe.
Well, I mean, he must have a... Well, you see...
No, not that simple. A couple of nice guys. You want to try to hang it on him now, Fedor?
I do not understand.
Hey, this room been gone over yet?
For fingerprints, sure. No prints.
That's not what I meant, Johnson. The drawer and this bureau sticks.
Let me see.
I can do it all right.
All right, so it sticks. It's been shoved in too far.
That's what I mean. Been slammed in. Somebody in a hurry wondering what's inside. Nothing.
Jewelry. Where's jewelry?
What's that?
Jewelry. Bracelets around the neck and things. I'm her husband. I know that. Everybody knows that.
Jewelry, huh? Pretty wealthy, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, you guys. The stuff isn't there. Whoever killed her must have taken it. I mean, that's why she was killed. Holy smoke, that spreads this case wide open.
A robbery, killing. I don't believe it.
Oh, why not? Means lots of people could have done it. If these two guys were really fighting at the time anyway...
You've got a wife and kids to worry about.
What?
What's the matter, Briskin? I make you nervous? Press agent. But you really admired that Estella, didn't you?
What? Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, skip it. If this wasn't a robbery killing, then it was a real cold-blooded murder. Gloves, so there'd be no fingerprints. Something stolen to make it look like robbery.
But that'd rule out the hotheads over here, too. Neither one of them was in the mood to be cold-blooded, even if they hadn't been together at the time.
A while ago, I said it was a triangle, and I still stick with it. All right, Fedor, your wife was going to throw you over, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was very wealthy, a lot more than just jewelry.
Yeah, but I never seen any of it.
Forelli, you were the current boyfriend. But if you had half a brain, you could see the handwriting on the wall. Even if you became the next husband, you wouldn't have lasted very long either. Nobody does. And you wouldn't have seen any of the fortune either.
You can say that again.
Valentine, what in the name
I'm
of...
trying to play a different tune on the triangle, that's all, Johnson. Okay, Forelli, let's get back to how Fedor found you in the dark. Why you tried hiding from this monster in a place where nobody could even hear your call for help.
But I don't know he was so close. I don't know he could just see me go over the fence.
Then how did he know you did? How did he know where to find you?
But I did see him. I was right behind him.
Oh, no, he don't.
Oh, well,
wait.
Come on. Make up your minds, boys. Fedor, you used to be Estella's assistant, didn't you?
What?
Uh-huh, the fortune teller told me. Estella's act always used an assistant. But in my office, you said, does she work with a partner now? Is it true there's a partner? Big surprise.
did he say that?
So maybe yours was the act, Fedor. Murder his husband on the loose.
But I wanted to kill him.
At people like me and Briskin, so there be no doubt about it. Plenty of witnesses.
But he did try to kill me.
Sure, an act to set this all up. Because who'd suspect two guys fighting for their lives of taking time out to sneak over here and kill a woman in cold blood? Time out, team, then back to the fight.
Team? No, listen to me.
The Triangle Club. The two sides of it nobody ever suspects. You two deliberately messed each other up to make everything stick.
Two sides? But I hate him. He tried to kill me.
Husband and lover against the wife. There's one for you, Johnson. You better find out fast who inherits that dough those guys couldn't have got their hands on any other way.
Wait, didn't. That's just stupid. The guy, he don't mean what he said. Dumb, ain't you, Fedor? You big Christian.
Shut up. Get your hands off me.
That's it, boys. Go at it again. Sure, he's so dumb he said you did it.
I did not. He did.
Shut up, loudmouth.
He said you did the actual killing.
He did it himself.
Hey, look out. Get him off, man.
Well, we're all for cheer, Johnson. We got a ringside seat. So we'll just wait for a decision.
Then it was really Fedor who killed Estella.
Yeah. Oh, boy, what a fight. If only I'd had a camera.
Both of them were guilty, Angel. They cooked it up together.
Well, might not have happened if Mr. Briskin here...
Oh, yes, it would have. The publicity stunt didn't have anything to do with it.
Sure, just a neat twist that they'd figured on a triangle game.
And it might have worked. They might have got away with it if our friend here hadn't picked me for a sucker. Got us mixed up in it.
Sure, that's right. So you're not sore anymore, are you? Holy smoke, it's a job, that's all. I got a wife and kids.
Oh, Buster, you're a broken record. My wife and kids. George
Valentine, you stop it.
Huh?
Well, it's just a shame you don't say anything intelligent like that once in a while. What's the matter, darling? Your cat got your tongue?
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. Anthony Barrett was heard as Briskin. Lillian Bayef as Estella. Bill Conrad as Fedor. Jack Prushin as Forelli, and Noreen Gamil as the Gypsy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
personal notice. Danger is my stock in trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Knock on Wood, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I need your assistance most desperately. I am a landlord. Oh, yes, one of those poor malign creatures who happen to own a building. Happen to? No, I'll be honest. It's my life, the culmination of my desire, my only love. And I'm sure you'll forgive my sentimentality when you realize it is none other than the Alfred J. Liggett Golden Tower apartment building. Oh, yes. I am Alfred J. Liggett. Well, Mr. Valentine, a person of much lesser achievement is threatening my horizon. To be blunt about it, my very reputation itself is in imminent danger. Please come quickly. I am desperate. Never in my life has my entire fortune been so threatened. You see, I have been a very lucky man. Knock on wood.
I'm sure this is the right door. Knock louder, George.
Yeah. It's pretty plush around here.
It's a quiet house, mister. Don't need to make a lot of racket.
Huh?
Boss will hear you. No need for excitement.
Are you the janitor?
Guess you dropped that cigarette wrapper by mistake.
Oh, no, we didn't drop anything.
Try to keep it nice and clean. Tenants like it that way. No pets or children, you know. Waste basket at the end of every hall in case you have any more trouble.
Oh, Mr. Liggett?
Oh, Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks. Come in quickly, please. Yes.
Sure. We just been blackballed by your janitor.
Newsom. Oh, he's a wonderful fellow. Salt of the earth. Old-fashioned conscientiousness. You don't find him like that anymore. Keeps everything clean as a whistle, night and day.
I can imagine. The Golden Tower must be a very homey place to live.
Why, thank you, Miss Brooks. Oh, yes, indeed. We pride ourselves
Mr.
on...
Liggett, what's your problem? You wrote you've got trouble. What is it?
Mr. Valentine, it's the 15th floor, apartment A. Oh, my, I'm at a complete loss.
Well?
I made a dreadful mistake 2 months ago when I leased it. And now he's come back again. He goes away for a time, but now he's come back again. Mr. Valentine, I tell myself nothing will happen. I've always been very lucky. Knock on wood. But no, it's gone beyond mere hoping.
What has? Who has? What are you talking about?
To be quite blunt, I am persecuted and beset by an undesirable tenant.
Oh.
But the complaint isn't really mine, you understand. I'm I'm very tolerant.
Well, I'm sure you are.
But it's the tenant in 16A, the next floor, right over him. And there's the rub.
Look, Mr. Liggett, you've lost me.
One of my oldest tenants, 16A, a most delightful woman. So wealthy, but no sham, no pretense. And naturally, I must consider her first, mustn't I?
You've got problems. You figure them out.
Mr. Valentine, listen. She complains. I don't blame her for complaining. This man who lives under her, he's a lot more than just a trial and a nuisance.
But what on earth could you expect us to do?
Well, he's a lot bigger than I am. Bigger than Newsom, or both of us rolled together. I want you to talk to the lady. That's Mrs. Fairchild. And then talk to him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Liggett, but
This man is a criminal. Doesn't that interest you?
A criminal?
Yes, he is. Since he swindled me into a lease, I've discovered he's actually been to prison. Yes, twice. He's a gambler. He's notorious. And to have him right here in my beloved tower, he calls himself Side Bet Sinclair.
Oh, Side bet Sinclair.
Ah, his name does mean something. Oh, yes, there, you see. And Mr. Valentine, this person has clearly stated that if Mrs. Fairchild dares to complain about him once more, he will wring her neck like a chicken.
Excuse the bathrobe, lady. Would have worn my good one if I'd have known you was coming. One with eggs Benedict on it.
You get up a little late, Mr. Sinclair. So do your jokes.
Well, I live like a king. What do you think? Been Santa need a cleaned up. That to collect a few debts, that's all. Why not enjoy yourself? Only live once. You should see my bathroom. That's my office. Oh, I tell you, I never had it so good.
Yeah, well, I'm only here because I'm sucker enough to...
Because of her up there, old Lady Fairchild? Boy, have I got those people buffaloed. What did she say about me?
Well, we decided to reverse the order and ask you first.
I can imagine you're not much to live over.
Wring her neck. I'll wring her neck. That's what I'll do. I'm straight with the law, Valentine. Everybody's happy except the ones who owe me money. Oh, now relax. Have a bottle of soda pop.
I beg your pardon?
I got an ulcer. Serve root beer at parties. Big, riotous underworld parties. And you know what they're like. You've been to movies.
Is that her complaint?
You know what she does? She knocks like this. Raps on the floor, see? With her cane. I tell you, it kills people. You wouldn't believe it.
I think I might. Okay, Buster, it's just a joke to you, huh?
Well, what's it to you? This is a pretty silly job you're doing, you know.
Never mind. At least I could enjoy throwing you out if I had to.
You're pretty funny yourself. You think I'm a little out of my class here, huh? Well, you want to make a little side bet on what you decide to do after you talk to her? Or on whom is liable to get killed by who?
Oh, go take your bath. Come on, Brooksy.
Oh, these crispy crunches. I just love them for breakfast, don't you?
Sure, Mrs. Fairchild. Just adore them.
I'm saving the box tops, you know. Not much left for a poor little lady like me to do. People don't realize.
We only wanted to know about Mr. Sinclair.
Yeah, and then we'll leave. Quickly.
Oh, no. You stay and talk to me. That's what you'll do. Soon as I finish my breakfast, we'll all have coffee.
About your complaint regarding Mr. Sinclair, just...
Oh, Sinclair, you know, he's an awful man. He's simply awful. And poor dear Mr. Liggett worries about it so. I tell you, sometimes parties down there last until 11 or 12 at night.
Sounds pretty sinful.
Mm-hmm. I beg your pardon? Young man, you're not defending.
Oh, no, of course not. But he himself doesn't drink, apparently.
Oh, no. They're not that kind of parties.
And this place has such thick carpets and heavy construction, I can't imagine you can hear much from down there, can you? For instance, his radio was playing just a second ago, but I don't hear it now, do you?
Oh, but you can hear it with a glass on the floor.
What?
Well, you put a glass on the floor and put your ear down against the glass. Didn't you ever do that?
Well, for the love of...
Oh, aren't you old enough maybe yet to admit it? Well, here, I'll show you.
I'm sorry, lady, but that does it.
Oh, will it just take a minute?
Never mind. Come on, Angel, we're getting out of here. I want to go down and knock on the wooden head of that landlord.
No, wait. I'm showing you. Oh, my, and the things I can hear. Aren't you interested in that? Things about the underworld? Here, help me. I'm not very steady.
I'll bet they talk mostly about women.
Mrs. Fairchild, I wouldn't care if they talked in pig Latin to the ghost of Julius Caesar.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You don't care that he's liable to wring my neck? Is that it?
Here, sit down again. I'm sorry, but frankly, Mrs.
No,
Fairchild...
I'm all right. Yes, wring my neck. Now, I know it's silly, but it is exciting, don't you think? And for a lonely woman, there's so little excitement.
George, catch her. Oh, she was wobbling on you. Something was wrong with her. George, I'll phone Liggett to get a doctor.
Skip it. She didn't faint. She's dead.
All right, Doc. Hurry it up. Rest of the crew will be here in a minute.
She was just talking to us, Lieutenant.
I know, and down she went. Well, at her age, what do you...
Nothing to do with it.
Huh?
It was the milk, not age. That's my first guess. Smells like it.
What do you mean, Doctor? She was only eating cold cereal.
Milk. With enough poison in it to kill off a herd of buffalo.
Poison. Whole bottles that way. And it must have been delivered early this morning and sat outside her door where practically anybody could have got...
about the underworld.
Huh?
What she heard. She was a snoop. I wonder if she really did hear anything important, Brooksy.
What she heard might have been the reason for this, you mean?
Hey, where are you going?
To bring a guy up here, Johnson. A guy who just might have been kidding about something he really meant.
Here we are, George. Oh.
Hello? You coming to see the great side better, too?
Yeah, ring the bell, will you?
That's what I'm doing. Your eyes bad or something?
I'm in a hurry, that's all. Here, let me...
I don't hear the bell. What did he do? Disconnect it or something?
A little disconnected himself.
You a friend of Sinclair's, Buster?
The name's Hale, if you don't mind. Hale, but not Hardy. He doesn't have any friends. I'm a new lawyer. I collect debts for him. I'm crazy.
So am I.
So is he. Got more people owing him money than the Department of Internal Revenue. He thinks it's funny. He thinks everything's funny.
Yeah, well, there's a little matter upstairs you might not laugh off. Sinclair, where are you? Hey!
He must have gone out, George. He's certainly...
Stay where you are, lady.
What?
His office is in the bathroom.
Oh.
The bathtub.
Oh, well, excuse me.
What are you talking about?
Telephone, reading stand, cigar, and all.
Yeah. And the radio. Only it's not playing now, is it?
Holy mackerel.
Don't touch him. Yeah. Side bed himself. Taking a bath.
But here, help me. The guy...
You can't help him. He's dead. And he didn't just drown, either. When a radio is fixed like this and falls into a bathtub, it's called electrocution.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium-type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If you want good luck, then knock on wood. That's what Mr. Liggett does, the proud owner and manager of the beautiful Golden Tower Apartments. And look at the luck it brings him. The woman in 16A, Mrs. Fairchild, is killed by poison And now, only a few minutes later, another of his tenants, a slightly different sort of person known as Sidebet Sinclair, is dead, too, on the 15th floor. Only this wasn't a poisoning. If your name is George Valentine, the way you'd put it is that when a radio is fixed like this and falls into a bathtub, it's called electrocution.
It's called murder, you mean? Well, where is it?
Through here, Johnson. Here we are.
That's what it was, all right, Lieutenant. Radio falling in a tub gives a shock big enough to kill off a herd of buffalo.
You're repeating yourself, Doctor. You said that about Mrs. Fairchild's poison.
Still true. Oh, not that you could get that many buffalo into a bag.
All right, all of you clear out.
What was that, ma'am, Jack?
Not you, Doc. Stay there. I just phoned for an extra crew to help you.
I just want to know.
Come on, everybody, please. Nothing to be curious about.
This is the building we live in. What's going on? We certainly deserve an explanation.
Did any of you see anybody come into Mr. Sinclair's room in the last quarter hour? All right, then, all right. It's all under control. Nothing for anybody to worry about. That's it. We'll call on any of you that we need. That's it.
You'd better get that lawyer, though, Lieutenant. Mr. Hale, that friend of Sinclair's.
Oh, yeah. Take care of it, Sergeant. Oh, brother, what a day this is turning out to be. No sooner one
Take
happens...
it easy, Johnson. It's all under control. Nothing to worry about.
Valentine, I admire your courage. But there isn't time for sarcasm.
Why not? These two deaths are certainly linked up together, aren't they?
Of course they are. Simple as a Chinese puzzle. A snoopy little woman and a big-time gambler. I'm just surprised they weren't both murdered the same way.
Now, you're doing it. Okay, Johnson, but look at what you know so far. The old lady did hear things, maybe, from Sinclair's apartment here. And Sinclair himself must have certainly had enemies.
So Sinclair was up to something, and Mrs. Fairchild heard it, and it was so important that the person who was involved killed both of them. Sure.
It doesn't make much sense, does it, George? Sinclair was too smart to go yelling about things, and she wouldn't have understood anything she heard anyway.
Well, they're tied up together in some way.
Both done in by the same crackpot, if you ask me.
Huh? Who let you in?
Oh, hello. The janitor, Lieutenant.
Name's Newton. Your sergeant called me. Only I got work I should be doing. Every fuse box in the whole place blown out. You know that? Lucky you didn't catch the whole building on fire. That's Sinclair and...
Wait a minute. What did you say about a crackpot?
Just what the other tenants are saying out in the hall. Nice, peaceful place until you got here. Everything neat and clean. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Some madman or lunatic.
Well, don't wave your finger at me. I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, I am. Newton, who delivers the milk here?
What?
Facts, come on. Who delivered a bottle of Dutch Farm Guernsey to Mrs. Fairchild's door upstairs?
Same man's done it for 10 years. Who do you think?
I've already started on that line through the dairy, Valentine.
Name's Frank something. Makes a lot of deliveries in the building. Too dumb to be mixed up in anything.
You see him come in?
Of course I did. I see everybody come in.
You what?
You heard me. Nightman's been sick the past week. I've been on duty.
Where?
Lobby. Propped up in a chair right next to the elevator.
Well, whom did you see?
Nobody. Milkman, that's all. What of it?
Inside. Somebody from inside.
Maybe. And the milkman's probably all right. So somebody must have tampered with that milk in the hall after he delivered it.
Lunatic. Crackpot.
And today maybe the same person came in here and gave Sinclair's radio a shove. Only that'd have to be somebody who could come in without surprising him, right?
He always left the door open.
Well, that's not what I mean. Somebody who knew his habits, that's all.
Like the other. Somebody right here from this building.
From it? You mean in it, don't you? In it. Right now.
Now, look, Mr. Valentine, I can't help you tie these two things together. You're trying to add sheep and goats. That Fairchild
From you,
woman...
I just want to know about Sinclair, Mr. Hale.
Well, Lieutenant Johnson just ran past me there in the hall, and he didn't ask
Well,
me.
he decided he'd better run a fast check of the other tenants. Mr. Liggett's with him.
People hated Sidebet. I told you that.
A lot of characters in debt to him, huh?
Sure, with plenty of reason to kill him. Self-defense practically for anybody to kill Sinclair. A very unpleasant man. Gambler who always collected. Had a smile like a death warrant.
You're his lawyer. You should know.
Just got the job, miss. Big money. I'm a man with ideals.
Big money, sure. Yeah. But stay on the rails. Any of those characters in the building in trouble with Sinclair?
You mean any of them live here? No, I don't think so. And if one of them did do it, how do you explain that woman upstairs?
He doesn't yet, Mr. Hale. One thing at a time.
No, both things at once.
Stubborn type, isn't he?
I don't believe in crackpot killings.
There's a neat, simple explanation for everything.
Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine!
It's Mr. Liggett, George.
Right here.
Mr. Valentine, 16A, 15A.
What's your trouble, friend?
What am I going to do? My whole life,
what
my
about
building...
16 and 15A? Get your breath, will you? I thought you were with Johnson.
I came to get you. He's downstairs in 14A. There's another woman there. Dead.
The woman in 14A, who was she?
The woman, that's all. There's no possible connection. She's a school teacher, Mr. Hale, and she lives here.
Hey, wait a minute. The elevators are down this way.
No. This is faster. You don't have to wait. Just straight ahead. It's the way we went before.
But what happened to this woman? What did she...
Strangled. Just a few minutes ago. She'd just gone to answer her door, apparently, and someone was there. And it happened. A few minutes ago, I tell you, there's someone in the...
Calm down, will you, Leggett?
Here. This door.
What's this? Fire stairs?
Yes. Come on. Be careful of the railing.
Hold it.
Go on, Valentine. The stairs are too narrow.
I said stop, both of you.
Yes, but Lieutenant Johnson is...
He'll live without us for a second.
You like the view or something? You trying to make yourself dizzy looking down?
Skip it, Hale. I used these stairs before. Now, this is an inside fire escape, isn't it? Only those doors to it aren't locked.
Well, not in a building like this.
Where does it end? That's what I'm trying to see.
At the back hall, by the alley.
Is that door locked? Down there, I mean.
Well, no, as a matter of fact. Oh, for heaven's sake, Valentine, at a time like this...
Somebody could have come in this way last night, couldn't he? To climb up here and tamper with some milk without being seen? And down below, Newton in the lobby by the elevators wouldn't have seen him.
All right, you solved it. Now let's get out.
Okay, let's move. 3 murders, all in a row.
You think he'll stop at 3?
Oh, be quiet, both of you. I can't stand it.
Liggett, what are the rest of the facts on this?
Oh, leave him alone. He's knocking on wood to stop a fourth.
Please, I said.
Concrete place like this, he'll have to use his own head.
Stop. Don't talk like
that. Maybe you're right. Maybe there will be a 4th murder.
No, there won't. There can't be. Lieutenant Johnson has more police coming. They'll be here any minute.
Wait, Mr. Hale. Don't push.
But isn't this the door to the next floor?
It isn't marked. Neither are the apartments, I noticed. Just A, B, or C.
But of course it's 14. Come on, hurry up.
I like it better here. So do you guys. Besides, whatever 4th murder there is liable to be right here, isn't it?
What did you say?
Oh, come on. Let's keep on moving downstairs.
But this is the floor.
Mr. Liggett, you're liable to be the 4th corpse unless you shut up.
Bravo.
Listen, I'm not interested in that 3rd one. Because that's a murder that'll convince everyone forever that these are some sort of madman killings. Right? 3 in a row running right down a building?
Of course it's madman. But what did you say?
So suppose instead it was just a brutal, cold-blooded job to make people think that. Now, come on, downstairs.
Here. Mr. Valentine...
This woman was strangled, though. I'm interested in that. There are tests they can run, you know, on a man's hands. They can do it soon enough.
Would you please explain what you're talking about?
Mr. Liggett, you're a superstitious guy, aren't you? Knock on wood. And you own this building.
For the love of...
I'm making sense, friend. Just like this fire well does. Meaning that an outsider could be the murderer.
Meaning me? Well, so could anyone who lived in the building or owned it.
I don't think so. Hale, your so-called client Sinclair had an ulcer, didn't he? I guess he might have had milk delivered every night, too. Seems logical. People who plan a killing by poison usually don't make mistakes, I know, but they could if they didn't live here. If you walked up these steps last night, for instance, and counted as you walked and made a mistake and discovered it today and corrected it by killing Sinclair. You pretended you were just going into his place, Hale, when we bumped into you there. Easiest thing to do, I guess, if you're caught just on your way out.
Liggett, what would you think of a detective?
Oh, be quiet. Sit down. Yeah, we'll all just sit here. On the 12th floor landing. Yeah. 16, 15, 14, 12.
Well, you know, it's so difficult to rent. Many buildings...
Yeah, I know, but Hale here didn't. Counted the floors and ended up one floor too high. Put poison in the wrong bottle. Mrs. Fairchild's. Didn't skip 13. No, 13th floor. Should have knocked on wood.
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, some of those extra policemen, I guess. Maybe there's a lab man with him, Hale. We can sit and wait for that test I talked about.
You're saying I did it? Any number of people could have...
All right, we'll wait for the proof.
Ridiculous. We will not. I'm getting out of here.
Mr. Valentine, don't let him go.
Get out of my way, all right?
No, Buster. You wouldn't pull another desperation murder with all those witnesses coming up, would you?
I said...
Oh, all right. Just take it easy.
No, he can get out in the hall. He can take the elevator to another floor. Why, he can...
Oh, no, he can't. The elevator won't work.
What? What do you mean? Of course it'll work.
No, it's an electric elevator, isn't it? Now, don't get sore, Hale. You did it yourself, you know. It was your murdering Sinclair half an hour ago that, well, as Newton put it, blew out every fuse box in the joint. It's a little ironic, isn't it?
But, George, how did you guess there wasn't any 13th floor in that building?
That's quite common, Angel. Keep your eyes open. Notice the elevator buttons next time. Only, maybe you won't notice if you climb up the fire stairs.
Well, I don't understand how Hale could have...
Well, on Mrs. Fairchild, he made the mistake.
Oh.
Wrong floor, wrong bottle of milk. Seems, he was the one who owed Sinclair all that money. And he was afraid for his own neck, so he decided to kill him. Next day, he did. Only we practically caught him at it without knowing.
Well, you didn't act nervous or anything.
Hale was desperate, Brooksy. Yeah, we would have found out it was a mistake in pretty short order, you know.
So he slipped off and committed another murder just to cover...
Sure, the bloodhounds would have gone off in the opposite direction fast. Maniac on the loose. No time to look for rhymes or reasons.
But he wasn't nervous or anything. I mean, I noticed he got lost in the shuffle there for a few minutes, too, but I...
Well, why does a murderer have to act like one? People don't always betray themselves, you know. They don't spill their emotions all over the place.
Don't spill their emotions all over... Oh. Well, some people certainly don't.
I don't know why you always expect them to.
You don't think I'm going to rise to that, do you? Well, I can sit here just as cold-blooded and showing nothing.
You sure, Angel?
For just about that long every time. Never longer. I hope. Knock on wood.
When you're out driving on the highway, there's nothing like having a clean windshield and a clean rear window every mile of the way. For clear vision, ahead and behind means greater driving comfort as well as greater personal safety. And helping you have clear vision is the speedy service offered to you at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Here you'll notice the men take pride in doing a thorough spick-and-span job on your windshield, and they're glad to offer you this service whenever you want it with no obligation on your part. Windshield care is but one of a number of car-saver services that are given as a regular procedure at these gas stations. Use them every day, and every day you'll enjoy your motoring. And remember, you're never far from an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Owing to the illness of Robert Bailey, the part of George was played tonight by Ken Peters. Virginia Gregg is Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. John McIntyre was heard as Hale, Howard McNear as Liggett, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Fairchild, Joe Duvall as Sinclair, and Fred Howard as Newton. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Christmas in January, another adventure of George Valentine.
Looking for a picture, lady?
Oh, hello, buddy. Hey, how much is that one?
This one?
Yeah.
The oil painting in the building? It's a street in Paris.
Looks more like Oswego.
No, somewhere on the left bank, I presume. You see, the painter lived
never
in
mind the travel notes, Jack. Just how much, huh?
Well, I'm afraid it's probably a good deal more than you could afford, sister.
Buddy, you see that big white convertible out there at the curb?
Well,
is it yours?
Oh, well, I didn't mean it.
What do I gotta do? Wear tights? The name's Charity Dufresne. I'll buy you a seeing eye dog.
Oh, Mr. Frame.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Gosh, I've even got pin-ups of you myself. Holy smoke. I guess I've seen every one of your pictures 3 or 4 times.
Well, then you should pay more attention to details, like my face. Now, come on, fan club. How much, huh?
Oh, the picture.
Yeah.
Well, look, if it's for your own house, I mean, you would... Who sent you to this place?
Don't flatter yourself. It's a junk shop. And don't worry, I won't tell anybody. I want to buy a gift, that's all.
Oh, I see. Well, if you're giving it to someone you like,
I know what kind of a picture it is. I'm giving it to somebody who should use it as a winding sheet, I hope.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's very appropriate. It's $250.
Here, Jessie Jane.
If you'll wait just a second, I'll wrap it up for you so nobody will notice.
I'll wrap it myself, thank you. I brought my own stuff. This, buddy, is going to be something real special. You know who it's for? An octopus. You know what it's for him for? A Christmas present. Yeah, in January.
Yes, that's my dear Charity. As wholesome and appetizing as a tube of ant paste. Oh, but she adores me. Worship is the proper word, perhaps. She's like a yo-yo to which I hold the string.
Yeah, sure. But, look, she got out of the car, Mr. Wick, and walked into the shop.
My dear Mr. Valentine, you will keep your eye on the doings of Miss Charity Dufresne. How about that, Miss Brooks? Did he just watch the doings, or did he let his eye wander to what's already been done by her beneficent creator?
Well, I was right there with him. She's very attractive, but
I'm trying to tell you what she did, Mr. Wick, if you'll just let me.
Would you like a drambuie, either one of you? The only drink worth drinking. Because like a woman, a drink should be stimulating to the senses, but easy to see through. Jukes, where's that bottle of drambuie you brought to town from the hovel? My country place, Mr. Valentine.
Well, no thanks. Really, Mr. Wick.
How should I know, boss? I've been busy with the lights.
Look, Mr. Wick, I'm trying to give you a report.
Of course you are, my dear man. Of course you are. You heard her call me an octopus, you said. Yeah, isn't that wonderful, Duke?
Yeah, I guess so. You mean one of them things?
Don't you wish you had thought of it? Dukes is so prosaic when he calls me names. Used to be a mule skinner's apprentice, I believe.
I was a male nurse. I was studying to be a pharmacist.
Yes. Let's not bore the people, Jukes. Just run and fetch them a brandy.
My name is really Anthony.
Of course, dear boy, they understand. Mr. Valentine knows a Jukes when he sees one. Now, hop.
All right, boss. I'll see what I can find.
My companion. Isn't he delightful? The jester, the court fool. And I'm tied to him like a millstone. I've been ill, you know, so my wife hired him to fetch and carry. And then when I was helpless and at his mercy night and day, she ran away. Makes a rather charming story, don't you think? I call it the Frau's Revenge.
Yeah. I didn't even know you were married, Mr. Wick.
Oh, miserably. Don't you ever read my column? Good heavens, man, let me inform you. It's the sort of rounded anecdote Walcott would have adored. She was my secretary, you see, in years past, until in my bestial fashion I decided I could save a good bit of expense if I married her and stopped her salary. However, fate in his hairy-handed way...
Never mind. I've heard enough vocabulary for one day. I'm a busy man, Mr. Wick. You don't want to check over my report? Okay, forget it. Goodbye.
I could recite your stupid report by heart, Mr. Valentine. I asked you to observe the suspicious actions of Mr. Frank.
Look, she only bought a picture. I wouldn't have taken the job if I'd have known you just wanted me to snoop.
An original oil painting of a Paris building and street. Now tell me, there was a lamp in the background, wasn't there? And two children rolling a red hood.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Of course, I don't suppose you noticed the name, the artist's signature.
Well, it was kind of a funny painting. Didn't mean anything to me. Something like Petrillo, that's all I read out of it.
What?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Oh, my poor little yo-yo will be spinning so fast she won't know what hit her.
What on earth are you talking about, Mr. Wick?
It will all be in print, dear one. I never give away the end of a story before it's written. Tell me, do you think green lights will look well on a blue Christmas tree?
A what?
Mr. Valentine, you have your check. Goodbye. Out at the hovel tonight, it's Christmas, didn't you know? Yes, in January. Now get out of here. Run along. I'm a busy man.
Not so fast, Buster. Not so fast, please. What's the big joke in this picture deal? What kind of a stunt are you up to? You dragged me into being a party to something I know nothing about.
Curious. Life and death, Mr. Valentine. The death of pride. The world is a yo-yo, didn't you know, for a man like me? So read about it tomorrow in my obituary column.
Christmas in January, yo-yos, paintings. What kind of a loony character?
Trio, George, that's it. And he painted Paris streets and buildings.
Huh?
And you said she bought it for $250.
Yeah, that's right.
An original painting by Utrillo.
Huh?
Would you like to find out just what kind of a snide story Mr. Wick is getting ready to write? That I'm afraid we helped him to write?
Now, look, don't rub it in. What don't I know, besides everything?
Come on. We're going to a real art store, George.
Huh?
Because you want to bet the lead his story will be all about Miss Charity Dufresne buying a fraudulent painting? Well, darling, a real Utrillo should sell for at least $15,000 or $20,000. And not just on Christmas.
$17,250.
Yeah, well, look, friend, we already know that. We found it in the catalog at one of the other places we went. But
There's lots of new interest in your trio right now, you know.
But that shop we told you about, it must sell fake paintings, isn't that right?
It must. It does. Copies and imitations. but it doesn't always bother to mark them as such, well, like the one you saw.
All right, but Brooksy, look. So the dame bought him a fake painting for a gift on a fake Christmas. She doesn't like him anyway.
On a fake what?
Oh, well, never mind. Enough people are confused already. But look, Angel, I don't understand why that should make the old goat so happy. How my telling him about it would give him any hold over her.
Mr. Valentine, I, too, am an ardent reader of Francis Xavier Wick, his column, his books.
Yeah?
He has a passion for what he calls the rounded anecdote, I believe.
Ah?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, but mine is the gallery which owned the original of that Utrillo painting, you know, the real one.
Of course. That's why we came here out of curiosity to confirm that price of $17,000.
Yes, and you leave in greater curiosity, too, young lady. And I'll be worse off than you are, because I sold that real Utrillo for just that price and sent it out not 2 minutes before you walked in to a man who phoned. The old goat himself, to Francis Xavier Wick.
What?
He said he wanted it wrapped as a Christmas gift. He was going to present it to a woman named, Charity Dufresne.
See, we're out of order. Curiosity killed a cat.
George, that woman's coming back.
Mr. Valentine, Mr. Prain seems to be busy right now. She's on the hall telephone, talking to an art dealer back in town.
Oh, yeah. Well, we only came out here to the hovel to find out...
Oh, you're quite welcome. There have been guests coming and going all evening. It's Christmas here, didn't you know?
How could we forget?
Mr. Wick was ill at the real Christmas time, but of course he can't celebrate it unless he can get out of bed, unless he can dress up as Santa Claus.
Oh, well, that explains part of why...
Unless he can give presents and receive them in person. Wouldn't be Christmas without people, would it? Wouldn't be anything without people, would it? Around him all the time. His court, his fools, his... Oh, well, come in. Join the party. The great man has just served liqueurs. Perhaps you'd like some. Join me in a creme de menthe. Maybe you'd rather have hemlock.
Oh, wait a minute. Look here. We know we're prying. We only want to find...
You came out to warn Mr. Frayne that Mr. Wick... What he was up to, of course. Well, I'm sorry. She's already found out. She's crying with embarrassment, and she's at the telephone trying to buy the most expensive painting in the gallery for Mr. Wick.
Oh, it makes less and less sense.
You see all the paintings around here? Mr. Frayne has bought many of them. Real ones. Thousands and thousands of dollars of gifts to him in years past. So this year, she got caught trying to give him a pony, that's all. I'm not sorry for her.
I get it. She hates him. But why does she give him things at all? Hey, what's he do? Blackmail people?
Oh, blackmail. Mr. Valentine, he tortures people.
I say, have you seen him anywhere? He served the drinks and then went out for a minute, and I've got to be running back to... Oh.
Mr. Keller, of course I haven't seen him. I've been here for an hour myself. He hasn't even spoken to me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wick. I didn't know.
Hold it, please. You're Mrs. Wick?
Well, who did you think I was? A dear, dear friend like Mr. Keller here? Like Charity Dufresne? Mr. Valentine, do you know what this man gave my husband tonight? A Cadillac.
If you don't mind, Mrs. Wick.
Oh, yes, it embarrasses him. It embarrasses all of them. Well, come in here under the Christmas tree. If you can stand the hideous green light, I'll show you the biggest pile of loot
Mrs. Wick, forget it, will you please?
Christmas in January. Christmas for Santa Claus. Diamond cigarette lighters, statues, paintings, money. And all from torture, Mr. Valentine.
Just lying there. I saw him just lying there at the door to the bathroom. And that hideous Santa Claus.
Be quiet, Mr. Frayne.
Lying on his face, the side of the door. Wick, Francis.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
If I could turn him over, he must have fainted.
Wait a minute. Yeah, we'd better move him. But if his pulse means anything, Santa Claus Wick is dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that 60% of all auto repairs can be avoided? Yes, 60%. When motorists follow one simple rule. Bring in your car for chassis lubrication every 1,000 miles. When you get a chassis lubrication for your car at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station at regular intervals, you're money ahead. These men service more than 50 different wear spots that can cause trouble when neglected, and they take the time to do it right. It's a car saver service that assures longer car life and a smoother, cushioned ride free of squeaks and rattles. And note this, if your car has an automatic transmission, you'll get the correct factory-approved fluid for lubricating this precision-made unit. So avoid repair bills. Keep your car young. Every 1,000 miles, get chassis lubrication service at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Francis Xavier Wick, the columnist, the gossip, the collector of rounded anecdotes. The man who this year was celebrating Christmas in January. And why? Apparently because he likes to collect presents, too. He wouldn't miss Christmas for anything. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you wouldn't either. Yes, by now you've learned enough about the man in the Santa Claus suit to know that his vast collection of friends and retainers are not exactly loyal to him. In fact, one of them has just murdered him.
Murder, George?
Well, there's no blood, Angel.
No marks on the back of his head under the cap.
Don't touch him, Mr. Keller. I'll do that.
Whatever you say. It wouldn't be surprising if he were murdered, I suppose. People all around him, always with him, and yet easily the most disliked man in the world.
You should know, Mr. Keller. I understand you gave him a car tonight as a gift.
I'd rather not incriminate myself, if you don't mind.
Well, I don't like to disturb the mask and whiskers, but...
George!
Yeah. His face. It's not Mr. Wick at all.
It's the court jester, the fool.
It's Jukes who's been murdered. Poisoned. Look at his face. But where is Francis Xavier Wick?
But I saw Wick, I tell you, before he put on that ridiculous costume. Or rather, he had just part of it on.
When was that?
Half an hour earlier, I suppose. I don't know. It was before Mr. Frayne got here.
What about the other guests? The people who brought all those other presents?
They'd gone. They'd already left.
Just who are you, Mr. Keller? What are you doing here?
What? Good heavens, man, I'm a banker, but that doesn't have anything to do with it.
For some reason, you give huge gifts every Christmas to Mr. Wick. Just like Mr. Frayne, like the others.
Well, stop harping on it. It's a fact, that's all. I'm certainly not going to explain it. Why should I? I didn't try to kill the man.
Well, somebody who was left in the house must have.
All right. But it's Jukes who's dead, not Wick.
And you can't even tell me when they changed parts, when Jukes started playing Santa Claus?
No, what of it? Charity Dufresne told you where we all were, and now confirm it.
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, right here, Mrs. Wick.
The little summer house. The studio. Out where he does his
All
writing.
right, come on, I'll get your breath. What's the matter?
I found him.
You what?
My husband. He's unconscious.
Oh, leave me alone. I'm fine, I tell you. I'm
darling.
fine. I'm fit as a grave digger's shovel. You twisted my ankle when I fell, that's
Here,
all.
sit down.
Now stop pawing at me, Janet. You're my wife, not my secretary.
All right, stop talking, you two. The side door out there's open, and there's blood on the floor where you were.
Blood is from my head. Very high quality. I fell because I was struck, and I was struck because the worm turned. That's why.
The worm?
Miss Brooks, all my life I've pampered myself by having a retainer. Someone night and day, like Janet here.
Francis, please.
I've never been a well man, and besides it amuses me to watch lackeys work.
Buster, why don't you...
It was Jukes who hit me, you cretin. Who else would it be?
Oh, yeah, Jukes. Go on.
I was wearing a Santa Claus suit, as I recall. Where is it? On him, you say. He called me out here to the studio. He knocked me out. A child could deduce that he took my suit. Now you wake me up saying he's dead.
Well. So be it. Oh, wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. Thou wert taken for thy better. Well, don't stare at me. I'm disappointed in him, that's all. But we shouldn't judge the worm just because he turned. The temptation was just too great, I suppose. There's over $100,000 worth of gifts in there under that Christmas tree, and a brand new car outside to make a getaway in. Can you blame him for wanting to step into my shoes?
Okay, Mr. Wick. 2 and 2 is 4. He knocked you out intending to take your place so he could collect the last couple of gifts and get by the servants on his way out.
Only who poured those drinks, George?
I didn't, I assure you.
Jukes did. It must have been he. That's when I came into the house, and I was so upset because he wouldn't even speak to me. I thought it was you, Francis. He passed around drinks and wouldn't even speak to me.
And I suppose you wept copious tears into your usual creme de menthe.
Well, it's logical he would have served drinks to cover not talking.
And they were left standing. I remember that, too. He left them for quite a time to open a present. Anyone could have touched them.
Well, what's the matter with you?
I was thinking what a beautiful story it will all make, particularly the ending.
Well, laugh out of the other side of your face, Buster. Somebody wanted to kill you and didn't succeed.
Exactly what I mean. That's the most fascinating part. Read my column tomorrow, young man.
Oh, I'll give you something to read. You too, Mrs. Wick. There were only 3 people who could have tampered with a drink. You, Mr. Keller, and Charity Dufresne.
They both hate Francis. I'm sure either
and
one...
Keller and Charity both agree they were together all that time.
Oh, George.
Yeah, that's right. You heard me. They gave each other alibis.
Listen, that must be the police car coming. I'd better get over to the main house to...
Janet!
George,
Janet.
grab her.
Why? Police will be here in a second. She won't go far.
Oh, what on
Besides,
earth?
I want to straighten this guy before they come.
Oh, you mean you're going to carry me back to the house? Good. I don't want to miss any fun, and my ankle won't
$100,000 worth of gifts from people who hate you. But it isn't blackmail because you give them gifts, too. And you make them play a farce like this Christmas in January.
Mr. Valentine, I'm so pleased that you figured me out. People are contemptible. I despise them.
Oh, yeah, famous people, rich people. You like to watch them suffer.
I know where their bodies are buried. Keller, Charity, all of them. Blackmail? No. I've never threatened anything. We just exchange gifts. And the most contemptible and amusing thing about people is their willingness to believe that I ever would write what I know about them. They're afraid. They never know. And so they really are blackmailing themselves.
I think you must be the most horrible man who ever lived.
Skip it, Brooksy. Come on. He's cleared it up. Let's go.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
So long, Wick.
No, Valentine, wait. You're not going to leave me.
Why not? Oh. Because somebody still wants to kill you?
What?
Well, that doesn't bother you, does it? You were laughing about it a minute ago.
Ridiculous, of course not. But now, see here, with this ankle...
You're comfortable. Just relax. Police will get around to you later on.
No,
Maybe.
Valentine, no, you don't.
See you in the morning. Read my column for the last chapter. Brooksy, this is one case that I don't particularly care if I ever...
What's the matter, George?
I don't know, listen.
Just the police car on the driveway, that's all.
Oh, I'm way, way wrong. That guy's quicker than I am.
What?
Oh, wait a minute. Here.
George, there's somebody...
Oh, no. All right, Mrs. Wick.
George, look out. She's got a gun.
Drop that thing, lady. Drop. That's better.
Leave me alone. You get out of my way.
Going back out there to that studio with a gun, huh?
He can't do things like that to people. He can't treat them.
What? You mean he can't treat you like that?
I don't care about me. I just...
Look at her eyes.
Mrs. Wick, listen to me. You're going out there because you think he killed Jukes, isn't that right? You don't know how he could have done it, but somehow you think he must be responsible.
You said yourself the other two had alibis.
And if you knew that you didn't do it, then you assume that he has to be behind it, like he's behind everything else in the world, sticking in pins.
Let go of me. I've got to know.
Well, come on, then. I'll take you there, without the gun. We'll wrap this up before anybody else gets hurt.
Francis!
Georgie's on the floor. What's the matter with him?
Perfectly all right, young lady.
Francis, you're white as a sheet.
Oh, don't go pawing at me again. This stupid man running off...
I'm not stupid anymore, Buster. But here, get up. Come on now. You're all right. All right, one thing at a time. Jukes killed himself.
What?
Oh, the police will be there. There'll be all kinds of evidence. Fingerprints on the glass. You figured that out, too, didn't you, Wick? Isn't that the story you were going to write? We're laughing about?
Valentine, I shall write my friends in Scotland Yard about
No,
you.
no, wait. Why on earth would Jukes kill himself?
Mrs. Wick, do you drink green creme de menthe?
What? Oh, well, yes, but...
Jukes took over Santa Claus beard in order to get away with his sack full of loot, right? He'd already slugged your husband here. Well, how do you think he felt when you walked in the door?
George, I don't get it at all.
Mrs. Wick, it was only a matter of minutes before he knew you'd recognize he wasn't the right guy, despite the pillows and beard. So maybe the ex-pharmacist got a little desperate. You never drank your drink, by the way, did you? I remember you holding it.
You mean it was poison? You mean he was
Janet,
trying...
will you let the man talk? His syntax is execrable, but his logic...
It's all a guess, but it's a good one. The connoisseur here likes Stromboli. Like women, it should be strong to the senses, but easy to see through.
Oh, quote.
But Jukes would know about that. Playing Wick, he'd make his own liqueur, Drambuie. But he left the drinks for a few minutes, you said. And the drinks were in by the Christmas tree.
George, what in the name of the world are you talking
By
about?
the Christmas tree, Brooksy. And when he picked one up, he picked up the wrong drink. The creme de menthe meant for you, Mrs. Wick.
Oh.
But we can check. We'll find out.
But how could he mistake a green creme de menthe?
I know, yeah. Drambuie is almost white. But there were only green lights in there on that Christmas tree. Don't you know what happens to anything green when it's matched by a green light? The color cancels out. It turns white.
Bravo, Mr. Valentine. A very well-rounded story. White Christmas in January.
Yeah. And much to my regret, there's probably nothing I can hang on to you, Mr. Wick. All right, come on, Mrs. Wick.
Oh, no, you don't, Janet.
He doesn't have to order you around, you know, not anymore.
What?
Janet.
Maybe he wouldn't have to pick on other people if you could control him, the people he despises so much.
Janet, come back here. Don't leave me.
You know, he'd already figured this crime out. So a few minutes ago, why did we find him so scared? Why?
Oh. Janet, will you do as I say?
The acid bath man who's had a lackey attend him night and day all his life. Always people.
Janet, don't listen.
Haven't you ever wondered about that, Mrs. Wick? And why his hatred of people? You've been his wife, but I'll bet you haven't even noticed. He never gave you a chance to. All you'd ever have to do to gain the upper hand is just walk away from him.
Janet, come back here. Don't leave me. Come back.
I must go back.
Look, he's a case. Can't be without people. Terrified of being alone. Remember that. Okay, Mrs. Wick, go on back. You can have him.
Oh, George, I don't envy her the job.
Yeah. Well, he's rounded out his own story, hasn't he? Letting us see such a queer pair of clay feet. Well, he won't give Christmas parties anymore, I bet.
George, that color business.
Hmm?
I mean, well, it proved to be true and everything, but you're so unobservant generally.
How did I get it? You really want to know? Well, Brooksy, in there by the Christmas tree earlier, I happened to notice something, that's all. Something about you.
Me?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Then later on it clicked. The color of your eyes. What that light did to the blue in them.
Oh, George, really? Well, I never see you noticing.
Well, I do. I like to look at you.
Oh.
Do it quite often, as a matter of fact. Is that all right?
Oh, darling. You know something?
Hmm?
I'm not even going to tell you that my eyes are really hazel.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counter to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine is brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Wick, Lee Patrick as Janet, Shirley Mitchell as Charity, John Daner as the salesman, and Ted DeCorsia as Keller. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. How guilty can you get? Another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I am one of the richest men in Sand Hill Center. As a ring lardner character might say, I've made my pile. Ha, ha. There's nothing that makes a man as nervous and unhappy as $1 million. Ha, ha. Yes, you will laugh. You won't believe my fears. You won't believe what kind of woman my wife is. You won't even believe she might be carrying on and plotting with another man. Well, you'd better believe that and come to see me immediately, or Sand Hill Center may be without the services of its only millionaire. After all I've given to this town, the one thing I don't want to give them is the pleasure of enjoying my funeral. Yours for a long life, ha, ha, signed Fred Vincent Liggett.
Yes. Yes, my husband's at home. Why?
Well, I'm George Valentine. This is Miss Claire Brooks, my assistant.
Oh, yes, of course you're Mr. Valentine.
Well, may we come in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. You see, I'm Mrs. Liggett.
Yes, I gathered.
The wife of the millionaire. The wife of the man who made his pile in Sand Hill Center. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
No, of course not. But if you'd please tell your husband that we're here.
Yours for a long life. Ha, ha. Oh, yes, come in. Come right in. Join the party.
You seem to know all about it.
All about my husband's mail, you mean, don't you? I just read it. Look, here it is. A carbon copy from his pocket.
Oh, well, look, Mrs. Liggett.
Such a funny letter, wasn't it? Ha, ha. Such a funny man, my husband. So well-liked, so admired, so trusting, so able to see what other people are up to, so willing to believe the best about people.
Wait a minute, please, Mrs. Liggett. I know how it must make you feel to read what he's written about you.
But to go prying, to read his mail. But I am reading all of the things in his pockets. You walk in here the moment I've just been reading them.
Liggett,
because
please.
the sheriff wanted me to read everything. He told me to look, too. To look at all the nice things my husband ever wrote about anybody.
Stop it, I said, please.
Sheriff? What? Yes, of course. Because I've already done it, don't you see? Well, what else could you see? What else could you think? Go on in there. Go see my husband. He's dead.
Mrs. Liggett's been running around here like a chicken with her head cut off.
Yeah, well, Miss Brooks will try to calm her down a little, Sheriff. I just wanted to know what happened.
Or around to the neighbors to try to get help. I only been here myself a few minutes. Medical examiner's on his way from the city.
Uh-huh. She found him just lying here, huh?
Poisoned. I don't know much, but I know that much. Look at his face. Sure, poisoned.
That doesn't mean anybody did it, necessarily.
Yeah, look at the glass. That's what he took it in. White powder of some kind. Must have tried to get to the phone.
Hey, what's that bottle you're waving around?
A prescription. Center drugstore. Found it in the bathroom. Showed it to her and she fell apart.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? Mrs. Liggett admitted she measured this stuff and gave it to him in a glass of milk.
Well, if it's a doctor's prescription...
Her name's also on the drugstore receipt for it. She bought it.
But if she...
He drank a glass of milk. That doesn't mean he knew what was in it, does it?
Oh. So you've got a suspicious nature, too, huh?
Well, the first thing I seen in his pocket was that letter to you. What would you think?
Here, give me that bottle. Prescription number 537...
53785. What about it?
Well, hello, Mr. Manx.
None of that mister stuff with me. Deputy brought me right out, Bill. He says you're climbing out on a limb and making...
This is Mr. Valentine, Ed Manx. Owns the Center Drugstore.
Hello.
Now, listen here, Bill. Your deputy's going over the books to check that prescription. In 17 years, my place has never been accused of anything.
Nobody's accusing you of anything, Ed.
Be quiet, will you? The boy mixed that. It's his initials. He's brand new this week, but he knows his stuff. He's a trained pharmacist. I've watched him. He don't make mistakes.
Nobody said anybody
so
made
for you
it.
to go popping off, accusing people, saying it's poison from my drugstore that caused this whole thing.
Oh, hold it, both of you, will you? So far as I can see, Sheriff, you don't even know this is a murder yet.
That's what I said the minute I heard the rumors. Just because nobody liked Liggett, just because he had too much money and too many bad jokes.
Skip it, will you? Was Liggett sick that he needed medicine regularly?
No.
Yes. There, you see? Right off the bat, you go off half-cocked about his
What was the
condition.
matter with him?
Pretty bad case of anemia. Ask his wife. She's picked up medicine for him every week for the past several weeks.
Her again. His wife did she?
Well, what have you got against her? Holy smoke, Bill.
Who was Liggett's doctor? Who wrote that prescription?
Nichols. Everett Nichols. Only one in town.
Yes, and my file's got that prescription in Nichols' own handwriting. The same number stamped right on it, 53785. Here, let me see the bottle.
Here, look all you want.
Practically full. Dose is a teaspoon, it said. Well, what are you trying to say? She gave him an overdose? She couldn't. There's no more than a spoonful taken out of there.
All right, Ed.
But I don't get it. Poison? Sure, it's poison. Doc Nichols' prescription will show that. Same as the boy who mixed it. Your deputy's getting him now.
All right.
Wait a second, Manx. All you're doing is confirming whatever the sheriff thinks. So what is it, Buster? What don't we know?
Ed, you've seen how the Liggetts were getting along.
You mean headed for a divorce?
I mean her running around all the time.
Well, I can't say as I blame her. Liggett was no charmer.
Doc Nichols is.
Oh?
Ambitious man, Doc Nichols. And seeing as how Liggett mentioned something about a man in that letter to you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, maybe she's gone out to the club dancing a few times with Nichols, but that don't mean that
I don't like my job either, but I find a man obviously poisoned. Hadn't eaten nothing since breakfast a long time back. Takes milk with a high-powered prescription in it, given to him by his wife. Picked up at the store by his wife.
Well, she did do most of the driving in the family.
I know. Prescribed by a doctor who had an eye on their money. A doctor I should have brought here right now to tell us the things we don't know.
Hey, clear that up, will you? Why didn't you get him?
Because I can't, Mr. Valentine. He's not at his office.
He's got a place in the country.
I phoned. I got the neighbor to check. He's not there either. Why bother with details? The point is the doctor's disappeared. And at a time like this, disappearing don't look good.
Should I know where Dr. Nichols is? I don't know anything about him.
The sheriff says you've gone out a few times with him.
Of course that's what the sheriff says. I don't blame him. The rich man's wife who goes out with other men. It's not nice. No matter what your husband's like, no matter how separated you are, no matter how much of a gentleman the doctor might be.
All right, Mrs. Liggett, all right. I gather your husband wasn't much of a guy to live with, but...
I haven't seen Dr. Nichols for days and days.
All right, skip it.
Tell Mr. Valentine what you told me about Mr. Liggett. He was always suspicious of her, George. Suspicious of everybody.
Why should I tell him that? He wouldn't believe me.
Her husband told other people that he didn't trust her. That he was afraid someday she might try to get rid of him.
Of course, naturally. I'm a murderess. Ask the sheriff.
Look, Mrs. Liggett, I know it's tough. Before we even know the facts, everybody jumps to a conclusion. Why? Well, because I'm here. Because your husband wrote to me.
Because Fred picked the time he did to write you one of his ridiculous letters. Yes. In a way, it is your fault that I'm in trouble.
Yeah. You mean now it's up to me to get you out of trouble, huh? To prove it wasn't murder.
Yes.
All right, don't worry. I was hired on this case, so I'll go on with it.
Mister, I only answer Dr. Nichols' telephone. I don't read his mind. It's Miss Boggs who's his nurse.
But the sheriff says his nurse was off duty. She always is on Saturday mornings.
Well, so was I after 10 o'clock. The telephone exchange takes over after then.
10 o'clock. That's when Dr. Nichols left?
Exactly. We walked out together, and he didn't tell me he was going anyplace special.
And that's the last you saw of him, Miss Broom. The last anybody saw of him.
Here, let's see the list of phone calls, then. That's the last one. Hemlock number, yesterday afternoon.
That's right.
But you said he had patients. He was working this morning.
Well, that's just a few regulars, that's all. There was Cy Benson for his bandage, and Widow Morris, that's a heart. Pills for the Jefferson baby, and, well, of course, Fred Liggett.
Fred Liggett this morning?
Well, when do you think he got that prescription? Only if you think that there's anything wrong with any prescription that Dr. Nichols...
I'm not the sheriff, Miss Broom.
Well, it's a pity you're not. And I'll tell you another thing. The doctor, maybe he took Mrs. Liggett out once or twice, but he'd never get mixed up with a woman like that.
Oh, you don't think so much of her either, huh?
I didn't say that.
Hemlock 8339 in the phone book. Just looking up that last number yesterday afternoon, George. It's the Liggett number.
Well, all right, what of it? It was her phone, the doctor. So what? That don't mean anything. Maybe to talk about the weather. What of it?
Well, nothing. Except she was so careful not to mention it to us, George.
Yeah.
And now, what do you think you're doing?
Still looking for the doctor?
Well, supper time. If I know him, he'll be back home by supper time. That crazy sheriff saying he's disappeared just because he can't find him right
Hello?
away.
Oh, hello. Let me talk to Mrs.
Yes, Valentine.
Oh, it's you, Sheriff.
I came back to meet the medical examiner.
Good, I'll be right back.
No, you won't. This thing's mixed up enough as it is. I'm leaving for the country.
What?
You know, I told you the doc's country place was empty. Well, I got a man out there says his desk and everything are all cleaned up, just like a man does when he leaves town, runs away.
All right, Sheriff, tell me later.
I know I'm wrong, because he didn't disappear.
Huh?
Doc Nichols, he's lying across that desk, dead, with a bullet in him.
We'll return to tonight's adventure, George Valentine, in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium-type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. How guilty can you get? Well, the sheriff in Sand Hill Center seems to feel that Mrs. Liggett must be very guilty indeed. And why? Because just before his death, her husband wrote you a letter accusing her of all sorts of things. Another man in her life, for instance. And the sheriff thinks that might be Dr. Nichols, the same doctor who prescribed poison for Fred Liggett. The only trouble is, now Dr. Nichols is dead, too. And if your name is George Valentine, you know it's not going to be quite as easy as you once thought to prove this was not a murder case.
That you, Valentine?
Yeah, right here, Sheriff. Thanks for waiting.
You ready to go? It's a good 15 miles out there to the country place.
Wait a minute. Who's this?
Oh, Dr. Milliken, City Police.
Oh, hello, Doctor. What was it?
Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
How do you do? You mean the poison? Strychnine, I think. The hospital's running some tests for me.
Strychnine?
On the prescription, and Ed Manx found me that. And the boy who made it up confirmed it. It's Nichols' handwriting, all right.
So a doctor just prescribes poison right in the open, and a wife gives it to her husband in a glass of milk.
Couldn't be called medicine for him by the farthest stretch of the imagination.
It couldn't be called sensible either, until Nichols turned up dead.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose Nichols was being used and didn't know it. Or pressured into writing the thing. That's the easiest explanation.
I wouldn't guess.
And I'm all through guessing, too. So come on. This time we're not even going to open our mouths until we know what the facts are. Deputy out at Nichols hasn't touched the thing. Waiting for us right now.
I changed my mind. Leave me out. Yeah, you guys go out there. I'll follow you.
All right. Come on, Doc. Step on it.
Okay.
George, why don't you want to go along?
Oh, I don't know, Angel. Except that I'd rather talk to a woman than a corpse any day.
Mr. Valentine, I assure you I've never been mixed up in any way with Dr. Nichols. I'm sorry he's dead, but I don't know anything about it, any more than I really know anything about my husband's death.
You telephoned the doctor yesterday afternoon. You didn't tell us about that earlier.
Didn't I?
No. In fact, you said you hadn't seen him for weeks.
Oh, I'm sure I said a great many things today, Miss Brooks. Words. None of them half as wild as the things I've been feeling. Do you know what it's like to have people automatically assume you're a murderess who... Oh, but I haven't seen him. That was true. I just called him for Fred, I guess.
For Fred?
Well, I had the car and I had to do some shopping, so Fred was late and couldn't go to the doctor's.
You mean he was supposed to have gone yesterday instead of this morning?
Yes, I phoned Dr. Nichols to change the appointment, that's all.
You... Oh, brother, what's the matter with me? Strychnine.
What?
Sure, of course. Look, what do you know about your husband's illness? About any treatment he's taken or anything?
Well, I really haven't paid too much attention, I'm afraid. I know it's anemia,
well,
but...
skip it, never mind.
George.
Come on, Angel. I want to get on the phone to that Miss Broom in a hurry.
Miss Broom?
Yeah, unless I can think of the name myself. Ed Manx, the drugstore man. He might help.
What on earth are you talking about?
Morris, that's it. The widow Morris. A lady with a heart.
What do you expect to find?
I don't know, Angel. See if she's in first.
Well, it's the only Morris in the phone book. But if you'd waited until I called Miss Broom...
I didn't want to wait for anything, Angel. I don't know much about medicine, but I know enough. Come on.
The lights aren't on.
Mrs. Morris? Mrs. Morris. Oh, here, the switch is over.
Poison.
Sure. The same expression on her face.
Just like Fred Liggett.
Been dead for several hours, I guess. Here, look, here we are. Bottle. White powder.
What, George?
Brooksy, it's a prescription. Bought today.
Strychnine? The same...
No. Strychnine wouldn't have hurt Mrs. Morris here, any, would it? Woman being treated for heart trouble? It's a common method of treatment, in fact.
George!
Yeah. Now you begin to get it. Suppose Fred Liggett, who didn't have heart trouble, got the wrong medicine. And the widow Morris
You
here...
mean the prescriptions were mixed? And he was being treated with something that she got, and that killed her.
Anemia he had, wasn't it?
Oh, but George, no, a doctor couldn't make a mistake like that. It's impossible.
That's what I always thought until right now.
And why would he himself have been killed? The doctor, I mean.
Well, let's get out there with the sheriff before he buries all the evidence. Because maybe the doctor's death was just as simple, Angel. Maybe we can wind this one up fast.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, quite possible. Anemia is sometimes treated with arsenic, and it can be taken orally.
Look, she was an old woman, Dr. Milliken. Had a bad heart anyway. It wouldn't have taken much to...
Exactly. I'll get down there as fast as I can.
Okay, thanks. Well, Sheriff?
Well, Valentine, look for yourself. I told you before, I'm all through playing detective.
When did Nichols die?
I don't know for sure, but a little time after the other two, apparently. Lying across the desk here, arm outstretched.
Well, you're doing fine. You're one jump ahead of me.
Found the gun in the wastebasket. One shot.
Huh?
He had plenty of time to learn about Liggett and that Morris woman, in case he didn't already know.
Wastebasket right beside the desk.
Funny guy, Nichols. Ambitious, very proud of himself, his standing in the community, his reputation, his career.
Right arm outstretched, huh? Out over the edge, like this.
Sure, right-handed. You know, I said earlier, his stuff looked all arranged. Done in a hurry, but sort of like a man who's leaving town suddenly.
Or a man who fired a single shot. The gun drops from his hand into the wastebasket, and then he slumps forward on the desk.
Yeah, you don't have to go through the motions. I already done it. But you said a long time ago it might not be murder.
I was guessing.
Now you're not. Because if Liggett and Morris were mistakes, the most horrible mistakes I ever heard of, and I guess this proves it, doesn't it?
When the doctor, whose fault it was, commits suicide.
That's it. Just look at the evidence. That's what happened.
Suicide. So that's how it ends.
Poor man. Think how he must have felt when he found out, when he realized what he'd...
Yeah, the mistake was his, all right. Wasn't the drugstore's fault. You pharmacist on duty. He didn't know the people. He wouldn't have caught it.
Just think how Dr. Nichols must
you
have...
were pretty upset by this, too, Mrs. Liggett. You were blamed for a while.
Well, everyone knew how Fred and I were. I can't blame anyone for jumping to conclusions.
No. And your husband's letter to me and my coming here threw you into a blue panic, too, didn't it?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say panic. I think I must have been mostly hysterical.
I'd say panic. Why not? It was the first thing that started to upset your plan.
My what?
Well, isn't that what you'd call it? When you plot your husband's death? When you almost get away with it?
Mr. Valentine, I'm sure
Just to be accurate, I'll say you and the boyfriend. He obviously did most of it.
Did most of what, George, for heaven's sake?
There'd been gossip about her and the doctor. Her and several other guys, as a matter of fact. But if there was a real boyfriend and they were plotting to get rid of Liggett, you don't think they'd let the gossips in on it, do you?
Just whom are you referring to?
The only man it could be. To pull off the most involved but simple crime I ever heard of. Ed Manx, the druggist. Who else? Oh, sure, very funny. Go ahead, laugh. But there's a little too much coincidence for my blood. Ed Manx had a new pharmacist filling prescriptions today. Now, why?
I'm sure I haven't the slightest idea.
Manx is a pharmacist himself. For 17 years, he said. Well, Why put the new boy on the same day two people get poison prescriptions filled?
How on earth do you think Ed could know
The
that?
widow Morris got a prescription filled every week. Who'd know that? Who'd know there's enough strychnine in it to kill your husband? Who'd know the effect of his medicine on her?
George, wait a minute. They'd have nothing against the widow Morris. No reason to want her dead.
They wouldn't care whether it killed her or not, Angel. Just her tough luck that it did. The important thing was setting up the doctor's mistake. So Manx could get him out to that country place and set up that poor tragic suicide.
No, that's not true.
All right, let's get back to the drugstore. The coincidence of both prescriptions being made out and delivered on the same day. You set that up, Mrs. Liggett. There's a record of all the doctor's phone calls, remember? And you were foolish enough to explain the last call in his book yesterday. To explain that you delayed your husband by shopping in town. Or could he please come in this morning just after the widow Morris? There you are, all set up.
Stop it. I won't listen to
The
you.
kid's on his way out here now, the pharmacist. Because as I got it, Manx gave him those prescriptions to make up and deliver.
No, he didn't. I'm sure he didn't.
What did you say? How could you know anything about that?
I don't. Of course I don't. How could I? You're trying to mix me up, that's all.
And why should that bother you? Ingredients have to be there before they can be mixed, lady.
Stop it. Stop it.
Sure,
stop
sure.
it.
Go ahead. Get hysterical. Maybe you'll pull another horrible mistake like you did this afternoon.
What?
Running around like a chicken with a head cut off, as the sheriff put it. Screaming to the neighbors for help and so on. And the last call to the doctor was yesterday afternoon.
Oh, George, that's right.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what was really important about that list of his phone calls. Mrs. Liggett's husband was dying, and she didn't call the doctor.
Yes, I did. But he wasn't there.
The exchange takes all of his calls for him when he's out. It wasn't on the list.
I mean, I called his country place direct.
Oh, yeah, I see. And how did you know he'd be there?
Well, I didn't, but...
Your husband was dying, and you didn't call the doctor.
Stop saying that. One of the neighbors called for me, I thought.
Sure. Every one of them must have offered to do it. But they don't show on his list. So you must have stopped them from calling by saying you'd already tried to reach him. But you didn't.
No, I mean, yes. Ed Manx will tell you that.
Oh, come on now. Make up your mind, sister. You didn't want the doctor reached by anyone because Ed was taking him out to be killed. Isn't that right?
No, that isn't true. He was at the country place by then. He was...
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Come on. Trip yourself up a few more times.
Stop it! Oh, stop it, please, stop it.
George, to have killed 3 people in cold blood.
Well, they thought they had to do it, Angel. Small town, her husband's money, and the suspicions he'd advertised. They knew it'd take a very slick plan to get rid of Liggett and keep it covered up. But they had their slick plan, all right.
Yeah, so slick they fell down on it. But it almost worked, didn't it? I mean, the sheriff believed it, so did I.
Well, so did I, until I caught that phone call business. Besides, Angel, it did seem pretty impossible that any doctor could ever mix his prescriptions like that.
George, I still don't understand. They were the doctor's prescriptions, and they were made out to the wrong people.
Oh, Manx switched them, that's all. Take about 1 word of forgery on each one to keep the new pharmacist from getting them uncrossed. And who could forge a word or two better than the guy who for 17 years has had to decipher that gibberish doctors write on prescriptions?
Ooh, how guilty can you get?
About as much as they were.
Well, and now Fred Liggett's $1 million goes right back to Sand Hill, I suppose.
Good place for it. I wouldn't want it.
Oh, George, now that's no way to speak of $1 million. What's the matter? Are you afraid your wife might be tempted to kill you for it? Or do you mean you'd be afraid you might be able to afford a wife?
Look, if you want to change the subject, you do it like this.
Oh, darling. But I never really change the subject.
No, you don't. It's always the same. That's what I love about you. You're persistent. Good night, Angel.
When it's rainy weather, what are the essentials for your safety on the highway? Good tires and good brakes, certainly. But there are 2 other very important things, your car's headlights and the windshield wiper blades. That's especially true at this time of year. So if there's any doubt at all about the condition of lights and wiper blades on your car, do yourself and your family a favor. Tomorrow, have them inspected at a standard station or at an independent Chevron gas station. Here, the men want to make sure you have safety and peace of mind on the highway. With them, it's just plain good business. That's why they check many things on your car, including the lights. That's why they examine the wiper blade to see if it has turned hard and brittle or if it is worn unevenly. When you do need a wiper blade, they can supply you on the spot a quality-made Atlas wiper blade that literally shaves the water from your windshield. See you tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Lee Patrick was heard as Marion, Ed Begley as Manx, Joe Duvall as the Sheriff, Joe Forte as Liggett, and Myra Marsh as Miss Broom. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Public Eye, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, my husband is Farrell Pearson, so I'm sure you'll realize at once the importance of my letter. If you've lived long in this city or state, you must be aware of his position in politics as well as in business. Unfortunately, when you're in the public eye as we are, you're also at the public's mercy. A reputation of spotless integrity sometimes needs protection from the dangerous, selfish fools who do exist in this world. Mr. Valentine, we need your protection immediately. Come as fast as you can to our home. And please, please, don't mention this request to a single person. Sincerely.
Well, there. You've mentioned it to me, haven't you?
Oh, Mr. Pearson, it concerns you.
Of course, young man. I didn't mean to bar your path. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
We're very busy here, you know. People constantly coming to the door. Always something. It's a great trial. No one realizes.
Yes, it must be. Well, what is this matter that your wife...
The letter? No, don't bother me. I'm a very busy man, just on my way downtown.
But it says you need protection.
My dear Miss Brooks, Farrell Pearson needs only the protection of his own conscience. It's not for us to admit to fear, is it, Mr. Valentine? That's for the ladies.
What?
Spoken like a fool? All right, have it your own way, but whatever it is, you take it up with my wife.
But don't you even know?
She handles all these little matters. Besides, I'm giving a speech tonight. So nice to meet you both. Come again sometime.
But wait a minute. If you can't be bothered, at least tell us where your wife is.
She'll take care of it. She always does. She's standing right behind you. Goodbye, dear.
Hello, Mr. Valentine. This way, please.
Oh, I didn't notice you were there, Mrs. Pearson. Sorry.
It often happens. In here.
Your husband's study?
No, mine. Sit down. I can give you 15 minutes.
You can?
It takes 2 secretaries just to handle mail alone, and booking his speeches gets pretty involved. And Farrell's thinking of running for office again, you know.
Yes, so I've read. And I've heard some of those after-dinner speeches of his, too. Lots of words and big smiles. And very little else.
Well, we're not here to argue politics, are we, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, I'm not being nasty. I'm just curious, that's all. He's the great purity man. Only passing him just now, he smelled a little more human.
I assure you my husband only drinks at his doctor's suggestion for relaxation.
Oh, yes, I'm sure, but we'll skip that. Why are we here, Mrs. Pearson?
He certainly didn't seem to be worried about any threatening person.
He doesn't know as much about it as I do. I've handled all the details.
I gather you do that about everything. What are these details?
We have a country place in the 5 Lakes resort area. Spend the weekends there. In exactly an hour and a half, Mr. Valentine, you are supposed to meet someone by the name of Baines. He apparently has a room at the 5 Lakes Hotel.
Baines, huh? What am I supposed to do? Read his fortune?
Here. It's a printed note. 6 o'clock tonight, room 20, 5 Lakes Hotel. Expect to make the delivery then, signed Baines.
Obviously a false name. Whoever it is.
Please. Make delivery of what?
Mr. Valentine, I'm asking you to serve as a representative in my husband's place. You're more used to this sort of thing.
Well, now, let's be a little more honest with each other. Your husband's being blackmailed, is that it?
Well,
so what's the delivery? Pictures? Letters? And how much money am I supposed to take along to pay for them?
$50,000. We just don't have that kind of money.
Well, who does? Yeah, it must be quite a skeleton in the closet.
You're supposed to find out more about this man Baines. What he's doing is against the law. There must be some way to stop him without paying him so much.
Look, lady, what is the skeleton? What else has this guy written?
You don't have to know anything about it. We're in the public eye. Everything we do is...
And never mind that we stuff. You're trying to wash your husband's dirty linen, and you know it. Now, what did he do? Take one too many, get a snoot full, get his picture taken, or did he...
It's a woman. What do you think?
Well, it was pretty obvious, Mrs. Pearson. But I do think you better tell us.
Oh, I don't know. He does drink too much sometimes. He gets mixed up with people.
A woman named Baines?
No. Baines is apparently a man who knows about it, that's all. He wrote and said he knew. My husband told me that what Baines said was right.
Okay, guy working with the girl. But who's the
I don't know anything about her. I don't want to. It was last weekend. He went out one night and... Well, it's all over.
All right, Miss Pearson. I'm beginning to get the idea. Great guy, your husband.
It's not his fault. He works so hard. He tries not to drink, but once in a while...
What I meant was his handing it all to you.
Yes, when we saw him, he talked as though it wasn't even important. He didn't look that way, I know, but even so...
Her name is Estelle something. I knew about it. I couldn't help knowing. Why shouldn't I handle it? He can't afford to be seen anywhere doing anything.
Can't even pull his own chestnuts out of the fire, huh? Any guy who walks into one like that...
No, listen, please. You've got to understand. His career is the most important thing in the world to us. I've been his secretary and his wife for years.
You've learned how to grit your teeth and only think of the career. Is that right?
I wish you'd leave your detecting up to getting him out of this.
All right, Mrs. Pearson. We all have to live, I guess.
There isn't much time. I'll tell you what I know. And there have been phone calls from Baines. I have some numbers. If you could check them before you talk to him.
Miss Brooks will do that and phone me. Now, pull yourself together and run over those facts straight. Your pure and shining husband is a dope, Mrs. Pearson. Never mind. There's a girl named Steph. Baines? Mr. Baines. Oh, that'd be hard to get. Hey, Baines. Aren't you curious whether I brought the suckers 50,000 or not? All right, come on out of there. Don't be so bad.
All right, come on.
Oh.
Wake up, sweetheart. This is no park bench. Come on.
What are you talking about?
On your feet. You're cluttering up the rug.
Oh, way off. Will you? I like it here.
I haven't got all day. Now, come on. Take it easy.
You Baines?
I'm Chester. Who's Baines?
Guy who hits people. Good host. Friendly type.
Here, take a drink of this. Make you speak English.
I'd rather stay ignorant. Hey, let go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. It's a job, that's all.
Oh. You the one who took my wallet?
Yeah. No good pictures, anyway.
A couple of George Washington.
I didn't touch your money.
All right, Buster, all right. Who are you? What's going on
Chester,
here?
not Buster. I'm the house dick.
Oh, sorry, friend. Well, look, what became of the guy who took this from? His name is Baines, all right.
You already said that. It's a little hard to recognize it.
Huh?
Must have been quite a fight you guys had. What'd you hit him with, a grand piano?
What did I hit?
Look at him. Dead in a mackerel.
Now, listen, I was unconscious, wasn't I? So he got smacked over the head. That doesn't mean that I did it.
Doesn't mean anything. You could have been faking, could have passed out. I got a job to do. Got to call the cops.
Look, I just walked into this frame-up. I'm just a patsy, that's all.
I don't add any farther than 2 and 2, Mr.
Well, then get away from that phone. Here, let's take a look at this guy's pocket.
No, you don't. Now, who are you working for, Mr. Valentine?
Somebody never heard of fair employment practice.
Will you tell me what you do know about this?
Sure. Less than you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you didn't kill him, you're at least a material witness. We've got a hotel reputation.
But I got a job to do, Buster.
I'm sorry. Hello, desk. Chester here. Get me the police in town. Step on it. You better tell the boss
Makes
to...
all of us sorry, Buster. How to make friends and influence people. The rug's all yours, house dick. I went out to fire escape.
George, you crazy.
5
stupid.
lakes. In a burg like this, I'd be locked up for weeks.
Oh, you'd rather have months for resisting arrest.
Be quiet, Angel. I got the wallet off the other guy.
Baines?
Yeah. That really is his name, apparently. He lives down the road here.
But aren't you going back to see Mrs. Pearson? I mean, she got you into this. She must know more than
I'd rather
she...
see this Estelle. She sounds like the type we could get a little farther with.
Did Baines have any letters about her, or pictures, or...
No, that doesn't mean anything either. He'd no more bring that stuff to a meeting like that than I bring the money. Here, turn right. Guy owns a garage.
A garage?
Yeah, that's what his wallet says. I'm a lot more interested in his house on Pine Road. That's where it is. If he knew enough to blackmail Pearson, then what do you want to bet we'll find Estelle right there in his
George,
house?
it's Pearson we should find. He left their house before you did. He could have been the one who came up here to 5
The
lakes
big
and...
politician slugging people and framing murders? Try again, Angel. I got a hunch this case isn't going to be as simple as any way you look at it.
Estelle, I never heard of such a person, I tell you. What's this all about?
But this is where Baines lives, isn't it?
For 25 years, he's never been out of the place. That make you happy? And you needn't look like you don't believe me either, because I know. I'm his wife. You're...
Huh?
Oh. Now, what's happened? What is it?
You'll find out later, I guess, Mrs. Baines. I was just in a hurry to locate this place.
Estelle, I know. You told me. Well, take it from me, mister. Baines ain't the type to get mixed up with any girl. Besides, in a town this size, I can write you a guarantee there just ain't any such person as Estelle anybody. Never was. Not even among the weekend people.
You mean you know everyone and everything?
Listen. What's that? Sirens, ain't it? Must be the sheriff's call.
Okay, Mrs. Baines. Thanks anyway.
But wait, listen. Mister, please. Baines ain't in trouble, is he? What is it? Will you please tell me what...
Lady, I wish I had time to explain, but I don't.
Come on, hurry up, George.
But my husband...
I'm sorry, lady. Maybe he was in trouble, but he's not anymore. Those sirens, I'm afraid, are for me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Do you know how long it's been since your car's battery has had a drink of water? Batteries do get thirsty, you know. And unless the water level is checked every 2 or 3 weeks, you may be heading towards trouble. You see, lack of water is one of the biggest reasons why they get weak. That's why it's a good idea to let the car savers check your battery regularly. They like to take care of your battery because it's just plain good business for them to help you avoid the nuisance of a feeble battery or the expense of buying a new one. Car savers also make a hydrometer test of each cell, and that gives you an exact check on the health of your battery. Above all, they watch for corrosion, because a corroded cable won't let even a good battery deliver full power. All this special attention to details is just part of the vital car saver service offered you at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. If your name is George Valentine, right now you'd just as soon it weren't, because George Valentine is the man who slugged a resort hotel house detective and ran away from arrest for murder. The murder of Mr. Baines, a blackmailer. No, you don't enjoy being a fugitive, particularly when you don't know whom to trust.
There, that's the Pearson place. His wife said they come out here every weekend.
I don't see any lights.
Oh, but I was with her, you remember? And she said she'd take a taxi out later to meet her husband here.
Yeah, but I don't like it.
George, there are lights, see?
Huh?
On the side.
Pearson. Side porch. Just getting out of his car.
He's going in the house. Oh, George, you've got to see him. He's the only one who can tell you about this Estelle and about Baines.
If there is an Estelle, who says there is one?
But Mrs. Pearson said...
And Mrs. Baines said there wasn't. Angel, listen, when the politician's wife got us into this, she was so busy trying to hide her feelings and overlook her husband's escapades.
But you think maybe she didn't know the truth herself? That the blackmail really...
Yeah, something like that. He was pretty anxious to avoid us, I noticed.
Well, but that's all the more reason for going in there and talking...
Sticking my head in a meat shopper, you mean? Pearson may be a fraud, Brooksy, a bag of wind who should have stayed in a locker room instead of foisting himself off on the public. But he's still got influence. He could still get me thrown in jail so fast I wouldn't even know what happened. And never get a chance to find out what happened either. Come on.
What? But, George, if you
Pearson's
really think...
inside. No, his car, Angel, not him.
His car?
Yeah, the plates. Ever see an ambitious big shot with such a long license number?
Oh. Or such a short car.
Yeah. Oh, 5 Lakes Garage. That's not an agency. They don't sell cars at the... Wait a minute.
Here's the flashlight, George.
Thanks. Registered owner Anthony J. Baines.
It's Baines' car.
Come on, let's get out of here.
But why would he have
Step on
Baines?
it fast. 5 Lakes Garage, huh?
Where? Oh, George, you're not going to the middle of town. Baines' garage is right in the middle of...
Oh, yes, I am, Brooksy. Because the only reason I can think of for Pearson driving a car from the garage is that Pearson's own car is in that garage. Here we are. Alley down to the left.
Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Policeman.
Duck in there to the left, quick.
Have any luck, Sheriff?
Yeah, not so far.
Find him first myself, paying back for that shiner, huh?
Chester, you got goggles. If you wasn't so slow on your feet, you wouldn't have...
Oh, shut up, will you? I'm gonna break
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am.
Could you tell me which way is Elm Street?
Why, surely. It's right
Wait a
down.
minute. I saw you under the streetlight. You were with a man, weren't you? Where is he?
What? Oh, yes. I mean, I was walking alone and I stopped a man to ask him about Elm Street, but he didn't tell me. He just kept on going.
Hey, what do he look like? Tall, sort of young, husky, dark coat?
Yes, that's right. Why?
It's Valentine. Come on.
Oh, well, he went down that way to the right. He seemed to be in a hurry.
Thanks,
But
lady.
where's Elm? Oh, dear.
You're standing on it, lady.
Get into the alley, George. Hurry.
Relax, Angel. Bloodhounds went that away.
Oh, George, hurry up with that lock. Now they'll be looking for me again.
There we go. Back into the garage.
Oh, you want the flashlight, George?
Yeah.
Hey, there aren't any cars on the service.
Hold it. There is one back here.
Where? I don't see.
Through the window. The door must be from the lube rack on the other side.
Oh,
Separate parking garage.
black sedan.
Uh-huh. The cobwebs you can't. Yeah, look. Nice gilt initials on the door. FP.
Pearson's car, George.
Tucked out of sight. Nothing much wrong with it, except that headlight.
What?
Yeah. The fender's a little smashed in front.
Nobody's been working on it. Why would Baines hide that car back here and... George, are you smoking?
No, I'm not. Too much gasoline around and oil on the floor.
Well, it is smoke, George.
Huh?
It's coming from the wall.
Hey, get out of here. Run, Brooksy. Oh, brother, that does it.
Oh, now you're not only wanted for murder, but they'll think you started that fire, too. Oh, George.
Don't talk so much, Angel. I'm going to start a fire, and right now. And at last, I think I know who's going to burn.
Well, I don't recall nothing on the front pages, mister.
Might have been about a week ago, friend. Must be in your news file someplace.
A week ago,
Yeah,
George?
files ain't complete, you know. People come in, tear out crossword puzzles.
A week ago was the night Pearson went out, wasn't it? When his wife said the whole business started? And the great man soaked up a few too many and got in trouble.
Here, try these. Guess you must be the people who make up them puzzles, huh?
Oh, I confuse myself more, Buster. But, Brooksy, suppose he didn't get mixed up with a girl that night. Suppose the garage man was blackmailing him for something else. Something even more dangerous for a guy in the public eye. Something that would cause a broken headlight and a
Wait a
smashed
minute, George,
fender.
wait a minute.
Yeah, hold your breath. Looks like lady found a bargain here.
Second section, George. A story about a bus driver getting off a bus.
Huh?
You were right. It must be. Around midnight. There were no witnesses and police have no leads. It was the bus driver's own fault, apparently, only that was it. The man was killed, George. Run into and killed by a hit-run driver.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Pearson.
Yes, it's... Oh, Mr. Valentine, where are you? What on earth goes on? The police have been here. They're looking for...
Take it easy. I've been out with Estelle.
You what? Who?
That name you dreamed up.
I don't understand. Estelle was the girl that Farrell said...
All right. So he dreamed it up. I don't care. It was the obvious thing to tell me. People think blackmail girl a lot faster than they do blackmail car.
Car? Mr. Valentine, for heaven's
Hit
sake.
run, lady. A week ago. Your husband's car. Well, I just wanted to tell you I've seen the evidence. It got burned up, of course, before I could show it to anybody.
I don't understand.
But I still saw it.
Mr.
And I thought I'd better
Valentine.
tell...
Give me that phone.
No, wait.
Now give it to me. I can still handle some things in this house.
Hey, what's going on there?
I just got back from downtown and see here,
Yes, and
Valentine.
be quiet, will you? Downtown, huh?
Valentine, I've got to see you. It's not clear exactly in my mind what did happen last week.
Sure, you drink so much. Save the stories. I'll see you, all right.
But get over here. Don't talk.
I'll see you in Cabin 10, Paradise Motel. And I'll give you 10 minutes to get here.
What? Paradise Motel?
There's too many cops around your place for my blood pressure. But don't bring any of them with you.
Why on earth would I?
And don't play so dumb, and don't send your wife. Because get this straight, friend. My assistant, Miss Brooks, isn't with me. Never mind where she is. But she knows what I know. And if you try anything funny, she tells the newspapers.
Valentine.
Yeah, you're being blackmailed, all right, Buster. This time by me. Come in, Mr. Pearson.
Get back in there, Rover.
Chester.
A surprise, huh, my boy? Me.
How did you crawl out of the woodwork?
I crawled after you, stupid. I've been following you. My friend, the deputy sheriff, is out waiting in the car, but he says I can have you first.
Now, look, Musclebound.
I want to ask questions. I'm not interested in that. Crimes, you solve them. Me, I just don't like to get poked on.
Buster, listen, I'm expecting a guy named Pearson.
Sure, a big bag of wind. I know him, but that's not my...
He's got the answers. You want the answers, don't you? Look, I poked you and got you into a little trouble for letting me loose, but
no,
that doesn't...
I'm not interested. Besides, Pearson won't tell you anything. Wife's the only one with any brains in that family. I know. She built him out of a silver voice and a hollow leg. But he couldn't even remember what time it is.
Shut up, will you? There is somebody outside.
Yeah, the deputy sheriff. No, Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid your party's over, so pick up your hat. Look out there.
All right. I'm not going to try anything this time. Besides, I'm wrong, huh?
What do you mean?
About Pearson. About everything. Another way it could work, isn't there?
Oh, get your hat.
A garage man was the blackmailer. That's all I know for a fact. I saw the notes. But I don't know who they were addressed to. Say, where did you meet Pearson's wife? How long have you known her?
What?
Oh, yeah. I pick up as I go along. Just trying to emphasize, that's all. Well, it's 12 minutes now. Nobody's shown up. Guess she talked Pearson out of coming. Or is he out there? Which one do you work for?
You'll say almost anything, won't you?
Getting interested, huh? I was hired for a patsy to walk into a ridiculous setup where I'd be charged with the murder of Baines. I advertised, so I asked for it. Only it's not as silly as it sounds. He was a blackmailer, and in the circumstances, if I kept my mouth shut, I'd get off on self-defense.
Go on.
Oh, you like this, huh? All right. The only trouble was I got stubborn and knocked you out before Chapter 2 could be organized. I tore around, spotted the hit-run car, and figured it out before the garage could be burned. Now, I'm on a Step 2. I don't cooperate. Like I point out that arranging Baines' death was an almost impossible job. Except for somebody on the inside of the hotel like you.
You talk too much. I tried to get you to listen to me, but...
Sure. Johnny on the spot, that's you. Always. Right there in Baines' room. Right there, just greeting the deputy sheriff at the time of the fire. Right here, right now.
Never miss a trick, that's me.
Now, which one do you work for? The stupid husband who goes on a secret tear once in a while and can't remember? Or is it you and the wife? Is that the way it works? I suppose I can find out easily enough. Just see who's out in that car waiting for you.
Get away from the door.
All right, it's the wife. You and her, huh? What happened? Two of you in the car that night when you hit a man and ran? Is that the secret that's so important?
Just step over this way, detective.
Getting mad. I'm getting close. Big secret to keep from Farrell Pearson. That career his wife makes so much of. She wouldn't want to risk her hold on him, I guess. Only what percentage do you get? How do you and Mrs...
Oh, shut up. You said too much already.
Yeah. Hey, you picked the wrong boy when you got me.
We don't have to keep you.
Oh, relax. I figured that out. I know what you think you're going to do.
I got a job to worry about. You're under arrest.
Say it real quick, then shoot fast.
Get moving, I told you.
Resisting arrest. Too bad I had to shoot him, Sheriff.
Stop reading my mind.
It's in Braille. How can I help it?
You asked for it.
Look out, you. Phone. Reprieve.
I'll take care of it.
This was your mistake the first time, remember? Oh, brother, saved by the bell. Thanks, Brooksy. You rang me just in time to... Hello? Brooksy?
Hello? Is this Mabel's Laundry?
George, Mr. Pearson keeps calling you.
Let him solve his own problems. He's had the wool pulled over his eyes so long it hurts.
He's pulled some wool himself, George, thinking he can run for office.
I know. Dumb guy who just liked to be able to drink with the boys and can't. Or couldn't until his wife went a little too far trying to protect her pitch.
I wonder if he ever did fully realize what was going on. I mean, her and that Chester and that hit run that might have exposed them, but he just thought it was another problem. Let his wife take care of it.
Well, she took care of herself, I'm afraid. Letting dumb Chester pull a murder to get him out of the spot they were in. But Pearson didn't have anything to do with it. Gullible, that's all. A dope. Let his wife wear the pants.
What?
Yeah, make a career out of him. Make money out of him. Make a sucker out of him.
Well, it seems to me if anybody was picked for a sucker in this case...
Never mind. Besides, I'm different. I'm not in the public eye.
I know. Private. Keep out.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you will hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead. Yes, new RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Herb Butterfield was heard as Pearson, Georgia Backus as Mrs. Pearson, Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Baines, Bill Conrad as Chester, and Franklin Parker as the sheriff. This music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The Prairie Dog, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Come on, give me my change. I'm trying to get the 5:15. Thanks. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me, lady. Excuse me, that's mine. All right, so it's not the 5:15. Well, look who wants to read the newspaper. Who's following who, friend, you or me? Come on, loosen up. What are you... Hey, look out! Let go of my...
It's Jerry Mace.
Yeah, that's who it is, all right. Or was.
One of my boys who went out to get the body said he thought he recognized him. Thought he was a friend of yours, Valentine. That's why I got you down here to my office so fast.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant Johnson. Didn't he have any identification?
Pockets were practically empty, Miss Brooks. Wallet, stuff in his side pocket, gun.
So he must have been slugged first, robbed, and then shoved in front of the train.
That's right, Miss Brooks. Otherwise, it might look like he just fallen or maybe even jumped off that station platform to kill himself.
Sure, he was a nice guy. But you don't have to beat around the barn to prove it was murder.
What do you mean?
He just got a new job a couple of months ago. Private investigator for the independent insurance company.
For what?
Yeah, you heard me. Was anything at all left in his pockets?
Handkerchief, couple of theater stubs. Things are over there.
He used to carry a blue notebook, George, remember? That he'd write up his cases and...
Jefferson theft case. I remember now. Insurance bulletin. Independent Insurance Company. Yeah. Yeah, that's the insurance company in the case, all right.
What are you talking about?
Swedish match killing. 50,000 taken. And before that, the Prairie bank job. All one man. Prairie dog, the boys call him.
Clear it up, Lieutenant.
The one man I've wanted to get more than anyone else in the world. 6 unsolved crimes in the past 2 years. One of them a murder. Each time to the same guy. Dumb crimes. Clues all over the place. But we've never been able to catch him.
What's that got to do with the independent...
He's sloppy. Leaves cigarettes on the floor when he cracks a safe. Uses a funny black kind of Swedish safety match. Wears a pair of greasy gloves. Oh, we know lots of things, but we can't catch up.
Lieutenant, I asked you what
His
had happened.
last crime was another robbery murder. That insurance company your friend here worked for got hooked.
Oh, so that might have been the case Jerry was working on.
Prairie pawn shop.
What, George?
Hock your shirt, we'll loan you another. Yeah, it's a pawn ticket. Slipped down through a hole in his pocket, I guess, into the lining of his coat. No date on it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to find out for sure what Jerry Mace was working on. From the independent insurance company.
It's after 6 o'clock, Lieutenant.
I know their office will be closed, but in a little while I ought to be able to find somebody.
What's the Prairie? What is it?
Didn't you ever hear it called that? Commercial Street, lower end, from front to third.
You mean it's a district right here in town?
Sure. In the daytime, it's industrial. Night's another matter. Shadows don't even trust the street lamps. Every man for himself, and the devil has to pay admission.
Yeah, nice place.
That's where this prairie dog killer of yours comes from?
Maybe, I don't know. That's why I want to check what Mace was doing.
Okay. Come on, Angel, we're leaving too.
Where are you going, Valentine?
To hock my shirt and see what I get in exchange.
Closed, George. The shop's closed.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't understand why you're so interested.
Angel, why would Jerry hock anything? He's always had all the dough he needs.
Oh, well...
Unless he was interested in the place. Or unless there's somebody else's ticket he picked up for some reason. Or unless this place had some connection with the mission.
$60 a month.
What in the...
You want it or don't you? Utilities paid until the 5th. 60 in advance, and I won't take a check. If you don't want it, loiter somewhere else. I'm nervous about the plate glass.
Want what, for heaven's sake?
I own the building. What do you think? I'm out walking for my constitution?
Hold it, brother. The hock shop here is for rent?
Yeah, tenant just closed up today. Name was Felix. Very substantial citizen. Always paid in advance. Can't you read the sign? Here.
Yeah, George. Out of business. Store to let.
Yeah, we didn't notice.
All right, now you do. Think you want it? Let me know. Choice location.
Yeah, sure.
Well, George, at least this is one lead you can cross off your... What's the matter? I read you the sign.
I'm reading between the cracks.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a light between the cracks. Premises aren't quite empty yet. Let's try one of the side street doors. Hello? Anybody here?
He said the man's name was Felix, didn't he, George?
Hello, is anybody...
What are you doing here?
So here, I guess. We're just...
Come on, stop blowing your nose.
He's talking to somebody else.
Yeah.
Take it easy. Just wanted to see you, that's all, Felix.
Can't you read signs? Now go away, stranger. I'm busy. Try mow the next block.
I don't want to hock anything. Oh, here, like a smoke? Smoke is cheaper than eating, you know. Keeps the stomach quiet.
Beat it, I said. You want a handout, stick to soup kitchens. I've got an inventory.
Please, Felix, listen. Hey, tell me, somebody says you loan money on things.
What do you think a hock shop does? Bake donuts?
Yeah, but I mean...
Stranger, for the love... Oh. What have you got?
Wristwatch.
Yeah, let me see it.
Yeah, my grandfather gave it to me. Wonderful man. Pretty valuable, don't you think?
George.
Yeah, Brooksy, watch this.
Your grandfather, huh? Only, of course, it's a lady's wristwatch.
I know. Guess he must have bought it for my grandmother, don't you think?
Piece of junk. But all right, come out back here a second.
Oh.
Piece of junk or
worth something sometimes, though, don't you think? You see,
Your name, Felix?
Yes, that's right. What is this, open house?
Well, we want to see you, that's all.
I know, everybody does. I'm out of business at the side door, too.
If you gentlemen wish to discuss something, I'm...
No. Give me that thing. And you stick around, tall boy. Sit down, sister. I'll only be a minute.
Really, I could come back on...
Give it to me, I said.
Yeah.
Get it here in the lights. Look at that. Rhinestones aren't even real. Your grandfather got taken... shut up. Hello, Prairie Pawn Shop. Oh, hello, Sergeant. Oh, the same to you. But look, Sergeant, I'm locking up my place, and I... Yeah, okay. Let me have the description. Brown hair, skinny, short. Look, I've got other things to do than watch for a stolen wristwatch, huh? Wait a minute, you say the guy sniffles? Hey, you! Stop him! Stop him! Stop that guy! Officer, grab him! Let somebody else wear himself down. Well, you were a great help, tall boy.
Let him go.
All right, so who cares? Great neighborhood, huh? Classy type of people. Sister, what do you think of having a shop where guys like that come in? What's the matter?
Want to use this phone, that's all.
Well, if it's all the same to you,
Just looking, that's all.
What's the idea?
Well, the phone's dead, isn't it? Kind of a convenient call from his friend the sergeant, wouldn't you say, Brooksy? I wondered why you brought that guy back in here. Where's the button? Oh, yeah, here we are. Sure. Step on the button, it rings. Not bad. Bum walks in, obviously trying to peddle a stolen watch.
So you step on the bell and pretend to get a call from a police
sergeant. And then the bum runs away, leaving you the watch. Nice clear profit. Hard to steal from a thief.
Great neighborhood. Classy type people.
All right. It's no skin off of your neck, is it?
No.
The Prairie. Gotta watch yourself in the clinchers in these parts, tourist.
George, what did Lieutenant Johnson mean about Swedish matches?
What?
Look. And it's black, too. It was a safety match.
Let me see that. Yeah. Now, sit down, Buster. You and I are going to have a little talk.
No, George. It was the other man, the sniffy one who dropped it. It was when he lit his cigarette coming in here. I remember.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Come on.
Headed up the alley, Valentine. I cut him off. Chased him 3 blocks since Felix gave his yell, but I lost him.
Hey, listen, there's another cop's whistle. They must have got him on the next street.
Oh, no, they haven't. He cut down this side, then ducked in someplace just a second ago before...
He's carrying!
Through here, back of the barber shop.
Yeah.
You like a shave, huh? Well, I'll give you a shave. Close to the skin from Tony, huh? I'll show you coming into my shop.
There he is. He's got him.
All right, Tony, you can get off his chest now.
A lady I have under the machine. He come running into my shop. She could pull her hair out by the root.
He was just trying to find a way through the alley, I guess.
Oh, I catch him. Tony catch him. I chase him. First he tried to fight me.
Stop waving that razor around.
I could have sliced his ear.
All right, we said. Come on. On your feet, Sniffy.
Thanks. Yeah. Much obliged.
Obliged, he says.
Well, look, mister. I didn't steal no watch. I didn't do nothing.
Oh, assault, battery, trespassing, scaring to death a woman under the machine.
Keep your shirt on, Tony. There's probably a reward for catching prairie dogs.
What? What are you talking about? I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, Snippy. We'll forget the watch. You're under arrest for what's called suspicion of murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication. Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. 6 unsolved crimes in the past 2 years, all done by a man they call the Prairie Dog. Why? Well, because of the district they've occurred in, but also because of the robber-killer's strange ability to remain uncaught. That is, until now. Because if your name is George Valentine, you've just delivered a suspect to Lieutenant Johnson. And the lieutenant is liking him more and more.
There, you see that? File we've drawn up on all the Prairie Dog cases.
Let's see.
That same kind of match has been found in every single one of them.
Why, I wonder?
Because the guy's dumb, Miss Brooks. Also because he smokes.
Big logic.
No, look there. Each one was a robbery that took some time. Makes sense?
Yeah. In one, a safe was blown, and another, a combination was worked out.
Well, is Sniffy a clever enough man to...
Guy gets nervous. He smokes while he works. Grinds his cigarettes out into the floor. Here. Like that. Always the same way.
Oh, the janitor will love you.
You can't buy those matches in stores. Try it sometime. Sniffy's cigarette was the same brand, too. Cheap, but not too popular.
I didn't see any greasy gloves on him.
That friend of yours, Jerry Mace, who got killed, was definitely working on finding the Prairie Dog. His office said he was working on a hot lead today, but they didn't know what it was.
You'll have to say more than that, Lieutenant.
Before you'll buy that it was probably the guy he was after who killed him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sniffy can't offer a single explanation as to where he was at the time of any one of the Prairie Dog crimes. Also, we've already turned up a witness who says he saw Sniffy on that station platform this evening when Mace was killed.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
How could a witness?
That's why I didn't. For skeptics like Valentine, I'm waiting to get some more witnesses so I can...
Come on, let's get down and see Sniffy, huh?
All right. If you don't believe me, watch him hammer the nails in his own coffin.
Now, you understand I want to cooperate all I can, gentlemen. It's just a simple misunderstanding. Oh, I don't blame you. Well, how these things can happen.
Why'd you steal that wristwatch you tried to sell to Felix, Sniffy?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me, because I've been trying to explain to this other gentleman.
Can it? Valentine, we can't find any record of it being stolen.
Well, of course you can. See, my grandfather...
Can it, I said.
Yeah, well, I just want you to understand. Now, I have stolen things before. I've even been to jail for it. I certainly wouldn't do a thing like that again.
Oh, so you've got a record, too, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'll find it out sooner or later. I might as well be honest, don't you think? Just like that business of the station platform, it's suddenly occurred to me that I was there this evening.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, it was just hard for me to remember. Oh, not that I was there when any murder took place, but, well, I find the inner urban's a very cheap place to sleep, and there are always plenty of newspapers to read, and so you see, I generally am at almost every station in town every day.
Speaking of coffin nails, Johnson.
Oh, would you like a cigarette? Excuse me. Of course.
Oh, thanks. New brand, huh? New matches, too.
I only want to be helpful, that's all.
Hold it. Where'd you get these? Didn't they take his stuff away from him, Johnson, when they dressed him in the fitted suit?
Oh, I suppose one of the guards...
Yeah, let's see.
Get away from me. Those are mine. You can't...
Sort of full pockets you wear, Buster.
Get out, Snippy.
Candy bar, package of gum.
Well, none of that stuff is worth more than a few cents. Not any of it. The man's got to be comfortable, doesn't he?
Where'd you get it? Yeah, even a cigar.
A what? Hey, that's mine. That's one of my cigars.
A very good cigar, Lieutenant. I meant to thank you.
But how in the love of...
Our friend here is a pickpocket, Johnson. Simple as that. The big suspect.
Oh, for Pete's...
Of course, none of it's worth more than a few cents. You see, I've mended my ways. I wouldn't touch anything valuable.
Telephone for you, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Kill this guy for me, Valentine.
Is it wrong for a man to like his little company?
You took this stuff from the guards, huh? From anybody who's been near you, right?
Well, perhaps.
Just like the Swedish matches and special cigarettes you might have taken from anybody.
Well, it's an embarrassing thing.
But who? Come on, remember. Where'd you get those matches?
I wish I knew. Might have been anybody, I guess. Anybody I bumped against.
Oh, brother.
Oh, Felix himself, I suppose. Come to think of it, a man like Felix is much more the criminal type.
Shut up.
What?
Go on. We're letting you out of here. You've given me enough bad ideas for one night. Felix isn't the prairie dog. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I was only...
Because Felix happens to be dead. Murdered. That's Felix, all right. How about it, Sergeant?
Another prairie dog, sir. Fits all the patterns.
Been hit over the head.
One instrument, grease stains on the paperweight there, same as on the briefcases.
Motive robbery, huh?
Sure. A pirate like this guy Felix must have made a pretty penny in his
look
time.
out. Don't stand there, sir.
Huh?
A couple of marks on the floor, that's all.
Hey, where's this landlord? Did you find him?
Yeah. Come in here, will you?
Sure. Say, ain't this a tragedy, though? Your shows you never can tell.
His name's Calgary, George. I've been talking to him in the other room.
But I didn't say much. How could I? Left Felix here before you people came. You people saw me.
Never mind the alibi, friend.
Says he was here helping Felix pack before, George.
Pack?
Yeah, going to Florida. Fly to Nassau. He made his pile.
What do you mean?
Gonna retire. That's why he closed out his shop. Casting all the stuff he owned. Had a briefcase full of securities and stuff, and a roll of green goods in his suitcase that would have choked a horse.
Who knew that Felix would be ripe for robbery right now?
Jerry Mace, for one, George. Maybe that's why he was interested in Felix's place today.
Yeah, I thought of that, but who else?
Well, I guess most everybody in the neighborhood, friend, must have had some idea what was going on. Felix was a pirate. Wouldn't take much to figure he was worth knocking over. But knowing his exact schedule, the fact he'd be late in the shop tonight, be leaving from here and so on, well, maybe not so many.
Uh-huh. Bit more than just you, I suppose.
Don't think I'd fall into that one, do you? I wasn't born yesterday, tourist.
Lieutenant, come here. Take a look. Tennis shoes.
Huh?
Marks from them, I mean. The killer was wearing them. On the floor, you see? Same as in the last prairie dog case. Same type shoe.
What are you trying to do, rub it in? Every time we learn more and more about less and less. Clues.
I just thought you'd want to know. The pattern is so...
Cigarettes, matches, greasy gloves. But did we get any fingerprints? No. I tell you, this prairie dog is one guy who wanted...
Take it easy, Lieutenant.
Valentine, he could be practically anybody in this entire city. He's killed 2 people today. And we haven't moved 1 inch closer toward catching him.
Yeah, I get the general idea. Only then I changed it.
Huh?
I decided I've heard enough. And if I'm right about what I've heard, then it's all over but the shouting.
Now, look, Mastermind.
Suppose you and Calgary here just sit tight, and I'll be back later. Come on, Angel. Let's go to work on a prairie dog while he's still out in the open.
I don't see him, George. I hope we made it in time.
Yeah, well, he had to change his clothes again.
If he's not here, I don't know where we'd ever find him.
Yeah, coming down the other steps.
Hello, Sniffy.
Evening, miss.
Well, welcome to the fresh air. No, wait, I need your help.
Oh, sure. Yeah, some things I'm pretty handy at.
Well, it's just helping my memory, that's all.
Wish I had one.
You know, I walked into this case because a friend of mine was killed by the prairie dog. He was getting too close, I guess. In fact, from the location of that railroad platform, he was probably on his way to see Felix. He'd nosed around there before, so I guess Jerry had practically figured what the next crime was going to be.
That so?
Or maybe he'd figured how simple all of these prairie dog cases really are. Figured the clues. Figured why the clues were always the same.
I don't get any of this, mister.
What I didn't figure until now was what it was I walked into myself this evening. When I walked into Felix's place. That's where the memory comes in.
Yes, we walked in by the side door, and then we heard Felix moving around, and he spoke, and we thought he was speaking to us.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know. I was there. You see, I had this watch of my grandfather.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm trying to remember what it sounded like when you and Felix walked into the back room. Remember?
I do. I remember.
Your grandfather, huh? Only, of course, it's a lady's wristwatch.
Yeah, I know. I guess he must have bought it for my grandmother.
Yeah, piece of junk. But all right, come on out back here for a second.
Pieces of junk are worth something sometimes, though. Don't you think?
Yeah. Two of you coming into the back room, but only one pair of footsteps. His.
I don't get it.
And I remember the same thing when he pretended to get that phone call and you ran. You didn't make any noise.
I don't get it.
I suppose you dragged that watch in just so he'd invite you to the back room, where people would be less likely to see when you robbed and killed him.
I don't get it.
Why don't you say something different? What we walked in on was murder. That's the real reason you ran.
What? You're worse than that lieutenant. I didn't kill Felix. Remember? I was in jail.
You weren't in jail when Jerry Mace was killed.
Huh?
You don't understand why the same clues were always left by the prairie dog? Of course not. You're dumb like everybody else, so it never occurs to you those clues, the cigarettes ground out, the special matches, the greasy glove marks, the tennis shoes, were only to make people think in terms of one man. But suppose the prairie dog is two men, working together.
And how to fool people. Not bad. Each would have an alibi one time or another. All sorts of neat ramifications.
Huh. That's a pretty word. And you're trying to make something against me just because you think I was wearing tennis shoes. Well, you don't make sense. Look. That's leather. Best pair in the city don't. And don't the rest of your memory work? Felix gave a yell. The cops started after me. I've been in jail ever since. This is the same pair I got dragged in with. No spares in my pocket, see?
That's why I'm so sure it's you. You've changed shoes.
When can I change my shoes? What?
You had to change them. Your murder of Felix was interrupted by us, and there you were with all the evidence ready for planting. Well, you could save yourself on the matches and cigarettes by that little pickpocket exhibition in jail. But if you'd been caught with the shoes on, they would have hung you.
So, I wished a pair of hard ones out of the air, mister. When could I have?
So simple it hurts, Buster. Because there's only one person who could be your partner. Only one person you could have given the evidence to, so he could go ahead and kill Felix and get you off the hook as well as collect the loot. Only one person you could have run to when you knew the cops had you surrounded and would nab you any second. The guy who caught you. That barber, Tony.
Yeah? Is that so?
It's the only way it could work, Buster. Just like the only way Jerry Mace could have had his pockets emptied before he was shoved in front of that train. He couldn't have been slugged in public and then rolled and then pushed, could he?
George, that's right.
Yeah, Angel, we missed that before. His outside pockets were empty. In the crowd, the only way that could have happened was if a pickpocket did it before Jerry even knew he was there. So you hung yourself on that one, Buster, showing off your ability. Now, come on. We're going to go see the barber about a two-headed head.
Look out, Georgie!
Thanks for giving me an excuse, Buster.
And it was the barber. George, no one would ever have guessed if he'd been given time to get rid of the things he stole from Felix.
Yeah, a couple of pretty sharp boys, Angel. Like Sniffy's act of being a bum. Just a nuisance trying to resist the urge to pick pockets.
And the barber pretended to catch him.
Last two guys anybody'd possibly suspect.
Well, except you.
Only way it could work. Well, that's the end of the prairie dog. Both of them.
I thought the prairie might be a real place. I mean, when Lieutenant Johnson first told us about it.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought for once we might be lucky. Because there's some nice places out in the desert. Real fancy places where there's sun and moonlight and things.
Mm-hmm. You like those places?
Well, it's a little nicer setting. I mean, oh, well, anyway.
Yeah, I know, Angel. You and I might get out there sometime. But who knows what might happen? A bomb might go off.
With warm weather coming on, it's wise to get your car all ready for spring driving. Motoring that's not only safe, but economical. There's one check you can make right now, which may save you a good-sized repair bill later on. That's to drive into any independent Chevron gas station or standard station and have them check your front wheel bearings. These vital bearings should be repacked with fresh protective lubricant regularly. Badly adjusted or damaged bearings can cause excessive tire wear, pound out bushings and kingpins, make steering hard and dangerous, a real hazard to safe driving. So for your own economy and safety, take a look at your mileage since you last had your bearings checked, and if they're due for a repack, let the Car Savers lubricate them with RPM wheel bearing grease. Ask for this Car Saver service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Bob Jellison as Snoopy, Bill Conrad as Felix, Joe Forte as Caligari, Frank Gerstle as Mace, and Don Diamond as Tony. This music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Murder for Two, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my sister Ruth Jennings needs your help desperately. I tried to get her to write you herself, but she's too upset, and she has reason to be. Her life is being threatened, Mr. Valentine, and she's helpless to do anything about it. Please don't tell us to call the police, because they and the courts have done all they can. Please come to see us after my husband has gone to work tomorrow morning, anytime after 7 o'clock. I don't know what you charge, but I'm enclosing a money order so you'll know how badly we need help. Sincerely, Eunice James. $14.81. This is the house, George.
Yeah, I guess it is, Angel.
I know what you're thinking. How could anybody who lives in a place like this send you $200?
Well, people fool you sometimes. Maybe they're living out here on the wrong side of the tracks and saving their money for a better day. Well, $200 is $200. Let's see what's up.
Okay, I'll ring.
I don't quite get it, though. He said in a letter that the police and the courts have done all they can.
Well, at least that makes it sound legitimate, doesn't it?
Oh, I suppose it's legitimate, all right, but...
All right, what do you want? Well, Valentine.
Lieutenant Johnson, what are you doing here?
I might ask you the same.
And you might get an answer. I have a client living here.
Name of?
Ruth Jennings. But don't you think you might be a gentleman and answer Miss Brooks' question?
I might. Come on in. I have a client here, too. Except when you have them, they're usually alive. When I get them, they're always dead.
Mrs. James, I know you've told Lieutenant Johnson everything you can, but I figure I might be helped, too. After all, you sent for me.
So, would you tell us just what happened?
Well, it was about 8 o'clock this morning. I heard little Emmy, that's Ruth's baby. I heard Emmy crying, and I wondered why Ruth hadn't got a bottle. I went into the room, and...
That's when you found your sister had been killed?
Yes, the baby was in the bassinet, and she was there in her bed, and there was blood all over. I went to her, but I knew it was too late.
Tell me, Mrs. James, didn't you hear a shot at any time?
No, I don't think so. Sometime during the night, I heard something that sounded like a car backfiring, but I didn't think anything of it. I went right back to sleep.
And was your husband here?
I didn't call him. He was in his bed. It was dark, and... Please don't suspect Bert. He'd never do a thing like that.
Mrs. James, in your letter, you said your sister's life was being threatened. Somebody wanted to kill her. Who?
Her husband, that's who. They're divorced. He wanted the baby. He said if she didn't give him the baby, he'd kill her, and he did.
Mm-hmm. And were your sister and your husband on good terms?
Of course. Oh, Bert was always telling Ruth to get a place of her own so we could have our privacy. But he's a very calm man.
Yes, I understand, Mrs. James. Now, Lieutenant Johnson tells me the shotgun that killed your sister was found at the foot of her bed. Did your husband own a shotgun?
No, he didn't. He didn't even like hunting.
Did your brother-in-law own one?
Oh, I'm sure he did. He was quite a hunter. He used to go out in the desert all the time to shoot rabbits.
What's the husband's name, Mrs. James?
It's Lou Jennings.
Where does he live?
We don't know that. All we know is that he works at a lunchroom on Barton Avenue. Nick's All-Night Cafe, it's called.
You have the address of the place?
No, we don't. We weren't interested. Ruth was trying to get Lou out of her life entirely.
Yes, I understand. But you feel very sure that...
Valentine.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Come on out here. I want to talk.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. James. We'll see what we can do. Brooksy?
All right, George. Goodbye, Mrs. James.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks. Mr. Valentine.
Any leads, Johnson? Any fingerprints on that shotgun?
No.
What time was she killed?
Doc says somewhere around midnight. Now, look, Valentine, I realize you had a client, but your client is dead, murdered. So you don't have a job anymore. And when there's a murder, we have some people called the police who handle these things.
But, Lieutenant...
That's all right, Brooksy. I understand what the good lieutenant means. Okay, Johnson, it's your baby. Good luck.
Well, thanks. For once, you're using sense and staying out of my hair. Be seeing you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. Sorry I can't give you a hand here. Let's go, Angel.
But, George...
So long, Johnson.
George Valentine, sometimes I can't understand you.
No? Why not?
Well, in the first place, it isn't like you to walk out on a case, and in the second place, you took $200 from those people, and you should...
No, don't get in an uproar, Angel. They'll get their money's worth.
Huh? What do you mean? How?
Oh, I just have a feeling Johnson could use a little help, even though he doesn't seem to think so. Besides, I like to earn my fees.
So, what are you going to do?
So, I'll take a little trip out to Nick's All-Night Cafe. Want to come along and have a hamburger?
Hello? You are the people who want to see me?
Yeah, you the owner of this cafe?
That's right. I'm Nick.
My name is Valentine. And, Nick, this is Miss Brooks.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
Well, you have a man by the name of Jennings, Lou Jennings. He's working here, huh?
Oh, sure, that's right.
Well, we'd like to talk to him, Nick.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but this is not possible right now. Jennings, he's on nights. He works from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning.
Uh-huh. Did he work last night?
Oh, sure.
Did he leave here any time during those 12 hours?
No, I don't think so. Why you look for him?
He's connected with something that happened last night, Nick.
Say, tell me, was there any time that he might have left before 6 o'clock this morning without your knowing?
No. Only during the time I take my wife home. About 12 o'clock. She helps.
How long were you gone then, Nick?
I don't know. Maybe half an hour, no more.
George, that could be it. They don't know exactly what time the murder took place,
Murder?
remember?
Is that what you say? Oh, if he's mixed up in the
We
murder...
don't know that he is, Nick, but we want to find out. I suppose you have his home address.
Oh, sure. It's on... wait, I look in my book. Oh, yeah. Here it is. On Elizabeth Street.
1036. Okay, thanks.
But, Jennings, I don't understand. You mean he could be mixed up in a murder?
It's quite possible he isn't, Nick. Matter of fact, I have some other ideas myself. Okay, Brooksy, you go back to the office and wait for me. I'm going out to Elizabeth Street and have a chat with Lou Jennings.
Yes?
Hello, Lou Jennings.
Lou Oh, goodness, no, you have the wrong room. My name is Ferris, Oscar Ferris.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Jennings does live here.
Yes, the second door down the hall.
Oh, thanks. Think he's in now?
Well, now, I really wouldn't know about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, sorry to bother you. Thanks.
That's quite all right.
Yeah?
Lou Jennings?
Yeah, that's right.
Mind if I come in?
No, wait a minute. Look, what...
Thanks. My name's Valentine. Just want to ask you some questions.
What kind of questions?
For one thing, I'd like to know where you were last night. All last night.
What do you want to know for?
Want it straight?
Well, sure, but
Okay. Because something's happened and the police think you're responsible.
What do you mean, something has happened?
I suppose you know your wife's been murdered.
Oh. Yeah?
Just, oh, yeah. You don't seem very surprised or upset.
Surprised? Sure I am. But I'm not very upset. She's pretty nasty to me. Wouldn't even let me see my own kid.
Yeah, I know that. Did you kill your wife, Jennings?
No, of course I didn't kill her. I got an alibi, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure. It looks that way. But where were you while your boss was away from the cafe last night?
Well, I was right there all the time.
Oh, yeah? Any customers?
Yeah. A couple of guys come in, but I didn't know them.
Oh, that's too bad. Might have given you a perfect alibi.
Don't worry, I got one. You don't think I could get over to the James house and back and kill my wife besides while the boss was out there?
Maybe not. Look, Jennings, don't be surprised if a Lieutenant Johnson comes by to pick you up.
I got nothing to worry about.
Okay. And since you didn't kill her, got any ideas who did?
No. What would I know? Unless that dirty brother-in-law of hers...
Say, Lou, I got a good way to get rid of those... Oh, I didn't know there was anybody here.
It's all right, Jim. It's all right. Come on in. This is Jim Grayson, Mr. Valentine, another hash slinger. Lives in the next room. We both work nights. Valentine is kind of a private eye or something, Jim.
Private eye? But what...
He tells me my wife was killed last night.
Ruth? Gosh. She was?
Yeah. Somebody didn't like her and just bumped her off, I guess. You, think I'm crying?
No, I know how you felt about Ruth.
All right, gentlemen, all right. I'm afraid I have to go. I just can't stand your grief. And, give my regards to Lieutenant Johnson, will you, Jennings?
George.
Yeah, Angel?
I've been very patient. But would you mind telling me what you're doing? We drive to Nick's Cafe, and you don't go in. Then you start driving to James' house.
Where I also won't go in. Well, here we are.
What are you trying to prove, George?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Took us just 15 minutes.
So?
So, Lou Jennings didn't kill his wife.
And would you mind telling me what process of deduction brought you to that conclusion?
Simple. The boss was away for half an hour. Jennings was there when he got back. If it takes 15 minutes each way to the James house, how would anyone have time to get in and out of a car on both ends?
And murder somebody besides I know. Then who did?
I don't know yet. But I just want to check up on another hash slinger after he goes to work tonight.
Another one? Who?
A fellow by the name of Grayson has the next room to Jennings in that rooming house. They might possibly be in cahoots. He said something that didn't sound quite kosher while I was out there.
Such as?
Such as, I got a way to get rid of those.
Those what?
That's what I'd like to know. Because maybe he didn't yet. We're going to take another little trip out to that rooming house tonight after Grayson goes to work. And Brooksy, maybe we'll find out.
Well, that was easy enough, George. Don't any rooming houses ever lock their doors?
I guess not, Angel. Well, this is Jennings' room. The next one is Grayson's. For the moment, one of my two candidates.
But whatever he'd found a way to get rid of, maybe he did.
And maybe he didn't. No light under the door, so he's out all right. Well, here we go.
Must be a light switch someplace.
Wait a minute. Here it is.
Yeah. I always feel like a criminal when we walk into somebody's house. And George, what? Oh.
Yeah. It's Jim Grayson, all right. But I'm afraid he can't help us much with a bullet through his neck. He's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication. Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A man murders his wife, or so the police think. But if your name is George Valentine, you can't just figure out how he could possibly have done it in the short time for which he doesn't have an alibi. You suspect an accomplice, the man who lives next door in his rooming house, Jim Grayson. But he can't tell you anything now because he's dead. Maybe that washes up the case. Maybe Lou Jennings killed the man he hired to kill his wife. But you don't think so. Somebody killed Ruth Jennings, and somebody killed Jim Grayson. But
who? That's what I want to know. Who?
What about Lou Jennings, George? You thought maybe Jennings and Grayson were in cahoots, and if they...
Miss Brooks, Lou Jennings couldn't have killed this guy. He's in custody. I picked him up this afternoon.
You've got Jennings in custody for what?
Suspicion of murder.
After what you found out, George, Lieutenant Johnson will have a hard time proving that, won't he?
Wait a minute. Just what did you find out?
That it was practically impossible for him to have murdered his wife. Matter of chronologics, old boy.
Matter of what?
Nothing. Just proves that when you go to school, people who didn't can't understand you.
But I did go to... Hey, Valentine, where you going?
Like I said about the last one, this is your baby, Johnson. See you later.
But...
Don't make like a goat, Lieutenant. Stop butting. Goodbye.
George.
Yeah, Angel.
You didn't have to be quite so disagreeable to Lieutenant Johnson, did you? He's been nice to you.
Yeah? When? Mention once.
I can't. But the stairs are the other way, George. Why are we going...
Just a neighborly call, that's all.
Do you know who lives in this room?
By name only, this afternoon. Timid little character by the name of Oscar Ferris.
What are you trying to...
Yes?
How do you do, sir?
Oh, how do you do? Oh, you're the man who was here before.
Yeah, that's right. My name's Valentine, and this is Miss Brooks. Mind if we come in?
Well, what can I say? But I don't understand.
Just wanted to ask you a question or two, that's all. Like, did you hear a commotion in the next room any time this afternoon?
Oh, goodness, no. Was there one?
You've been in your room here for the past few hours?
Yes, of course.
You know the man who lives in the next room?
Oh, yes, just a fellow by the name of Grayson. Rather a nice chap, I think.
He was a nice chap, you mean?
What's that? I'm afraid I don't...
Mr. Grayson is dead.
Dead? Why, he seems such a healthy sort of man. I can't understand.
What's your business, Mr. Ferris?
Me? Well, I'm retired, so I don't really have any business anymore. I devote most of my time to church work. I teach Sunday school, you know, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just surprised that you didn't hear all the noise in the next room. The police have been there for quite a while.
The police? But why in the world would the police be interested in Mr. Grayson?
Well, I guess they wouldn't if he'd died a normal death, Mr. Ferris. You see, he was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, good grief. Oh, that's horrible. But I can't understand why I didn't hear a gun going off right in the next room, too.
Oh. No, I can't understand that either, Mr. Ferris.
Oh, goodness. I wish I could be of some help.
Well, perhaps you can. You know, sometimes just a little information helps the police quite a lot. You wouldn't mind going down to police headquarters with Lieutenant Johnson and telling him everything you know about Grayson, would you? And about Lou Jennings?
Lou Jennings? Well, what's he got to do with all this?
Maybe nothing, Mr. Ferris, but after all, he's Mr. Grayson's neighbor in the room on the other side.
Oh, yes, I see. Of course, you mean Jennings might be involved in this thing some way. Where is he?
He's down at headquarters already, Mr. Ferris.
Oh, well, of course. I'll help all I can.
Good, thanks. Hey, Brooksy, go next door and tell Lieutenant Johnson that Mr. Ferris is anxious to cooperate. We'll see you later, Ferris.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
You picked up a paper from Mr. Ferris's table when he wasn't looking, didn't you?
You notice everything, don't you?
What? Why'd you pick it up?
Oh, my gastronomic urge got the better of me, Angel. It was a menu from Nick's Cafe. It sort of intrigued me.
Oh. All right. Be an enigma. You think he knows anything?
I don't know. I just can't understand why he didn't hear anything in the next room, that's all. Even if you're reading next week's Sunday school lesson, you could still hear... Hey, wait a minute. Get in the car.
George, what is it? You got something?
Probably not, but it's worth a try.
What are you going to do?
Go back to the James house.
Where Ruth Jennings was killed?
Yeah.
What good will that do?
Maybe nothing. I don't know. Just trying to tie in some loose ends.
But, George, if you think Jennings and Grayson were in cahoots and Grayson killed Ruth Jennings... No, I'm all tangled up.
I'm sort of tangled up myself, Angel. But we might find something that'll help us untangle. I hope. I'm sorry we have to get you up at this time of night, Mrs. James.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Valentine. Lieutenant Johnson was here a while ago, too, but he left.
Is your husband home now, Mrs. James?
No, he isn't. He was here, but he left about 8 o'clock. He was going out to play poker with some friends of his.
Well, we don't want to keep you up, but we didn't want you to be wondering what was going on. I'd just like to take a look around the back of the house, if you don't mind.
Oh, I know. That's all right.
Just to get one thing straight. You feel sure that the person who killed your sister came in the back door some way? Is that right?
Oh, yes. I locked the door before we went to bed. But in the morning, the back door was unlocked, and Bert always goes out the front door when he leaves for work. That's a snap lock.
Ah, yeah, I see, Mrs. James. Well, thank you. And don't be worried if you hear us poking around the backyard, will you?
Of course not. And, I do hope you can find out who killed Ruth.
I will try. This way to the back door?
Yes, right out there. I'll let you out and lock it after you. Unless you need me some more.
No, I'm sure we won't, Mrs. James. Good night.
Good night.
All right, George. Would you mind telling me just what you hope to find out here? Do you think the murderer lives here? Do you think Bert James
Angel, please. I haven't the slightest idea. It's a shot in the dark.
Well, as long as we don't get shot in the dark.
I always knew there'd be some use for this special flashlight you gave me for Christmas, Brooksy.
Well, I thought it might be.
Yeah.
A chicken house. I don't see... You're not going in there.
Sure. And you're going to stay outside and wait for me. Outside, you. Inside, Just us chickens.
George.
Wait right there, Angel. Be out in a minute.
Please hurry, George. I don't like it.
Oh, shut up. It isn't morning yet. Well, look, this is just a flashlight. It's not going to hurt you. Now, let's see. Sacks of feed. Nothing behind there except brakes. It's probably a wild goose chase anyway, but... Uh-oh. Hey, it looks like blood. Uh-huh. And on the inside. Brooksy, I got something. Duck down, Brooksy. Don't let them see you. I'm coming out.
Hurry, George. Somebody...
Keep down, Angel. We're going to get out of here.
You think it's Bert? Think he's been outside the house here all the time?
Could be. I don't know. Probably saw the flashlight and heard the hen setting up a row. It's fairly dark anyway. I'll make for the back of the yard. Come on.
Yeah, okay, George.
Take it easy now. Don't make any noise.
Well, how can you help it when you...
All right, stand still, you. I got you covered.
George, that sounded
Yeah,
like...
how could you mistake that voice? Okay, Johnson, we'll go peaceably.
Hey, what in the name of heaven are you doing? That's Valentine, isn't it?
Sure, Johnson. Brooksy gave me a flashlight for Christmas, and I was just trying it out.
Look, Valentine, didn't I tell you this morning that we have some people called the police who handle these things?
I know.
What are you doing in that chicken house?
Just being a good scout, trying to give you a helping hand, Lieutenant. Now all you have to do is find the hands that were in these blood-stained work gloves, and the hand that held this flashlight.
You found those in there?
Yeah, that's right, and I'm turning them over to you for evidence. Might check the prints on that flashlight, too. Now, will you do me a little favor?
Yeah, what?
Let's have a little party down at headquarters. Would you mind inviting 3 people in for questioning?
What 3 people?
Lou Jennings, if you're not still holding him, Oscar Ferris, who lives in his boarding house, and Bert James, if you can find out where he's playing poker.
Valentine, are you nuts? Jennings has a perfect alibi. We've released him. Ferris is a little Sunday school teacher who wouldn't hurt a flea and... Oh. You think...
Sometimes I do. I have an idea one of those 3 is going to give us a tip to 2 murders. See you at headquarters in half an hour.
Okay, right in here, Mr. Ferris. Guess you know Mr. Valentine. He wants to ask you some questions.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Valentine?
Hello, Mr. Ferris. Yes, I wanted to ask you how long you've known Lou Jennings.
Oh, I don't know. 6 months, I guess.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet him?
Why, in the cafe where he works, I think. Yes, that was it. I was saying that I had to move. And he told me he'd get me a room in the boarding house where he lives. He was very nice.
Do you know Jennings' wife, Mr. Ferris?
No, I don't. I believe they're divorced.
Look, Valentine, you're acting like the DA. Just what do you...
Just a second, Lieutenant, please. Ferris, I gathered you must be pretty good friends since Jennings owed you money.
Owed me money? Well, what do you mean?
This? I picked up this menu from Nick's Cafe when we were in your room this morning. It says, when you get back from your trip, I'll see that you get your $1,000. And it's signed... Lou Jennings.
Oh, yes, that. Well, I did advance Jennings
You didn't
money.
advance Jennings anything, Ferris. That was the money you were to get for killing his wife.
For killing his... Well, what do you mean?
Just what I said. You killed Ruth Jennings, Lou Jennings' wife.
His wife? Well, no, Why, that dirty rat. He didn't tell me that...
He didn't tell you what, Ferris?
But I didn't know it was his wife.
But you did know it was Grayson when you killed him, didn't you? He'd heard you make the deal with Jennings, and you were afraid he'd spill the whole thing.
Well, Jennings got me into this. He told me it was some woman who had an incurable disease, and her husband would pay $1,000 to have her done away with. Told me just how to do it. Why don't you get Jennings?
We've got Jennings in the other room, Ferris.
Why, that dirty rat. He never did pay me. All he gave me was $50 on account.
Yeah, well, you won't need money now. Maybe Jennings will only get life. But you'd better be deciding what you want for your last dinner.
George, why did you suspect Ferris in the first place?
Oh, because when we asked him if he heard a commotion in the next room when Grayson was murdered, he said he hadn't heard a gun going off. I didn't say Grayson was shot. And that note from Jennings on the back of our menu, that didn't taste good to me.
Yeah, I know, but why did those things in the chicken house prove anything against Ferris?
Well, he must have been a very careful guy, Brooks. He didn't want to lose anything. He forgot that inside those work gloves, he'd carefully marked OF for Oscar Ferris.
Oh, but you suspected Grayson once before he was killed. What did he find a way to get rid of?
Warts.
Warts?
Yeah, he had a bottle of stuff on his dresser with a big label. Now you can get rid of warts.
Oh, big clue, huh?
Yeah, big clue. Oh, look, Angel, it's all over. We've made $200. It's 2:00 in the morning.
And we're two sleepy people, but too much.
Too much what, Angel?
Don't you ever remember any old popular songs, darling?
Two sleepy people, but too much in love to say... Oh.
Darling, you remembered. You're wonderful.
When your car begins to squeak and rattle, it's saying money, 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 money. And it's a reminder that 60% of all auto repair bills are the fault of irregular and poor lubrication. You can avoid those repair bills and at the same time enjoy smoother, quieter riding the year round. Just come back to your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station every 1,000 miles. Here, chassis lubrication is another car saver service that is done thoroughly and correctly. The car savers check more than 50 different trouble points, and they follow a lubrication chart that is designed specifically for your car. Another important thing, they do a neat, clean lubrication job. So if you've already driven 1,000 miles or more without a chassis lubrication, why not ask for this car saver service tomorrow? Ask at your standard station or your independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie as Lieutenant Johnson. Michael Ann Barrett was heard as Eunice. Anthony Barrett as Lou. Howard McNear as Ferris. And Jack Crucian as Nick. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. No Escape from the Jungle, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Peter Van Russell. I'm a research chemist for one of the rubber companies with offices in Rangoon. I have devoted my life to my work, which I suppose to someone else would be about as dull as my own person. It has been years since I have even followed the American newspapers, let alone kept abreast of your customs. I have never been in your city before. Now, I say all this so you will understand how impossible it is for me to find, to locate a certain man without your help. A man who, like myself, has just arrived from Burma. A man who is here, but is not here. It is a debt of honor, you understand. Purely a personal matter. I must see him. I only have a few days before I return to the jungle.
Wait a minute, Mr. Van Rossel. You said this man is here, but he isn't here.
No, I assure you, it is just as confusing to me as it is to you, Miss Brooks.
Well, to start at the beginning, what's this man's name?
Hollowell. Terence Hollowell. He's about 40 years old. Tall, quite distinguished.
Hollowell, does he live here? Did you look him up in the phone book?
Oh, yes. He maintains a residence.
Well, then what...
Now, I telephoned, you see, from my hotel, and I was informed by a caretaker that Mr. Hollowell won't be arriving from Burma until tomorrow.
Well, okay. Then he just hasn't got here yet.
Now, yes, he has. I came by plane. I'm sure he was at least a day or so ahead of me. Here. No, that's a little torn.
Cablegram. Van Rossel, Pan Am, Honolulu.
Was waiting for me at the airlines office in Hawaii.
Let me see that. Waste of time you're trying to contact me. Go right into detail, but assure you that under present circumstances, our meeting one another would be needlessly painful to you. A stroke of fate, that's all. Please understand, Terence Hollowell.
Now here, this piece here, you see? That cablegram was sent from this city. He sent from here. So he is in town. Yet at his house they insist he is not. He is here and he isn't.
Mr. Van Rossel, apparently this man doesn't want to see you wherever he is.
What sort of person is this Hollowell anyway?
Oh, a traveler, a lecturer. You know, most charming fellow. He stayed with me for a week or so at my plantation north of Rangoon. No, but so easygoing. Not the sort to be mixed up in anything troublesome, you know.
And you have no idea what he's talking about in that cablegram?
No. And I think I should find out, don't you? There's a pearl necklace. 10 black pearls in a necklace.
What's that?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. Hollowell is a man who admires beauty. I helped him to obtain a necklace, that's all. Oh, it's valuable. He paid nearly every penny he had, nearly $2,500 for it over there.
So it's worth a lot more here.
Oh, yeah. But what could be that...
Yeah, I understand you, Mr. Van Rossel. What could have happened to a perfectly nice guy that made him disappear and yet not disappear?
Yeah, precisely.
Only what do I do when and if I find him? What is it you wanted to see him about in the first place?
Oh, naturally, Mr. Valentine. I will explain anything you wish when the time comes. But right now, the urgent question seems to be, why is Terence Holloway trying to hide? And most important of all, where?
Well, it's a nice-looking house. And a hammock to loaf in. Pretty good.
George, Mr. Van Rossel has already tried calling the house here. I can't see any reason for
Always
our
start with the obvious, Angel. Maybe this Hollowell just doesn't want to be bothered with our Dutch friend. You know, look me up sometime, and then the people take you up on it and you're stuck.
But he was his guest in Burma. He wouldn't be rude.
Hold on a minute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you from the house here? I mean...
It seems so unusual. All those wonderful little birds out at this time of morning. Don't you think?
Well...
They should be sleeping in the middle of the day. Yes. But it's not hot, is it? There's no reason for them to be sleeping here.
Well, we just wondered if you...
Oh, no, I'm not from the house. No, indeed. You see? I have my umbrella.
Yes, I see.
Yes, this is Mr. Hollowell's house, though.
I only carry my umbrella from habit, I suppose. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
You haven't rung the bell yet?
Yes, it's Mr. Hollowell's house. It's his. It's not like him, though, do you think?
We've never met him.
Oh, you've never heard him talk. You've never heard the beautiful words he uses. With such a sad expression. But so exciting. All the romantic places. The intimate, beautiful thoughts. What did you say? Oh, no, I haven't rung the bell, no. You may if you wish, but it won't do any good.
Why not?
She's at home. Perhaps she'll throw you out like she did me. What? His wife, Mrs. Hollowell. Yes, his wife. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just waiting. Just waiting. hired that maid? I asked you, who hired that maid?
Lisa, for heaven's sake, please.
Not a day over 18 and straight out of a model agency, if you ask me. You've seen her. How could any man help seeing her?
But I tell you,
George,
I didn't.
Yeah, the maid said to wait in the hall.
I won't have her around the house.
I did not, Lisa. Now, please, why do you care? It's not your house anymore. You get your separation checks. That's all
That's why I'm here. I haven't had a check for 2 months. You've been holding out again.
There isn't any money, I tell you.
You're lying.
Oh, Lisa, darling, I couldn't lie to you if I tried. Don't you believe?
Hello. Is anybody... Oh, excuse me.
How do you do?
Excuse us. I'm Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Valentine. The maid said to come...
Of course. Visitors all over the place. Why not? I'm Mrs. Hollowell.
Oh, but then you must be Mr. Hollowell.
My name is Cy Kirby.
And you walked in and are offended because I make a lot of noise. All right, I don't mind. I'm a nasty woman. Mr. Kirby is my husband's business partner. He belongs here. I don't. He's the one you want to see.
What club do you represent, Mr. Valentine?
What club?
Don't tell me you're a process server. Which one of my husband's rich women friends do you...
Lisa. Isn't it about a lecture? Really, that's our only business, you know, travel talks. And I just assumed you were like the lady out there with the umbrella or the committee of women out in the hall.
No. Newspaper, that's all. Wanted an interview.
We understood Mr. Hollowell had just arrived from Burma.
He won't be back until tomorrow.
Yes, that's right. Tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Well, I understood he might have arrived already.
No, but I'm sure Mr. Kirby can tell you everything you want to know about my husband.
Of course. Every bit of publicity counts.
Well, look, I wondered if we could get a picture of Mr. Hollowell.
Naturally. Delighted. I suppose even Burton Holmes needs a little press cooperation now and then. Come along. We'll find a photograph in his desk.
George, you'll never locate a man just by carrying his picture around.
I will by a telephone pad, Angel.
What?
Yeah, it was on his desk. There's the name of an employment agency scribbled on it. It may be just a cockeyed hunch, but come on. Flavin Home Service Employment Agency. No, Mr. Flavin, there's nothing wrong. I just phoned you to check, that's all. So Mr. Hollowell did hire the girl himself, huh? I see. And he phoned from the Benson Hotel. Okay, thanks a lot.
Now, the man in the photograph? Why, yes. Oh, yes. He's staying here at the Benson.
His name is...
Could you just tell me what his room number is, please?
325. Oh, but his key is in. I think he's probably across the street. What's this all about, Mr. Valentine?
You mean that theater over there?
No, a little jewelry store. I've seen him go in there before.
Jewelry?
Yeah.
George, remember the pearl necklace?
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know, friend. It's all too much for me. Suppose we just wait.
What's the matter?
Give me that photograph.
George.
That's him, isn't it?
Oh.
May I have my key, please? 325.
Mm-hmm. These people were just asking about you, Mr. Smith.
Oh, they were?
Mr. Smith?
Why, yes, young lady.
Mind if we step over here a second?
Well, no, not at all. But, what do you wish to see me about?
It's Hollowell, isn't it? Isn't that your name?
Oh, why, yes. But who are you? I don't understand.
Neither would the clerk over there if you told him. Neither would I.
No, I don't think there's any law against a man being incognito, is there? Who sent you? My wife? Her lawyer?
Well, that's the obvious explanation, isn't it? She has a little trouble collecting money from you, I understand.
Well, I suppose everyone has money troubles.
Never mind, I'm not interested.
But, what is it you want?
Every minute I want less and less, Buster. Come on, Brooksy. We've done our job. Nice to have met you, Mr. Hollowell.
But, Mr. Valentine...
I located him. That's all you hired me for, Mr. Van Rossel.
Yeah, the Benson Hotel. Now, you've done a very good job.
Oh, wait a minute. Not so fast, friend. You said you'd do a little explaining yourself.
Why he sent a wire brushing you off is another matter, and I want to know...
Of course, yes. I said I would tell you. Well, a debt of honor, that's all. And I appreciate so much your finding him. I am really not concerned with whatever his little problems are.
Well, then?
Because I am only here from Burma, you understand, to kill him. Thank you again, Mr. Valentine, for finding him for me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. To coax thousands of extra miles from your tires, here's a suggestion. Drive your car into any standard station or independent Chevron gas station and let the car savers give you tire service. Here's what they'll do. First, they will check and inflate to correct pressure. This should be done every week, for if your tires are just a few pounds too low, they can wear out twice as fast. Second, the car savers will watch for cuts and bruises, tacks, and glass before they cause trouble. Third, they will switch your tires for you. Almost any kind of driving, puts more wear on rear tires than front ones. On right tires more than left. Switching their position will equalize wear, make them run longer. The result? More mileage for your money and safer driving every mile. For expert tire care and for all car saver services, stop in at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The business of Terence Hollowell is travel talks. Only from what his partner says, they're not making much money at it these days. Hollowell has trouble with his wife, too. But most of all, he's likely to have trouble with your client. Because if your name is George Valentine, then you have a harmless-looking client, Mr. Van Rossel, who has just said, thanks for finding Hollowell, because now he can kill him.
Hey, wait a minute, you...
Van Rossel gone, George?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hung up and ran. But it'll take him at least 15 minutes to get over here to the hotel.
Well, he wouldn't just come and kill him. Why would he tell you? Why would he warn anybody and then do it?
Oh, lots of crazy people in the world, Angel. But this is no time to argue about it. Hollowell went upstairs to his room, didn't he?
That's right.
Okay, play it safe. Find the house detective. Tell him what it's all about.
Oh, as if I knew.
Tell him to keep Hollowell there until I meet you.
Where are you going?
To try and tie this together fast so it does make sense. The jeweler's across the street, Angel. That pearl necklace is the only thing I know about that ties a would-be murderer to his corpse.
Yeah, beautiful. Such pearls I have never seen.
You mean this is it? This one right here?
Yeah. Relic from the days when there was time to collect, when beauty was not rhinestone.
Uh-huh. Now, look, I asked you.
So even to buy something, you must be in a hurry. All right. $15,000. There, you see. Now you think it is too much. Such a hot day, you should take your time. You should sit down.
No, I was just surprised they were for sale.
But Mr. Hollowell's pearls you asked about...
Now, look, he sold them to you. These are the ones he bought in Burma. I know the man who helped him get them.
Of course he sold them to me. Now I sell them.
But he's been spending a lot of time over here. His hotel clerk said he was over...
What do you do? Make puzzles for yourself? 2 days I spend making another necklace for Mr. Hollowell. That's all. Very cheap, bad one. Culture stuff, junk.
Wait a minute. You mean he sold you this one for a nice profit, but got you to make an imitation?
Every time you turn around, it's got to be a mystery. No. No imitation, just a bad one, that's all. Pearls, yeah, black ones, but nothing illegal, nothing to fool anyone.
Nothing to fool a jeweler.
Only to fool a wife, perhaps.
Huh?
I know this man from before. Well, what's wrong with that? I fool my wife. You fool yours, don't you? So, all right. It's a hot day.
Yeah, Brooksy.
George, he's gone. Mr. Hollowell's gone.
You sure?
He piled some of his luggage into a cab the minute we left earlier.
Oh, brother, everybody disappears.
No, George. The starter remembered the address, or at least enough of it.
Well, where did Hollowell go?
His home. The big travel expert's gone home, that's all.
Such a strange thing to do, such goings on. Lady, this George, you should put in a mystery show.
Mr. Valentine, I'm so sorry I was rude this morning.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Hollowell.
Through here, please. He's unpacking now. It's the heat, I guess, or waiting for your husband to come home.
Oh,
I beg your pardon.
What? Oh, you said he was home.
Of course. It's you. Still waiting. Aren't you patient?
I'm all right. Mr. Hollowell is home.
Yes, he came in the other way a little while ago. I'm sure he can see you soon. Don't worry.
Even nice to the clubwomen now, huh?
Oh, and I'm sorry I teased you about your umbrella before. He'll just be a minute.
I'm all right. I'm waiting.
Yes, why not? They're silly, but they pay to hear his lectures. It's a crazy business, his and Si's. And look here. He brought me this.
Pretty necklace.
Oh, you already noticed it. But see, it's real black pearl.
Nice husband.
He bought it with his last penny in Burma. I know it was, because Si keeps the books and he told me. How could I stay angry at a husband like that? Oh, Terence! Terence, darling.
Yes, my dear?
I won't keep him long, Mrs. Hollowell.
And he wants to kill me, you say. Van Rossel. Imagine his even being here.
Sure. It's very amusing.
He's insane. Of course you know that. Lived in the jungle too long. Nothing but work.
I think it's very amusing the way your wife fell for the phony necklace, too, Buster.
What's that?
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to tell her. She'd start worrying again about that pretty maid you hired. How much does your partner, Si Kirby, know about that little profit you made on the necklace? Buying it for $2,500.
Buy?
Well, didn't you? In Burma, the real one? Or is that what Van Rossel is upset about? Something to do with that necklace?
Oh, get out of here. You've given me your little warning, and thanks very much. Goodbye.
Oh, no. My curiosity gets bigger and bigger the more I talk.
This is my house. I've done nothing criminal. I got out of here, I said.
I'll get it, George. Hello? Oh, George, it's Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah, I asked him to call us here.
Yes, Lieutenant. Yes? George, they finally found Von Rossel. They picked him up at 5 o'clock. He's been watching that hotel of Hollowell's all afternoon.
Oh, give me that phone. Hello, Johnson. Let me talk to that guy.
No thanks for picking him up. No thanks for anything.
All right. Thanks. Will you?
Besides, you're not going to talk to him. He just fainted. Besides, he's downtown, and I'm not.
What? He what?
Things got hotter after you left, I guess. I went at the Hollowells, and boy, do you get things turned around. That Van Rossel of yours is the only one who couldn't have murdered him.
Murdered?
You heard me. Hollowell, the big travel and charm boy, stopped 3 bullets.
I don't know. I barely got here myself, Valentine.
Well, his wife was upset. First she was hating him, then she was...
Yeah, I got that. But after you left, she drove to the hotel to get some more of his baggage for him. Took the maid with her. They were the ones found the body when they came back.
Yeah, right here in this hammock.
That's right, in the hammock. What a life.
I think it did.
We got the place pretty well roped off and fast, but it's big, lots of space.
Si Kirby. Been this guy's partner for years.
Says he was upstairs and didn't hear a thing. We tried it out, and you can't hear from there.
Johnson, wait a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Look, Johnson, I could have stopped it. I could have added up all the little tips and stopped it.
Take it easy. The guy was a heel, big soft soap artist, big fake, romance for the buck.
But I could have figured out why a man would tell me he was going to kill in advance. Sure, a debt of honor.
Look, I told you Van Rossel wasn't within
He
miles.
hired me to find the guy, showed me a wire. But suppose it wasn't his wire. Yeah, torn, that's right. First part of the name was torn.
Beat yourself with something I can recognize, will you?
Look, Johnson, every little thing adds up in one direction. So funny the bird should be awake in the middle of the day, she said. Said it wasn't hot on a very hot day.
Look,
I know I'm crazy, but so's murder. We don't even scratch the edges of it, Johnson. But an umbrella does.
Huh?
Yeah, look. Suppose she came from Burma. Suppose Van Rossel was chasing after her, too, trying to protect her in advance, or trying to get Hollowell protected in advance to stop it. Well, the umbrella over there, can't you see it? Suppose it belongs to her. Suppose she's not a clubwoman, Johnson, but Van Rossel's wife.
George, there she is.
Yeah, she's got a revolver.
She's watching us. Stay where you are.
All right, lady, sure. Now, don't worry. My name isn't Hollowell.
I killed him. Did you know that?
I know. But take it easy, please. It's all over.
No, it was all over a week ago. He told me that when he left Burma. But I wouldn't believe she was in love with him. Oh, George, the poor thing.
No, just waiting till he got here to shoot him.
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
You are Mrs. Van Rossel, aren't you?
Yes, I was. I mean...
I know. Your husband told me about Hollowell visiting you for a week.
I followed him. What of it? So I'm a stupid, middle-aged fool.
I saw the cablegram that missed you in Honolulu.
Get away, please. Please get away.
I'm sorry, lady. I want that... All right, Brooksy, take it easy. She's shooting in the dirt. She doesn't want to hurt us. It's just Hollowell that she...
No, but I said, get away!
Hey, that's 3 shots, Brooksy. And there's 3 in Hollowell. That makes 6. All right, it's all over now, lady. You've done all your shooting.
Get away, I said!
Oh, brother, have I been wrong?
George, she's pointing it at herself.
Hey, look out! Yeah, sure, lady. Still another shell. All right, now let's see your purse. You've got your purse, haven't you?
There it is, George. She dropped it.
No shells there. Guess we did some good after all, Angel. Everybody else had a motive, too. Wonder which one shot him first.
What?
This revolver only holds 6 shells. Did Hollowell say anything to you when you found him out there in that hammock?
What? Oh, no. No, I've been waiting until I couldn't stand it anymore. And I went out and I found him there. And I did what I came from Burma for. I shot him.
Lady, you fired your gun 4 times just now. There are 3 bullets in Hollowell. 3 and 4 is 7. So who shot him first? Cy Kirby, Mr. Van Rossel. He was the only one it could have been. You see the others, his wife and the
I
maid.
understand, yeah.
Well, they got him fast enough. He didn't have any story cooked up. It wasn't premeditated or anything.
Of course.
I think they'll be able to prove that your wife only shot a dead body, Mr. Van Rossel.
Yeah, I see you.
You don't really, do you? I mean, you still haven't told us about your wife and Hollowell and...
Kirby, that was his partner, yeah? There was, some difficulty?
Well, they've been holding out on him. Over $10,000 profit on a necklace. The only reason Hollowell lied about his return to Kirby was to give him time to arrange for its sale without anyone knowing. It was going on for years, apparently. This time, Kirby caught up with him.
Oh, it wasn't really that, though. It was Mrs. Hollowell. No matter how mad she got at her husband for carrying on with other women, no matter how many times they separated, she always went back to him.
And Kirby couldn't stand it. He loved her, too.
It's always love, one way or another. The same as your coming after your wife, even after she'd left you.
I suppose there will be a trial. I suppose my wife...
Well, there certainly will be an investigation. Maybe about shooting somebody who's already dead, but... Why won't you talk about your wife? Why don't you tell me what I want to know, that silly business of the necklace that kept confusing us?
That was a wedding present I gave to her years ago. She gave to him. That's all.
Nice guy, Hollowell.
Yeah. But your wife, I mean, she knows that you came after her trying to help. She knows what you're really like, or she wouldn't have tried to kill Hollowell. Do you understand that?
Yeah, this a dull place we live in. And I am not much excitement myself, not glamorous like United States. No. We work it out somehow. Don't worry so much. Goodbye.
What was that line of yours, Brooksy? One way or another, it's always love.
Go on, darling. There's nothing I'd rather hear you talk about.
Look ahead to extra miles of trouble-free engine performance. Look to new RPM motor oil, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Friends, it's a fact that motor oil can make a big difference in how long your engine lasts. Recently, atomic research tools have been used to discover what kind of oil formula it takes to cut engine wear and oil consumption way down. Scientists have developed a revolutionary motor oil, new RPM. Listen to what it can do for you. Compared with premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts in the kind of driving most people do. We call it stop-and-go driving, short trips around town, shopping, short commutes, when your engine never really warms up. Here's another point. New RPM doubles protection against gummy carbon, acid, and varnish. No matter what kind of driving you do, your car will be a better car longer with the motor oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. New RPM. Ask for it at standard stations or independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Brooksy was played tonight by Michael Anbara. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Larry Dobkin as Van Rossel, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Van Rossel, Bill Boucher as Hollowell, Doris Singleton as Lisa, and John Daner as Cy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Great. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. First, a suggestion about your car. Your car will be better longer with new RPM motor oil. Scientific tests with Geiger counters and atomically treated piston rings have proved this fact. New RPM actually doubles the life of auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication. So to save money on expensive overhauls, use the oil that cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. Ask for new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now for tonight's story. The 8 Ball, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, there's no finer, no more exclusive little town on the map than Summer Springs.
You're not selling them real estate, Nielsen.
I'm writing this letter very quiet. Shut the door, will you, Emmett?
Sure, Nielsen. Boys are a little noisy. Guess the luncheon's broke out.
Civic League. Just a lot of talk. None of them will ever do anything but the three of us. Always away, isn't it?
I don't know. You've only written one sentence.
Shut up, Vic. And Summer Springs. Perhaps you visited the hotel here yourself, Mr. Valentine, but at least it's a sure thing you've seen the outrageous charges the federal grand jury and city newspapers have been making about it.
Now, wait a minute, Nielsen. I'm still not so sure this is the right way to go at this.
Here, the mayor speaks.
Well, now, Vic, you're a lawyer. Would you hire a man you've never seen to investigate your own backyard? Now, there's a man I know, a fine detective, who would be only too glad to come down here.
Fine detective like that police force of yours, I suppose. Can't see what's under their own noses.
Well, I'm the responsible one, and it seems to me that I should be...
Wall, his back's to the wall, and his head is all full of surmises.
Now, see
You've
here,
got
Vic,
to stop being cautious sometime, Emmett. In my bank, I make decisions, and I make them fast.
Yes, but
I agree with Nielsen, Emmett. If we don't get an outside investigator quick, the grand jury will do it. I say let's us find out first. Clean up our own town.
Objections overruled. Now we're getting someplace. Mr. Valentine, I'm enclosing railroad tickets. A public-spirited group of which I am the head.
3 of us. Don't we sound fancy, though?
Expects your immediate presence. It has been alleged that Summer Springs is being used as the center of payoffs for the big city collection racket. That our fair town has a jackal in its midst. And it's your job to find him. There. Do it?
That's all right.
Now we'll get some action. I'll mail this right now. Only, see here, both of you. Nobody knows about this but the 3 of us. Remember, nobody else knows about Valentine.
They made a reservation for me at the Summer Springs Hotel, Brooks, so you can phone me up there.
George, why can't I go with you? Just because they don't expect me
Look,
to
it's
come...
a 5-alarm fire all set to go off, and you know it. Summer Springs is going to be hotter than
But
the 4th
nobody knows about you, just the men who rode.
Angel, I'm looking for a guy who poses as respectable, a big-timer who hasn't been identified. And if you were there, I wouldn't be able to duck as fast.
But there's nothing dangerous if nobody knows.
Hey, wait, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
The baggage man pointed you out.
Yeah?
I need your help. I need you a lot. I got a case for you.
Sorry, I'm tied up on one.
My, grandmother's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
My grandfather killed her. Used an axe.
What?
I'm not interested.
George.
You see, my aunt's insane, and what happened
I doubt
was
if you ever had a grandmother, Gorilla Boy, or even a mother. Now say it in English and fast, because I'm not going to miss that train.
I got $1,000 here for you to take my case. I could think of one.
Uh-huh. You mean if I don't take the train?
I don't mind. I could tell it to you on the way to Summer Springs.
That's where you think I'm going, huh?
No, just where you think you're going.
So somebody else does know.
Hey, Buster, get out of my way before I miss
stay
that.
away, I'm telling you.
Oh, no, you
George,
don't.
look out!
Yeah, easy. We're attracting attention.
A corpse would attract more.
Who hired you?
$1,000. Trip ain't necessary. Stay home.
Okay, maybe you're right, mister. Too late now anyway. There she goes.
It's a sooty kind of a trip. You wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Uh-huh. Shall we go count the money?
Sure. My name's Lemuel. You're a smart guy. I thought you'd see the light.
Yeah. I hope you do. So you get to go after all, Angel? Yeah, you get to drop me off in Summer Springs yourself. From the car.
Not much of a hotel, is it?
For a fancy town like this, no more potted palms than usual.
Do I get to come in with you?
Sure. Lemuel kept me off the train, didn't he? Okay, then the more casual, the better.
You mean whoever hired him won't be expecting you to show up now?
I mean Lemuel isn't in condition to report for a
I do
while.
not care what the union says about chambermaids. I have an opinion, too, you know. Have you been a clerk for 12 years? Well, have you? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Be just a moment.
Oh, no. Finish the phone call.
Now, listen. I don't care how many chambermaids you've known. Do you run a laundry service or a... Oh, hold on, will you? I'm so sorry. Now, what was it?
George Valentine. I've got a reservation.
No, I won't call the manager. He doesn't live here. What was the name, sir?
George Valentine.
Oh, let me see. Yes, he's in his room.
What?
At $350, I told you, not $340. Oh, for heaven's sake, hang on, will you? What's the matter?
Well, I asked if...
Oh, yes. It was George Valentine you asked for, wasn't it? Well, he just checked in a few moments ago. Yes, he's in his room. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's room 419. It's elevated to the right.
But...
Oh, thanks a lot, Buster. Come on, AJ.
You see, my dear fellow, if the chambermaids don't count the towels...
But who is it, George? If somebody took your room...
I don't know, Brooksy. Looks like they're still one step ahead of us, whoever they are. It's essential Lemuel couldn't have revived in time.
Well, whoever the impersonator is in there, he doesn't seem to answer very fast.
Come on. Sure. Of course he's dead. Hey, shut that door.
There's no gun. I don't see
Shut
a
the
gun.
door, will you? He's shot, all right.
George, he's about your same build.
Huh?
Around the same age.
Yeah. There's a briefcase over here under the bed.
It's a sample case, isn't it? The kind salesmen carry?
Neckties. Nothing but neckties.
Look, George, there's a key on the floor next to it.
Now, let me see. Yeah, to another room. 631. Hey, wait a minute. Here. Card in his wallet. Sure, of course. Harold Stark, Sure Silk Tie Company from Salt Lake City.
Necktie salesman. Only suppose he came in on the train tonight, George.
Yeah, sure. Single guy, looking generally my type. You mean suppose he got picked up by somebody watching the hotel here, somebody expecting me?
So they kill him and put him in your room?
Wait a minute. Let it ring.
We ought to talk to the clerk, to the bellboy.
Now, listen, whoever shot this guy did it and ran. Okay, then so will we.
George, that's crazy.
Is it? I was hired to find out who a big-time collection man is in this town, right? Only whoever it is got one jump ahead of us. I can't even start working until I get out from behind the 8-ball, can I?
Oh, George, that phone, it keeps ringing. Somebody's going to hear it. What are you doing?
I'm putting my own wallet on the body. What do you think?
No.
You take this, guys. Go back to that drive-in on the edge of town. Run a fast telephone check on him. Harold Stark, Salt Lake City.
The clerk knows we're here. He'll keep ringing.
Wait till I grab the neckties. We'll dump them in the alley. Well, I'll be out from behind the 8-ball if I'm dead, won't I?
George.
I'll be free to find out those guys who hired me. So come on, give the police a chance to find the body of George Valentine.
Yes, come in, Mr.
Valentine, I told you. Your name is Nielsen, isn't it? You sent for me, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, don't look like a ghost, like you're scared.
What do you want with me?
What's that?
Why do you keep your hand in your pocket?
Because I want a cigarette. Look, see? Now all I want is a little talk, Mr. Nielsen. With you and Mr. Vickery and Emmett Wall, the mayor.
You know all of our names.
Well, sure, of course. Here's the letter you wrote me. Oh, hey, I'm beginning to get this. Have you just had a phone call or something?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact, from Vickery. He happened to be at police court. For once, they work fast in this town. A patrolman has reported the murder of George Valentine.
Okay, sit down. I'll explain if you will.
I have nothing to...
Buster, I'll use your phone. Prove it to you. The police here in the city. I know you've never seen my face, but they can identify my voice for you.
Here, let me have it.
No. Hello?
George?
Oh, yeah. What'd you find out, Brooksy?
I found out that you're crazy, absolutely crazy.
What?
Darling, I tried to contact those people in Salt Lake, but I can't. I mean, I got the company all right, but nothing about Harold Starr.
Why not?
They've never even heard of him. Nobody by that name has ever sold neckties. Don't you see what you've done? Throw away that wallet, George. The man who was killed was a phony. You can't be somebody that doesn't exist.
All right. I believe you. I agree you're Valentine.
Then you realize how fast I gotta work, Nielsen. I told you what Miss Brooks said. The body was a plant of some kind. This thing gets deeper every minute.
And you haven't even started your investigation.
Whoever the man is I'm after is calling the shots in advance. And you claimed only 3 of you knew about me.
Yes, I understand. You think it's one of us. But I'm afraid it doesn't make much difference if I do help you now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I'm not a cowardly man, but I'll admit, when you knocked on the door...
Yeah, sure, you were scared to death. What's that got to do with...
Valentine, I don't think you realize yet just how far behind that 8 ball you are. That same patrolman who found the body also saw a man and woman throw away a briefcase in an alley.
Huh?
You and Miss Brooks. There was identification with the neckties. At the door just now, I thought you were the man every policeman in town is looking for. Harold Stark. He doesn't exist, you say? His description is yours. And you know who you are?
Never mind. I get it. I dug my own grave, didn't I? Yeah. I killed George Valentine.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Here's a true story about a man from Arizona and the trip he was about to make across the Mojave Desert at midnight. He was in Phoenix, bags packed, ready to go, half a tank of gasoline. Glancing at his watch, then at the fuel gauge, he thought, well, I probably could get across that desert, but maybe I'd better play it safe. So he drove into a service station and told the man on duty, just fill the tank with your premium gas, but don't take time to check under the hood. Yes, sir, replied the attendant, just fill the tank with Chevron Supreme. But when he noticed all the luggage, he asked, you sure you don't want me to make sure the water and oil are at the safe level, just in case? All right, but hurry, please. In less than a minute, the attendant was back. Water's fine, sir, but it looks like you have an oil leak, and we better find out what's causing it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll run out of oil in the middle of the desert, and that would mean a burned-out engine. A few weeks later, the motorist from Arizona wrote us about this experience, then added, many thanks for keeping me from getting stalled out there in no man's land. You fellows certainly pay attention to details, unquote. Well, car savers like to pay attention to details, for they know it's just plain good business for them to keep your car in top shape and to stop trouble before it starts. They know that customers appreciate the little things, like keeping the battery water at the proper level so you won't have to worry about a feeble battery or a dead one. Car savers also give your battery the hydrometer test, take cell readings, and above all, watch for corrosion, which keeps any battery from delivering its full power. For these extra services and a friendly welcome, drive into any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's quite simple. 3 men want you to find out who's been using the little town of Summer Springs as collection headquarters for the city rackets. They want you to do this before the federal grand jury moves in. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you think this might be an interesting case, if you could ever get to work on it. Yes, the trouble so far is in getting out from behind the 8 ball, because as matters now stand, you're wanted by the police for murdering yourself.
Well, Valentine, for once it seems the police wasted no time discovering a mistake, that George Valentine was not killed.
Well, that's nice to know. You mean they re-identified that body I found?
Clarence Prell, up-and-coming accountant. His name's been mixed up in this thing already. He's been making a tremendous amount of money the past few years. It's just possible our big shot is already dead.
Well, why would this man, this accountant, have the identification of Harold Stark on him? Who killed him? Who put it there? Who put him there in my hotel room?
Now, listen to me, Valentine. You can get to work now. You're off the hook. They know it's not your body.
Now, look, I've been in trouble because it wasn't kept secret that you three were hiring me. Is that right?
Oh, there you go again. We're honest. Stupid, yes, but honest. None of us are mixed up in any racket.
Okay, skip it. But even if the big shot isn't one of you, you're now in the way, aren't you?
What?
Well, maybe I'm wanted by the police, but if the killer with Strong Boys knows about me, he also then knows about you. Yeah. Lock your doors tonight.
Shh. Turn out those lights.
Huh?
The car just stopped out there. I could see the lights blinking.
Take it easy, Nielsen. It's only Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Oh, George, sometimes I think you're the 8 ball.
Angel, the heat's on the big shot, whoever he is, a lot more than it's on me. Come on, we're going in here.
Where, the drugstore?
Yeah. Got a nickel in your purse?
Yeah. Why don't you go straight to the mayor himself?
Brooksy, I need a little more time to work alone. You're going to give it to me.
What?
The mayor's got his own ideas. I've got mine. But if I don't work fast, a lot of people are liable to get hurt. Hello, operator. I want a policeman. This Mr. Rex will do anything to cover his tracks before a full investigation.
George, what on earth are you doing?
Hey, police, look. I just heard that thing on the radio. I mean that description of that guy and that girl, that Harold Stark with the girl who was dressed... Well, slow down. How can I? just seen her, the girl, having a soda. Hey, what's the name here? Oh, yeah, Kleshimer's drugstore. She's wearing a brown coat. Hey, you better come and get her quick.
George Valentine, of all the dirty tricks.
At least you won't get hurt, Angel. Tell him to look for me any place with a Summer Springs Hotel room 631. Now, you play 8 ball for a while. .631. Key fits all right. Ouch. Where are the lights in this plane? Oh, no. How long have you been dead, Baldy? Just about as long as the other guy, I guess, huh? Only what's your name? You the real Harold Stark? Are you the... Hey! Where am I? Hey, who in the name of...
Shut up. People in the next room.
Hey, Lemuel.
Yeah. It's a lousy hotel. They let anybody in.
I thought I knocked you out of the picture before once.
We're even. I didn't hit you hard enough either.
Yeah, you're out of condition, Buster. That's bad. You kill that guy?
I was with you and another Tom. Don't talk so loud.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to... Hey, get out of my pocket. What's the idea?
There's a gun in your stomach. Don't argue.
Well, why put a gun in my pocket, too?
It's empty. Don't get your hopes up. Be quiet.
Another wallet, too. If you think you can frame me for killing this guy, whoever he is, you're crazy.
I'm not. Cops don't kill cops.
What?
Can't you tell Flatfeet when you see him? His name's Harold Stark. An eye that got shut. Like you're gonna be.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, sure, there is a Stark, a detective. Came to town acting like a necktie salesman, huh? Oh, just let me get in that chair, will you?
Sure. You're fixed. You got everything.
Wait a minute. 2 guns. 2 guns I got in my pocket.
Not so loud. There's 2 men dead, aren't there? You're a bright boy, a real up-and-coming eye. Dead eye.
Yeah, sure. The real Stark dead in this room. That accountant named Prell dead in my room.
So come on, bright boy. Get on your feet.
Yeah.
Look out. Get away from that.
Hello, anybody?
Yeah, that's better. Here now, talk to the wire. Dead like you are. Now on your feet, like I said.
Hey, listen. The people next door, they've stopped talking. Yeah, they heard me. Look, Strong Brain, you're a sucker. Who do you work for?
I didn't hear nothing.
2 guys have been murdered. First the detective here, then Prell. Somebody's going to swing for it.
Now shut up, like I said.
Hey, what's going on there? Can't people have no privacy? You're listening. That's what you're doing.
Oh, for the love of it. Walk, will you? Go on the door.
All right. Plenty of standing room. Don't shove.
Well, what are you listening to? You think you hear something or something? I'm all ears.
Now out the door.
Okay. Just thought you might not want the guy who's coming down the hall to see you.
What?
Oh, it's only the desk clerk. Get back in there.
What's going on here? What?
Valentine!
What do you think you're doing?
Come on, get out of the way, fast.
Let go of me, really.
Down here, will you? Okay, he's not going to shoot.
Shoot? What kind of a disturbance is this? This is not the sort of hotel you get... Wait a minute. I've seen you before.
Yeah, you're the guy who gave out my description, I guess.
What? No, I didn't give any description. Oh, you're the laundry man. Oh, no, that's what I was talking about. I remember. You're the... Oh. Well, see, here, there was a mix-up
Come
on
on,
room.
skip it. Just show me the fastest way out.
Get that gun away from me.
That big man in there, was there anybody with him when he came into the hotel?
What? Well, no. Yes, I mean, yes. There are several men down the lobby. I don't know who they are. You're wanted by the police. That's all I know.
The back stairs, then. Where are they? Come on.
I won't help a criminal.
Come on, don't argue, friend.
All right. Here, duck in here. There are several policemen in the hotel, too. And there are cars at the alley entrance.
You're going to find me a way out, so stop shaking. I didn't kill anybody. The police don't think I did.
Why not?
Now, look, you. I'm just the guy behind the 8 ball, see? There's a big crook in your town, Clarence Prell. You know him?
No.
An accountant. Man in a nice spot to take payoffs coming in from the city. But Prell is dead, so he's not the crook.
What? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Find me a way out of here, or people will be wrong. They'll think he was the crook. They'll say he killed a detective named Harold Stark who was on his trail.
Let them say what they want.
They'll say I killed Prell, maybe in self-defense. But I was real smart and collected all the evidence, including the guns. Then poor Valentine, he was on his way to get himself out of trouble with the police when something happened to him.
You're mad. You're worse than the laundry people.
Now, look, Buster, I'm telling you all this so you'll help. It's a frame-up, see? To get rid of 2 private detectives and take the heat off by making Prell look like the big shot. A triple play.
Here we are. Here, give me a hand with the window.
Okay. Only 6 stories up. I forgot my umbrella. I can't jump, Buster.
No. Look, out there, you see? To the side. It's an old fire escape. It hasn't been used since we built the new wing, but it comes down in the service yard. This is the side street.
Yeah?
Well, go on. How much help do you need? Oh, there's no one down there. Here, you see?
Yeah, sure, I see. Little rusty, though, isn't it?
Well, what do you expect, a red carpet?
I expect you to go first. Lead the way.
What?
It just occurred to me it's not so bad being behind an 8 ball. If you've got the cue in your hand.
Mr. Valentine, for the love...
Remember the gun, Buster. Lead the way. Now, tell me, why do you call me Valentine? Why not Prell or Stark? Or any of the other names thrown around tonight?
Well, back there, Lemuel called you Valentine.
How do you know his name?
Well, I'm a hotel clerk. I see lots of people.
And that switchover of rooms today. I don't see how anybody could have done it but the hotel clerk himself.
Well, but what on earth are you talking about?
Human nature. How you and your boy Lemuel found out about my coming here.
How I?
An accountant sees lots of people, sure. But a hotel clerk sees a lot more. Now, who's in a better spot to receive payoff deliveries on the QT than the man behind the desk?
I'm going back.
You're going nowhere. Now, listen, Buster. It had to either be one of my 3 clients or you.
What?
Yeah, so take human nature again. It couldn't be one of them, or why get me in it? But they did write the letter right after a Civic League luncheon.
What do you mean, human nature?
I mean how people mail letters in hotels. In a hotel, you just hand the letter to the clerk to mail, don't you?
Get out of my
way.
way.
No, you don't.
I'm going back.
What's the matter? Don't these rusty stairs go on down there? Do they just fall off in the dark someplace?
That's you who's going to fall off in the dark.
Not even afraid of the gun, are you? You already know it's not loaded. Just evidence to be found on the patsy.
Look out. Don't.
This is where you get racked up, 8-ball.
Back to George Valentine in just a moment. Here's a tip for every Western motorist who enjoys going for a pleasure drive. For real motoring fun, use Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's balanced to give your car all the important qualities it needs. Wherever you drive throughout the West, you can count on Chevron Supreme for smooth power and for fast starts and quick warm-up, too. Try Chevron Supreme gasoline at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
But, George, how did you get off that fire escape? It was rusty. You would have fallen through. That's why he led you out there. What he expected you to do.
Hey, slow down, will you? How'd you get out of jail, Angel?
Oh, George, please, I want to understand.
Oh, he was a guy, all right, the hotel clerk. Yeah, he kept the job so nobody'd ever guess, as well as because it was such a perfect spot for payoffs. He knew the heat was on when he heard I was coming, and Lemuel couldn't stop me. He had me all set for a double fancy frame.
But that other detective...
Well, the mayor said he wanted to handle things himself, didn't he? But he knew a man he wanted to hire.
Harold Stark, posing as a necktie salesman.
Yeah, and that accountant had been working with the clerk on the rackets, so he figured he'd make him fall guy. Strictly from desperation, Angel. But it all might have worked.
You would have died accidentally, fallen and been killed, and that would have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Only how on earth, after you knocked him out, how did you get him off the fire escape?
How did you get out of jail?
Well, you saw him. That big, good-looking policeman.
So what? You said you didn't tell him anything.
No.
Well?
He was very sweet. Well, after a while, there was no reason to hold me. In jail, I mean.
Oh, why, Brooksy.
And, well, why should I tell you if you won't tell me? Good night, Georgie.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Bill Conrad was heard as Lemuel, Bob Jellison as the clerk, Herb Butterfield as Nielsen, Will Wright as Vickery, and Stanley Farrar as Wall. Music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. First, if your car is equipped with an automatic transmission, let specially trained car savers check and drain and refill, if necessary, according to your manufacturer's recommendation. Stop in for this convenient, dependable service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, tonight's story, Uncle Harry's Bones, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, you will please report to me at the Stedman Farm. That's 2 miles down the road from Pine Lake if you turn right at the Red Silk Post Office, or the house with the unpainted shutters if you come over the hill. I want you to clearly understand that you're working for me, no matter what anybody says. And Lordy knows the people around here know how to say things. For instance, they all say Uncle Harry is their uncle, but he's not. He's mine, and nobody else's. Mr. Valentine, please come quick. My trouble is I don't know if Uncle Harry is Uncle Harry or somebody else's who's not important. I've got to find out. Now, don't you think? Sincerely, Sophie Sturdivant.
Hey, friend. Hey, you.
What's your trouble?
Hello. We're looking for the Sturdivant place.
Oh, we're down the road, past the hill. You're looking for Doc Sellers. He's just gone into town, I think.
Doc Sellers? Who's he?
No, it's Sophie Sturdivant we wanted to see.
Oh, Sophie. Her.
Oh, what's funny?
Nothing. Doc's your brother. He's all right.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing.
Okay, thanks. Look out for your foot.
Hey, hold up. Don't see many strangers around here. Where you from? Looney Bin?
Looney Bin?
Sure. And Sophie's all right.
What are you driving at, Buster?
My name's Dorky. What are you driving at?
Say, tell me something. Where does Sophie's Uncle Harry live?
Who?
Uncle Harry. Some kind of a character around here, I get it.
Nope. No Uncle Harry around here.
But she wrote...
Look, this is a nice, peaceful place. People don't like strangers making trouble. None of my business, none of yours. Let well enough alone, I say. You'll live longer.
It's kind of a run-down place, isn't it?
No places around here seem to be, George.
Yeah. Red Silk, I figured that out. Used to be a big breeding farm up in this neck of the woods. I don't know how people earn a living now. Mrs. Sturdivant?
The door's open. She's probably out back in the kitchen.
Mrs. Sturdivant? Sophie?
She's not in the kitchen, George.
Of course she's not. What do you think does the cooking around here anyway?
Hello.
Yeah.
We didn't mean to walk right
You must
in.
be Doc Sellers.
Well, I ain't Abraham Lincoln. You looking for Sophie?
Uh-huh. I'm George Valentine. This is Miss Brooks.
I seen your car out there. Just come in myself. Hey, sis! Come to the party.
You're a doctor, are you?
Sure. Want a pill? Here.
Oh.
Pretty good size, huh? No, I haven't practiced for years, but I still got these. I was over trying to unchoke a neighbor's horse yesterday. Eminent Sawbones, that's me.
Uh-huh, you're a vet.
Yep. Retired livestock killer. Sophie! Hey, Soph! Well, upstairs, I guess, working on a butterfly collection. Come on through. Sophie, for the love...
She must have fallen down the stairs, George.
I'm all right. I'm
Here.
all right.
Get over to the couch.
I'm all right.
Clumsy ox, what'd you do, trip over your own feet?
Oh, here, let me. She didn't fall downstairs.
Huh?
Yes, I did. That's what I must have done.
But how did your face get those blotches on it? How'd you get that black eye?
No one hit me.
What'd you say that for?
I mean, I fell, that's all.
Well, did somebody slap you, knock you
No.
down?
No.
Well, who was it? Why? When did it happen?
No, stop it.
We've come to help you, Sophie.
So why won't you tell us what... Oh.
Huh?
Well, what are you looking at me for?
No reason. Just wondered why she's still so
Oh,
scared.
no, that's ridiculous. Doc's my brother.
Oh, hey, Douglas! Douglas, come on in here.
Is Douglas with you?
Yeah, just got back from looking at the old office.
Oh, what did you find?
Nothing, not a blamed thing.
Oh, look, both of you. What are you talking about?
Yes, Doc, what is it? What do you want? Hey, Valentine, Miss Brooks, Douglas Kent. Just as your law, I'm not the kind of man beats up his own sister.
How do you do?
Hi.
Sophie, what's happened?
I'm all right, Douglas.
Doug here's another crazy, eager beaver like Sophie is, Mr. Valentine. Going off half-cocked, whatever he gets.
Mr. Valentine's here to help us. Isn't that right, Sophie? He's here to help find out.
Oh, look, will somebody please explain what this is all about?
No. No, I think that perhaps I was wrong.
What?
Mr. Valentine, I shouldn't have been so hasty in writing.
Uncle Harry, that's what it's all about.
Uncle Harry?
No, Douglas and I only thought...
Oh, be quiet, Sophie. You started it, let's finish it. Come here, I'll show him to you.
Show him?
Uncle Harry, the great Uncle Harry, so they say. There, see for yourself.
Skeleton. Nothing but a skeleton.
Uncle Harry's bones.
Says you.
I was out fishing in the lake, Mr. Valentine, and my line got tangled, and here he is.
But just a skeleton. I don't see how you can tell. Who was Uncle Harry?
Man disappeared 5 years ago. Man who bought out the breeding farms, a hermit. Sophie's uncle.
Uh-huh. Well, look, I don't know much about anatomy, but is a shin bone supposed to look like this?
Well, go on, Doc. Tell him.
Oh, sure. Jump to conclusions, yeah. I made the mistake of remembering that I once said a fracture for Harry, that's all. It's what I get for playing MD.
We've been downtown looking for the x-rays in Doc's old office. We were going to the barn, too, to check in his old trunks and things. You see, I thought that if we could find the x-ray that he took 5 years ago, it might give us a positive way of identifying...
Bones are bones. It's not going to tell you anything.
How about this? Piece of rusty wire tangled around his leg.
George.
The lake is full of stuff. It don't mean anything either.
But it means something if we knew his leg was tied with wire before he died.
Exactly, Mr. Valentine. That's just the way
See, everybody who reads mysteries goes off half-cocked.
Well, what kind of a skeptic are you, Doc? Why don't you think it's Uncle Harry?
Mister, I don't think one way or another. Only lots of people come up summers to fish in that lake. Could be practically anybody.
Okay, Doc, I'm going to go with you to keep looking for that x-ray. Douglas, get the local sheriff up here as fast as you can. And tell him to send for a police x-ray man, too. Brooksy, take care of Sophie.
Look, I'm just as upset about Sophie as you are.
Don't bother, Doc. I finally got the idea. It's a skeleton in the closet we're after. Well, come on, then. We're going to start opening doors.
Set the blame leg in the first place if there was a real sawbones around. Blasted bunch of recluses in this part of the woods.
Yeah, sure. Just try this box here.
Old Sears Roebuck catalogs. Yeah, blasted cobwebs.
Hey, how about the tin one?
Oh, yeah, let me see.
Your x-ray stuff ought to be boxed up somewhere that you could find it.
Doc, where are you? Oh, that you, Sheriff? Right here. Yeah. Here, meet Mr. Valentine. Worse than cleaning out an old attic.
Hi.
Don't stick your paw at me, young man.
Oh, well, what's your trouble, Sheriff? Don't you like to know what's going on in your territory?
Know all about it. Don't need any city boys to come telling me what my job is. Uncle Harry disappeared 5 years ago. Let's leave him that way, I say.
You're not interested in skeletons, huh? Sheriff, I think I'd like to have a little talk with you before
quit your blabbing. Give us your pocket knife.
Oh, yeah, here.
Yes, airtight box. Maybe you got it. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Well, that looks like negatives. Hey, look out for that spider.
Open up closets. Got to expect being bit. Here.
Let's see. That's a horse, isn't it?
Uncle Harry, horse, spider, what difference does it make?
Uncle Harry, there you are. Yeah, name, date, shin bone. Yeah, that's him, all right.
Here, let's get it in the light.
Well, Doc?
Well, it could be the same as the skeleton.
Looks the same to me. set crooked on top there?
Like 100 others, I suppose. Holy smokes, Mr. Valentine, I can't tell for
Sheriff,
sure.
did you get that police x-ray man?
Yeah, over at the house. Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, give me that x-ray. Come on.
Absolutely. There's no question about it.
But isn't it true lots of people have broken bones, Kennedy?
I'll be glad to swear before a jury that this is the same bone.
Before a jury?
Of course, Mr. Valentine. Hasn't anyone here noticed the fracture in the skull? Here, right here.
Why, no.
Enough to cause death, I should say, in that location. I will also testify that the fracture must have been made before the body became a skeleton.
In other words, the x-ray proves it's Uncle Harry.
Precisely. And the combination of fracture and wire around the legs unquestionably proves that he was murdered. There you are. Quite simple. Murder.
I knew it was Uncle Harry, all right, Sheriff. The important thing is who did it.
Sure, Sophie. Now me and Mr. Valentine
Wait a minute. Listen to her.
Young lady, I've known Sophie for years, and anything...
But she knows who killed him.
She what?
Of course I do. And I always knew it had happened, too. And that's why I hired you, Mr. Valentine, to catch him. Somewhere in Manitoba, Canada, I think was the last place. You know, he sends me checks. You see, that's because he feels guilty about the way he treats me.
Harry was a skinflint, a miser, a bloodsucker.
I've sent descriptions. I've had detectives after him lots of times, but they've never been able to
Wait
catch
a
him.
minute, please, both of you.
She's talking about her husband, George, her second husband.
He only married me because of Uncle Harry's money, and I was the relative, but Uncle Harry was too smart for him. He'd never give him any. Oh, no, not him.
Sophie, why do you...
Bunker, his name is, and when you find him, you'll hang him, won't you, Mr. Valentine? I know Bunker did it. He always said he got Harry's money, and 5 years ago he did it, don't you see? And then he disappeared.
Hold it, will you, please? This Bunker, what happened? Was he a husband that ran away from you?
I beg your pardon? I sent him away, don't you understand? He was no good, and I sent him away. That's why I'm using my first husband's name. Bunker was a lying cheat, and he killed Uncle Harry, and I sent him away before I knew what he'd done. Well, get him, that's all. Get him and hang him.
And now, Valentine, will you listen to the voice of reason for a minute? Bunker ran away from Sophie in San Francisco, but it was 2 months before Uncle Harry disappeared.
Oh.
Sophie's just a little cracked on the subject, that's all. As I figure, Bunker's the one person probably didn't kill Uncle Harry. Forget him.
What do you mean?
Lonely area around here. Anything can happen. Nobody will be able to remember. 5 years is a long time. It's been nice and peaceful since... Valentine, I mean Harry was the man who ruined this place. He was old Harry himself. I mean, if I'd had the chance, I probably would have murdered him. Maybe I did.
Okay, I understand it all now. It isn't just the skeleton in her closet, is it?
Nope.
Sophie wanted me to prove it was Uncle Harry so she could prove it was her no-good husband who did it. Instead, now we've got to solve a 5-year-old crime that everybody else would have to have hushed up. Because everybody in the whole area is a suspect for murder.
And you know who'll get the last laugh? Uncle Harry's bones.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. A musical scale has 8 notes. A musician can hardly use the scale unless it has not 1, not 2, but all 8 notes. In gasoline, it takes 8 different qualities to give you all-around dependable performance. Now, gasolines can be designed to play up one quality at the expense of others, but that unbalances the overall performance. If a musician makes one note in a scale sharp without adjusting the others, you hear this. Something slightly off? Well, that's what you'd find in an unbalanced gasoline, but not in Chevron Supreme. Chevron Supreme gasoline gives you not one, not two, but all 8 top performance qualities. Just what are those 8 qualities? Here they are. Area blending quality, mileage, power, anti-knock quality, vapor lock prevention, starting quality, warm-up quality, acceleration. These are the 8 qualities that mean dependable performance in your car. Count on Chevron Supreme to give you not one, not two, but all 8 high-performance qualities. For sweet music under the hood of your car, wherever you drive in the West, ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It seems your client, Sophie, is the only one who ever liked Uncle Harry. Everyone else, including the sheriff, would prefer to let sleeping dogs lie. And if your name is George Valentine, you know how hopeless it will be to try to solve a 5-year-old crime when everyone in town is a suspect.
Sheriff Harry was a miser, wasn't he? A hermit and a miser.
What are you getting at?
I don't know. Gold. Misers have gold, don't they?
Of course they do. If they're smart, like Harry was.
Well, sure, that's why he was killed, I guess.
What do you mean?
Well, most of his money was in property, but people always said he had a good many $1,000s stashed away somewhere.
Somewhere like where?
Up around that place of his. I could never find any, and I'm the one who boarded the place up after he disappeared.
In Uncle Harry's place? You mean there's a house, a farm or something?
It's a cabin. Nothing but a cabin.
Well, come on, Brooksy. What are we waiting for?
About a mile around the lake from here. I boarded her up solid in case he ever came back.
George, what about Sophie?
Never mind her. Now I know who smacked her.
Not much of a cabin for a rich man, is it?
No. Yeah. I don't know. At least he kept it neat and clean.
Turn your flashlight over here. Oh.
Just a desk, that's all.
You think there's any point in going through it?
Not if you're looking for money.
Listen. Oh, it's just the wind, I guess.
Hey, wait, Brooksy.
What?
A brick out of the fireplace. Yeah, a nice little hole underneath.
Maybe Uncle Harry did have some money.
Sure, of course he did. What's the matter?
Hole in the mattress. Place for a box.
Hey, look out.
Oh, I tripped. Well, there's nothing funny about it.
Yes, there is. Loose board, Angel. This place is honeycomb with old hiding spots. Yeah. All of them empty.
Look, here's a coin. This one wasn't empty. I mean, once upon a time.
None of them were, from the looks of it. Only that doesn't quite make sense, does it?
What do you mean, George?
With the kind of tough old guy that Harry must have been.
I don't...
Duck, Angel. Get down. Turn off that flashlight.
George?
Take it easy now. This is who I think it is.
The man with the shovel. I can see him in the doorway.
All right, shut the door, Buster. There's a draft. Never mind the match.
George, look out for the shovel!
All right, I guess now we can have some light, Angel. Well, it's our neighbor. What's your name? Dorky, that right?
Let go of me.
Sure, I'll let go.
The man who warned us away. The man who said Sophie was
the
just...
man who warned Sophie away, you mean?
What?
I did not.
You got mad and hit her, too. That's assault.
Now, look. Listen to me.
All a matter of geography. I remember what she wrote me about the 2 roads. And Doc Sellers and Douglas went to town this morning. That's in the other direction from your place by the hill. So how did you know that Doc had gone to town? He wouldn't have gone past you. That's the wrong direction. So I guess you knew he was gone because you'd been over there. Sophie herself must have told you where he was.
All right. Don't prove anything.
No, but your shovel does. I wondered why a guy who'd committed murder 5 years ago would be stupid enough to commit an overt act today.
Murder? Now, look, I hated Uncle Harry sore back.
You did I? Relax, Buster. You're just a little greedy, that's all. Come digging for the miser's cash.
George, I don't understand.
When people thought Uncle Harry disappeared, they'd naturally assume he took his loot with him. Now it seems he was murdered. That makes it a little different.
Nobody alive would be smart enough to kill him and find all of it. An old cowhide skinflint like that.
I know. That's why you wanted Sophie to stop raising alarm. If everybody knew for sure Uncle Harry was dead, why, you'd get trampled in the rush up here.
He bilked me out of some of my property. You can't blame me
Buster,
for
I'm not blaming you for anything. That's not my job. Now get out. Go on, go home.
George, what on earth?
Come on, you heard me. There isn't any gold around here. What's the matter, Angel? Don't you understand? We're all through with this case.
Quiet, all of you, or I'll throw you out. Go on, Doc.
Oh, sure, Coroner. There's not much to say. I've given my testimony.
He's identified the body. That's all we need from Doc Sellers.
Well, Sheriff, who has got something to say? I understood this fella Valentine had caught somebody up at Uncle Harry's shack. I know this isn't a court, but we sure want to hear everything that...
I haven't got anything to add, Coroner.
No, see here, Valentine.
No, Coroner. I'm all through with this case. Yeah, I'm on my way back to the city.
Valentine.
Yeah, what was the idea back there at the inquest?
There's no idea, Doc.
See here, if you think our sheriff is capable...
The sheriff's all right, Douglas.
Big compliment.
He only wishes it were true.
All right, now listen, all of you. Uncle Harry was a heel. The whole town wished him dead. Sheriff, when the skeleton was found, your idea was to let sleeping dogs lie.
Well, not exactly, but holy smoke, we gotta live with the people, you know. This place has been pretty nice for the past 5 years.
Well, then?
We'll take care of Dorky, all right.
For assault, that's all, Sheriff. That's your business.
Yeah, but now I got a murder to solve. You help get this rolling. You can't just walk off.
All right. Keep your shirt on, Sheriff. You won't have to nail anybody in your town for murder.
But you said that the...
Well, let's start at the beginning. 5 years ago, Uncle Harry, the hermit, the miser, the boy with the gold. Somebody comes and tries to get his gold. Kills him, takes his gold. But you've been up to the cabin, Sheriff. How did the killer find all the loot in at least 3 separate hiding spots?
Well, he could have twisted the old boy's arm or dug around.
Nothing was disturbed. He went right to the spots.
Yeah, I remember.
And if he got rough with Harry, would Harry have told him where all the spots were?
Well, no. I see what you mean.
No, you don't, Douglas. Maybe Sophie's an unhappy, bitter woman, but she had the right idea. Sheriff, sent some telegrams to, where was it you got her last money order from? Someplace in Manitoba, Canada?
Bunker, that no-good husband of hers, he's the one.
Bunker? Well, I grant you he could have come up here after he left Sophie in San Francisco. I guess nobody would have known if he was out at Harry's place.
Yeah, but she's had detectives looking for Bunker, tracing those little money orders he sent once in a while.
That's right. They ain't been able to find him, Valentine.
Okay. But, Doc, you wouldn't be able to lie about x-rays of anybody who's still around here, would you? I mean, right out in public court and all? No, you couldn't do that. You'd be caught up.
What are you talking about?
Perjury. I waited just long enough for you to commit perjury at the coroner's inquest, Doc.
Well, what are you talking about?
A tin box with a live spider in it.
Spider?
Yeah, that's what gave me the idea, and it's the only way to explain everything. Suppose the spider got in there when the box was opened, say, a few days ago. By Doc alone.
You're crazy.
No more than your sister is. Suppose you switched some x-rays. We'll tie that together with what I said about Uncle Harry's hiding places. There's only one person who could have gone right to the hiding places. And that's Uncle Harry himself.
No, now look.
But he couldn't do that if he were dead, could he? All right, then. Suppose Doc here once treated a fracture for Bunker.
Bunker?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that would...
Yeah, simple as that. 5-year-old crime. Man killed another man, threw him in the lake. And now, because his sister would inherit some property and so on, Doc decides to make the skeleton into Uncle Harry, when it's really the skeleton of Bunker.
That's not true. Now, Sheriff, you gotta believe me.
Perjury, Doc. Perjury, remember? But, Sheriff, I think the reason detectives haven't been able to trace Bunker is pretty simple now, don't you? Wrong description. Just send a description to Canada of Uncle Harry. They'll get him all right. And there you are, Sheriff. Instead of just a bunch of bones, Uncle Harry is a real live murderer.
Uncle Harry? Well, I'll... Hey, Valentine, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Back to the gal what brung me, Sophie. Yeah, there's a lot more important stuff to clear up in this case than dead skeletons. Yeah, Sheriff, I got a live client to drag out of her closet. A gal who hired me and then slammed doors in my face. Why? Well, in a couple of seconds, I'll find out.
New RPM motor oil is the finest engine insurance you can buy. Compared with today's premium-type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. No wonder in the toughest test a motor gets, new RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
He hated Harry. Bunker hated Harry.
Sure, Sophie. You must have come here to get some money out of Harry, and well, Harry defended himself, I guess.
It's been sweet of Uncle Harry to send me the money orders all this time. Even if it is trapping you.
I wouldn't be too sure it was sweet. It's kept the illusion that Bunker was still alive. He'd do that on purpose.
Oh, yes, perhaps.
In fact, I wouldn't be too sure you love that uncle as much as you claim. I think you just hated Bunker. But now Bunker's dead. Now you know he's dead.
People can waste a lot of time hating, can't they?
Oh, Sophie, I'll tell you something. You wasted a lot of our time before I caught on why you hired me, then didn't want to talk.
Well, I told you were working.
Well, I didn't think it was just Dorky's getting rough. It was the fact you began to remember whose leg had really been fractured, wasn't it?
Well, I couldn't understand what the doc was up to. I'm so glad it was only perjury. Makes me feel much better.
He'd been willing to wait another 2 years. You might have had Uncle Harry declared legally dead and collected his property that way.
Yeah, but Doc wouldn't wait, that's all. Too good an opportunity. And the ironic part is, if it had worked, Uncle Harry couldn't have done anything about the inheritance slipping away from him. Not without admitting the whole story. Well, I can see why Doc was tempted, all right.
Doc hated Harry. Such a waste of time.
You said that before. About hatred being a waste of time.
I collect butterflies, you know. People say I have about as much brains as one. But anybody who wastes time is crazy.
Sure. Butterflies, I suppose so, yeah.
He's stupid, isn't he? Doesn't learn any lessons from seeing what happens from an unhappy marriage.
Don't worry, Sophie. I'm the teacher.
Hey, what is this?
Come along, George. Time to say goodnight.
Oh, now you haven't seen my butterfly collection. You come upstairs with me and I'll show you my
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Lorene Tuttle was heard as Sophie, Larry Dobkin as Doc, Don Diamond as Douglas, Joe Duvall as the Sheriff, and Fred Howard as Dorky. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Friends, here is a value that starts paying dividends immediately and keeps on paying in years to come. It's new RPM motor oil, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, tonight's story, The Noose Hangs High, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm J.H. McHugh. I'm editor of the local Sunday magazine section, and come to think of it, I've always wanted to run a feature on you, that crazy ad and all, but I figured the true revelations of a Turkish secret policeman had more family appeal, and so I forgot about it. Anyhow, this letter concerns a different matter. Valentine, I'm going to make a reporter of you. You're going to be the author of a serial on the Tover emeralds. What became of the exotic prince's wedding stones? Did the eminent ornithologist Ansel Fairweather find them, or didn't he? What was the mysterious curse that brought death to Fairweather 10 years ago? Read it. The riddle of the two recluses. Why have the two Biggs brothers refused
to cross the threshold of their own gloomy mansion? And for that very same 10 years. What is the mystery of number 37 Ashton Street?
Well, isn't it the greatest story you ever heard?
Well, Mr. McHugh...
I noticed you came trotting over here fast enough. I tell you, it's the best feature we've had for years.
Since the last mummy sued King Tut for alienation of affections.
What?
Well, I always preferred the classic case history of the two-headed werewolf.
Now, see here, both of you.
Oh, come on now, McHugh. You've been mashing your own corn too long. I gather all the purple double talk has something to do with a man named Ansel Fairweather. Well, I looked him up. He tied a rope around a chandelier and hung himself at 37 Ashton Street 10 years ago.
10 years ago today, in a gloomy brownstone.
Control your local color. He'd been to the Himalayas looking for rare birds once. He was probably one himself. But any talk about emeralds is strictly for the birds, too. Ones like you.
Well, I may have overstressed that aspect a bit.
Just a bit.
All right, forget them. Look at the facts. It took a jury to decide his death was suicide, didn't it?
Well, it was a very unfair trial of his two cronies, yes.
The Binks brothers. And they still live in that same house. Never stepped out of it since.
Oh, we didn't know that.
I thought not. That's the story. The rest is all trimmings, I'll admit. Big Jared Binks and little Tom Binks have holed themselves up for 10 years in the place where Fairweather committed suicide. Why?
It only took 2 minutes for the jury to exonerate them of his murder, if that's what you're driving at. Fairweather was sick, despondent, out of his mind.
No. I'm not trying to say they killed him.
And to be unfairly accused of his murder might make anyone withdraw from the world a little.
You think I'm trying to make something out of nothing? Cook up a story that's a little too wild?
We think you're an expert at it. No offense, of course.
Not at all. And, of course, you understand, Mr. Valentine, I would no more seriously think of hiring you even to write your own name than I would jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Well, now, that's better. Well, now that we got that off our chest, what do you really want me for?
Facts. For 9 years, I've tried to get a little anniversary story on Jared and Tom Binks. Why they're such reclusives.
Are they? Really?
Every reporter I ever sent, and don't worry, they've been clever about it, too, has been thrown out on his ear. To my knowledge, the brothers have never been outside that house. And no visitor has ever been inside it. Why? You get the facts. I'll write the story. You get paid.
leave before I see you thrown out.
Brooksy, you're a sadist. Look, you go and check on Fairweather's death, will you? Uh-oh. Here's the little one. Oh, and how do you do, sir? My name is Valentine. How do you do? I represent the City Fire Protection League, Department of Fire Inspection Service, in the interest of fire prevention. I'm sure you won't mind my taking a few minutes of your time for an examination of the premises before I... Oh, what's the matter, friend? You're not listening. Well, perhaps they have a card here with...
Is that girl with you?
What? Me? No, I was just asking directions.
You're not busy, young man?
Huh?
You're free for the next few hours, perhaps?
Well,
thank heaven. Come in. Oh, please, do come in. I'm so glad to see you. Yes, come right in. Oh, Jared, where are you? We have a visitor. Isn't that wonderful?
What in the
Jared?
name?
Come right in. George, are you sure it's the right
Somebody's throwing curves. Now work fast, will you, Angel? I'll see you later.
Yeah, good luck.
Yes, hurry, Jared. This way, sir. Valentine, you say?
Yes, that's right. You're, Tom Binks?
Oh, yes, quite. Tom Binks.
Uh-huh. Some house you have here. Don't you ever open the shutters?
Oh, yes. Forgive the lack of furniture. We've never bothered about the hallways. And the parlor in there makes such a handy place to store things, don't you think? We're very informal here.
Oh, brother, there's an understatement. Pile of magazines, clothes, boxed up books.
Oh, look out. Oh, this way, please. Here.
What's the matter? Afraid of a loose chain on the chandelier?
What? Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, yeah, sure, the chandelier. That's what Fairweather hung himself from, isn't it?
I thought you said you were from the fire department.
Of course, it's where he hung himself. What of it?
Well, Mr. Merton.
What are you doing here, young man?
Well, I invited him, and there's no reason...
You might answer the same question, friend. I thought these guys lived alone.
The name is Merton. The Binks boys aren't crazy. I am. I handle their business affairs.
Mr. Merton is just on his way out.
Yes, see what I mean? I've been trying to leave for the past 3 hours. Now Tom kicks me out.
Oh, no, but I think all of our
That's
business...
because you walked in. I make one visit a year to this place. I spend the rest of the year calming down.
I don't follow you, but I guess that's all right.
Yeah, of course you don't. Who could? You don't know it, but you've been tapped to take my place holding hands.
What?
Now, Mr. Valentine is interested in our work, and I was just going to show him through the house.
It's all yours, son. You scare the boogeyman for a while.
The boogeyman?
Yeah, sure. Make a good story for you. Now, come on, tell the truth. What newspaper you from?
Newspaper?
None. But what's the story?
Oh, I don't really care who you are. Tom, where's my coat?
I hung it up. I'll get it for you.
Boogeyman. That's the story, you know. It's a haunted house.
Okay, Buster, I'm dumb. What's going on?
So am I. Valuable property, but kept in a mess. Good securities, but all gummed up. Couple of loony clients, that's all. Well, look around you. Nuts. Lived alone so long, they imagine that...
No.
Hey, what's the matter?
The light cord. Merton, look. Oh, Jared, come down here.
For the love of what?
Hey, you see, another knot. It's tied in a knot like the others.
The light cord in the closet here. Tied in a hangman's knot.
A noose. He's found some others around like that.
Well, now, who's the practical joker that did
none
this?
of us. That's it. None of us ties those knots.
What is it, Tom? What is it?
Look here.
I didn't do it.
Well, of course you didn't. No one did. Oh, Jared, this is Mr. Valentine. I asked him to...
I could hear you from upstairs. I could hear. I don't think it is good to ask people in.
Hey, you see, young fella, I haven't got a card to the club like I have.
You have finished your business, Mr. Merton. Get out.
Jared, now wait. I know what happens when people come in, but...
I'm not afraid of any nooses. There is nothing for anybody to be afraid of.
Please, Jared.
Perhaps you tie the nooses yourself, Tom.
What?
Perhaps you don't know that you do. But it's all right. There's nothing to be afraid of.
No, I don't.
It occurred to me when I saw the shadow on the stairway. From this same noose, I suppose.
What shadow?
Stairway? Oh, no. This door was shut.
Oh, brother.
Now, take it easy, Tom.
Oh, look. Yes. You can see it on the wall. It's a shadow of a noose this time.
Yeah, sure. From upstairs here. Only place it could have come from.
There is nobody else in the house, Mr. Valentine.
Hey, now you can't see the shadow anymore down there.
Oh, Jared, for the love of
Well, that does it. I'm getting out of here.
Where's your telephone?
There's one in the library, but we don't want any policemen. This is nothing to be upset about.
Who said anything about policemen?
Hey, they've got an extension. They'll listen while you call. Come on with me to the drugstore.
Let them listen. I'm like you are, Jared. I'm not nervous. I don't get a guilty feeling when I look at a noose. Not yet.
Operator.
Hello, operator. Get me.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Valentine? Oh, Mr. Valentine. I wondered if you were on the telephone. Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Shut up, will you? Shut up. All right, I'm coming. Yeah?
Oh, is Miss... George, is that you?
Brooksy,
What's the matter? You sound so funny.
everything's funny. I was just going to call you when the world caved in.
What?
I was going to tell... Hey, Tom Brinks. Looks like he fainted or something.
George, for heaven's sake.
He's crazy. They're all crazy. The whole place is crazy, Brooksy. So am I. Now, listen, Angel. I was going to tell you the malarkey out here was too thick to be true, but I guess I'm wrong. And I guess I was saved by the bell when you called.
Will you please tell me...
On account of everybody sees nooses out here. Well, now I do, too.
What?
Yeah, Angel. There's one made out of rope neatly draped around my neck.
Return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In the next few seconds, I'm going to tell you a short story in sound effects. Listen. That's the artificial wind your car creates when you're driving around 30 miles an hour. Now, that's the sound of tiny particles of road dirt and dust hitting the body of your car. And that's the sound of a drop of water on the body of your car after it's been exposed to the sun's heat for a few hours. Now, those are the three troublemakers in my story. Wind, grime, and heat. They can literally put an end to your car's finish, make it dull and drab instead of slick and shiny the way you want it. What to do about these three? Get dependable auto body protection. Here's where the hero of the story comes in. The car saver at your nearby independent Chevron gas station or standard station. He has a complete line of protective, easy-to-use body washes, cleaners, and polishes for your car next time it gets the beauty treatment. In these balmy spring days and throughout the year, keep your car looking its best with the quality waxes, cleaners, chrome polishes, and finish preservers your car saver stocks. Ask him about them next time you stop in for Chevron Supreme gasoline, RPM motor oil, and car saver service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The two Binks brothers, Jared and Tom, two recluses whose friend hung himself 10 years ago. And now the Binks brothers are seeing the shadow of a noose. Light cords and sash cords have been tied with hangman's knots. Well, if your name is George Valentine, the whole thing looks a little wild to you. That is, until you yourself get knocked out and come to with a rope around your neck.
Angel, I don't know what hit me, I tell you.
But,
You got
George,
a plenty sore neck, though.
if I hadn't telephoned, someone must have been trying to kill
Oh,
you.
Brooksy, skip it, will you? I'm all right. What did you find?
Well, all that silly stuff about emeralds may not have been so silly.
Huh, what?
Oh, Mr. Fairweather's death 10 years ago was suicide. But he was supposed to have picked up some stones in India, and the only ones they've ever found have been in Kansas. Just one or two.
Oh, you make a lot of sense.
How would some of the Tover emeralds get in Kansas if they're supposed to be lost somewhere in India? I mean, someone must have found them. And...
Yeah. Only the police don't know who.
That's right. And there's nothing illegal anyway. If they were found, somebody just sold them.
Angel, I love you.
What?
You're fitting the first piece into the jigsaw. Only this house out here is such a big barn of a place with so many rooms and so much junk that
That what?
I'll call you back in 15 minutes. Hello. Who are you?
Cleaning lady at the booby hatch.
Lady with jokes, huh?
I worked in a real booby hatch once. Come in to bring the week's food for the binks, that's all. I'm a long order cook now. Hermits got to eat, don't they? Only, say, what did you do to Tom there?
Nothing. He fainted. He's all right.
Yeah. Ain't he a funny one? Spends all of his time drawing birds. Looks kind of like a sparrow
Hey, wait a minute.
himself.
What are you doing? Put him down.
I know where I'm at. I was a nurse once.
No, I'm all right. No, please.
Every time I come to this place, something crazy happens. There's a man out back to see you, Mr. Binks.
What's that, Mabel?
That man who owns the house. That Fairweather.
Fairweather? Man who owns
Is it any of your business, mister?
Duchess, go tell the man to wait.
What?
Yeah, you're losing your job as nurse. Get out.
I never trusted anyone, Mr. Valentine. I was tried for murder once, Jared and I, but we hadn't done anything. Do you know what it's like to be tried for
Sure, Mr. Banks, but I'm only trying to help.
There's nothing secret about our work. All those crates of specimens downstairs, birds. That's what they are. We've collected them from all over the world, and I am drawing them, Jared and I.
For 10 years?
Oh, it will take much, much longer than that. We don't work very fast, and there are more than 7,000.
Yeah, sure, I get the idea. And Ansel Fairweather was your partner in that work. He was an ornithologist, I remember. So now explain who this other Fairweather is who's alive and waiting for you out back.
A cousin of Ansel's. He's been trying to get the house.
Mabel said he owned it.
Well, he has some old deed that Ansel gave him. He says it's quite valuable property. That's why we're moving.
Moving?
Oh, didn't you know? That's why the birds are all crated. We're being thrown out of the house next week.
Oh. Huh. Oh, why didn't you buy it? Why'd you let him get it? You guys have money, don't you? Or something worth money, maybe?
Now, see here, young man. You told me you were some sort of a fire inspector. I asked you into the house, and all you do is ask questions. You're just like all the rest. Jared told me not to talk to people. He warned me. Every time anyone gets near it...
Take it easy. Only suppose I go out and talk to the new landlord, huh? Hey, all this stuff on the back porch, do you suppose it's going too, Mr. Fairweather?
How should I know? A couple of blame crackpots. I have the house torn down as soon as they get out.
Yeah, sure. Go over it inch by inch, huh?
What's that, Mr. Valentine?
Never mind. You're a real estate man, huh?
A business deal? Business deal, that's all it is.
I know. I met that lawyer or whatever he is of theirs.
Huh? Oh, Merton,
Yeah.
sure. Just saw him down at the drugstore. And he's smart. He won't even eat their food.
He didn't offer to buy the place for them, though, huh?
Mac, a cousin of mine I never met, used to live with these birds here. So that's ancient history. But a friend of mine discovered this old deed, and I found I could get the place. So why not? So I've got it.
Mm-hmm. Got a key, too, I suppose. Come in and out any time.
What?
30 rooms, 3 stairs, an army could be wandering around. Trash, bro.
What's eating you anyway? Just because I won't sell a house to Looney and Goony Binks?
Well, sure they offered to buy it. What of it? I'm in real estate. I got plans for the whole block.
Yeah, sure. Just stop justifying yourself. Flashlight.
Oh, go dump in the lake.
Hey, how long do you figure it'd take to tear this house apart? If a man wanted to find some emeralds.
Oh, that old story. You're just another loony yourself, huh? Well, I'm in business, friend, and I don't have...
So blame much junk, isn't there? Here. Ever see a flashlight rigged up like this?
What's that wire thing?
Found it in the trash barrel. When you put the button on, see? The wire's twisted around in a circle. Makes a nice shadow out there on the back wall.
Shadow of a noose.
Jared!
What in the name of...
Jared!
Tom, where are you? What's happened?
Chandelier. The noose. He's dead. He's dead!
Tom, come back here. Come back here. Tom! Oh, you crazy idiot. Who says he's dead, huh? Just as well be, I suppose. You hung yourself, sure. Oh, brother. Not heavy or anything, are you, Gerald? Tom, hey, anybody! Okay, come on, Hermit. Let's get you out of here. You need help fast. Hey, you. You the pharmacist?
Yes, that's right. What do you have?
Get out to that car as fast as you can. There's a man been choked, hit over the head, too.
What?
Yeah.
Well, of course. Joe, you too. Come on.
Go on. I'll be with you in a minute. Well, hello.
Well, sit down. Have a piece of pie.
No, thanks, Mr. Merton.
So, had enough frying around in the booby hatch, huh? Hermit's Hollow. Once a year is all I can stand.
Sure. Whose taxi is that out there?
Oh, waiting for me. I got a job back in real life, as they call it, to worry about.
See the house from here, but nothing happening yet.
What are you talking about? What's the matter?
Come on. Let's wait in the taxi.
Hey, what are all those guys doing around that car across the street?
Police will be here in a minute.
What?
Come on, get in the cab.
Where to, Mac?
No place. Jared Binks may be dead or alive. I don't know. He was hanging from the chandelier.
Jared? Now, look here,
Only person
son,
strong enough around there to lift him up for it is that woman, I guess, that Mabel.
Well, then get your eyes off of my muscles.
Oh, you weren't there.
I haven't got any muscles.
Unless Jared hung himself, but that's a fat chance. Besides, I've got a sore neck, too.
Now, look,
and that rope around me wasn't pulled tight. And I don't know what knocked me out. But if Mabel was telling the truth, if she had been a nurse and worked around an asylum, well, it's one way to quiet somebody in a hurry. Slap him in the back of the neck, heel of the hand.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Just keep turned around, driver.
I'd like to know what you're talking about, too.
Well, why wasn't the rope around me pulled tight? Why wasn't I killed? Go ahead, watch the house. I can see the alley entrance.
What for?
Oh, we're not waiting for Mabel to show up. That's a police job. By now, she must be blocks from here.
So am I.
You know, it's pretty clear. I got the flashlight off her service porch. I don't know who else could have been upstairs to throw that shadow of the noose and then duck in a hurry. Well, stop looking so sad. Mabel's a hired hand, that's all, a female thug.
Oh, brilliant.
But what I'm not sure of is who she works for. Hey, look. There he is. There's Tom.
Well,
the little man himself with a suitcase.
Oh, yes. Follow right along, driver.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Jared had all the courage. It's a cinch Tom couldn't ever face the police again, so he's finally running.
What's that? No, the guy's walking up there.
Just keep your mind in the front seat, driver. And that's what the rope was put on me for, I guess. Same reason as the hangman's knots and the shadow of the noose. To scare the Binks boys. Only what happened with Jared? He catch on who was doing it? That why he was strung up to put the final fright into Tom and make him run?
Oh, stop driveling. Tom! Hey, Tom!
Who is it?
It's me, Merton. Over here, Tom.
If there were any emeralds in that house, nobody'd ever find them. The Binkses never talked about them. Must have been pretty hard on you, Merton, wondering how you could get your hands on them.
You're smart enough to know a gun when you see it, I hope. Huh?
Hey,
Hey, what if... You two, shut up. Oh, hello, Tom. Hop in.
Well, I don't know.
It's all right, Tom. You can tell me some things. Like who this guy Merton really is.
I told you... Tom, get in here. Get in.
Of course. Oh, Merton, don't point that gun at me.
You see, Merton's been so careful to get himself an alibi. Taxi all ready and waiting.
Shut up, I told you.
And Merton told me he came to see you men once a year to handle your business affairs.
Well, I have. What of it?
Once a year in April? 1 month after income tax? Does that make any sense for a business manager?
All right, genius. You've said enough. Goodbye.
Merton.
Give me that suitcase. Come on, step on it.
No.
You get out from behind the wheel and turn around.
Hey, what in the...
I'm leaving you right now.
Get your hands off that...
Give him the suitcase, Banks. It has the emeralds, right? Isn't that the point of the whole business, to scare you into running? And when you run, the one thing you take with you is the emeralds that a man could spend his life searching for in that house?
That a man could get one at a time, you mean, once a year. Yeah, that's who I am. I handle a business all right, one at a time, once a year.
Merton, please.
But never a glimpse of the rest of them. Well, now I've got the whole mess. Get out of my way.
You got a mess, all right, Buster.
But look out!
I'll kill him.
Not in April, sweetheart.
Mr. Valentine, yes. Yes, that's all true.
Give me the suitcase then, Tom. This guy's safe with the police. I want to find how your brother is.
But people will come and they'll bother me. There'll be policemen and photographers.
Well, there's nothing wrong with you having the rest of the emeralds.
But Jared and I only use the emeralds to carry on our work. Now this suitcase, you open it.
What the...
Is there anything wrong, Mr. Valentine?
Well, no, not from your point of view, friend. But in a few minutes, I got a date with Miss Brooks and a guy named McHugh at my office. I'm going to find out how they can take a surprise.
Count on Chevron Supreme to give you all 8 gasoline qualities you need for dependable all-around driving. Be sure you get not 1, not 2, but all 8 gasoline qualities. Area blending, mileage, power, anti-knock, vapor lock prevention, starting, warm-up, and acceleration. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car.
Bird feathers.
You heard me, McHugh.
Skins of birds. That's what he carried in that suitcase.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if Tom could take one thing of value from the house, that was it. After all, what are emeralds compared to birds?
Jared Binks will be all right, George.
Good, Brooksy, that's fine.
And the police caught that woman, Mabel. She had been working for Merton.
Birds.
Yeah, you see, McHugh, Merton finally got an itchy palm and ganged up with Mabel to try and scare the boys into running. That's the only way they'd get excited enough to tip where they'd hidden them.
Bird feathers. They had over 100 emeralds. And how many did Merton sell for them through the years? 7.
Well, what's the matter? What are you sore about?
He wants to know where the rest of them are, George.
But Tom and Jared will never tell.
Mr. McHugh, we got your story for you. What if we didn't find the emeralds? It's certainly a better story than the usual vampire Scotland Yard confessions of a werewolf that you usually print in that story.
Yes. But it's a little wild, don't you think? The noose hangs high. See what I mean? Who'll ever believe it?
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Bob Griffin was heard as Tom, Forrest Lewis as Jared, Ted Osborne as McHugh, Larry Dobkin as Merton, Noreen Gamil as Mabel, and Tim Graham as Jake. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.